Liquid's turn to ban. Dire team ban. Liquid's turn to ban. Dire team pick.
Behold the horn of madness.
Liquid's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Liquid.
Axe.
Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Life stealer.
Liquid's turn to ban. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. Liquid's turn to ban. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Liquid's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Lina.
Liquid's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Medusa.
Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Tinker!
Liquid's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. 10 seconds remaining. Dire team back. Ten seconds remaining.
Oh.
Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining.
Earth Spirit.
Liquid's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Alchemist!
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Burning's most played carry is the grabbing that every game he can, even if it's ladder. So very clearly Liquid thinking.
Absolutely, and I think it's going back to the fact that because RG are on such strong hero player combinations, if Liquid beat them here, I feel RG's going to be pretty scared going into game 2 because they have, as you said, they've been allowed to get what it feels like they wanted to get into this game 1 with. Liquid with answer. The finishing pick as well, the Alchemist. No Miracle, he's a bit of a madman on whatever he gets his hands on, but Alchemist, if he gets out of control at the start, it's going to be very hard for RG to control, isn't it? Especially when they're running Lina. So do you think, was the plan always to kind of have this Lina in the support position? Or do you think with RG they ever thought about putting him in the... Did anything from the lineup of Liquid cause them to move it away from mid?
I imagine the Medusa going mid is just going to be the better. You can't really run the He's not going to farm as well against the Tinker as he is in the state. More likely than just running him safe lane, they're looking to stack up a ton of going out whenever possible, setting up. Same for the Rubik. While you're roaming, whenever you're at a stack timing, make sure he's maybe going to be wants to be able to fall back into that jungle once he's 6, level 7, has some points in acid, but gets an armlet up, that's when he can start to power.
Yeah, and Phoenix, of course. Recent buff, 7.04. It's getting better and better for the bird after quite a long period of time where, back last year's Epicenter, where we was pinnacle of a Phoenix, and then it got knocked down really hard. But last update, extra GPM on one of the talents, and as you mentioned, the DS with the spirits, it can be pretty scary.
But 5 fire. It's double. Yeah. It's double damage on 5. The GPM is also really nice. You may consider it against like magic means fire spirits. Either one.
Oh yeah, it's one of the two, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, they're both amazing.
Okay.
Is the thing. It's like you get to this level 15, you're like, oh, crap, I've got 2 of like the best level 15 talents. Which do you... To start things off, we'll see what the plans as far as Liquid. They want to give some assistance to Matu GHs at least. The big thing to point out is that Magnus not contesting the offlane, so Alchemist will have an untested free farm lane. Magnus looking to jungle farm it.
Mid lane we saw Baboka just try for a bit of an attempt on some Timberman, but off the mark there with the rolling boulder. Not really a surprise to see H coming towards dead. Got to keep your eyes out on OPs. Checking before, and I think he had over 70% win rate with IG. This is almost certainly got to be one of the heaviest focuses for in the earlier stages of the game. Gets ahead, is able to kind of stall the game. Pretty nice, but as we keep saying, if the game goes on, the Alchemist and the Medusa are going to look at you and say, all right, we'll just keep farming these lanes, you keep pushing in. They'll just continue to get bigger and bigger as it scales on.
Yep. Yeah, this looks like a bit of a fight greed with greed kind of approach
Certainly.
From IG. Burning's queued up his first side mice. He almost always has been going for the minus on his safe lane life stealer, but not even opting for, hey, there's no one in his lane. Neither team is going off lane. Both off laners are jungling. Mind Control didn't go Iron Talon. I thought he went for the field, but we'll see roams coming out from GH and Babo, but neither of these players pose major kill threats. They're more looking just to create some space and get scouting information. This is like, they're just kind of matching up against each other, trying to hopefully like get in, find the junglers, contest them. If you find a low HP, you might find a kill, but realistically all 3 cores plus like junglers are just, they're looking to create stacks right now. No big moves to actually threaten for kill. Rubik's just gone top lane to
yeah, and in terms of when the action does actually kick off, I mean, IG with their lineup. I mean, trying to make something happen with the RP, it feels like it's going to be hard this game. There's just so many ways that Liquid can counteract an initiation. We said we're going to have Axe with the Blink Cool. You've got a Supernova, a Stone Gaze to worry out. There's so many ways that Liquid can stop IG trying to fight. And it feels like in a game where you've got the better farmers essentially on Liquid, that's going to be an issue for IG.
Yeah, it can be. They're going to have to, when they initiate, burst down that target really quickly before a Stone Gaze can come in. The Stun Ray, Supernova type saves. That's where the Infest Bomb's really nice, because typically, I mean, you think you're Slider Lifestealer. This, you don't have the Slider with the amp damage, but you've got a Magnus RP, you've maybe got an Earth Spirit with a Stun Silence. You roll in with an Infest Bomb. That first target will die very quickly. Not many heroes that can easily survive, but outside of perhaps off the Silence and then Stone Gaze off. I think IG have the right idea where they can just play the farming game. If Lifestealer manages to scale pretty well, they are going to have to eventually address Alchemist and how fast he's farming, but they're still going to hit their Magnus Blink, their Lifestealer Midas Armlet timing before Alchemist has a Radiance style boosted travel for.
Sure, and regarding the farm at the moment, of course, as we can last hits both safe laners, pretty much free farm entirely on the same level. Last hits mid lane, a bit of an edge for having the better time. That help given out that, but certainly struggling in this matchup that for the most part has been one, and understandable of course, that laser make Matthews get all the CN, even with the snakes.
Girls not having the Iron Talon has going to go for the Tranquil Boot, so we may see him actually go to lane suit. In fact, he hasn't got the Iron Talon, suggests he wants to get some early jungle levels and farm. Having some laning presence, perhaps that early smoke. Big. Now we'll just jungling it up. Greed is the game. Miracle in the safe lane. Armlet has the Soul Ring. Doesn't look like there's too many stacks because jungle's being so actively used by the Axe. Downsides for Liquid have that super high power farming Alchemist. Fall back to the jungle.
I mean, is there a chance? Is it for sure going to be a power farm? Or is there a chance because he has sort of Solar Crest, Shadowblade Sneak, and because you've got this or do you think that's unlikely?
Was the way he used to play a lot with those Alchemist strats all the time out of Miracle. That kind of Solar Crest, Sanjin Yasha ability. I find it unlikely. I haven't seen an Alchemist played like that in a long, long time. And I feel the hero seems like his natural fit. So yeah, it's definitely viable, and it's the better build to have against the Lifesteal, having a Solar item that Lifesteal struggles to deal with.
Bit of a go there. Low off, but right, and they will still hang around though.
The boots are down here though.
Really want to try and make something happen. Miracle, of course, yet to hit level 6. He's very close, but he isn't going to have that Chemical Rage regen to help him out if IG find an opening. Boca, 3 lines, and very aware that something is going on.
Yeah, he saw the Radiant Creature was the one doing that little sidefall, so he did see them there, but he doesn't know the Earth Spirit here.
And he needs backup, and even if that came through, it's not going to be quick enough with Miracle surrounded, and IG find themselves first blood there.
At mid lane.
Get something in return here, closing the gap onto OP, moving in with the caller. TP will come through. The spins, they're not going to be there. Can they actually keep OP alive? That's the question now. It's just Q. There's no sort of defensive play that you can offer to survive, help the Tinker survive. Quick, get themselves the kill in return. It up. Back, so very good for Liquid there. We talked about already how Matama slightly struggling in the farm department, head to head against the team. Both of them remain up a bit. Get that first blood on Miracle.
Gold going their way for the first blood, but Miracle, you can see kind of on the net worth hasn't been too much in terms of where he's at. You'd expect him to be top of the chart. He's an Alchemist with safe lane 3 situation, but ultimately kills on the Tinker, slowing down that boosted travel timing for me currently is maybe the bigger objective for Tinker. Slightly better. Burning with Midas Boot. Going to probably be letting his team, okay, perhaps I could go for an infesting to push out my lane and then TP somewhere if there's like a guaranteed kill, but alternatively he's got So he doesn't want to rotate too early, but he also does. He can't just sit here farming all day long. He is going to get out farmed by now. So it's kind of that. Where's that critical point? For now, he's beating.
Bottom lane, they're going to look for Miracle. He does have the armlet. Uncle Rage is still on cooldown though, so IG, they've managed to take him down a second time on the safe lane of Liquid. Very nicely done as well. A few seconds, and if he had that rage, maybe he would have had a bit of a better chance. Level armlet. But as we're seeing, IG, a lot of focus down there, and absolutely worth it as well. That Magnus involved, it's going to help. If they can get that blink and such timing, and especially before some of these key members of Liquid get their 6, like a moment Croaky still at level 3. If you're able to make things happen before such things as Supernova's a threat, that's going to be fantastic for this Lifestealer Magnus lineup.
Yeah, IG seem to have recognized that Liquid down bottom for a game, and Kuro, very under-leveled support. His spells have long cooldowns. They also require, this hero requires a lot of left. Those spells to really start becoming powerful threats in the early game, and Kuro, good way out of this game.
TP across coming from the Timberman, but measly held back, by Baboka. Hiroki. He's trying to hide it out, but they have found him, and I've already used. Go down. Time of their lives down on that bottom lane. The top lane as well really is. Burning. That have safe lane. We're seeing Miracle receiving pressure. Burning a lot less so. Mind Control is up here with GH, but two of them, incredibly hard to catch a lockdown Burning. Going to be A-OK against just
where the Medusa TP bottom, so there's no real threat to life. When your opposing team's 2 main cores that are doing well and farming are both carries, like Alchemist, Medusa, neither of which ganks you. Very free game as a life push. Very like he was farming behind the tower, he was playing super aggressive.
in the jungle here. Nice setup as they come in with the kickback, looking to bring down Matumba. He's out of mana. The backup though from Kuroki. And Boku and Q won't quite have enough damage to bring him down.
Kind of approaching that point where supports by themselves can't kill the Alchemist and Medusa are very tanky, so if they want to get those kills, they need the life zero first. They need the Tinker rotation. The Tinker, until he has the boot to travel, is unlikely.
Top lane. Got the lane in.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Bothered by that armlet.
That incredibly well for IG. Find a few kills on Alchemist to slow down his timing. He's not out farming all the carries like the Alchemist normally does with free farms, so I think all in all this is a dream start, and they're going to hit this Lifestealer armlet timing at a similar time to Magnus's play.
And yeah, talking about Blinks, Mind Control's just picked us up at the side shot. So they've got to make something happen here. If they can bring down Burning, oh, he messes up! Oh! He forgot to press Blink.
I don't think he has that. I mean, Baboka's in the perfect spot to counter initiate.
I mean, maybe, but hey.
It doesn't look pretty, but I think that was for the best.
Okay.
He may not know it. It may take watching the replay for him to realize that's good that he messed up, but worked out.
He was just testing his Q button. Oh, oh no, he cancelled it that time. Mind Control, is he going to be... Oh yeah, pause. It looks like there's an issue with the Blink. I think his Blink key is broken. Hey, look, that's what it looks like to me, gods. He can't seem to blink. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. Because that... I mean, I don't know. He was by a lot of creeps Burning. If he got that initial blink in...
He doesn't have his armlet too, so it would have been like a...
Man.
I mean, the Rubik infest does a bit of damage.
Does Burning realize?
Find out. Rubik will get like insta-stun silence.
Here we go. Mind Control gets the good call in there. We'll go in on Burning, but he gets the chance to raise the silence onto 2, and now the turnaround from IG. They'll take down 1. Mind Control will get out. Maybe we would have seen, the same happen even if he got the first blink call.
Absolutely. That's the thing. If Rubik can follow it up with a telekinesis and a Fate Bolt for some extra damage to set the call, it's great, but Rubik gets insta-stunned, insta-silence. Rubik doesn't get spells off there. So without that, yeah. Boka, perfect map awareness in the right spot. He's well known for this Earth Spirit. Kind of under level 2, currently, but he's definitely achieved a lot. He's one who's been constantly moving around the map. Ganks the bottom lane, he's been getting his team look at scouting information. Got a couple more heroes. Gets nice blink, blocks the roll.
Getting the setup. Baboka, he has got backup on the way, so Mind Control and Croak have to be a little bit careful. Silence, and then the RPE, oh my goodness, XXS. Not a lot of love for the Phoenix there as he brings him down. And yeah, in return, GH RPing the RP at XXS with the skewer back, but Mind Control's got the call. they will be able to take down the Magnus and find their favorable trade there. GH, at the end of the day, with the better RP.
Man, but Spike gets the leg through. Not the end of the world for IG, who still managed to push down that bottom tower. They're really starting to press forward now. Lifestealer's getting involved, so we see Burning come online.
We've got a replay here of the broken blink. As we see there,
China.
mind control. There we have it.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Poor old mind control. But as we were saying, probably wouldn't have been.
IG at this point are going to be the aggressors. They're versing a very greedy draft with Alchemist together. They've got the boots to travel, they've got the insect bombs, and they can start finding these pickoffs. Oh, and truly, they just start fighting. He doesn't want to farm anymore. Midas armor.
Fights like this.
Tower is under attack.
Going to be impressive to see close to Miracle's Alchemist. Did obviously die a couple of times.
Hard to play this axe now for mind control because typically you get this blink dagger as your first item. You want to go around, start using smokes, find some pickup. You've got 2 cores that can't really do a whole lot with you. Medusa and Alchemist both want to farm. Even your supports, Phoenix can't really afford that pair up great with an axe in terms of damage output. GH pretends like a good stolen spell for some extra damage, like Shockwave, KingCharlie could, but you think axe blink ball and you want to have like a follow-up with it. Sunstrike, some nice nukes coming out. There's little coming out from Liquid.
Miracle involved in the fight here. Throw the stun out onto Lina, turns toward Burning. Burning! Rips down GA. And the Supernova Stonegaze combo coming in from the back lines. The Tumberman, he's caught XXS. He will skewer away back in time. And holds back for a second. So at the end of the day, that was a fight that GH looked to kick off there with the tele opening. Miracle wanted to join in, but Burning, he just walked in and he walked out. Got the kills.
The good, you can see where the Synergy and Liquid's draft is there with that Supernova Stonegaze at mid. They came very close to getting a couple key kills on the Magnus especially, but they were just a little bit short. They lacked that extra bit of damage. Their supports have some great team fight presence. When you look at spells like Supernova, the Fire Spirits, the Sunray, but they don't have that good way to finish off the kills. Which Liquid are kind of struggling for right now. They don't fight all that well though. Even with these big ultimates, like they have team fight presence, they lack that team fight damage until they get more farm. If they have Miracle with Radiance, Manta style Octarine to get big on this Alchemist before Liquid are ready to go.
XXS as well, queuing a Midas for himself after the blink.
Yeah, they can play the greed game. It's not like a, yeah, Liquid's draft is greedy, automatically lose. Look at IG's draft, like it's necessarily fall off. As much as Lifestealer not really a hero you want to always go late in the game with, he's got Empower this game, his vehicles, he won't get kited as badly because the Tinker's going to ultimately probably have like a Blink Hex, so he can help control Alchemist. He's got like the Magnus who's going to have all relay refreshes, so I think IG have to be too worried about ending this game fast despite there being an Alchemist mid. If anything, they can look at this game like we've slowed down the Alchemist farm enough that we can play at our own pace, a pace that suits IG.
Love to catch. Scott Eisenhower until he's very close to the Blink Dagger. Mind Control with the initiation. See coming through though. The spins weren't there. Mind Control. It nearly ends up going down to the tower here. They'll chase forward trying to find him. XXS goes forward with the skewer and the shockwave. Finds the kill. Matuma, he already used the Stonegaze. He's now on the run out, but Provoker on the chase, and with Burning coming in from the sideline. Matuma now caught without the ultimate. He'll go down as well. And IG reacting to Liquid's attempt to make something happen on that top lane absolutely perfectly. I mean, Mind Control jumps in under the tower, but there just wasn't any follow-up.
One of those games where it feels like as much as you don't want to go greedy on your offlaner as well as your two cores, it's like what this blink timing comes and then you don't have great ways to use it. One of those things where often as like an axe in these games you want to go Vanguard first or something, take up, because you get the blink too fast and your team aren't ready to gank with the blink dagger, it doesn't offer a whole lot, and that's what it's like has happened for Liquid. They've got this blink, they're trying to make these smokes, but outside of perhaps committing like bringing the Deuce and Phoenix, which I guess is the idea, so you have those big ultimates, it's very hard to access by pickoff. Axe is kind of like the pickoff cat hero, but you don't have any good gankers to go with it. You have team fighters, so but kind of trying to team fight without the actual farm to back it up. Like a Medusa with a Perseverance, phase boost, and all items like on is not going to offer.
Driving that top gank attempt. Think about gank attempts from the man. Being eyed up by IG. Straight in they go, the four of them with a Laguna Blade from Q. They bring down the Medusa. Second time gameplay, 11 for free. IG certainly seeming strong control on this game.
Fighting these patients, they've found like just the right amount. I talked about them fighting greed with greed, going for the Midases, having this very passive early game. They recognize that, okay, the first 10 minutes we've got everything we needed to with our kind of farming style. Now it's time to up the ante, go for these kills, put the pressure on, don't let Medusa hit her item timing. As long as one of the cores of Liquid being shut down, you're in a pretty good spot. Alchemist, yeah, he's starting to pull ahead, but Medusa, alternatively, if you're killing the Alchemist while Medusa gets a bit of farm, you're okay with that as well. But IG are farming across cores, they're finding kills on one of the key Liquid heroes, and it doesn't feel like Alchemist can carry this game. You need both Alchemist and Medusa.
Radiant structures are fortified.
We'll take that.
Radiant's top tower.
Deso, he's partway to his Assault Cuirass, close to halfway there. He can take Roshan fairly soon. IG are doing a very good job of making sure they secure objectives and not to play this greedy style with Liquid.
Now starting to break away a little. Burning definitely, yeah.
An Alchemist game you want to be ahead probably 5 or 10 minutes ago. Too late for the Alchemist to start pulling ahead. He's probably going to start pulling ahead even more unless he gets ganked a bit. Or maybe if IG like take Roshan's racks, that's where he can start getting cash, but
Is under attack.
it's not a concern. Like that's not a lead at all. He needs to be like 5k net worth lifesteal to be able to fight the lifesteal. Now there's such good lockdown and control in the fight with Earth Spirit, the Magnus, and stuff like the open wounds. Tough for Mirror. Perhaps the Mantle will help a little bit, getting out of some of those battles like the open. And then once you finally feel like you're tanky enough and found enough to fight the lifesteal, well then there's a Tinker to worry about. He's going to have an Aghanim Scepter, so hitting laser on you and all your mana illusions, all your teammates, like you're just
Top tower is
get
falling.
wrecked by this AoE laser.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Tower for IG. Bottom at the same. Getting around the pip.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
That truck out.
Do you think is it just too risky really to look for Roshan whilst our enemies are alive? I mean they'll smoke up. Surely this is going to be a smoke and a kill attempt.
Pick then Roche. If you go into Roche, you're kind of setting yourselves up to. You feel like you're doing that. You're fighting initiatives. I think IG recognize that they're in the advantageous position. Putting yourself in the Roshan pit against Stonegaze and Supernova is a good way to kind of throw away that lead. So they'll play it safe. Just go for the pick off, go for the key kill, and they find it.
Yeah, Boca he goes for the blind boulder smash. Won't be able to hit it off. The rest of his teammates.
Could still theoretically Roshan out. They see Alchemist bottom. They likely going to be down there as well as multiple is out, but still, again, it's slightly risky. Bottom shows himself. He kind of goes missing. I think ideally they want to get themselves. Otherwise, they're going to have to position. And if not the pick off, then at least get Tinker's accepted. No real good catch for the Tinker. Where this fourth pick Tinker right when they saw him be effective as well. It's not just one of OT's best heroes. This is the game as a good counter pick for the Medusa in the mid lane against a lineup that really struggles to find the Tinker, pick him off, and as mentioned, once he gets his accepted, they are in the Roshan pit, so you're likely to come and lay down some march should if kind of a test happen. You see Miracle bottom, and I think without Alchemist there, they should.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as you said, who out of this great Roshan team be any use of them not? There's also the chance to not want to. They respect how I.
If you have no vision around there, they have good vision around there. Even, I don't think they saw them go into the pit. It's to like the north, south. If you go in kind of blind into IG's war there, and they even have a sentry, the IG's going to get the jump on. So much of this game comes down to whether the Axe can initiate before the Magnus or the Life Stealer and Fest Bomb will instantly hero. If that happens to like a core hero, the fight block. They want to try to get the Axe jump onto an Earth Spirit or someone before they get jumped.
Really some of its games as well that are kind of rare for Liquid, where really struggled to hit it off in the farm. I mean, the farm nearly being matched by Mind Control's Axe, and Mind Control himself, he's been having a tough time finding kills. Granted, he's been doing a lot of farming himself in the jungle, but this Medusa's still not in the position it be, and it feels like this game, a lot of weight is on Miracle. He has got the farm, he is hitting the timings now on the Alchemist. They need him to game. They need him to buy the space and create the time that Liquid.
Skipping waves here, knowing that there's push coming mid.
Got a movement speed.
Much as possible. Probably assume. And IG will rage. If you don't make that play there where you wave, they take the tier 3 tower with rage. It's this casual slow siege. You go way back to like TI2 era, before the Chinese teams were Lifestealer back then. You go on the high ground, you rage. Rage is just a second away from wearing off, you back off. It's just slow, steady. There's no real counterplay unless you've got a good KB piercing initiation. Even then, it's a Lifesteal with an Aegis. So if you waste like a big ultimate on that, like an Axe, or even your Axe goes in to call a Lifestealer, Axe is going to die. And best case scenario, you take an Aegis and you've lost like 2 or 3. Slow, steady siege coming. This time the creep wave has not been skipped, and IG are ready for round 2 at the tower.
They've got good high ground potential. Same time, Liquid do have ways to counteract it. Mind Control will jump in, start to bring Burning back.
Gonna waste the rage. That's a good play from Mind Control. The second he rages, he just wants to hit the tower for 2 seconds, then back off, and he makes sure that Burning doesn't get any damage on the tower, because you don't do anything to respond, he will slowly take your base and push IG back a little bit.
They are. I want to try and catch IG before they go for that next high ground push. Again, just on the sidelines, to my man. Mind Control. Down for the base.
Tough. Can you really catch like an Earth Spirit or a Magnus, one of the by controlling heroes?
It's all about Mind Control's cool. Here's their initiation. Perfectly.
Hero in the front is gonna with the sentry.
They see it. Find that jump. Back in. Burning back on towards the tower. Tower down. Burning looking towards Miracle. There's the jump. Gets one. It will catch the Earthquake. Immediately coming into the middle with the supernova, and that will cause IG to spread. The Stone Gaze is out as well. Meaning that IG have got to seriously think about fighting back into this one. Now that the ults are down, maybe, but they've lost an Earth Spirit. Burning will turn towards Kuroki, but immediately out with the dive. Miracle again, just cutting the creep, trying to destroy this push. Clean RP, used there with the follow-ups, then the Laguna Blade that slashes from Burning him as he rips him down.
It's a nice attempt, like IG were so good at responding to that. The second they saw that dive in with the Scourge just supernova to the middle 5 heroes, knowing that the Stone Gaze would protect him, and IG didn't try and kill it, they just split. They 5-man ran away from Yegg and left the Earth Spirit to die, but they even killed the Axe before Earth Spirit even went down. Axe was dead. Miracle came close to getting the Tinker, but the Tinker TP phone healed himself up. Not looking good for him.
Pop the Aegis. And as we did see, we saw the effectiveness of cutting the creep. The first creep wave coming up close to that fight. It did slow down there. Siege, Mind Control's in again with the call, trying to rip Burning away from the racks whilst he's raged up. Doing their best to slow it. They don't want to buy back, it looks like, on Miracle. They want to wait that 20 seconds, and Liquid they make it. Except that this Rax is gone.
Probably
at least the melee, at least.
They give up the Rax rather than the out buyback. Use the out buyback, he dies again, it's game over. Even if he doesn't die again, it slows down his off-the-range timing by such a big margin that it's not better off you lose a Rax. Like, losing 1 melee Rax is not a massive problem for a lineup with a mid and an out. They can play down a melee Rax. They were going to lose their shrines anyways once that's down, so IG regroup, take down some of these shrines a bit, wait for the next Roshan before going to high ground push. Very kind of methodical play coming out gaming team. But they're going to have to get whatever items they can get as soon as possible. Medusa only now has a Legion. Yasha to go with it, Matu, highlighted, has really struggled to find farm this game. Not being a very mobile hero. That's where Axel's actually managed to get farm. He can like push out lanes, has the blink, kind of escape any route. Very slow, sluggish, not very mobile, and if caught out, you're kind of just dead, even with the Stone Gaze TP kind of play. There's enough disables. Don't really have the ability to farm places on the map.
It feels like a lot of elements of this not kicked it off this game. I mean, it also Turkey's just struggled to find levels on this one. Quite far behind. The level 1 super. Still just level 8 at 28. Little slow for this Phoenix.
Burning gets a heart now, so retain D.
Forward on the bank, XS sees them, he'll only get 2. He won't get GH. And ow, GH comes back in. Doesn't matter, God.
Miracle now, could be in trouble himself. He doesn't really want to fight with the Stone Gaze. He might though. They're going to have to kind of turn tail and run away from that for now.
They will catch the Earth Spread up on the high ground. Enough burning still pretty much our OP and XXS. They're ready for another fight.
Burning skills up with the heart regen, then he's back in. He'll start working on this bottom lane. The empower damage is buffed up even further by this heart of stress. You see that. There's no real good response to Burning at this stage of the game. How fast he is.
Burning down a little bit. The Burning will turn straight towards him. Miracle. Manta. Concoction onto Burning. Tonight is doing damage if Burning that Lincoln phase at the moment on his bit.
Does like 50 damage at right click from Medusa onto the Lifestealer with all his armor, and he's got, yeah. Good luck bringing down Burning.
How do you...
He gets the free evasion at level 20 as well with his talent, I imagine. Movement Seed is kind of nice, but 15 evasion against the Alchemist seems go. Gonna increase his HP even. He is close to that 6 level point. He's going Butterfly as his final item. At least he's queued it up for now. I think he recognizes evasion's going to be super valuable. How do you farm an MKB through this Medusa? Has no items whatsoever. Alchemist can theoretically farm an evasion piercing item, but you're an Alchemist. You don't want to. Shivers, then you start pulling Aghanim Scepters perhaps. Maybe you get an AC in there, an Abyssal. Is very hard counter lineup of this.
Well, I mean, as we're trying to see, his best bet at this moment really is to make sure these fights don't happen around the...
Split push, third up.
And they're hunting for him. But I mean, they could...
Being like itemized for like Shadow Blade on Magnet, like catch and pick off items. Find him. Catch him immediately, they'll go for the shrine instead. Lurking around that top lane. There in time.
In this game, I think a lot of people wouldn't have expected IG to give game 1 a... I mean, it's the first game at LAN. Can be a bit... IG, yeah.
The hard thing for a liquid draft like this is they probably theory crafted that this is like a good counter to what Chinese teams are. Lifestealer, how you've got this team fight with Medusa, Stone Gaze with the Supernova. Phoenix is good against it.
Can they kill Burning? They've got 4 heroes here surrounding him. DH will kind of tentatively lift him up, but the rest of them say, no, we can't kill the Lifestealer. We've got to go for the rest. They're jumping on the back line, and XXS falling low, but he launches himself up. They feel the active return. Will RP the Medusa, but XXS does end up going down. GH, again with the stolen RP, able to slow Burning down a little bit. Great up, they just don't have the damage to go through it. Miracle on the back lines, trying to cut across, was able to get a second. He'll look towards Burning. Will continue to chase this down, but he cannot go for it, especially level 20. Did go for that evasion talent. There is just no way they can cut through that Lifestealer. Even if there's 5 of their heroes and 1 of the Lifestealer, I still question how, or if they can kill them.
He walked into 4 and they ignored him and ran for the Magnet. Kind of says it all.
Trying to come in on Miracle here. The full force to dispatch of this Alchemist. Miracle has got the backup of Kuroki's Sunray. Can they keep the Alchemist alive? Looks like they will be able to. And maybe seeing if the concoction was needed to hold back IG. But as we're seeing, as unkillable Burning is, Flashing their Miracle, surrounded by the majority of IG, they quite kill him.
Main difference between the two, while both being kind of unkillable, is doing a hell of a lot of damage. This Alchemist can do damage, it's just nowhere comparable to what the Life Stealers do. Has reached that 6-slot Alchemist at a reasonable-ish time, like you normally see around 28, 30 minutes, and he still can progress item-wise, but these 6 items is normally around the 28 minutes, so he's a little bit slower, but it's less, not so much Miracle's timing those items, it's where the rest of this team's at in terms of farm, and where IG's at. IG is farmed on both Life Stealer as well as Tinker. They've got map control, the Roche control, that Roche is about to reset the max timer. Probably doesn't matter for IG too much that it's
God, look at this. Kind of, we're not doing great. The X and Y on Medusa.
whatever cheap cost-effective items you can buy at this point. I guess the Manta's like the one other... With all the buffs, I think he's rating the item slightly above the Manta. And the Manta illusions die incredibly fast to like... Main benefit is get out of some spells.
Islands. Self out of it. Does have backup in the team. But Burning. He's looking towards Matuma Man. Looking to come to the Stone Gaze. And that will force Burning to back.
Still win for IG. That's Stone Gaze on cooldown. They can use that to secure themselves. They're going to smoke and actually even fight perhaps. Sure, there's a whole lot Liquid can do to win a team fight without both Stone Gaze and Super.
Blink out and chase him down. Both got Burning inside him. First down throw to their OP and all with a blink forward. OP only. Down the Phoenix. I mean, I'm looking at this game 2. What's the biggest issue, do you feel? Is there going to be here that we're not going to see let IG get their hands on?
They may change some of their bans to like deny burning the Life Stealer, for example, but I think this is very much like the theory crafted draft. Probably, it's the kind of draft you can't really thoroughly practice. Perhaps they maybe had some scrim practice against some of the Chinese teams, but like to me it feels like a draft that was heavily theory crafted, but maybe tested and practiced as much. Stop this Roche from happening, they may kind of salvage this game or at least give themselves a chance.
Burning in onto Matuma Man. Matuma Man pulling though, has the back. Miracle on the front lines, trying to kind of pull IG away from Liquid themselves. Acting as a distraction. I mean, he's toggling around. Burning back into the pit. They'll try and do something there with the Sun Ray, but isn't going to happen as IG take just on the Life Stealer.
That Raider look to avoid down another lane. Tinker side lane's pushed out a bit. A lot harder for the Alchemist to get that annoying play at this stage since attack on IG side, and bottom lane is where IG are going to be.
Have all the odds.
Still just level 1 Supernova. It doesn't seem to have mattered so much anymore. In the egg, like dying or anything, it's just it's always been paired up with the Stone Gaze, so regardless of what stun duration increases, leveling it up.
He's got a complete.
We have this, like, could drop his face theoretically. Always, I mean, pretty damn hard right now.
Forward XXS with the RP only onto 1 though. A lot of chances. There's Miracle actually on the backlines already with the BKB trying to bring down OP, and in fact with Liquid on the edge, can they do? They can. They'll take him down. Matuma with the Stone Gaze forcing IG to back. They've actually caught XXS on the sidelines as well. He'll yield himself up. Burning's going to try and do his best to get them off XXS, and they will. He'll allow XXS to blink out. Miracle gets bursted, will buy back. OP to zap down the bird.
I think a good time to Tinker buyback there. You know this is like the fight where you're taking racks, your opponent's gonna have to buy back. Tinker, they've just used their ultimate, so it's less about like using your buyback to force a rack, but more about knowing that you can fight with those big ultimates down and together bring them down.
Back in. Bursting them down, jumps forward again for round 2 and brings down Mind Control. Right back on the axe. IG melee racks, Burning sticking around for the bonus. Well,
stick around in this game knowing that things can turn with one good fight and just picking up an item or two.
is there any action That is what he's going for now. Who can he give this to?
GH on the
I'm thinking GH
it's
as
either
well.
that or I mean, the Phoenix save is kind of nice because you can put a teammate in the egg and keep the line.
Yeah.
But
I mean,
one of the two.
You get what GH kind of his spells. It's going to be very nice for high ground with that.
Magnus has struggled to kind of cover his RP, but I think more testament to GH and how on point he has been with timing of his RP skills.
And if he gets if he gets given the Aghanim power, suddenly Medusa got damage. You know what I mean with that aura?
Bad option.
Having that burning tower. Still has that Aegis.
Hart will get him back up so he can get that he takes a big chunk of damage. Sit around, wait for that regen to kick in, and then pelt away on this tier 3 tower once again. There is a glyph to protect it, but you've got to engage if you're looking.
Burning away. Careful how close they get. They know that that Magnus is delivering an RP potential. Will once again be forced for IG.
A full minute left on the Aegis, so that will continue and the tower. Kicker is the one that needs to be the most careful with that buyback though.
Back onto Bernie. Cockshirt, they look to try and get it off, but
You're a miracle.
does get Stewart back. Stuns himself, OP. Down the rearm, ready for round 2. Bringing him down low. Michael comes in though to protect Miracle with the call onto Tinker. They'll bring down OP, and of course, this is a man that's going to be dead for a long time as Buyback almost certainly still on cooldown from that engagement down on the bottom lane earlier. He's out for a full second. And IG lost back, so that's only going to be 90 seconds. IG unlikely try and make a high happen. Map slow does open back up for Aghanim's house. Just a few hundred away from point booster.
That from this bot farm and goes with ports. It's unlikely to DAC.
Surely it goes through it. And with GH, just as you say it like this.
That's
Like that man's
you do it based on merit, not based on
absolutely. You do it on how well your
credentials.
teammates are playing.
Yeah. Hugging Kuro.
Or is it? Gives it
Okay.
to Kuro.
What's
I
the
mean,
X save?
the boss. You know what I mean? We gotta please the boss.
Dire structures are fortified.
Get that Medusa or Alchemist in the egg and save
True.
their life. It's definitely a game-winning kind of similarly a Rubik with an X fight-winning.
It can be a game losing thing if it gets to winning, you go both.
Yes.
So we'll see which way it goes around here. With the set the tower, try and find some burning. Oh my goodness, there's the up, but GH! This man, give that man an axe, comes in with the stolen RP, out they come with the supernova, but there's the second RP again from XXS into the 3-man light truck, but they brought down Bernie. Liquid are somehow doing okay in this fight, and I've got to say it's this GH. Hitting, he's hit more RPs than his Magnus has this
they
game, but it
lost
looks
Outgo.
like it doesn't
OP.
matter, yeah.
Dragon
OP
5.
just cleaning up as he comes forward. Mind Control isn't going to be able to hit the
Missed that
call.
call.
They'll get Matuma Man out. GH looking to try and escape. There's going to be the jump forward. It's low on mana. If he had a bit of it, he would have turned around and gone for the kill. Oh, Mind Control's actually come in and actually gets the dunk down onto the Magnus. So Mind Control sacrificed himself there to bring down XXS. And again, when Liquid are kind of behind, well, I say kind of, they are, 2 sets of racks down. Kill trades like that work out because you've got the buyback. Magnus hasn't for 6. Again, you're creating more time where IG are going to be unable to close the game out.
It's like a time for Medusa kind of game. Like at this point, Alka's there. He's 6-slotted. He's not getting any more farm, but Medusa won that.
Yeah.
Needs to get.
I mean, we saw pretty much 3 kind of flashy RPs. The first one there from XXS, catches 3, but GH just straight in to hold them back.
With it. They actually managed to have the damage to kill off Bernie. That was impressive.
Straight in again. Still had this follow piece. But Liquid is able to house long enough to get trades in return. OP, of course, still burst damage there.
Still a concern, like, what's the long-term goal? Like, where are you headed with this? So you look at IG, they've got a refresh on Magnus, so their late game is very impressive. Earth Spirit got like 10k net worth, same for Lina. All the supports are found on the dire side. But I still feel like they're going to have some game right now. Like they're slightly come out on top of that fight, they hold on, but they've still got 20 seconds without Alchemist. He actually does not have buyback right now. Yeah, another rack. Careful. No Stone Gaze now. That's actually a really big problem. Losing Stone Gaze means you don't have that.
Get mega hit. That range track is that they can look after. Miracle will be back in a couple of seconds. Big advantage again with Jumping, bringing about the XXS is in there with the RP. Supernova comes out. They have managed to hold GH back with the stun. If he gets in, they could clean up, and in fact, it looks like they're doing it anyway. Miracle heading forward. Taking down Q. There's GH again with the RP to control Burning. Oh, he also got OP in as well.
Burning's still fighting though.
I mean, Burning's turning, and this lifesteal is bringing him right back up. Miracle with the stun to hold back the Earth Spirit. Miracle going for, really wants to try and find that lifestealer kill. Can he actually do it? He's got to back up with Earth Spirit, comes in for the cover. XXS will be the new target. Skewers away. Do they have detection? And I think the answer is no, not on those two. Not on the front line, so XXS get away with his life. Again, I mean, gee. Really did. He did have to buy back for that defense. His RPs, I really feel the game would have been over 10 minutes if he hadn't been hitting.
So on point. Like, there's Magnus with his cast times. It's actually, if Rubik is perfect with his spell steal, it's impossible to stop him stealing that RP. And every single time he's instant on it. He could try look to use Empower on himself or Shockwave after it, but always right away has it. They killed the egg. That's the first fight where I feel like Vaxi managed to get the egg. He got the egg with the axe inside too. Double. That was the double kill. That was really nicely done by Q. And that was something that was kind of mentioned when the Lina pick came up by the panelists. That was actually not bad at dealing with that egg. So seeing it as kind of a pseudo solution from a support hero at that. So
got to give credit as well to the got the GH got the RP onto both Burning. 3-man boulder smash. They couldn't. So close to.
Very well. Even at the end there, when he kicks Burning out just to help him retreat, like he's every little thing. Help the cause. Screw with the boulder smash, and it looks like IG.
They're a little scared.
You know those ultimates are coming back up. The team fight is back for Liquid. Machu's got Butterfly and a Blink. He can position very well for his Stone Gaze with this Blink dagger.
He's coming back into him. Really saw him struggling at the start. You know, he was on the same net worth as this axe. Now he's doubling Mind Control. So he focused, buckled down, kept his head in the game. And now, yeah, Butterfly and Blink, he's a big threat in these.
Against the range, even the Alchemist can cause problems. Does have the MKB to deal with Butterfly, but the item stats and helps elsewhere. The problem is, the longer you stand if you're Liquid, bottom lane's going to push, top lane's going to at some point. Otherwise, that range racks at top, your tier 4 towers are going to start getting chipped away. I wouldn't even mind seeing like Tinker TP bottom, push out lane. He TP's top, he has that idea in mind. Push out these lanes. Kuro! Oh. He managed the egg? I think he went for the egg, but actually he doesn't want an egg. He's got the -20 respawn time. He respawns very quickly. Looks like he was trying to catch something.
Trying to pull them away from it. In fact, he has to be a little bit careful, getting bursted down low. Pots the BKB, Burning for the Rage though. Looking to fight Mind Control, charge for the Blink, won't catch anyone. Back into the pit.
Give Tinker the Aegis this time. That felt like something they would have wanted to happen last time. Burning, as tanky as he is, very hard to kill, has a lot of protection from his team. Tinker, he ever gets there on top of it, Tinker, he's just dead. So giving the Aegis seems like a good way to move forward with this game. Item slot limitation. Bloodthorn as last final item. Does have the cheese. What Liquid can do if they can hold once more. Tough odds. They have got some buybacks. theirs, they won't have that GH group.
He got is this going to go to himself, or do you think?
Better on Medusa in some ways. Miracle's more like the front line tank.
That's front line attack, he's been ripped straight into the midst of it all there. And managed to pull the rest of IG away from Burning, though. Burning on the front line, of course, doesn't have that Aegis. They get so big, he can't get it out. He's down.
They lit them up so well. Isolate Burning, then they stun him up with the Stone Gaze, and able to, if he gets the G's off there, perhaps IG can salvage it. Great initiation from Liquid. That's why Miracle being that frontline tank, his job is just run at the back line and keep them busy. He's very hard to kill. And the Medusa with the rest of the support down Burning there.
Radiant's middle tower.
God, is he going to win? Or charitable. But as you said, this absolutely makes.
Important right click and carry at this point. 5 balls possible is beat up another ag. Where this one goes. We talk about GH the Rubik, the perfect one at this point, but maybe you give it to Medusa for stats. Medusa and ag, give her a moonshot, give her everything. It's all about the Medusa.
So I still feel for GH though. Line up that good up Aghanim's. One day miracle.
What do I need to do?
I mean, at the same time, it could be like, well, I get RP every time. Axe doesn't do anything for that, so it's wasted. Because he's literally just looking for the RP, so maybe that's what it is. He's not really wanting to steal anything out.
The other...
Oh, here we go. Miracle. In a lot of trouble. Pots the BKB, not in a lot of trouble. He's out. Nice try, IG. Try again. I've got friends this time.
See happens. Go for an RP there. You've got double RP, using it for... Burning was maybe far away or something. Settle down and have another go with this Aegis. They've still got 2 minutes, so it's not like they're a major timer or anything. The last Mega Creeps is not game over is the other thing, but still want to make sure you get. It makes it a lot harder. Liquid have to then prioritize defending and pushing a lot more than you definitely want to get it, but the game will still go beyond Mega. And you've got to, at some point, you're gonna have to fight them when they're.
And there we go, Miracle once again with the force in the back line of the strategy that works. Time now with the defense again. They get the grip and the Stone Gaze, but the RP comes through from XXS onto 3. Powered Burning starting to rip through them, but in comes the swoop from Baroki with the Supernova. Who's got him side in there? These spirits. Tummerman, Ikemba Tummerman, saved you for the second RP. Forward.
Didn't get the RP. I perhaps misclicked onto the Life Stealer because he stole Infect. And the Life Stealer was on top of the Magnus when he went into the Blink RP, so it was like the first time in the entire game. It's just like hard to like point out like, oh, he made a mistake, but it was not even a mistake. He stole an RP like 7 of 8 times.
He knows that the refresh is there. He's like, I won't steal the first one, I'll steal the second one. There we go again, Burning straight forward. Mind control with the call, bringing back. Evasion just doing a lot for Burning, keeping him alive, allowing him to take down the range direction on the back line. Miracle round again. I mean, I can't say to be completely left alone on this front line. He will be taken down.
Miracles. Man Slam, but that's kind of what his job has been. Keep the other 4 heroes distracted and allow the rest of Liquid to actually find kills, because Miracle like is kind of 1v. He's not expecting to get kills in those 1v3, 1v4 scenarios. He's just trying to stay alive and keep here busy. Prevent his blink from going off. His Radiance is like the key thing. Tinker can't blink in to help Burning on the front lines, to help Magnus.
Where the money flag. Carry out their jump in. Again, buy back this time. Boots and travels onto the front. The Megas are out. Towards Burning. Follow up. Don't get around, but if the IG, they're just backing away. They will catch out the Lina. Hope for more. And maybe they can get it. Miracle used to chase down. We'll get Baboka. And Burning says, right, I'm out of this car. This is not going anywhere.
Baboka will save him if you need. Put up that stone. Activate Remnant. Call for.
Yeah, Burning. What a bobber. Oki's actually coming on the back lines, interestingly enough, and Liquid just turn and bring down the Tinker. bit of an interesting position for Opie to find himself in. Burning. Back towards Miracle. KB so he can walk off the open wounds, and now Mind Control comes in. The Boka's still there. Ball's burning back. This as well onto Miracle, making sure that the Toxin can't come out. Stuns himself. Burning turns towards the Alchemist, trying to walk it off with the MK man. The man style XXS RP's nothing. Doesn't manage to catch the out.
Oh, we got the Yules though.
Oh, and indeed
Great
cancels the TP. They will almost certainly do indeed bring down Miracle, who does not have buyback. Out for 110 seconds. The rest of Liquid will get themselves back to safety. Chaos, but Timmerman was able to get Curry out to the secret shop at the MKD. Oh, Miracle.
Right there, Miracle did a nice job expecting the RP coming in, dodges it to the north, but then XSX scouts him with the Shivers to set up the Yules cancel. So great plays from both the cores there, and now without Miracle alive, worry for good space here. They will just kind of hug the tier 4s. The nice thing is you're not worried about having to defend racks anymore. You can just stand right by your tier 4s with the Medusa right in the way.
Sentry hit immediately with the call into the Stone Gate. This could be a good opening for them to go for. Magnus will use himself up, trying to survive, does still get the skewer back onto Matumberman. Follow through Boulder Smash with Revoker, allows XSX to count. But Matumberman with no blink, forced up to the high ground. Liquid will keep Matumberman alive. Fine time, said.
Buying time, but using the Stone Gaze again. Now they don't really have any good defense tools. The 4 towers of their own burning.
Not enough as Liquid to start to melt. There'll be a buyback from a Timberman, but IG tying up dying the Fountain of Age. No buybacks on the rest of them. The Timberman stoned and out of the Fountain. GG is called, and IG will finally end up closing the game. We kind of expected a potato one from it. Whoever was going to.
Liquid's turn to ban. Radiant team ban. Radiant team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Liquid's turn to pick. League's assassin. Radiant team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Monkey King.
Radiant team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Keeper of the light.
Radiant team ban. Seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Liquid's turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Radiant team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Legion Commander.
Liquid's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Crystal Maiden.
Liquid's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
I speak for the trees.
Radiant team ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Ten seconds remaining. Liquids turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Liquids turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Drow Ranger. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. 5 seconds remaining. Spectre. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
They've gone for something different in this game. Drow Rangers, Nature's Prophet. You're doing this against a team that kind of just beat you down.
Prepare for battle.
Kind of one of the harder beatdowns we've seen that Liquid have received in a while, because Liquid have been looking hard.
With IG is then an unconventional draft. Lina merging King China, but see how these drop.
You know, I'm excited about God. We have got the triple Arcanas. Pay to win, boys and girls. It will be confirmed if IG take. Legion? Oh, 4-man. I can't count. There's 4 Arcanas.
Oh,
We've got the MK. We've got 4.
CM has heard.
Yeah.
The CM
Spectre Arcana confirmed. It's the missing piece. If IG win this game, Valve will release it after they won't really.
To battle.
Don't expect a Spectre Arcana. The Spectre Arcana. But 4 Arcanas. I mean, how do you beat that?
Yeah, there's,
I mean, not with yeah.
we've got 0 on Liquid, so
With the non-Arcana strat.
better figure.
But yes, let's talk about this lineup from Liquid. So Drow, Nature's Prophet coming through. Look at the lanes that we've got coming out as well.
But,
Yeah.
NP mid is Wama.
The seeds of fortune. Death and good are linked.
Machi played. You get Drow War, see. At early levels of Dragon Slate.
I mean, as you were saying as well to me, the Drug played the. Does he play it more so in the safe lane, or it's mid lane somewhere that he will take it if it feels the matchup?
Back it used to.
Look at that, going straight in onto Miracle on the safe lane. That's going to be your first blood, and the DQ picks it up there with the last touch from CM. Both is out. Safety. Only just. Only got 18 HP. Fine, but I mean, it's a scary lane. So running this aggressive with the Spectre, CM, and Monkey King. I mean, especially once they get that level 2, once that MK has the passive, it's going to be so hard for Liquid to do anything. They realize that already. Miracle straight down to the bottom. He does not want to have to deal with Monkey in his face.
You don't normally think Vector as an aggro trialing hero. It's kind of like the opposite. Right? Aggro trialing? You're probably alright. This is actually an okay hero to have against the Drow. Early level Drow doesn't hit hard. Spectre starts with a King goes okay there. So, yeah, they've made this aggro trialing work. Problem is, the lanes have already been rotated. Drow in the cuddle.
Jump in, doesn't get the connection on. GH to run away on his old little horse up top, mind control with the harassment onto Q. Down as low as possible, won't quite be able to finish. Back out of lane. I feel like I really want to be watching what Provoker does. We saw what he was able to do in game 1 on the Earth Spirit. We know he's this amazing roamer. I feel like as well one of the strongest that we've. To give him the Monkey King, it could be pretty scary for Liquid. Top lane, burning. Down learn with the follow-up stun and the Fade Bolt. They actually finish him off there. This poor man's shield isn't going to save him. Mind control will be able to find the kill. So gets himself out of the tower. It's not quite enough to bring him down. So Spectre left alone for a little bit as the CM did back away because of that harassment and the kill.
Some things where you're trying to like maximize your value from the mind pick that thing. The fact who's trying to you can't die there. You've got to survive on that team. And get to your strong value of pick. He's down bottom, he wants to
Gage is going to look for the body block. He's going to be able to find them, but the stun still connects. Mind control comes in. There'll be a reaction from XSS. They've lost one. XXS, can he find Matsu in return? No, he can't. But the Verifier, Matsumaman's back off to the high ground. Will survive. Do get themselves the second pick of the game, but bottom lane, Baboka around with Miracle. Has still got the tree drum. Seconds and he can get himself back down, but Miracle's with the south. Be able to get away before he's able to get the primal spring off.
Has an extra point.
Oh, is he not? Oh, sorry, yeah. Oh, no, yeah, he's got the 1 point. Yeah, he's got the 1
Oh,
point.
yeah.
Because you get it with the tree jump. Come on, God. Yeah.
I'm not a Monkey King player.
Oh, I
have
am God.
integrity.
Oh, I am. Bad one at that. A fraction of what mind control again. We saw him bringing down Burning on the top lane. He's come straight onto the bottom lane looking for a bit of fun. Trying to line up the stun. Will hit it. In fact, they should be able to get him down again. Mind control this time will pay with his life. But they are certainly doing their best to control the Burning, and understandably so. We saw in game 1, Burning absolute free farm at the start. Of course, rise from game 1 was insane. So Liquid, they've changed the priorities around, and they're doing their best to stop the safe.
Kind of strange because it started off as IG, sent Spectre, shut down the Drow, but like once first couple minutes of fight, then it turned, okay, where can we expect to find a farm in? Now it's proven quite difficult. Has got some
Tower is under attack.
get him like it.
Wow, mind control. Go in. Be a little careful to still land that. Gold staff is there.
It's already justified itself. And that pseudo like of invisible time to rock that.
Mind control comes in. Cuts the tree down, holds the Monkey King back for a little bit. They'll back off to safety.
Top lanes. Get pressed a little bit. Nature's light the night. Talisman. Now we see the nature.
This one, Timberman, gonna play around with it. Someone's in the Nature's Wrath. The bounces there, straight through the head of the CM. Rips her down at the same time. Bottom lane, mind control with the opening onto Baboka. Takes down one. Burning will find GH in return. 5. Bottom.
8 for this now.
And with Kuroki coming around from the side. Looks like Excess will be punished for his group. Free for Liquid. Already looking to much better start the game.
Fastballs. That ultimate. Bottom and even top.
The Monkey goes straight onto GH
Taking
with the
tower.
Primal Spring. He's got to be careful. Ooh, he'll take the kill on the way out.
One creep on the tower, but the aggro in and not worth it at all. The IG mid lane. That one.
Dick charges, turns around for a quick stun. Enough to keep him alive as mind control back to what?
Burning can do his thing.
Oh, look at this again. Monkey King strikes again, finds the Timberman. Doesn't look like it is. He jumps out the trees. They know where he is, but it's the only thing they can do. Timberman's out of mana. No way that he can hunt Sprout. Get himself out. Kill doesn't occur.
Drow at top, the nature
Dire's middle tower
very easy to
attack.
Spectre. That level 60 fairly soon.
Oh, if you want that rune, you ain't having it, but hopefully he says, I want your life. Light strike array into the kill. It's up, it's tough with the high ground, doesn't matter the kill. Time mind control. Turned up with the wraparound. Vocal will be punished. Get a bit more space down on the bottom.
Fighting a lot of brawling. Coming out on top with the better trade. Lemon. His early game fighting out of phase. Rums them with like this time's been made a lot cheaper and this is cost effective.
Warriors of the wood.
Extra count.
with the horn. Go for.
Oh,
Looks like
GH.
GH, yeah. Straight into their own jungle. GH was trying to chase down and harass back the CM. Burning's there.
This will come in handy.
Kill
Radiant's bottom
the
tower
ideal with
is
the
under
idea with the
attack.
possible, then go farm while it's on. Let's even start accumulating those urgent charges with some extra damage output for game.
Oh. Tried to get the block off there with the Strout. Okay. Jumping onto the Timberman. Miracle's there as well. Holds them back with the stun. Tries to get onto the tree. In fact, turns into the tree. Oh, he's been done! No, the Timberman walks round. He can't see him to right-click him. They lose the Nature's Prophet. IG.
I don't know how much that matters. Like, I'm not a Monkey King player. I can't really say where.
I mean,
that was, like,
basically what
the
I
hell out
think
of
he did because the man was going to click around the tree line trying to get round.
they lost aggro kind of.
And because he didn't click on it, it's over it. His hero was trying to walk past it, and it was like, hang on, there shouldn't be a tree here. And then the Monkey King's like, I'm not a tree. I'm a killing machine. IG. As well.
So much fun when you see new heroes in the cap.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
King's adding a nice little flavor.
Radiant's
Not fun for Lick. Fun for us.
Fun when the GH starts playing it. All the people who play Rookie and Bounty Hunter, like MNT, I'm sure are so happy. So just like another alternative roaming hero.
Oh, I want to see the Jarrett.
I feel like
That's one of the.
first one to play in competitive.
That was MNT.
Oh, that was
MNT was
you're
that was an elimination.
A hero that could suit him very well. I'm thinking here with players like Provoke.
Oh, yeah.
Exactly the same kind of player. Now, phase boots up.
I'll find an opening on Terry.
Horns up soon, and that's where I need to be very strong.
They could look. They're looking to hold it. They've got. Besides, just net.
has fallen.
Hell. The guy defend this one too. It's out of mana.
Top lane is going to target. They're going to. Morris Miracle has been surrounded. Go. Another. Wow.
Charges 2 for burning, so for ganking, for healing himself while he farms. Liquid, do you want to keep applying pressure? Was that was Monkey King down? That's like 70 seconds.
Radiant's
Try and push
middle
tower,
is
group
under
up,
attack.
take some. Got this very game. Nature's drums. Drow is in fairly early game. Like this is.
Look at the build from the Tim. I guess it's going to be.
Maelstrom's good. Theoretically, go back for a Midas as well.
Dire's middle tower is under
Maelstrom. Back. Dagger from Smek. Game, but that's where Spectre Horn.
Straight onto the back lines, looks for the three-man stun, will take down Yoshi with the life strike into the Luna. Burst down mind control, jumping across. They've got the vision on the Timberman. Do they have the stun? They don't have anything available. As the Sprout as well blocked XXF, getting in range. The Timberman gets out. 1, 2 for 1, but they are losing burn.
I think it's still favor like ID. It's during their downtime. Like, they're meant to be have Horn, but they managed to. Very similar to game 1 where Burning was the life stealer. And he just baits Burning, ready for the approach. Go for him. He counter initiates so well to get into position for the stun. I feel like a lot of players there just instantly stun, try and save their carry. But he's like, no, I'm going to make sure we get a good stun off this and find 2, 3. Burning dies. He was like that anyway. Great little play. Yeah.
Cross there. Gaze down. Gone. Dagger money is the opportune moment. With that blink dagger, having the spectre.
Spam out their spells. This is really nice for Spectre. Another dagger to perhaps farm faster. But you can hold on long with this.
Oh, they're going to get the chance for an opening here with the telekinesis, dragging XXS back. They've got the damage from Miracle in the next round. But man. Pressure onto this.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's top tower.
They're looking for more action. More will come in. It's going to be the attempt for the turnaround. They've already lost OC with Boca. Coming out with the ultimate mind control, trying to get himself out, get out of range of the tower. Under the cover of Vendetta survives. Boca's hot on the chase, open the Timberman. Has the Sprout, traps the Monkey. Monkey jumps out. Chase down the Timberman. He cannot hide from this. XXS comes across with the dual mind control, with the stun. Might just buy the time to the duel itself. Won't count. The Timberman tries for the Sprout TP, but it's not going to happen with Q and the ultimate. Still alive for the nation. Stop that duel.
Very well. He's very active on the map, constantly roaming around trying to pick off. Yeah, but you'll find another kill. Miracle. They haven't escaped.
Catch him, he can indeed. Straight away stun on the attempt to TP out from Miracle. Here comes the deep. Boca with those slaps. He's trying to give it to Burning. Burning says, I want this kill. Boca says, go on, take it. Take it. Burning finally picks up.
It's definitely worth doing. Trying to get that fast radiance. Often early game, you're like, you don't care if you're support stage of the game where Spectre hasn't found it. Whatever kills him. It's a guarantee. You definitely don't up for grabs if there's a chance that the drop. Whatever gold he can get.
Want to kill this Monkey, and they found him. No way that he escapes from this from now. More than enough.
Always the one orchestrating the fight. Ordered with a minus pickup.
Want him across towards the mid lane here. Burning. Got to bring him down low, but Cliff.
Group up and go. They have got the horn line soon. They haven't been the ones getting the jump. It feels like we're often getting the jump on them, and that's where they want to smoke up with the Legion. Put a kind of position very well, almost expecting this. The heroes group around mid.
They really are, but XXX just goes straight to the jump. Knows that their spirit response as well. They'll drop down the ultimate. 3 of them at the moment are Liquid caught in it. GH trying to walk his way out of it. Attempts the blinding light. Roker out of the ultimate, but it doesn't happen. They've already lost 2. XXX trying to finish your Miracle with the help of Burning. They're going to do it. IG pick up another. Now with the chase down onto the Timberman. XXS is questioning coming in for it, but he doesn't need to. As Q there with the ultimate brings down Matumberman, and Burning, he's not done yet. They've found 4. They're looking for the full 5-man. Jump 4 from XXS, then bringing Croaky down low. The dagger comes in, and Burning will pick up the 5th as Liquid get team wiped by IG. As IG just did absolutely. Said yourself, Liquid were there. It's not like Liquid knew that something was going to happen, but there was just no hesitation. As soon as that smoke was just fell on the low ground, he just blinked straight up to the high ground and went for the immediate.
Coddle even got the 4-star
Just look at it.
as he dueled. Here again, very fast reactions from
And look,
both
the smoke's
GH.
gone, bam, XXS is up, and he gets the duel immediately.
GH was also like, bam, 4-star out. If he doesn't get dueled there, he can use spells like Blinding Light, which could have been very effective. He gets stuff there, but the damage is already done. You look at the health on Liquid, 2 heroes already down to critical health. He needs the Blinding Light immediately, as well as spells like Illuminate. Illuminate is maxed out. That's a hell of a lot of AoE damage in the fight, which you try and burst down heroes like King. And unless they focus Monkey King there, the way that fight's set up around the Wukong's command, there's like 4 heroes inside of it. There's no way you can fight inside of that spell. You've got to burst Monkey King. Very scary now as Bloodstone complete. That's a spawn. Near future.
I like that as well. straight up where XXS.
Was it like 2.k gold, I feel like, before that fight happened? Cup, and then fight, you farm, and suddenly 1,500 gold game for spec entirely from the fight. The events that followed as well. They kill Lina fast though.
They do. Response may be there. XXS jumps across. Has the heal onto Lina isn't enough. But the voluntary stun on XXS. Now look to try and take down another, but the blade mail's there. Matuma Man, he's trying to man up against this. He's diving deep on the backlines though. Here comes the ultimate from Monkey King, boys and girls. They're surrounding Miracle, bring him down. The stun from Mind Control nearly kills the Lina off, but OP.
He's third life. He's alive again.
Oh my goodness! What was this reason?
It's actually absurd.
How long is he dead for?
He has 3 lives and was dead for a total of 1 second.
And the respawn.
Yeah.
Right, well, you get a 10 or 15.
Minus 30.
Minus 30. Burning, just picking them up at the back with the dagger onto Kuro.
Oh, that was
He had the dagger.
all of them across.
Oh, dagger in the end.
Yeah, the Lina respawn time is pretty. Bloodstone charges fast. Like you get ganked there, and that's the perfect time to have it. Like you get 3-4 man gank, you're right. It wasn't like a convincing fight. Lina actually died a second time. Luckily, side so it wasn't gold going. Lina died twice, giving up a big amount of gold. Bad, but got okay, and we'll chew through like instantly down to 6 blood. I mean, this is like you're very squishy. If you ever get jumped, you die. Bloodstone. It's one of the heroes where you actually kind of end up just sounds like a storm. Because of the respawn time, you're looking to die to leave back in and.
Very, very. Boca rising up above Miracle. Miracle. Focused on keeping him behind. Game 2. Drow. Survive the GH Grid Cleanser. Liquid find the opening onto the Boca. Fight this. They want to see him off. The backline to buy back from Boca. They really want to go ahead because the Radiance has picked up. This is the time. They want to find something big here. But Boca's got the ultimate straight in with the 3-man stun. They've got the lockdown on the duel with the Nation's Prophet being taken out. Out comes the Wukong Stamar burning. He's picked up another and Liquid hot on the retreat.
In a couple of seconds too. They find some more.
It's going to be so. Here out comes the Haunt Miracle. He doesn't even bother trying to set a shrine up. He knows that he's gone. Third. Absolutely. They knew that Burning had. They wanted to go. Perfect time. Liquid. Not back. Losing the. Well.
State of the game you want to be at. It's kind of been fairly even with like gold to some extent, but even enough when you're playing a Drow strat against a Spectre, like this Drow Nature's Prophet is very kind of early game, mid game centric, kind of the opposite of what they. Our last game was like, well, let's play for late game Alchemist, but time around it's the opposite of alright? Go all in with the early mid game and have this super aggressive ganking lineup with the Nyx Assassin while we can also push and hit very hard early on. Profit for our Aura, but kind of backfired and Spectres managed to get a good Radiance time without even having to go. Spectre had to go guard or some kind of survivability item. You'd be like, well, she's not farming that fast. Radiance, go top of the network. Will only farm faster, and every kind of subsequent item he gets from here, bigger and bigger problem for Drow is just next.
Radiant's middle tower.
Big aggressive assassin in the stay in this game.
Tower has fallen. No, it's fallen.
Blade Mail now as well. Fantastic item against you. Drow Ranger needs to probably use the right click you down. And when you're being kited by like a Drow Frost Arrows, you pop your Blade Mail and she has to. And that's where you're able to get it right.
Oh, OP just walks in with the immediate Laguna Blade onto Kuroki. There'll be the duel onto the Nyx Assassin as Liquid get punished heavily. Moving in, not expect OP to turn up with that Shadow Blade. And
Three-man gank with an enemy teleport onto Burning if he was. They get the Carapace, Vendetta, Impale. They theoretically can kill him if you're very deep on that. It's like Monkey King, Legion, very quickly. Daggers with flying around the response was there in IG. Around in their favor, Burning checks the champ pages, pump back up, and he's ready to join his team. Action breaking.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Back to that, like maybe a second reason. He's gotten higher levels now, so the reason that's the thing.
Dire's bottom tower.
Crazy to think, like Lina has a level 10 30 seconds, and there's some heroes at level 5 to get it.
incredibly strong on it. Heroes, I mean, now being played. Not that they weren't before, more so now. Courage, because having that much.
I feel like Ice Rogue's mentality when he gave, like for the a lot of support have level 10 respawn count, but then players like, well, I say core Lina, I get Bloodstone, have 0-second respawn time, and as a core, players have kind of found out how to like basically use these talents in ways that they need to
They've got the horn in time. Can they go for this? The Roche has incredibly low. They jump in immediately. The man getting burst down very, very low. Boca with the ultimate, the control from the sideline. A Miracle just grabbed the Aegis. Liquid did get the kill, but it doesn't matter by the looks of it. They surround Miracle for the ceremonial beatdown.
You're respawning into Wukong's command and freezing field, and you have no silence.
You wish to stay dead.
Like, can I just
there
have
should be a cancel option on the Aegis. Nope. Ripping them apart, just turning up to them.
I've got the Ags now on Coral, but it feels like too little too late. They've had that vision tool, Roche fight for some early engagement to help them out a lot. Cuddle here. Down his high ground, but they've lost 3, and IG's actually going to make it onto the high ground. Probably worry about it. Could be a T3 tower.
Very messy. The 8 base and backside as well. So the tower goes, Mind Troll will jump forward, it's a 2-man stun. The dust down the sentry, double detection. IG to bring down the next assassin. Grab, blinding light. Well, trying to do his best to hold them off. IG they're not going anywhere, and the Monkey's straining on the back line, but the Legion duel as well, finding Miracle. As the Drow Ranger out, as well as Mind Control, burning turns towards the Tumor Man. Ripped apart there, and it's GG. Liquid, they're not sticking around for 55 minutes this time around. They'll accept the beatdown. And IG just looking incredibly hot in this first series, and Liquid seems like they've been, you said, coming in with a few traps potential, but they just did not work out against them. IG, very happy, and smiles coming out. Playing against Liquid, coming into this.
Liquid's turn to ban. Liquid's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. New Newbies turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
War Chief.
Newbies turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Keeper of the light.
Life Stealer.
Liquids turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Dazzle.
Newbies turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. Newbies turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Liquids turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Newbies turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Newbee's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Newbee's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Slaughter.
Liquid's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Alchemist.
Newbee's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. Liquid's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Ten seconds remaining. Liquid's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5
Juggernaut.
seconds remaining. Newbee's turn to pick. seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Storm Spirit!
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
See if this one they try to run it back after their 0-2 drop against IG.
So it's Matamba Man, Alchemist, and Miracle Jug.
It's hotkeys you got. All right. Well, let's get into it here. Liquid already.
But yeah, a little
rushing
bit,
right up.
little bit different though. Yeah, you know the Matu Alchemist. I don't really see that too often with the Miracle Jug. I usually see it swapped around. And let's see if they're going for some. So yeah, they have. Looks like they're gonna try to give the Centaur a good start and leave the Juggernaut probably alone in the start.
They got that ward down early for the Cent. It looks around the corner towards that early bounty rune. We have an early smoke coming out from Newbee. Look at this. They're taking it up north here. Right under the vision of Liquid, right under their nose.
Kaka's playing the Sand King.
He is creeping in behind.
4 Sand King and the offlane Slardar.
Yeah, that was definitely a hell of a change up than what we were expecting to. Just kind of just shows the continued versatility of these teams, players, and the heroes in this meta. All over the place, but looks like Newbee are not going to get themselves into any sort of confrontation early. Well, I say that, but they're still hanging around that bounty room top. And what they may or may not know is just around the corner, we got Mind Control Centaur with the Rubik and Kuro's Dazzle, and here they make their approach. I don't know, when they see the full numbers here.
Yeah, they just back off from the Centaur. He's got Poor Man's Shield and everything.
That free money for him.
So 3 runes for Liquid. 3 bounties.
Game. Statistically. See how it works out for him. KP to the off lane, no surprise there. SCD there will have his matchup against Matamba Man in the mid lane. GH was floating around the top lane to help the start of the Centaur, but now finds himself towards the mid lane looking to make an early approach, but just behind him, Kaka on the Sand King. As he tries to float around this mid lane, the Sand King will be there to kind of mirror him. It's like...
Yeah, so we're going to have some just like dual lanes. 2 top, 2 mid. 1v1 bottom. I think you have to do that with your Alchemist to help him out versus the Storm. Just a couple of lanes in case he just gets rotated. And, I mean, versus the Storm, you always want to be able to just pressure him because Storm is very susceptible in the early laning phase. And as we say this, it looks like Kaka is starting to make his rotation to try to pressure the Juggernaut a bit with the Slardar since they're going to have that, like, dual stun combo.
Yeah, that will be nice. Try to force Miracle back in under the tower. He's got an extra wave coming forward, which is great for KP. But now Kaka looks to make his move. Early stun. Stack it together. He's going to be forced to Blade Fury and walk away. But no, he's actually hanging around to fight. He's trying to bait him into an awkward situation as GH does rotate over. He will finally pop the salve, and it may be worth it. There goes another Burrow Strike. This one on to GH. Can Kaka make it away from trouble? Ooh, almost got him there. He pops his own salve to be able to walk away alive. GH is trying to cancel it, though, if he can. But it's going to be too late. He got enough life out of that. Both sides playing some serious footsie game here, and they'll both be forced to chew through some early regen.
Yeah, both having to expend their salves. Very good bait there from Miracle. Almost ended up paying off for GH with that rotation, but
now we have a 2v2 here. Kaka and GH are kind of keeping tabs on each other. Kuro's still hanging towards the top lane, waiting to make the pulls happen, continuing to make things happen for their Centaur. Well, U9 has to work under the tower for CS.
UU9 is getting super pressured by this dual lane.
He can't get close for the CS because he risks getting hit with that mighty heal bomb. And there's not a whole lot extra that really Faith can do to stop that. He blasts the lane, he risks pushing it forward, he risks taking away farm. It's kind of an awkward situation. You'll have to kind of deal with it in the meantime, but that is going to be fantastic for someone like Mind Control throughout this game. Top CS, though, is currently going to SCCC on the Storm Spirit here, winning the matchup against Matama Man, at least for now.
Oh, yeah, I mean, that's going to happen, right?
Yeah.
It's just Storm versus an Alchemist. It's just going to be trade farm.
So that's still going as expected with the early kind of dancing of the supports there.
Yep.
Things kind of panning out as expected on paperwork. GH seems to have grabbed an Invis rune, makes his return to the bottom lane, but there's no strong openings. They know Kaka's still kind of off the map and could be still hanging around this bottom lane. These 4 positions just doing their best to be off the radar and keep that element of surprise.
Quiet early game.
Is-
Well, they're trying to make action, but no one.
These
no one
teams
ended
are
up
going to have
dropping.
a lot of respect for each other.
Yep.
And they know that both of these teams can really capitalize on an early advantage.
I think Liquid comes out ahead by quite a good margin in this, though, because they do have an Alchemist. So not only are they pressuring the Lifestealer, but they also have an Alchemist free farming, and Jug is a hero that he can always just farm on his own. Even if he's pressured, he's always able to catch up and be that presence. While Lifestealer, you kind of need your first like your armlet, on a pretty good timing to actually be a relevant factor.
They do have what feels like quite a bit of time for Newbee to be able to kind of hit that power spike to take it back and start, taking advantage of the bounty lead that the Alchemist is going to have. It might be not until Slardar gets that Blink Dagger, and as you mentioned, Lifestealer's armlet here. KP now looking to turn it back towards GH. Tries to muscle him back. GH not looking to kind of swing too much here, but KP has been able to kind of get the creep wave closer to the tower now. Be able to work with it from there. Eyes on him, though, to be that initiator for this game. Or what do you think? SEC gets to like that level 7, level 8 phase, got his ultimate online. Can he make plays at that point, or does he need more?
I don't think he's going to want to be the playmaker. He might be able to like pour it in toward like the end of it and like just clean up, but I don't think he's going to be ideally the one making the plays unless they make like a smoke rotation into the jungle with him and the Sanking and Slardar.
Whoa, did I just see double bounties for Matama Man? No, bottled bounty even taken.
Yeah,
Okay,
bottled,
fair
used
enough.
it.
He's happy to have it. We'll jungle farm a bit. No one to work with in the mid lane for Liquid right now, but we'll leave it open. More heals out. U9's going to avoid the trouble from that one here. But it looks like he's in more of a comfortable spot in the lane, I guess. Kaka's rotated over now.
Trying to pull the side, they actually get it. That's pretty big. That was like almost a double creep wave that was coming for Liquid in the top lane.
Kuro from the low ground will drop the ward. It gets instantly pinged. They have a sentry for it. They don't, so they buy some on Faith. But that means they can come close now and kind of contest this pull camp. Take it for themselves. Nice heads-up play there from Liquid.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like to see Matu actually bottle Crow here, but he actually doesn't go for that either. Not bringing himself any extra regen either. He's just going to, I guess, shrine up. But I'd like to see Matu being a little bit more efficient as his Alchemist this time around. Just like maybe bottle carrying, bring a couple clarities for himself because he's actually not able to spam out his acid spray to his own desire right now.
Allowing us to scoot ahead in the XP department.
Just a little bit. Matu's just going to go jungle, and I mean, that's what Alchemists do.
Do you think Liquid should have any plans to try to make the jump on the Storm Spirit? It looks like they're not going to be able to do it before level 6, though, so they're
Don't
just going
think
to
so,
have to
yeah.
let him go. Yeah, there's not a lot of rotations, really, from either side. This is a pretty passive start, while both sides are just respecting the laning phase here. No team is kind of overstepping their boundaries. I mean, that's when you got two good teams. No one's making those mistakes. No one's making those openings for the other team to capitalize on. It's just, I don't want to say a full mirror match, but these are two teams who have a very polished laning stage.
It's like you could like change stuff up, and like we could see GH trying to make the moves for the mid lane, and they'd make the Alchemist get like maybe 1 point in stun, but that's not the game plan that they're going for. You can tell what they really want. They want to farm. They're fine with this. They have an Alchemist.
Yeah.
I don't think Liquid really is too much a factor where they care. They have an Alchemist who can pull Aghanims to every single hero, Moonshard as well as the Jug. They don't mind just being as passive as possible. But
Speaking of moon
only
shards,
6 minutes in, so.
oh, hold on here. Kaka going a bit deep, scouting here. Spouted as control. Picks up new item here. He's got a Tranquils.
Storm coming with a haste now, though. Kuroki
Okay.
could be in trouble. Might not
Turn
see
the
this one
corner.
coming.
He does not have a level engrave. Oh no, he did save a point, but tries to put in the point, but gets instantly blown up before he even gets the chance to get the grave off, and it's going to be Newbee striking first.
So you asked if the Storm would make the move. I guess if he gets a haste rune and it happens in that
The
situation.
time is right, and he's not done yet. He now just ball lightnings through onto this top lane. The first rotation going to be coming in. Blast could be there with the Burrow Strike. The heal comes out, though, and so does the Grave. But U9 has made his move, and it looks like they're going to be eating Centaur tonight. Yummy, yummy. 2-0 start for Newbee.
Very timely haste rune. No wards on the map to the side of Liquid yet either, so they had no idea that what rune was coming out. So a little bit behind on the warding game. From
So go
Liquid.
figure that the first time like one of these teams is able to kind of pounce and make an opening, it's RNG of a good rune to show up.
Well, RNG,
you know?
but also Kaka's positioning was
True.
very ideal. Like he waited, he was very patient with the way he was playing.
Very true, very true. Without his positioning there and that kind of know-how and intel, I don't think those openings would have been there for SCC though.
Yeah,
Both of them.
I like this a lot. I just like what Kaka's doing a lot in this game so far too. He puts a very deep ward now too, so he's able to watch where the Alchemist is farming. So they're just, you can see the perspective of what they're doing.
And now slowly approaching towards this bottom lane. Between the two of them, they could get some serious lockdown, but they will need to soften up Miracle quite a bit. They hit him up with the early amp damage. Call that anymore, but I forgot the real name.
Corrosive haze.
Corrosive haze.
Yeah.
The corrosive haze is on. Can Kaka find the opening? If he gets a good burrow followed up with a crush, maybe it could be enough.
Yeah, if they're able to combo it perfectly when he's sitting at maybe 60% HP or 70%, they'll be able to get him.
I see GH, he's trying to come around the corner, looking to go for a bounty rune, but look who's there waiting for him. A jumping from SCCC. He goes for the telekinesis, but Kaka's also there. Oh, they
Going for the
turn!
courier.
They get super greedy. They want to get him and the courier, but the courier will be able to make it away.
So that's
He
the move.
goes down.
That's the move that I was expecting to happen. Like the moving with the Sand King and the Storm rotation like that. Into
Wonderful
enemy
start
jungle.
here for your Storm.
Yep. Goes picks up the early Arcane Boot, so he's always able to have the maximum efficiency with dropping them and using his bottle, as well as dropping them and getting Chakra Magic.
Chakra Magic is
Yeah.
a mobile gas station here for your Storm Spirit. He's going to be elated to have him in the game.
Still no wards placed on the map from Liquid just yet.
Uh-oh.
3 already from Newbee.
Okay.
Bottom
there's
lane.
the Crush.
Pressure.
Is Kaka going to go right for the burrow? He does. But do they have enough firepower here? He does have an Omni if it really gets hazy here, but it does look like he'll be able to step off, pop off the ward, and be fine. Just kind of putting a bit of a threat there. GH has made his return now. Smoked up. They're hoping to go for their own opening, but at that moment, Newbee's already made their exit, looking to go to hit the showers, it seems.
They have another smoke up on them. He's picking up a point booster, and they do have a smoke on Kaka, so wouldn't be surprised. Is it right there?
Sweet purple stuff. Now,
This will probably be the kill on Matumba that they've been wanting.
which he's still highest in net worth here. Could be a nice little swing.
Yep, he's very far up.
Let
This should be an
me
easy one.
soften him up with a blast for you. Boom! Now the jump in, now the burrow, the crush, everything they got to dish out, but they can't do it.
Goodness, yeah,
He toggles the ult and the stampede,
Oh my God.
toggling the armlet all along the way. Matama Man just avoids a 3-on-1 gank. Are you serious?
That was 4, wasn't it? That was Sand King, Slardar,
You're
Storm,
right.
and
That
Coddle.
was a 4-on-1 gank.
4-man gank. So he gets the armlet toggle, and then GH throws the Rubik, the Fade Bolt on them, so they get the reduced damage. So he's able to get the toggle, and then the Stampede is able for him to just run and escape. That was really well played by him. I was 100% sure he was going to get bursted down. Bottom lane now, Kuroki gets isolated.
Yep.
And he gets brought down.
Salty jabs onto Kaka in the meantime, but certainly will get dropped. We're giving a lot of praise to Liquid avoiding a gank, but 4-0 still for Newbee. They're the teams that are being the aggressors.
That's how, I mean, that avoiding a gank is massive, though.
It is true,
They
yeah.
committed heavily for it. They used the smoke. They even used the shrine to go for that gank as well.
Yeah.
They do get the dazzle afterwards in the bottom lane, but they want to slow down the Alchemist.
That could have been mega crippling to
Yeah.
Liquid and their approach into the mid game, but it looks like they will be able to breathe new life into the hopes of their Alchemist play here, while Newbee sliding into some damage on this tier 1 in the bottom lane. Matama Man steps away from the mid lane and now shows up in the bottom now, so it looks like he's going to be residing here for a bit of farm. And Miracle, okay.
Yeah, he just wants to defend this tier 1. Like, losing your tier 1 this early gives him way too much access point to your jungle, which is... that jungle is just way too important as an Alchemist Juggernaut lineup.
It's time to give supports some lanes, too, to kind of get some XP here. We might see GH just kind of, go to that mid lane and try to... it looks like he's already got his level 6.
Yeah, he's doing well. He's got the
Steal
Arcanes
that
too.
Illuminate! Illuminate me! Illuminate you! Fun mid lane.
And let's see, UU9 went for the Midas, so they already know this is going to be a long one. Playing versus an Alchemist, you have to be greedy in some manner. But another smoke coming out, Kaka and SCC. These smokes that we were talking about, Mind Control. Does have Stampede up. He has a full hood finished up too, so he's extremely tanky.
Yeah, but he's going to get spotted here from U9, and they'll converge now. Can he shrug off this trouble? Well, there's no trouble to be had. They'll just cross each other's path. Now SC's like, no, I'll commit half my mana pool to jump in for Mind Control here, who will easily pop the hood.
Forced reaction.
Does force out a TP. But maybe a little ambitious if they were hoping to kind of get the
It was like kind of. It was a kind of cute like they like walked by each
hey,
other.
wait a minute. Was that a centaur?
Where'd he go?
Maybe we'll miss the boat on that one. Mid lane, burrow harassment with a blinding, with the illuminate there. We'll do a little bit of work, but hasty.
Very.
So Faith is going to go right for the Agnum Scepter. I wouldn't mind him picking up Windlace there for the extra move speed, but gonna play the greedier road. Can't blame him though. I mean, you have physical hard hitters like your Jug, like your Alk. Blinding Light is going to be a very valuable tool. And another deep ward from Kaka.
Yeah, and you can already tell like the pace of the game is that Liquid isn't going to be the ones that really on the offensive too much. Oh, GH might actually be able to get.
Oh, they got him.
A high ground, nice play there.
Wonderful flank there between Miracle and GH, and add that to the charts. What was that? 28 Omni Slash.
As they don't want to be too aggressive. Oh, and boom, they make an aggressive play with this one. No, that was a good rotation. They had the high ground vision that they placed earlier, so they did see him jungling very low. But if you look at their jungle, if you look at Liquid jungle, they have 3 wards defensively placed. So they really want to emphasize on just being able to farm their own jungle and just get those kind of like clean gold.
Because they neglected on having so many wards earlier, they have just 4 wards on the map right now.
5, actually.
Oh, yeah. They're just covering the whole field. So this is their time.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Eyeballing
under
this.
attack.
They haven't really been able to add too much pressure onto second in net worth right now, of course, to the gross lead of your Matamaman Alchemist, but he is finding his way towards an armlet.
He's almost got. He's about to have Radiance.
And we have a Blink Dagger on Slardar now too, so they'll probably looking to make that debut soon enough, and it's going to be towards the top lane here. Nine could jump in the back of him once, but
he doesn't have that armlet though, like we mentioned. Like you want your armlet to be able to do that like massive burst. He only has the Midas.
Might just kind of hide in the dark here until that time is good to go. But it looks like Liquid have pulled away from that top lane altogether and are making their approach elsewhere here. And back to the grind of farm here. As Miracle has the bottom lane to work with. SCC. Right to the Bloodstone.
Well. Yeah, he's pretty close to it.
So is this like one of your Bloodstone, then Orchid kind of pickup games? Or should he adventure elsewhere after the Bloodstone pickup? I don't know if like you're going against a Jug and Alk that maybe an Orchid isn't as relevant and you'd like to get something else.
It's too good versus the Dazzle and the Centaur though, right? To get in the back lines and stop the Stampede or the Grave. You can stop like both if you see them, if you have the vision of them.
Jump in, silence Dazzle or another target.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I think it's probably just the standard, you know, Bloodstone Orchid.
Cookie cutter.
I'm keeping an eye on Faith because he's farming incredibly well. Halfway that Aghanims already, and this is I mean the 5 Coddle, quote unquote. I mean Kaka's kind of been playing as the 5 this game, but he's not buying the wards.
If you have an Ag by 20 minutes, like I feel like you're having a great game.
Yeah.
But if he gets it sooner,
Mind
that's
Control,
even better,
get spotted. Top lane.
Lead in, crush. There's that blink showing. And he is going to be surrounded quickly by 3. He's able to pop the hood, but SCC has showed up and is going to be able to kind of finish things off. GH will be able to make it away, but that's a Stampede down 2. 4-man rotation for that one. We will pull ahead 5-1.
Radiance online for Matu, and GH does steal that Burrow Strike from earlier, so it's like probably the best spell that he can steal almost out of any spells.
What is that? Oh, they pop in the back of KP and go right to the bottom lane. They're not stopping there.
Oh, they saw Kuro drop the heal bomb. They're going in on him.
And he is gone. Man, coast-to-coast kills from Newbee. I love it. And they're going to be moving right in for the tier 1. So efficient, taking advantage of this power peak.
As soon as he gets the armlet, yeah, they go for that play with Link Dagger starter.
So good. Faith also just 900, 800, now 700. Jesus, away from finishing out that Ags.
He's actually, wow, he's that close. That's
Yeah, I mean, passed on that win list,
massive.
and I guess he wasn't, you know, well, the ward bitch, really, this game. It was Kaka.
Well,
so,
he was buying them, and he's been handing them to Kaka. So
I guess
but
just,
like him not having to run around and place them does let him just like kind of
That's
sit
true.
and be able to farm.
That's true.
Kaka's just kind of the playmaker with SCC. See?
And Liquid's attention had been mostly into the northern jungle of Newbee, so he's been kind of hanging out in the other side of the map, farming all through there, and then the lower half of the jungle. So he had a safe spot to kind of build that farm too. Here we have towers taken down from both sides. Faith will look to finish out that set Ags here in the top lane. We got Mind Control muscling forward, trying to get into that Blink Dagger. Will certainly help. An initiation tool here for Liquid. But otherwise, it's still building up this monster here. Radiant's done.
Bot's
Manta
done.
next. Yeah. Ever-growing beast. We are going to have to acknowledge at some point.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm thinking about right now, is acknowledging the Alchemist. Are they going to be able to burst him down properly through this very defensive draft from Liquid?
Yeah. Once they feel like they're in fighting or pushing shape on Liquid, I don't imagine they're going to be letting him be on his own too much. He has been himself, but he will probably be hanging by his allies here. Stampede, is that top lane? Yeah,
Looks like they were trying to get the lift or the burrow strike from GH, but yeah, unable to get in range.
He's got that Axe, by the way, on Faith, so that's en route.
Wow, that's pretty impressive, to be honest.
The Uber man. Pull around U9 or SEC if you'd like. Oh, looks like they've spotted Kaka here, invading. Tries to go and hide into the sandstorm, but they have a sentry in the pocket ready to go. SCCC rotating on in, but now he's surrounded by near 5 Liquid members. Go up to the neighborhood. Newbee, get the hell out.
Yeah, more deep wards placed from Kaka. That one wasn't spotted, but I think they might check that hill soon.
Yeah. He's got another one over here. Oh, this one's actually about to expire, hence the new one planted.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Okay, we haven't seen too much of Liquid kind of being more proactive, but they pop a smoke now.
Got the Blink Dagger now, finally on the Centaur.
Yeah, I feel like what they were really waiting for, being able to kind of get the fight started on the back of Mind Control here. And
they're baiting SCC right now?
Yeah, they are. Oh, we'll see that blast. They'll know someone's hanging in the trees nearby, but now they smoke, and Newbee could round the corner here.
I can't believe he has an Aghanims already. It's daytime right now, too.
Oh,
this
yeah.
could be really big.
It's a level 4
Newbee.
Illuminate. That's like a mech. That's like a mech wave flying through your team. Oh, long jump in. See you later, Dazzle. That defensive tool is going to be gone, but GH has been able to steal the ball lightning. Avoids the extra trouble.
Picking up 1 kill is pretty sweet, though. It usually will open you up to get that tier 1 now.
That crush bomb is just... Dazzle just has no chance.
Oh, yeah. A lot of heroes on...
Heal my way.
Majority of them will die, actually, if they get hit by the crush bomb and there's no one there to follow up.
So, can Newbee just pressure objectives now? Is that going to be a good thing to do against this Alk who's still trying to like bulk up a bit? They might just 5-man here. Look at this. They found the stack of Ancients, too, and they'll just take it.
Tripled Ancients. I think they can probably just do that, but I think their play is going to be when they have the Desolator on the Lifesteal, just go for the Rush. However, it's nighttime now, so it makes a big difference. This probably was where they might feel a little bit more reluctant to just keep that pressure on.
Oh, they found the courier heading towards the top lane, and they'll take it out.
Okay, so SCC is going to be just going for Bloodstone into straight Shivas, not going for the Orchid to get into that back line.
Okay, SCC, he's going to be the one spotted now. Oh, GH uses a little bit of medicine against him there as he jumps into the ball lightning, gets the telekinesis, and they'll take both him and Kaka down, and this will open up an opportunity for Liquid to move on to their next objective. Could be Roche, could be mid lane, could be the Coddle that happens to be hanging out nearby, and he will eat a mighty stomp and an Omni Slash for his troubles.
Didn't back up quick enough as soon as it got turned into nighttime. Liquid just able to capitalize on that with the Centaur Blink Dagger and the GH Zip. Just excellent play there, being able to get the lockdown needed.
SC trying to farm within the trees, but still gets spotted again. Will they mass walk him down, or will he be able to jump out? He makes the way, just barely, about 100 life.
Wait a minute. Is that... Hey, why do I see a Desolator on SCCC? Oh, it's the Lifestealer's Desolator. I was like, wait, he bought a Deso on Storm as well. He's just bringing it to the lifestealer.
Oh, I was.
Because he put it in his stash, and it wasn't showing that it was Kaka's when or it wasn't showing that it was UU9's when I was mousing over it. It was just saying that it was his. So I was like, whoa, wait a minute. How the hell did he just get Odesso?
Insta new meta hacks. What the hell? Well, we'll be able to hand that one off here. A bit troublesome there for Newbee as Nightfall does come down, and Liquid are able to kind of get things closer to even here, 5-7. Try to take a grab my net worth graph.
Yeah, they've got an Alchemist. They're always going to be leading.
That's true. XP, though, a bit closer.
Yeah. This is, I mean, it's looking great for Liquid. Newbies, you can tell they're always on the aggression. They have to be. They're always the ones on the onus to just put the pressure on the Liquid, because Liquid's just like, okay, we're content with this. We have Alchemist, you know, the Aghanims, the Moonshard pooling, etc. It's just incredibly strong.
Looks like they've been able to ping out.
He's already
Newbee's backlines
pre-weaved.
Here.
That's the thing. He is pre-weaved already on Matu.
The pre-weave. Plus 20 right now. I
Yeah.
wonder if they spotted that and were waiting to buff out. Way.
Yeah, they were. They were pinging out. And also they were, it looked like Newbee was thinking that Liquid actually had a high ground ward because they were non-stop pinging because of that preemptive weave. But now they just go for the Roche instead. They should be able to bring this down very quickly with the Desolator Amplify. Corrosive.
Corrosive haze there. What is it? Bash of the Deep? Come
Yeah.
on. Is that really the best name you can come up with, Frog?
Dude, the Deep. He is a, I mean, it's, Slaughter has the fish, you know, he has the light thing coming from him, so he's a deep fish. So Bash from the Deep. Oh, come on, man. I like it. I think it's very clever.
Suck up.
So SCCC picks up the Aegis. Any other big pickups? No, he's still just going for that Shiva's Guard as we were mentioning. Kaka's, does he have the Blink Dagger finished? Yeah, he does have the Blink, so he's going to be going for the Yules afterwards, and Faith going just for Glimmer. Standard items. KP, since it's an offlane Slardar, he wants to be able to scale as well. Going to be going for a Midas, but I don't know if they're putting enough pressure on this Alchemist still. He's able to just do his Alchemist thing.
Yeah. The bigger purse to pick up for Newbee if they do manage to bring him down, but he's been doing his own thing here, still farming his way through that bottom lane, as Newbee are looking to go for their own trade here. Wipes out another steal, but he wants to grab it. Ah, doesn't get it. Rubik takes it and flees. Or SCCC has the chance to make the jump, but they'll take their tier 1 and they'll walk away for now. Overall, how are you feeling? I mean, I'm still feeling like, you know, Liquid are bulking up pretty nicely here. I would be a little concerned for Newbee. I feel like, I don't know, like, you want to say that Newbee need to kind of be more proactive and try to, like, you know, push things forward, but do they have the tools necessary to even do that against them?
It's just because of the positioning where Liquid is like fighting. Like, look at where Newbee's forced to take these fights. It's like right next to a tier 1, right next to a tier 2. KP getting gone on in the mid lane, gonna get bursted down.
A wonderfully set up there from GH with that ball lightning, and they're not done yet. Stampede on forward, looking to go for Kaka, but a jump-in bomb does come out, and they're going to quickly shred out the Dazzle. On the other side, they are going to be managing to burst through, forces out a buyback from KP, looking to go back in, gets stomped from Mind Control, and he goes down right away! A dieback instantly going to be taken away, but on the other side, they are going to be able to burst through Miracle. Now they're looking to Mind Control, and it looks like Newbee still will be able to get the laugh at the end of the day here. Finally able to muscle him down, the only survivor being Matama Man. It did cost Newbee a little bit, though, but are able to kind of get the better end of it.
Yeah, it was like the instant that Liquid actually makes some more of an aggression play, moving away from their side of the map, where they've been getting, you know, Newbee's been running and making the aggression, and Liquid's kind of been coming out well. This is the one time that they go and make the press forward, and they actually get punished for it. Nice little buyback from KP. I mean, he didn't really actually do anything with his buyback except for dying, but he forced people to use spells on him into the back line. So
he forced Mind Control to jump onto him and use everything he had, which means at that point, Mind Control had nothing. So I'm sure KP's okay with that.
It's very hard. It's a very hard game for Kuroki to be able to stand in the right position, because he's not able to get really any farm in this game, so he doesn't have anything like a Glimmer to save himself, nothing like that. So as soon as he steps up, he's just going to get gone on right into the back lines until there's like, you know, the Centaur Aghanims to be able to at least try to help him. But that won't come for a while until Alchemist pulls it, more than likely.
Faith summoning forth more Newbee friends here. As they just dropped a sentry, but didn't take out the ward, it looked like. It's definitely a sentry up there, but look. Back up through. Alright. Faith picking up next after he got the Ags. Going for Glimmer?
Just Glimmer, yeah. Just board items.
I like Force Staff. Glimmer will definitely support all the extra magical burst, plus getting someone out of there in a very sticky situation. Fusel now done for Miracle here.
farm, farm, farm.
And GH has got his blink dagger. I don't know how old that is, but
He had it. He's got it like a couple minutes ago.
uh-oh.
Oh, here we go. They actually
This
go
could
for
be
him
a big payday.
Wow.
Big payday for
Kaka with
Newbee.
positioning.
Oh man, they had not been able to take it down, but if that's a 3-kill streak plus, you know, the ridiculous net worth,
That was
and that all went to 9.
patience too. He was sitting there like waiting. The Rubik was right. GH was right next to Matumba for a while. As soon as GH starts moving out, Kaka starts channeling.
Hit for Newbee here. It puts him on the up and up, and it's a hard hit for Matumba Man. And I'll have to wait 40 seconds to be able to get back into the grind here, but it's not going to stop Newbee from advancing forward and trying to pressure and take down these tier 2s if they can.
Yep.
Towards the bottom lane they go.
Almost has. He's about to have Shivas finished up. AC finished up on the leg there now too. So they do have some good damage potential right now coming out with these two.
Tower in the books while Miracle does his own split push thing.
Radiant's bottom tower
These towers are very important though now. Now they have full access to Liquid's jungle, which really hurts Alchemist.
I mean, they could get a gem here, just give it to Faith and be able to kind of totally control vision.
I think that's going to be his. He's probably going to put it into his quick buy right after this Glimmer Cave finish. I wouldn't be surprised if see it come up in a second.
Boards planted. He looked to head on back. Shiva's now done. He has E9
Claimed.
ready to go.
Now he's going to double back for the Orchid into the after the Shiva. So he just wanted to have more defensive potential.
I mean, up to that point, they were getting good jumps onto him where they were able to burst him down through a couple of stuns. So nice to have the extra durability. Be able to survive through what could have been first place from Liquid. Obviously, will also slow down the physical DPS that they're going to be dishing out in this game. Liquid Smoke now.
GH did steal Epicenter in that last situation, so looks like they did want to be able to use that as well. Go for an aggressive play.
Blink Epi Rubik? Oh. Right up through.
Great awareness from Newbee.
But yeah. Well, maybe they even saw the smoke. They're just waiting way back there. No one's in any lane, really.
Yeah, that's not, yeah,
No one's jumping KP bottom. What's going on? And they show themselves in the mid lane and will have to be forced into going for the tier 2, which looks like they will be able to easily claim. Newbee are waiting way back, preparing, softening up the wave with some illuminates here, but they're happy to wait indoors until Liquid are forced to step off. It looks like that's going to be the case now. Forced to attend to the top lane, and they have to attend to the bottom lane. This could be Newbee's time to roll out.
Yeah, it looks like it. See a
AC?
line drawn.
Did he already have the AC on the Life Stealer as well?
Yeah, he picked it up, I think like 2 minutes or 3 minutes ago.
Kaka's got that. Fuel's done. His way through the bottom lane here.
Very farmy game, as expected, versus with an Alchemist.
So,
Kaka set up for bottom lane, but
see the hesitation even now by Miracle. He's not even feeling too comfortable
yeah, he's like,
putting himself out in that lane.
I don't see anyone on the map. He's like, I only see UU9 farming our Ancients right now. I'm not really too sure where anyone else is. Yeah, I can't walk up those hills when the rest of his team is top. No one defensive sitting behind him.
The opposite before. See Mamatama Man, the top lane, no one really contesting it, so Newbee are definitely up to fishy stuff right now.
He's got the Octarine finished up now on Matu, and he's going for that Shiva's Guard, so he's going to be getting that driving force, that Alchemist that we just love so much.
And then he's into Agnem's. Agnem's for everybody. So who's your #1 Ag guy on Liquid for this game?
Probably GH. I mean, we obviously would want to give it to the Centaur, but Centaur's already building his own, so I would say GH after that.
Yeah.
And then probably just... I'm trying to think of what the Jug or the Dazzle. They're both good. I'm sure it doesn't matter. It's up to them. I'm pretty sure they would give it to GH first, though.
Yeah. Clutch on the steals even in the game. And the setups. And after the push top lane, it looks like Matama takes his business back towards the mid. Newbee have been kind of on hold a bit. I don't know, maybe they're holding out for daytime here, but...
yeah, they bought the gem as well. And now they've got their...
Get the gem, they can get daytime, they could sweep through the Roche pit area, take out all the vision, and then take the Roche. And go back on the offensive once again. Put pressure on Liquid to try to test that Roche.
Kuroki just got a lot of wards down, scouting out both river sides, both river areas, scouting out the Roche as well.
Holding a good chunk of sentries too. Gets the vision in his own jungle.
Gotta hang out until Sentry's 2 and for the fights for the Sand King to make sure you can't just get multiple Sandstorms off, and of course the Glimmer Cape.
Now Newbee will spot out the Roches up here. We got about 30 seconds until daytime. Newbee could look to get it started, but
I think they wait. Yeah, I think they wait.
they have good vision on that side of like north towards the liquid secret shop. If anyone's going to be coming. Oh, they do.
Yeah, they
have
just
the high
saw
ground.
just saw Matu.
Oh, they just put that
pick up the
down.
Shivas. Yeah.
Okay, so they got a good. State that. Got that gem.
They're ready to go.
They're going to come on through now, and they could take out those wards.
Liquid just smoked. They pre-weave as well. Looks like they're going for a big engagement with Matu being 6-slotted now.
If they spot him and see the early weave, they could sense something's up. The Liquid are heading down. Potentially away from where Newbee are.
Oh, illusion room for Matu. There we go. Cash money. Push lanes out as well.
All over the place. All right, Liquid creeping
go.
away towards the mid lane.
Now
just on
Newbee's
the
got
other
the
side.
smoke. They might be able to get the advantage here, but Liquid's waiting in the tree line.
Show themselves in lane, and they're going cross country here. They're drawing out to go all the way
Second smoke
through
from
into
Liquid now.
the bottom lane. Liquid are waiting behind Matama Man, hoping to bait him.
Both teams just used the expended. Yeah, they expended 2 on Liquid, 1 on Newbee.
You see that ward now. Quickly take it out. I don't know if Liquid saw that. If they suddenly realize they just lost vision down
Kaka
there.
just walked right into Liquid.
Oh, hey everybody! But
They see Kaka on the high note with that
wanna
ward
go-
though.
and they get him. They go right away, get the instant telekinesis, and get the instant takedown. That vision.
Yeah, Kaka no idea that that ward was there. GH was the instant lift.
And they frantically run back to Liquid, go for the Roche, while Liquid look to make a push happen in the mid lane. They've already got the tier 3 down. They're going to be going for racks. I think Newbee have to double back, and they will. Good force by Liquid. Jump in from SC, jump right back out. Jump in bomb on from Matama Man. He's going to need assistance. They don't have a stampede.
He's so ridiculously tanky already.
He's shrugging it off, pops his Shivas, charges out a stun, throws it on the old man. Follow up
Chemical
crush.
Ranger's down for 5
SC
seconds.
needs mana, man. He's going to have to get back and get some mana here. He's trying to bottle his way to some more mana, but Newbee dishing out everything they can to hold this high ground. Looks like they will be able to at least save the racks here. But as they step back to get things back equalized here, get some health, get some sustain, that's when Liquid could double back and go for the Roche themselves. In fact,
And
they're
the
going to get the
shrines.
Shrine because the tier 3 went down. Free money, and now going to the Roche pit. Big turnaround here for Liquid.
Yeah, as soon as Kaka was coming back, they were like, okay, we gotta be a little bit careful. Don't need to break a high ground when there's a Roche up. That's very scary.
Awkward.
to do.
SC with a long jump in, but Faith already recalled him, so unfortunately we'll lose some mana from that. But he gets it back here, and they get to the Roche area in good enough time that Liquid are going to be not able to kind of easily do it.
Matu. For a play here. Onto
Down
Kaka.
there. So pops the Yules, burrows to the side. The crush from KP creates the space, but it's U9 who's going to be able to get the quick slice and takedown. Both Miracle and Kuroki going to be taken out of this one. Double stun comes through from GH, pops up the E-Blade, tries to go for DB, but gets quickly taken down. Stole the epicenter, trying to make some work out of it, but gets dropped first.
Oh,
and now
man.
the mana leak forces Matoma to get stunned on up, and they will surround him and finish him off. 4 go down. Newbee beeline it back for the pit. I unfortunately didn't even catch like the beginning. Like U9, they must have instantly just jump bombed and taken out Miracle and Dazzle.
The Kuroki and Miracle were standing kind of on top of each other, and he just gets the Orchid off on top and the pull onto Miracle. And yeah, they burst down both with the Basher as well. It's just way too much burst now coming out from Lifestealer and Storm into that backline. Just instantly, as soon as they see the Dazzle, the fight just becomes a mess. Very well played there by Newbee.
Went from a situation where Lyrical were pressing to the high ground, taking a tier 3 and taking a Shrine, and now it's Newbee taking it right the other way here. Probably looking to see if they can force Alchemist to dip into his piggy bank and pull out that precious buyback here. 35 seconds he has to wait otherwise. Jump in from SEC, look to go for some backline grab with the bomb. Oh, nice setup, nice quick takedown. Mind Control going to be taken out right away from this. U9 now godlike in this game. SC jumps on back, but Matama Man does do the buyback, but gets blasted away from that blinding light. Newbee came in and they got what they wanted.
Yeah, they actually have so much burst potential now with the amplified damage as well as the AC and Desolator. KP isn't even level 18 now. Or he's almost level 18 now, and that's going to be even more. So it's going to be like minus 30, whatever, 32 armor on any target that they want to go for.
Find
Gonna be a tough pill to swallow here for Liquid.
Now Abyssal Blade now finished for the lifesteal too, so even more lockdown. And he still has another item slot to be able to replace.
Yep.
Still, he went for that Midas, so if he wants to go for like the MKB, if he really feels like it's necessary versus the Miss, he can. Whatever he opts for, maybe even a Bloodthorn himself, who knows. And it looks like it's going to be for that Bloodthorn.
Does look like
okay,
Storm's going to be going for Lincoln's too.
Switched for Daedalus now on UU9.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, he had the Bloodthorn picked up, but then I guess maybe he just like instantly switched up. They want to have that like quick burst.
Yeah.
We saw that coming into fruition earlier as well when Envy was playing the Shadow Fiend.
Yo, long jump bomb. Top lane, but getting back into equalizing out these lanes a bit.
Oh, I didn't even count the Solar Crest, so it's like minus 44 armor, sorry.
Oh, I thought that's what you were counting.
No,
Yeah.
because it's 20, 12, 7, and then 5, so math.
One's starting to get pretty loaded up here for Newbee as far as farm goes.
Yeah.
Coddle has more net worth than Mind Control Centaur right now.
That's ridiculous, actually.
Yeah.
That's like, and remember we were saying like, it's like a 5 Coddle.
Yep. Yeah, Faith playing it too, but guy can farm. Now it's Liquid here to make something happen. It looks like they're clumped as 5. Just the good old college try down the mid lane, it seems. No smoke approach or anything. They're just taking their parade down here.
Now Mind Control does have the Aghanims finished up, but the one thing about this Centaur is he may have the damage reduction when he uses the Stampede, but if you're looking at him without that Stampede, he's sitting on like 10 armor on the Centaur versus the minus 40 that is potential coming out from Newbee, so he will be very squishy if he gets caught by those.
That's true.
It's like you have the, you have your 4 seconds of your 40% damage reduction, but when that wears off, you are very, very squishy to the side of Newbee.
Looks like Liquid have been able to kind of finagle the way over to the second shrine. We'll at least claim some extra money for everybody.
Miracle's even recognizing that this armor thing is just becoming way too much of a deal. He's going to even be going for an EC on the Juggernaut.
I mean, he was able to pull up the stat game a bit by getting the Scotty, but for how fast he died in that last trade, doesn't even feel like he's that stat heavy, but the armor. Try to help that a bit. Liquid will double back.
Newbee playing very patient. I think they're feeling like, they're like, oh, you know what, Liquid probably thought that they had the late game, but we're scaling really hard.
Yeah.
We're 6,000 gold lead versus an Alchemist. I mean, of course, they don't know there's 6,000 gold lead, but they probably can feel how much of an advantage that they have pressing on. And they've got Midases, they've got Slaughter, he's got the potential to grow a lot, as well as the Storm still. Storm's going for that Bloodthorn.
Early pre-weave here as Liquid there are going to be venturing up into the high ground of Newbee. Say Newbee has a blind blink stomp too. Uh-oh, they found KP. They're moving in. They're going to connect with the stun. They're looking to go for the finish, but they're jumping from SEC. Looking to go for the backlines. Can he get the burst finish on Dazzle? Yes, he can. They're hitting him right where it hurts. GH will be able to blade and make it to the high ground and out from trouble, but they re-engage onto the heart of the fight. Blast flying on through, but Tumamit's still holding his own. A giant Omni Slash will come out and manage to burst through the ages. U9 should be going down next, and they will get him down. Return of the Life from SEC will be able to get the finish onto GH, jumping in and back out, but he's surrounded by 3 here. And with those kind of numbers, they're going to have to pull all the way off.
GH picking up a godlike streak there from the kill on UU9. Yeah, he just got pretty much the entire Omni Slash hitting the Storm and the Lifestealer. And it looked like it was an Aghanims Omni Slash. It looked like it was a lot of it was an Aghanims Omni Slash. Okay, I was like, he looked like he was slashing for a very long time. Yeah, so that one already paying off.
First Ags went to Jug.
Yeah, and pays off pretty massively in that fight.
Not enough for Liquid to follow it up with any objective game here, and it looks like Newbee are already on the prowl once again, so feels good for Liquid, but they still will need more.
Absolutely.
Shaking up a bit, though, and handing over quite a chunk of change to Liquid from that takedown onto U9. Still waiting for his return.
Man, Kuroki's just having like an impossible game for himself. Like he can't reveal himself at all. He just gets instantly jumped. Like I think he threw out like a shadow wave, and then UU9 and SEC just zip right through to try to get him.
What was that?
Or not UU9, Kaka and SC.
It's ridiculous. It's like, do you even get Aether Lens just so you can cast from further away? It's out of control. The second they get the they hear the breath of Dazzle. They're quick to jump.
Very tough game for him, yeah.
I think I've even seen like a clutch grave save. That's how much of a factor they've been able to kind of take him out of the fights. Able to division and get right back to the mid lane here. Those Raxes are still exposed. Love to be able to siege away here, but Newbee have their own strong high ground defense here. Keeper of the Light, of course. Defend off Liquid in their approach.
Crazy amount of disable coming out from Newbee too. It looks like Matama Man's feeling a little bit pressured by all of it. Gonna have to go for a BKB himself.
They are kind of rounding the corner from each other here. You got Newbee hanging on one side in their jungle and Liquid hanging again towards that. What was the old Dire secret shop? But daytime now? Yes, it is.
Long stun from the Aghanim
Link back, waiting for the counterplay. That's where it happens. Mind control looking to move for KP. Blinding light will bump them back and away as they continue their chase, but they go back for the backlines once again, and they'll quickly burst down GH. Mind control and Kuroki also on this side. They were able to get the catch on the KP, but at what cost here? Is it cost also their own backliners? Now Matama Man and Miracle trying to pick up the pieces, and together with Mind Control trying to equalize this fight. Re-engagement as they spot out the Coddle on the low ground. Try to quickly take them down, and they will do so.
That's a gem on the deck.
Yes, it is. To the high ground, back they go, though. SC is able to jump in. They look to get the surround play on the Matama Man, and they will be able to potentially burst him down. They get it. Two split apart there for Liquid. Left Matama Man on lone on the high ground, and that's when Newbee could kind of capitalize. So
I think it's really like kind of funny, but also like says like how much these teams actually understand what they need to be doing in the fights on their decision of targeting. Newbee just bypass everybody to go for that Rubik and the Dazzle, which you would expect.
Yep.
But all the way to the right side, while on the all the way on the left side, Liquid are like, the Rubik and the Dazzle are dead. Let's kill this Slardar because he's the one that matters the most. It was just like that separation was really funny.
It was unfortunately just after that got a bit awkward. That's where they saw the call to the low ground, and they kind of left Matama Man to his own devices on the high ground away, and that's when Newbee knew they could just pincer right onto him and take him out.
Looked like Liquid maybe had a little slight miscommunication there. Matu wanted to press forward, but then they spotted the Coddle low ground and they went for him instead. So,
okay. Ooh, GH trying to go for a cheeky little swipe of the Burrow Strike here. Gets hit with the Yules. Oh my God! This is some high-level Dota for sure.
Yep.
Barely dodging each other here, using the Force Staffs, making the most of everything they have in their inventory. That's just supports.
Buyback is back online. They're trying to force that again. It is, however, nighttime now.
Yeah, just unfortunately right as they make their high ground approach. But Newbee already here. Lead in Burrow. He pops the Ghost Scepter, eats his own. Burrow moving from SEC. Blinding Light bump back. Mind Control now stuck on the low ground. Epicenter comes out. They scoot him back behind, and they're going to be able to get the finish on Mind Control. But Matama is holding onto that buyback. Needs 7 more seconds to make his return, but it might be too late. They've lost their Dazzle already. They've lost their Rubik. Newbee are going right into the Tier 3. Now here's the return. Just as Matama Man comes right back to life, that's when the buyback comes out from GH, and that is when Newbee make their leave. Or does it? They're actually turning back a bit here. Maybe Liquid are assuming Newbee are running away, but they're not. They jump back in and looking to go for the quick pick on Matama Man, but can they get him down? They look to pull him in, but he gets forced out to safety. Mind Control looks to re-engage, gets hit with the stun, and they're going to be losing KP on the side of Newbee, but they could be losing more. Burrow locked down, and they will burst down and finish out U9. Unfortunately, this re-engagement will not work out for Newbee.
Yeah, they had the high ground vision there. They tried to go for the Alchemist, but with the Manta, they actually only got the Illusions, and then the, double Force Staff coming out from this, double Force Staff or single Force Staff? It looked like a double.
It was definitely at least one.
It was one, okay. It was just one. So the Rubik being able to Force Staff Alchemist away from the Life Stealer pretty much saves his life because Matu was Bloodthorn there. He was going to start getting chunked down very quickly.
Yeah. It was a it was a gamble, a bit of a greedy play with that kill. That was a bit of mid lane Rax.
Yeah.
Potentially a second set. Now a buyback going to be forced out from KP. Liquid kind of reposition here. They pull out the weave and they're saying we're going in. We're not looking to walk away unless we get this Rax first. SC jumps in. That's when the Blade Fury comes out. And they look to kind of get the finish at least for the ranged Rax if possible. Jump in from Mind Control. Gets out on the stun. SEC kind of locked in the horns here. We'll be able to finally jump back and away. Goes all the way to the fountain to kind of re-heal up. The buyback is going to be forced out from U9. Tries to get into action here. Liquid still not looking to fully pull out here. They have been unable to finish off even one Rax yet. But they have been able to kind of force Newbee to go into the piggy bank here. Dish out at least a buyback.
Yeah, KP's have been buying back, I don't know how many times this game, actually. I think that's like the third or something.
Yeah.
About, because he's been sitting on the same items for a very long time. He's not really scaling on this Slardar.
Yeah. Obviously forcing out the U9 buyback is also pretty juicy for him. And now they're looking to head out. Look who's going for a re-engagement. Now it's going to be Liquid already waiting on the high ground. Brilliant setup, but a monster burrow strike comes out from KP as a response. And that's going to allow them to kind of get the setup as they go for the back line, take out the Dazzle right away. They look to get the setup. The Rubik's also going to be going down. A jumping from Kaka is going to be able to get the mighty monster epicenter. Now they look to go for Miracle. They hit him with the Abyssal Blade. They're looking to lock him down, but Mind Control with the stomp follow play is going to be able to clear the space to get him into the Blade Fury and head to the low ground here. KP trying to TP, will be able to make it out just in time. On the high ground, though, it's U9 muscling down and finishing out Mind Control here. And now Liquid,
they have to run. SCCC's respawning. They've got the recall for him, too, if they want to. A Fate's bringing him in.
They're bringing him. Get that guy here.
They're looking for Miracle. Miracle's got a spin,
jump.
TP out, and he's going to be able to get it off here.
He's gone, and they'll have to
Should
settle
get the
for
Roche. Yeah. Jesus, these fights.
They're ridiculous.
The Force Staff usage was insane on the Storm Spirit, saving him up there, and then the follow-up crush from KP, and then Kaka with the burrow onto the
That burrow, like, they had that jump in, and then the burrow just sliced through the whole team.
And stopped, like, all of the aggression.
They were, that burrow wasn't there. That would have been a monster fight for Liquid. That was ridiculous.
And there's something, too, that's, like, really important to point out in these fights that a lot of people, like, we've talked about a lot, but vision in fights. These teams are putting down obs wards during the fights to make sure they can see everything that's going on. They're saving these obs for just engagements.
Yeah, that's why you like after the fight's closed, you're like, oh, these are some weird wards all
they
stacked
have, like,
on top
of
each other
yeah.
for the same time. But you know, vision is so key in this game.
Yeah, for the Centaur, for the Dazzle, even for like the Coddle and the Storm.
Look for your pubs where people are just going to spaz out obs wards during your fights now.
Ooh, SCCC. Got an Aghanims queued up on the Storm Spirit.
And as we know, it's got that sexy multiple vortex pull or whatever.
Yeah, and he actually goes for the 0.75 increased talent as well.
Pull it into a crush, into a burrow. Pretty damn handy. Pulling the mid lane here, hiding under vision. Oh, may not know how close he could be to trouble because the gem was on Faith there nearby, but he just was a little out of range. This is full daytime, unobstructed vision. They have 3 minutes still to work. This is like your best chance for Newbee.
Yeah, Matama Man's about to have an Abyssal Blade finished up on him, so got rid of his armlet. Then he's going to be able to give away a couple more of those precious Aghanims.
Pull off. Pretty close game here. What does it say as far as the network goes? Still in favor of Newbee on this one.
It's just because of how farmed, I mean, all of their heroes are. It's not like they have, they don't even have a 5 hero. They have like everybody's kind of just like, like the Sand King, the Coddle are far ahead of their offlane Slardar. But that shows, gives a lot of testament to how sacrificial KP is as a player. Even though he's kind of like struggling, he's getting some decent decisions. And when he does buy back, he forces people to use spells on him and just dies anyways.
And then you have Kuro, who just still has that sad little medal.
Poor little Kuro.
Little feeder medal he's got. But can't blame him, man. I mean, that's just
such a hard game.
That's the respect by Newbee, just recognizing that he has to go first.
Such a hard game for Kuro.
Newbee, shape up through that mid lane, still have another shrine to take down if they'd like. The Liquid are hanging towards the northern part of this map, and it's a bit uneasy to kind of head into that high ground territory, so wait it out right now. But they have the ball in their court.
They've got the Aghanims.
By ball, I mean Aegis here.
Aghanim Storm with the Lifestealer.
Oh my god. Well, I can't wait. Let's see here. Looks like Miracle just steps out.
I don't think I've seen it in a pro match.
Really?
I think maybe only once, twice. Not often an Aghanim Storm, that's for sure.
It just auto-triggers once you use Electric Vortex, right? It's not a separate skill, it looks like. So
no.
It just grabs everything
in
the
area. Yeah, it grabs
area.
everything around you.
Cool. We'll see what kind of use they can make out of it. What's the range of how far I wonder it could grab people?
You can mouse over it. It's the same as
okay.
Yeah, it's 475.
It's pretty nice. All right, now it's time to get the other shrine down. And back the other way we go. It's going to be Newbee looking to make their advancement. They have 1 more minute of daytime. Not be a whole lot, but just enough if they want to at least get the finish on what looks like the tier 2.
UU9 did finish up that MKB as well.
Still has that armlet he could swap in for the Aegis here.
Yeah.
He's getting 2 critical mass, pretty much. Moonshard is the next thing on his docket, so yeah. He's getting fully decked out. What is turning into nearly an hour-long game 1 between Titans. Be Liquid. Battle of the Blue.
This is pretty much all up to how the engagements go at this point, just because of how even these two teams have been playing.
Really going to being a broken record to say that obviously a Liquid dropping those first 2 games against IG makes it more precious for them to walk away from this series with 2 wins, hopefully. I mean,
yeah.
Only the top 2 from each group going to be making it into that upper bracket here. And Liquid were coming into this feeling like probably one of the favorites. Winning Star Series just under a month ago. And feeling like strong competitors here, but to be giving them a run for their money. These Chinese teams giving them a run for their money.
Absolutely, yeah. Kuroki now finishing up his, he's got his Solar Crest. He's got not just a medallion now. Got an item.
Oh yeah. U9 in the mid lane seems a bit too easy. So, obviously a bait attempt. The Lotus Orb now. And hit him up with, uh-oh, they jump into SCC here. They'll see Matama Man like, you want to bait? We'll bait our guy in the mid lane. How about that? He's going to make the jump. Look at this standoff right now.
Aegis just got reclaimed.
I don't think... Newbee are definitely not running into that high ground here.
Yeah,
if
Radiant
Liquid
scan.
are watching the timer, they'll know that Aegis is down.
Yeah, Liquid just got a nice scan, knowing that Newbee's all over there. Or at least a couple of them are over there.
Newbee will pull off. The illusion too, it looks like. So Newbee will round back the corner and possibly take their business towards the bottom lane. It seems. U9 continues to wait into the backpack of SCCC for now. Liquid have still not shaken away from this positioning either.
Yeah, they are not leaving that area. They're like, nope, high ground's ours, sorry.
It is definitely making it very tricky for Newbee.
Everyone's going for their... Kaka even has Moonshard queued up on the Sanking, dude.
You can hand off Moonshards.
Yeah, exactly.
So that could be something for the Storm Sphere.
Could be for one of them, absolutely. Yeah.
I mean, I've even farmed up a couple of Moonshards on Coddles in games too, so it's not the craziest thing. Mid lane though,
Matu?
that charge starting up down below. It looks like they're able to kind of get the lead and grab. Stun's coming out, but he's got the Lotus Orb on, so he can't really commit it. He'll eat the stun himself, but now be able to shake it off as they look to make their move. It's going to be U9 who's trapped within the mix. Jump in crush comes out from KP, a slide in crush of his own from GH, and now Miracle dishing out a hell of an Omni Slash between them all. Will slash right through Newbee, wiping the floor with 4. And it's only Faith, the lone old man, trying to make it away on the back of a freaking Glimmer Cape here.
Oh my god. That follow-up stun from GH was actually so perfect. Mind Control gets like a 2 or 3 man stun. GH slides in, gets a 3 man stun on top with the Omni Slash just coming through.
Yep.
And this Juggernaut is 6 slotted, so that Omni Slash with the Aghanims as well just brings them down so quickly. I didn't even see if there was a weave thrown on top either. They just died so fast.
There are buybacks available on everybody but KP this time. And 10 more seconds for SCC. He does not want to have to use it. So they're going to have to lose their racks in the mid lane and try to work from there. Hard hit for Liquid. Liquid go to the top lane now. Storm's back. How can they stop this one? Tier 3 already down. Oh, maybe not. Miracle happy to wait out the glyph, and they're going to go right in for the racks too. Can they do anything about it? The long jump comes in. There goes the Agnum's pull. They'll hit him right away. He steals the Remnant, gets the lift. Burrow Strike flies forward, but still not enough damage. Follow Burrow also going to be there as it's responded right back with the Lotus Orb. Newbee step back, create a little bit of space here. Don't want U9 to get quickly bursted down, but Liquid are going to be able to get the finish on the racks here.
Can't burst anyone down with KP dead.
Moving back in and moving right on out.
The retreat.
Liquid get in and get it done, man. Hell of a great fight. Allows them to take not 1 but 2 sets of racks. Newbee now backs against the wall here.
This so much, like the Centaur Aghanims with the damage reduction on top of just the lockdown that came out from GH and Mind Control, just
Pipe, the weave. Wow, this is so much.
impressive. Just KP is just, I mean, he's the 5 on their team, and I feel like he really needs to have something else to be able to just like weave in and out of the fight, because he's jumping in once, he's only getting maybe like 1 crush off and then just getting annihilated.
it's so tough in these kind of games.
Yeah, it is,
because it feels like when both teams have their full 5 at attendance ready to go, one's going to make the initiative. You burrow to one side, and then you'll have a jumping crush from Mind Control, and then you'll have a sliding crush coming out from KP, and then you have a stolen crush coming out from GH. It's absolute leapfrog for these teams over each other.
They have like 3 heroes that they want to be able to bring down from Newbee, but now with the Centaur Ags and all these, they're too tanky.
Now, I have a question for you. You Lotus Orb yourself, and you get pulled from the Agnums. I wonder if that reflects it back.
If you have an Aghanims yourself, yes. It reflects the puller on you.
Ooh. Well, Centaur does have an Ags and a Lotus Orb.
So if he does get it off, as long as the Vortex is
Newbee
targeted on...
Smoked,
No, actually, I
approaching
don't know
from
how
the
that
north, but they just miss each other. Liquid are also right through that mid lane.
No, because you don't target it anymore, right? It affects everybody in the radius when you use the Vortex now.
Fair enough. I haven't played Storm with the Ags, but that makes sense. Quick
Newbee
takedown.
grabs himself the Aegis.
But as they make their way back up to the high ground, Liquid could be there waiting for him. Oh, man.
Oh,
Unite
the
tries to
four-man
walk
pull.
up, but they get a huge monster pull coming out from SEC. There goes the blast. Can they shrug off the damage? GH is already down along with the Dazzle. This could be Newbee's time. Lead in. There goes the burrow. Is it going to be enough? Epi does not seem to get enough damage in there. Omni Slash now flying out for Miracle. Buybacks come out. GH back in the game now. U9 could be pulled back. SEC gets the double pull. And it's going to be the takedown of Miracle here as SEC looks to get the takedown of GH. It could be a dieback here. A very risky one for Liquid. While over on the other side, it's Matama Man caught deep on the enemy's territory.
That 4-man electric vortex into 4-man burrow strike?
I thought for sure
Oh my god.
that knew we were about to walk into a terrible situation, moving up into that high ground, but SCCC just jumps past all of that and grabs the backliner.
And UU9 instant rage too. He was like walking up the hill and he
Yeah.
raged. He was like, nope, I know you guys are here. I know something's up. Like they did get to have that like, ward down to catch like a little bit at the end of it, but still, that was very quick rage and very quick jump from SCCC.
So you have Miracle without a buyback for a minute here. I don't know if Newbee are be able to work with that or not. Trying to still reset all the lanes as they are. Trying to make a new approach. I think 40 seconds is
What
a
did
fair amount of time.
they expend there? Did they used the cheese, I'm positive, right? Yeah, they used the cheese, because now SCCC has a cheese on cooldown. So he was able to use one of their cheeses for himself to bring him back up there in that fight.
He's got a new cheese now. And they're making their move on the racks. Miracle just got his money for the buyback, it looks like. Good buyback now, but 20 seconds seems a bit too close, and you're already 2 racks up. It's okay if Newbee do manage to take 1 down. They'll at least get the melee, and that's all they actually want. They see that Miracle's coming back, and they don't want to risk it.
Everyone just got moon shards queued up in their inventories, even though like, UU9 has a moon shard already eaten, and he has another one in his queued up. He's like,
I'll give
I
to
want to
someone
give you.
else.
I want to give you one.
Connell will get a Moonshard probably by the end of this game, I'm sure. No Moonshard yet on Matama Man, though.
Yeah, he gave it to Miracle. And then he also gave an Ags earlier to GH a couple fights ago.
Yep.
But Kuroki's just going for small items. He picks himself up a drum. He's got another item.
I'm the support.
Yeah, he's trying to do his job. He's got like the hardest job.
1-11-11, man. It's a hard game, but hey, better time to peak than now here. Liquid roll themselves back through the lane. Ridiculous game.
Nice. Even the engagements, you can't even tell who's going to win like 10 seconds into the engagement because they just keep going for so long. That's how durable everybody is at this point.
So glad this game was not a one-sided affair for either team. It being just as close as most would suspect here. Still a journey ahead of him, though. Taking over as far as the top net worth thanks to all the extra Hags and Moonshard money, but
So Miracle got rid of his boots entirely, and he has the BKB, which he used in the last fight. He also knocks down to 9 seconds. But no boots at all on him.
yeah, it's a bit slow.
He does have the butterfly.
He can't
and
TP either.
Yeah.
That bit, that's... No, man. It's not like
The
you have
committal.
it's not like you have a Coddle on your team. By the way, Coddle has an E-Blade. Now? Okay.
Yep, he's like, I don't have room for a Glimmer Cape, guy, sorry.
So wherever Miracle goes, the team's going to be there.
Yeah.
For now, that slow warrior is in the bottom lane.
Oh, doesn't
Okay,
get crushed on target.
we're going to miss. Look at that. Look at the positioning for Kaka. Kaka is in there. They spotted him, but he quickly goes out. Oh. Flecked.
It's just
Steal.
Yeah.
Suddenly Kaka has 2 burrow strikes. What? Okay, the SCCC bomb. There.
The patience by both teams.
This is so crazy.
They just pinged the DD rune. Oh, this DD rune bottom. They're like, this is what we need. This is the key to the victory in the team fight.
Oh, man. But do Newbee see it, and they're waiting for the bait?
No, not see it.
Can I take this?
Miracle's like, I gotta wait as long as possible to take this.
It's going to take me forever to get to the fight.
Oh
Like
my
I got to grab
goodness.
it and then just run my slow ass all the way to the fight with it.
Alright, Roche. Long respawn, 4 minutes.
Liquid. Make a move before that Roche.
Nobody's just in their base now too. They're chilling it. KP now sells his Midas and picks up a Shadow Blade. I was like, wait, what did he sell? Pretty sure he had a Midas, yeah. Picks up a Shadow Blade now to try to go for those back lines. Getting a little bit more crushes off, maybe be able to survive.
Right, do Liquid try to breach and try to get a catch here? Kaka's just waiting there in Sandstorm. Okay.
1 minute until daytime.
Very awkward situation. Liquid obviously not too comfortable just kind of throwing themselves into the base in fear that their backliners could be jumped on. Okay, but that's the weave. Twitter going in. They want Megas. Here goes the stun. Lotus Sword. Tom is, I'm not going to get anyone. I'll run back.
Yep.
Mantis
Manta
is up.
dodges it. Yep.
He's so cool. So freaking tense.
Yeah, it's just,
My
like,
God.
it's just like they're both just like staring each other down.
Just as hype as we were expecting, this is it, man. Could be one and done here.
It's one mistake.
Yeah.
Could cost you the game. Especially at where the position of where the fight can be taken. The Storm could have like 3 lives or even more than that with the cheese. The position that he's in around the 3 shrines near his base. Liquid really has to be careful the way they take those type of engagements. And yeah.
Such a thinking game right now. I'm wondering if it's like for Liquid, is it Kuro trying to just formulate the game plan and put it out to his team?
Neither team really wants to like be the ones to start the fight because then
Yeah.
it's like, oh man, the counter initiation potential is just too high.
There's way too much counter on counter initiation game. It's like a total leapfrog, like I said. One will jump in, then the next team will jump in, then they'll fire out.
And then a Lotus Orb reflects
Yeah.
the ass, and then this hand, and then all over the place. Ping pong,
yeah.
ping pong.
It's crazy.
Liquid does have 2 lanes pushing in it onto Newbee's side constantly, though. So they're able to position themselves on that bottom side.
Okay, though. But we have smoke. Movement from Newbee. And a game plan. They've drawn on the mini-map here, but the same game plan has also been drawn by Liquid, maybe with the foresight to see Newbies on their approach here. A fresh daytime is before us. And we got Miracle slowly blade fearing away from trouble. Initial lead in from the crush. The long jump in from SCC looking to go for the backlines. We'll keep eyes there. Can they get the burst? The instant Rubik takedown. Plus Miracle locked up in arms. Kuro is going to be able to get the grave off on himself, but that means Miracle's going to be left to his own devices. But he seems fine with that. Pops his BKB. Now the Omni Slash that's going to shred right through KP. And it could be Newbee on the full retreat mode. They've already lost 2, but the buyback is going to be forced out. They re-engage. They look to go for the jump. Can they get the burst? But Tamaman is going to be going down. Does have a buyback.
Oh, Mind
Jump
Control
back
was
for
in
Mind
too.
Control. He was so deep in there. They'll finish him off. He also has a buyback. We hold this fight.
KP and Faith buybacks, yep.
They were totally split apart. Liquid, Matama Man, Mind Control way up north. Miracle hanging back side by side with Kuro. Fight being totally split apart. And these supports are
insane.
just like, we can't do anything about the Storm that jumps in and just blows them up. We'll see if Newbee can make their way across the map and force out some buybacks. They get the buybacks forced out. Do they pull away?
I think so, yeah. I
You
don't
know?
think they can really force it too much. What did U9 replace? He picked up a Maelstrom, now he's going for Mjolnir.
Thought he had crit before, or no?
Did he actually finish the crit? Too many items.
It's crazy. Oh, Armlet. Armlet's gone.
Yeah, he placed. Yeah, okay, he placed the armlet out, so you're right.
Going in, jump, pull out. The buybacks come out from Matama Man and company. The blasts are there. Newbee trying to step off and make some space here for themselves. It looks like they may be able to do so. They have gotten Liquid to...
Double buybacks were expended, and like you said, as soon as those were, they start to back up. Maybe they might go for a re-engagement, but nope, their two side lanes are pushing in very hardly. But they can always recall the Storm after he pushes it out. We'll see if they want to do something like that. And it looks like SCCC now gonna be going for Dagon 5. I mean, these items are all just gonna be swapping and changing now.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be all over the place.
Nearly 70 minutes in. This has got to be the longest game of DAC so far.
Yep. I do believe it is.
For sure. And Liquid now with no buybacks. They want to go and take it to Newbee, while Newbee are trying to reset and get a new game plan going to try to close it out. They make their move right away. Jumping in for U9 and company here. Can they be able to get the burst through to get the finish? They can. SCC going to be going down now, and they're looking for U9 next. The blinding light is there. He quickly jumps back, quickly infests, and tries to make it away from trouble, but he pops back out, and they're going to be able to get him down. Both of them do have a buyback here. Liquid going to be going for closure, so those buybacks need to be forced out. First one there. Storm with a lower death timer. Can wait.
That's a pretty risky play, but also very good play by them. These, you know, it's high risk, high reward at that point.
Yeah.
And they get the reward this time. And now it's going to be going for the Roche as well.
Haven't seen Liquid be able to kind of maintain the Roche and get the Aegis for themselves really much this game. Now they'll have the extra life, but who do you give it to? Who do you give it to? Everyone's so decked out. Oh, it's going to be Matama Man. He's going to put the Shivas into the backpack along with the cheese and try to make it work with that. I mean, he does lose a chunk of armor. He's like, I actually
He passed it off. Yeah, he needs the armor.
I need the armor. And opts to be slow along with Miracle. Just so slow.
I want to see what Miracle's, which one he's replacing. Because
so
he has Abyssal Blade coming out, that's a big pickup. Okay, it's the Diffusal too. So now he's got more lockdown for the Storm and the Lifestealer. Like, they actually can't man-fight this Juggernaut at all. He's very impossible to bring down if he's not completely controlled. Super tanky in his damage potential with the evasion.
He has no TP back, though. And I thought for a while, you know, Thumbman did keep the boots in the backpack, but it's like, if he also has no TP, like, what stops Newbee from a crazy backdoor play if they manage to get one of these lanes pushed? I don't know. This game's crazy enough. Who knows what the hell it's going to be coming down to here.
Yeah, both teams are just like, okay, now neither of us have buybacks on our main guys that we want, so we both have to be a little bit patient.
Game 1. 2-game series.
Ridiculous.
I don't know how much this is going to affect the schedule, but I would imagine you're expecting to see some overlap in these games later. Here comes Liquid. Right under the vision. Be watching this approach. Reading these movements. Yes, they do. They'll see the ward there, but Newbee are already on the way. Trying to catch him while they go for the D-ward.
Oh, he gets
beautiful catch! SCCC, my God! Gets a beautiful pullback onto him, is able to burst right through Mind Control and the Dazzle, but can they get the clutch finish here? Liquid able to hold their ground and fight it out with their own Abyssal play. Can they get the burst through? They're still holding on. Blinding Light to bump them back, and now they look to focus and surround Matama Man. They will get the Aegis down. Sliding and scooting away, GH trying to make a retreat. Forced to leave, Matama Man back in behind. Him and Miracle, the slow movers, trying to get out from this one. Matama Man will get burst down. He has no buyback. Frantic to make it out. Omni Slash is there. SCC is going to be forced to go down and go right into a buyback. KP, no buyback for him. GH re-engaging, will end up losing his life. But as Miracle makes his return, he should be also going down here, and he will get dropped. He does have a buyback, but Matama Man does not.
Was that a 5-man Vortex?
It was monstrous.
Oh my God, that was ridiculous. You could still see though that how strong Miracle really is. They even just were like, we can't just fight him when Matama Man is up, and when GH is up, we have to just ignore this Juggernaut, bring down Matu, then we go for the Jug when he's isolated. But SCCC with this like 4 or 5-man Vortex with the follow-up.
It was
Kaga, KP.
Newbee.
Oh my God.
Read the situation so well. They saw Liquid coming up from the bottom lane. They saw that their body language saying, hey, we'll just go for this D-ward, and that's when Newbee are like, hey, let's catch them while they're not suspecting an approach. And they get him right from behind. And now Newbee are inside the base, and they don't have a Alchemist or a Centaur to defend here for Liquid. This is all on Miracle. This is all on Miracle. And GH and Kuro.
Looks
But
like it
they're already
could be
down.
the Megas, yeah. Should be the Megas. But they can't fight against the Megas, just very difficult.
Romney/ready. Blast flying through the mid lane. Tier 3 down. They're looking to go for the Megas right now. Glyph forced out. SEC jumps in, gets a pull on both. Miracle and for the Dazzle. They will be able to burst them down. There's going to be no grave for Miracle. They jump back at the finish on the racks, and that's going to be Megas unleashed for Newbee. As they try to make the retreat, though, they will get the Burrow connection. SEC re-engages back into the fight once again. Miracle will get that finish for Kaka. Kaka buys back, though. They know that they're going to go for the win. Another double pull comes out for SCC. Is it going to be enough, though? They managed to stun him down. Miracle getting locked in his place, and he gets bursted down. But Man will be able to tag in and help out. But is he the man that's going to be able to do it? Newbee may have just gone a bit too much. He ends up getting reflected back with the Lotus. Then they send him back the other direction with his own Lotus. But it is it. That is over. It looks like Newbee have finally been able to do it after 72 minutes. What a ridiculous game.
This Aghanim's pickup by SCCC was genius, and we did confirm now, by the way, that the Lotus Orb does not reflect it. It does not reflect it. I did see it in those last two ones because you don't target anybody. I was pretty iffy about that.
But how often do you get to see an Aghanims? And now you see Aghanims like that. We might be seeing more Aghanims on Storm Spirits. That was nuts. That was nuts.
The resilience.
Liquids turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Liquids turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. Newbees turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Liquids turn to pick.
Monkey King.
Newbees turn to pick.
Keeper of League's assassin.
Liquids turn to pick. Seconds remain.
Invoker.
Newbees turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Newbee's turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Newbee's turn to pick.
Juggernaut.
Liquid's turn to pick.
Crystal Maiden.
Newbee's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Earth Spirit.
Liquid's turn to pick.
I speak for the trees.
Newbee's turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Liquid's turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Sand King.
Newbees turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Alchemist.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Prepare for battle.
This is the classic start for your Monkey King. You go up towards the top bounty, find a tree, and just kind of wait for a level 1 pounce.
He wants to get some wards down.
Block out the camps here?
Yeah, he's blocking out.
That one didn't. Did it block it? Yeah.
Yeah, that blocks it. Yeah,
Okay.
that's the. And he puts a ward behind for vision.
Are they doing aggro lanes? They'll aggro, or you know what they did maybe
What
last
they did
time.
before, I think. Yeah.
Give Mind Control a good start. Okay, turns the round forward here, alone. And could be surrounded by 3 liquid members here in a hot second, and they're gonna go for it right away. There's the burrow. Pounce coming
The Orb
in.
of Venom.
The right clicks, the Orb of Venom. Suddenly Earth Spirit shows up and says, "Lay off my man." He's going to be able to avoid the Sunstrike and avoid being first blooded, it looks like. Taka shows up. Ooh, a blast also comes out here.
Forcing Mind Control to salve up. UU9 does not have a salve, however. He actually has to. I mean, he doesn't have to go. Maybe he goes to a shrine, and just walks back and uses one quickly and comes back. But we'll see. Does he have something coming on the courier? He has a TP, so it looks like that might be the plan.
Jumps in for Faith here, but Faith obviously already pretty far and away. Will allow Liquid to secure up another good bounty rune start. But as they got that, KP was able to grab the bounty rune on the bottom, so it's 2 for 2. Takes it away from Matama Man.
Yeah, stunned him and grabbed it.
What about this matchup here? We're going to have Nyx Assassin versus Nature's Prophet. Feels pretty good for Nature's Prophet. I mean, you got the trees and the range to kind of work with.
Yeah.
But I don't know if like maybe as Mana Burn comes online and levels come online, it could be tougher. Oh, top lane here. Here we go. Pounce, Sunstrike, and there's your first blood. Faith going to be easily taken down and possibly going for more here. Frostbite set up on for Kaka. They use the Mango to get the Burrow, and they'll leave it for Kuro to get the last hit. Suddenly 2-0 for Liquid, coming out in all cylinders in game number 2.
Yeah, very aggressive plays there. The Faith, as soon as Faith stepped on the side there, I think he knew himself. He was like, I should not be in the side versus a Monkey King. I need to be playing in the lane. And they end up, yep, losing 2 right away.
Early Shrine here. Curious to see if they take their business right back towards the top lane. This Monkey King quickly could become a headache in the early game. That's where Kaka needs to kind of do the same for himself and his team. So here he comes towards the bottom lane, looking for a setup with a rolling boulder here. I feel like every Earth Spirit I've seen today, I've had terrible times connecting with rolling boulders in the early game. Let's see if Kaka can do it.
Matsu's level 2.
Don't get the setup with the stun
TP.
early. And, yeah, without boulder smash.
As for the 1v1 matchup, as the Nyx versus the Furion, Furion's able to pressure a bit with Treants, but with Poor Man's Shield, Nyx is actually able to do quite well in that 1v1 scenario. But yeah, with also a rotation early from an Earth Spirit forcing Furion to TP, if you get a little bit of advantage at Nyx, it makes it really big because he can't stack up 4 Treants. It makes it a lot easier for you in the lane.
GH flirting around here. He wants to try to steal the bounty, but Faith is like, no, it's my bounty, and he's not going to be able to get it because he'll get frostbit, so... Nice snag there from GH. Able to take the deep bounty rune away. Looks like the exchange will be that there's going to be a bit of a pull here. Faith will try his best to blast it down and contest as much as possible, but this is a pretty nice lead-in for Liquid already. Over on the other side, SEC is already kind of working with the jungle camps nearby and the bounty runes. You see that Kuro has been waiting in the mid lane to maybe get an approach, but SEC has been able to kind of farm on the side. He's already level 4 at 2.5 minutes in.
Yeah, he's getting pressured a bit by like the Monkey King missing and also Miracle going for the Wax Sword early build with the Alacrity. Just gets right
scan too.
He gets hit really hard and they're trying to go for it, yeah.
Oh, top lane.
Top.
Nice setup there. U9 tries to Blade Fury out from this one, and looks like he'll be fine.
Lots of pressure being put on that safe lane.
Yeah. Aggro set up here. Kuro makes his return too. Oh god, what is he doing? He's floating in as a tree. Creeps up from behind. They don't ping him. Been able to sneak through. GH also coming in. They want to dive for this Jug, and they might be able to do it. Hit him with the Nova 2. He has no Blade Fury to make it out, and Kuro will get the finish. Another takedown here. Hot start for Liquid. 3-0.
Jug's still able to get decent CS, and they're getting okay, I guess, okay experience on the supports because Kaka is just sitting in the bottom lane. But yeah, definitely nice pickups there coming for Liquid, giving a lot of space to the mid lane and the bottom lane to do kind of what they want, while the supports are able to get stuff.
Whoa, swing and a miss on the boulder roll. That was a good step back from Matamaman here, as Newbee are not able to apply as much safe lane pressure as they're receiving. They're hoping to, so I'm curious if Kaka continues to hang around here and go for another take, or if he's going to have to take his business elsewhere. Seems like it could be shifting through and back towards the mid lane, where we have Kuro looking to pounce here. Sunstrike is going to make some mild connection. Rotations are going to be forced out though, but no full kill. Kuro really being all over the place, making good use out of the early game of this Monkey King.
Yeah.
Get 2 all over the place here. Does need to find some time to level up, but looks like he's about to get to his level 3, so it's not shabby.
Well, I don't think this is the game where we're going to be seeing a very early Cottleags.
Yeah, right?
They're putting a ton of pressure on that safe lane.
Yeah. Kind of trying to be babysitter to Nine's kind of an awkward spot where he'll just have to pull camps here and hope to God that there's no monkey waiting in a tree nearby. So Mind Control gets his head start. Liquid love to set up for him. GH is going to be a bit greedy at this moment and work in the jungle to kind of muscle up his Crystal Maiden a bit. Always being proactive for setups across the map here, utilizing that Sunstrike as much as possible. Kuro potentially makes his way back towards the mid lane here.
Trying to catch the Alchemist every time. Now he knows the Alch's probably farming over here, so he's going to get over here. He's going to get eyes on this.
Kaka is close by. Pinging onto him here. Not going for it, but he's one man. Oh, I like this. Pops into the tree, but no, I'm getting so distracted by it that I didn't see that. Mind Control is able to get a setup play here with some assistance of the teleport coming in from Matamaman. They'll get the takedown of U9.
I was very distracted as well. I was trying to see if I was switching between vision to see if he was actually catching glimpses of vision of him, and he wasn't actually. He just was getting experience, so he knew that the Alchemist was there.
Okay.
Yeah, I got a little bit distracted there. Apologies.
Monkey King things, you know.
Yeah, the changes of the way the vision works with the tree jump. So
Is under attack.
yeah, good rotation from Matu. He gets himself a kill, and he's able to pressure the top tower a bit.
And
now,
now, yeah,
Triple
SCC
C.
could be in trouble, sweeping in. Just as Kaka is hoping to go for his own jump on the Miracle, that's when they'll see that it's Liquid dishing out their own surprise. But a rotation does come in from KP, and now it's going to be GH in a bit of trouble. Tries to sidestep the stun, but not going to be able to do so. Instead takes the full aggression up. They'll be able to get the finish there with the help of the Acid Spray. Mind Control burrows into the action now, but Matama Man getting involved, and now the jumping from Kuro should help them get the finish onto KP. Kaka will be able to roll up to the high ground to create a little bit of space. SCC will survive the initial gank attempt, and they'll trade 1 for 1. It is offlaner going down in that Nyx Assassin for the little GH Crystal Maiden.
good aggression coming out from Liquid.
They're definitely trying to keep up this momentum here in the game. Kuro active, keeping around, keeping the setups going.
I mean, the ward placement just it dictates like what their idea is in the game. Just like the other one, they put 2 very aggressive wards in to watch wherever the Alchemist is farming. Kind of the same kind of concept as the last game.
C has been kind of working over here on the right-hand side of these 2 jungle camps, avoiding where all the vision is there and planted for Liquid. But Liquid confident to be moving on in. Uh-oh, Faith shows himself with a blast and then quickly retreats out, knowing that they could easily converge in. He's trying to slow their roll, but this looks like a tier 1 that is going to be going the way of Liquid right now. Meanwhile, bottom lane, GH has been spotted. Kaka holding the Boulder Smash for now. Doesn't want to overcommit, it looks like, and let that one go. And that's the sound of a tier 1 going down. It's Liquid getting the first mark, pulling ahead still.
That's like this is like very typical Liquid kind of move thing, right? Where they always want to be able to claim that tier 1 very early. That's why I think that's why they like to pick these like Furions. They used to pick the Lycan a lot to kind of go for that kind of thing. Of course, not Lycan so much, but
now the whole jungle is open to them, which takes away a jungle farm for the Alchemist, as mentioned before. U9 seems to get a quick snipe takedown there of Crystal Maiden, using that first Omni Slash of the game. More little support going down. Not much to see. It's probably too violent anyways. Pharaoh's back now in the bottom lane. Phase Boots, Orb of Venom, takes to the tree. And now between him and the approaching GH.
does not have range just yet.
Oh!
He's trying to get in the back, but
Kaka barely rolls away in time, avoiding the burrow coming in from Mind Control, but they're still going to look to pursue. A Boulder Smash comes out from Kaka, brilliantly able to create space, and they avoid what is a 4-man gank. U9, woohoo!
ooh, don't know if he would have died from that one anyway. I think it's only like 287 right now. Yeah, so he would have been okay.
But that
Still.
is almost full Liquid attendance in that bottom lane trying to make something.
The aggression, though, you can like feel like they're like, okay, we're versus like this Alchemist Jug, just like Newbee put the pressure on us a bit in the last game. We're the ones being the aggressors. We're the one putting the pressure, trying to make stuff happen all over the place.
Absolutely. Does pick up his Midas now.
KP, level 6 on the Nyx Assassin, scouts out the Sand King. Not seen Kuroki.
They have really no way to see Kuroki. Tough, you know, until you get like a
Oh, they just saw.
Coddle. Oh, eat the tree. Rotations coming in as they try to pressure for the tier 1 here. Can't believe you can get away with just sitting way back there. Okay, Kuro eventually spraying
Stun
out
off the
from
mark
trouble,
from
but-
KP.
Okay. Tries to shuffle back, gets hit with the Sprout. Nothing to really lock him in place.
5 heroes response from Newbee. Mind Control's able to find a little bit of space. Farm, go for that early blink dagger.
Yep. Flirting, but again, that continued respect from both these teams.
Fairly even. About 1,000 gold lead along toward Liquid, almost like 2,000 experience. That's probably that top tower.
Yep.
Top lane, here we go.
Epi Sunstrike. No hope right there for KP. He was done for.
Yeah, Epi from the fog. Nice play there from Mind Control with that Calling Blade pickup that he does have. He cut himself like a kind of little path and was able to set up for that with the Sunstrike on top.
Gets that, gets a bounty rune, and gets himself that much closer to getting that Blink Dagger online. Nice little deep ward. They'll see Kataka rotating in as he dashes his way towards the haste rune. Mind Control trying to get the catch onto him with a burrow with a Sunstrike.
Oh, Sunstrike off the mark, but he should be dead anyway. Yeah.
All that for a haste rune, buddy.
Not worth.
Not worth it at all.
Bottom lane, Kuroki. This could be where they get the aggression onto him, but nope, as soon as UU9 shows, he backs up.
Another tower going to be going down. More money in the bank for Liquid. Going against an Alchemist kind of a lineup, and things still pretty neck and neck. That's got to be awesome for Liquid.
Yeah, they're like aggro tri-lane really worked for them this game. They put a ton of pressure on the Coddle. The Earth Spirit wasn't able to really get the movement that he could. He didn't really have a great lane to gank because the Fearon was able to just TP out multiple times. And yep, it's just like everything's working. They pressured the Juggernaut so hard that his farm is just not good.
And it's
now he's
not
getting
going to get any better.
And is he going to get brought down from this?
Yep.
Yes, he will be.
My God.
He's even going for a drum on Juggernaut. I don't remember the last time I saw a drum.
That's like the equivalent of like Vanguard Spectre. Oh.
He's just getting pressured way too hard. He's got 3,000 net worth, while his counterpart has almost 5,000. And it looks like Kuroki's feeling good, looking like he's going for a Midas on the Monkey King.
I mean, there's nothing to really stop him. They don't even see him. He's just constantly moving around the map, making all these wonderful setups. Probably calling the shots too. These setups spring into action with a +1 stun, the Sunstrike, and really a recipe for disaster.
Miracle went for a drum of his own too.
Yeah, I noticed I heard a drum earlier in the mid lane, and I'm like, who has that drum? It's Miracle. Drum's back, I guess.
I think that was actually Matu's drum that was actually used before, because Matumba Man also has one, and
What
his
the
actually
hell?
has a charge used on the Furion.
So drum is an item in Dota again, it seems like. All they had to do is kind of cut the price a bit.
It's good. I think it's good on certain heroes, like the Furion, the Invoker. It's, you know, for your Forge Spirit, etc.
Oh man, Newbee have a thing going here, but he actually just swings and misses Kuro and puts himself into quite the precarious situation. Kaka, fortunately, not be able to get the connection onto Kuro he was hoping for, and now it's Liquid rolling into their territory while they're trying to deal with this stacked camp, hoping out SEC is going to be good enough. They're making their move for KP. There goes the Monkey Ultimate, and now KP tries to go for a TP, but he's not going to make it out. He gets quickly dropped. Kuro now dominating. Omni Slash to fly from Rune 9, and then the Blade Fury, but still not able to get the connection. Finally, they get the takedown. It's going to be onto GH, but they'll still be able to have their number. To take them down, it's going to be a 2-for-1 trade. It looks like
Faith gets a blast onto Kuroki in the backside.
All right. There's him a little bit of a purse.
Yeah, pretty good one for him. Gets him like a full point booster if he wants to go for it.
Still obviously far off the quota he had in the first game, but it doesn't matter. You got to get nags this game. Definitely want to be keeping tabs on this Monkey King and maintain the vision here for your cores. SCCC still holds the high net worth here, but it's not as high and mighty as you'd like to see in any typical Alchemist game. He's trying to muscle his way towards the rest of that Radiance here. He's getting closer to at least getting the Sacred Relic complete, but there's a little bit of a journey ahead of him.
Yeah, he's getting ran at so often. And losing those tier 1s, losing the top tier 1 and losing their mid tier 1, he doesn't have really great access to his jungle at all, so his farm is getting impacted a bit.
Oh, they pop the dust! Oh, they see him. He's able to get the Carapace, but it only briefly slows them down. Ruthless Liquid Gaming. Still
Sunstrike.
Very relevant here.
Miracle's getting majority of those last hits on the Sunstrikes too, so he's getting boosted quite highly.
4-0.
Yeah, 4-0 and 6 involved in 10 of the kills, and he's neck and neck with the Alchemist, which is absolutely not where your Alchemist wants to be.
Toughed up game for Kaka too. This is like what you can see when you just don't get those setups in the early game, and you know you can't farm. You're just like lost, and you're in a rock. He's got magnetized now at least, but a lot of work ahead of him here. He just falls flat so easily.
This looks like it will be Kuroki's death this time around. Will he hop in the tree? No, he won't.
Almost hopping to a tree could be more trouble for him, but they'll get him nonetheless.
They get Faith.
Miracle got a kill, yeah.
Yeah, they get Faith in the meantime. I think he like spots a blast and Matumba just... Actually, I don't even think Matumba TP'd. I think it was just Miracle getting him. They're Neppy. Bottom lane. Sunstrike on top too. Boom. UU9. Again, Miracle gets the last hit, so that'll be pretty much his Aghanims finished up on the Invoker. Very quick timing.
Okay. Nice two-man stun into another two-man stun into a magnetize into a silence pullback. Can they get the finish from my control as well? Rotating on in is going to be Kuro, and he will burrow closer to his ally. But Kaka's like, let's go for it. Gets a nice two-man connection of the Boulder Smash and another two-man connection of the Impale from KP, but the damage is certainly not there. Plus they had that Shrine. It's no good. Mind Control will be able to get his kill. He's also now dominating. 15-6, still a heavy advantage right now for Liquid. Just as Newbee are able to scrap a kill together, they'll lose something like their Jug shortly thereafter.
This Invoker is immense.
Yeah.
He's got, usually you see the Midas Aghanims come out, I'd say like between 18 and 24 minutes ideally. But he's got it at 16 minutes with the drum.
Looks like they may be able to get Mind Control, or did I speak too soon?
30 HP.
Oh! He is able to get in the Sandstorm and make it out from trouble. Avoids the Omni Slash gank. Slick moves there from Mind Control.
And nothing is going in Newbee's favor
No,
this game.
not at all. Overexhausted from game one. I don't know what it is, but the fire is lit for Liquid, and for Newbee, it's definitely a shaky beginning.
Yeah, Kuroki's movement in the early of the game just really secured the lanes, and Newbee just wasn't able to really get anything from the laning phase, just kind of trading farm in a way.
He really plays this Monkey King well. I'm curious if it was him that was kind of taking priority on playing the hero and learning and adapting, or if he's just the only one who feels comfortable taking it. I'm not too sure, but he's making it work. See how much it's going to... Here, what's he building? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the Midas.
Yep. She's almost got it.
There we go. They go for the Roche. They've got the, not the double Forge Burst to help them out either, but they've got Alacrity and Furion, so.
Like Newbee
Plenty.
even going to bother trying to go onto that. Push out the lane, but this is Liquid's Roche. This is Liquid's extra life. Sama Man building into what looks like an Orchid next.
Yeah, give himself some right-click potential. I like it a lot. Getting recalled. Brought out. That's triple C. Yeah, he's just, now it's just going to be kind of like this farm game. Newbee's very under the gun and very pressured, so they're just kind of going to be sticking on their side of the map. While it's going to be, yeah, Liquid being the aggressors. We're going to be seeing very defensive wards coming out from Newbee more than likely.
See a Shadow Blade in queue for Jug.
I mean, it's different. It's weird too, but it's like the idea of it you can kind of understand. They want to run this for space make for the Alchemist as much as possible till later on.
Invoker is just getting grossly farmed right now. I'm gonna look over at him. Got Boots of Travel in queue here.
I mean, it's KP's also not really finding any of the potential places for the ganks. Oh, he spots Kuroki.
Okay. Okay. Goes for the stun, and the mana burn. Rolling on in is going to be Kaka, setting up the extra bit of stun, and then he gets in with another stun. It's over. Kuro goes down, but that's just your pesky monkey running across the map here. Forces 3 from Newbee to respond and kind of be able to get the finish.
Small steps.
Small steps. But here they come, charging down their way towards their first tier 1. SEC is still their big hope right now, as he's bulking up pretty nicely here. Obviously already has that rating. It's done as he builds the...
He went for the early treads though, so he did want to be able to have that extra bit of survivability. Because how much pressure was going on my control with the big commitment stun. There was no Sunstrike on top with the Furion ulti.
And Tornado is going to catch on the KP. U9 though, Blade fearing away from the trouble. A harder commitment does come in, and they are going to get the finish onto Mind Control. Okay.
Maybe some slight miscommunication, because every single time there's been a stun, there's been the Sunstrike follow-up almost instantly. This time there was the Wrath of Nature was committed with the Burrow Strike, but there was no Sunstrike.
Oh, they got him! Kuro out of the
Kuro.
tree! He gets stunned and he gets taken down. Suddenly Newbee begin to string together a couple of kills. Can they catch GH with the Boulder Smash here? Lines up the shot. Nope, he doesn't. He forgot he couldn't kick the stone. He dropped the stone and walked past it, I guess. Didn't actually get the kickoff.
Dire's bottom
Yeah, I don't know if they really wanted to commit into a tier 1 either, so. But yeah, maybe a slight little mistake there from Kaka. 9. Ooh, he tornadoed up.
Oh!
Oh! Beautiful combo.
Oh, you banned the hero.
Perfect spell committed.
All right, well, seems to happen every time. You take one of ours, we take your Jug. Jug gets brought down yet another peg as he continues to fall behind the Sand King.
He at least has his Shadow Blade finished up.
Yeah.
So he can get into like back lines and stuff. And he's gonna be able to get pooled items eventually from the Alchemist, so at least there's that.
Right. Faith is stringing his way closer towards that Ags here for the Coddle. He's got 2 of the 4 pieces now complete.
He's almost got 3 pieces complete.
Almost got the 3rd.
He's doing very well. That's a big turn thing when they get the Aghanims. The vision from the daytime versus the Monkey King is massive.
Yep.
And always, it's not even just the vision too. It's also always having your spirit form up to always have the chance to use Blinding Light in those team fights and be able to recall anybody or recall the Alchemist around. Since Alchemist did not go boots to travel this game.
Yep. Now he does the
They're
recall.
bringing him in. Miracle.
Ooh, Mana Leak on the Miracle here. They bump him back. Mind Control goes to the high ground, then slides right back down, seeing the trouble before him. They commit on in. It looks like they might have to settle for the Sand King here. Magnetize committed, but that's when Kuro's going to be dishing out the Monkey King ult. Faith, oh, he fortunately doesn't have that Spear form up to be able to bump him out, so Miracle's going to be able to get the slash finish for Kaka. Kuro will be taken apart, though. Kaka will be able to get the last hit there. A 1-for-1 trade. They'll hit the shrine and refresh. The Newbee will take the slight golden XP trade.
How much time we got left on Aegis? Should be getting reclaimed very shortly. Yeah, about 30 seconds.
Wave here. Newbee really finding their best success when they've been kind of moving as a group here.
Yeah, I think that's what they definitely have to be doing in this one.
Yep.
I mean, the lane's going to be pushing in, but that's the beauty of having the Coddle.
Oh.
BKB, very early BKB
Debut of the
Alchemist.
BKB, yeah, it's to dodge out this Burrow Strike, gets the Acid Spray so he can't easily blink away, but I don't think that's how you want to show off your BKB.
Yep, definitely not, but okay. That happened.
Ugh. Well, Aegis will be reclaimed now. As the Alchemist steps away to go back to the farm, that's when Liquid make their approach. A beautiful tornado setup comes out from Miracle, allows for the follow-up there from Mind Control, and look at the quick takedown of Faith, prolonging that Aghanims a little bit more.
Yeah, this is big. Whenever they can pick up the Coddle, whenever they see him, they have to try to go for it. They've now claimed all the tier 2s, so this really limits Newbee's potential to get a lot of farming, but there's no real big wards. I think we should see some wards on somebody here on Liquid, right? Oh no, nobody's actually carrying any wards. They only have 1 down. So I guess the other
No, they have these 2, but they're just unfortunately a little close together. That's what you were talking about in the previous game, where in these fights breaking out, you got to get the best vision possible. So that's when you're going to see some crazy obs as a follow-up to it. But your Liquid step back and get back to the grind towards the top lane here.
Very concerned for the Juggernaut, but there is always he's very thankful that he can get items pooled, but he's got to get a couple of his own. So I feel like they do need to emphasize on making sure that U9 lives in a couple of these engagements.
Definitely.
KP as well. KP is just like this. I mean, I feel like that's the style that he plays for this team, though. He's the big sacrificial lamb.
He really is.
The last game, I think he bought back like 6 times and didn't get like the greatest item progression, but he did his job. This game, he's 0-4, but he's trying to get the setup for his team because that's he's the initiator. He's got to get the fight started, heading toward that Blink Dagger. Not too far away, 700.
I would imagine Newbee are going to take the time to farm right now. Faith can kind of finish out that Ags would be big. Getting KP that Blink Dagger would be nice. Looks like the Octarine is going to be slotted up next here for SEC, but that is a little ways ahead.
He went back for the bots so they can have that split push potential with the recalls coming up from Faith.
Okay. It's good here. What about Liquid side?
Just Maelstrom on Matu, 4-step GH, and Kuroki now going back for that basher that we do talk about for the month.
So why is it always is it because of the ultimate?
Yeah.
It's like turns it into a mini like Ravage.
Pretty much, it's pretty ridiculous what a support can do with that.
Again, we'll keep eyes on Faith to try to make sure that isn't too much trouble for him. If you manage to cancel out that ult right away with the Blinding Light, that's pretty nice. But your Liquid looking to go on the move. They smoke up and they're heading right into newbie territory here, where this Alk continues to try to find this little pocket of farm.
They're here. They're setting up. Nox is TPing in. He's stuck in the tree. He's got his trees up.
Miracle
Kaka's
hustle
going
down for Kaka, but Newbee are making their own approach from behind. Ooh, Omni Slash going to be totally soaked up there from Matama Man, so he goes down right away. Already a 1-for-1 split favoring Newbee, and they're chasing Liquid out from their side right now. Chase is on while Miracle is in the other half.
S-Triple-C is just chasing them down with this BKB.
Miracle needs to rotate back to the mid lane to assist his teammates. Now will step in, pops him with the Deafening Blast and the Ice Wall, but they're going to be able to get the GH finish there. KP gets it done. Miracle looks to move in. SEC, look at him diving in deep, looking to go for Mind Control, who's able to get off the epicenter. Is it going to be enough firepower? It will be. They'll get the finish there. U9 looks to sweep in to help clean up what's remaining, but not going to be able to get it, and he's going to be forced to Blade Fury TP home.
Oh, S-Triple-C's crazy. I love this guy.
He's diving so friggin' deep, man.
He just went in with that. I mean, with the early BKB pickup, he can just run down the CM and the Monkey King. Maybe a little bit of an overcommittal trying to go for Mind Control too, but
yeah.
He's showing he's not afraid. That's for damn sure. Now Faith does have that Aghanim's finished up that we've been talking about
Hell
nonstop.
yes.
So we're going to be seeing a gem picked up relatively soon after that, and that's when it starts becoming a little bit easier for Newbee to be able to make these moves. And I think KP did finish up the Blink Dagger right before that engagement, so that gives him much easier initiations. And that Blink Dagger on Nyx is so important because it allows Kaka to position himself much better in these fights as well.
And Tama also learned he could still get chewed up pretty easily there. I mean, he's being a bit isolated. Fortunately, had to eat the full Omni Slash. Even this, under-farmed Jug was able to kind of do some good work.
He was under the acid spray too. So just got decimated by that minus armor.
Liquid thinking about tickling the Roche here a bit, but there are some Newbie members missing off the map, which is getting him a bit curious and slowing down the roll a bit. But I'm hearing some recalls here. Faith is bringing the party. Blasts across, but it's going to be coming up just a bit short into the pit. More TPs in. Now SC's here. Can they kill this Roche fast enough? No, it looks like Liquid have already pulled away from the pit. Newbie will probably poke their head in, see that they touched it a bit. There they go, looking to go to the high ground. They'll see GH, and they'll quickly pop him down. Deep roll comes out from Kaka. They've spotted Kuro within the trees, and they'll also take him down. Newbie suddenly up with 2 kills. They themselves thinking about moving into the... Yeah, they themselves looking to move into the Ancient Camp. Miracle trying his best to stop him, just easily blast down Kaka, but did it cost him his own life? It may have!
20
He's
HP!
running away under the Ghost Walk right now and has somehow been able to make it out. He is gone. Barely.
Feels like if Faith was like point one more second on the Illuminate, anything would have finished cleaning him up, but really nice perceptive play there from Miracle, getting that Ghost Walk blink off.
And he actually stopped him from doing the Roche.
Yeah.
Him. Mind Control will keep the pressure down this mid lane, and Newbie are going to have to do a bit of a reset here. They can't go back in to go for the extra life and just go back for the farm instead. 6k gold though on SC. Bounty? Yummy. Call back to the side once again, where they anticipate there could be a new approach into the Roche pit, which there is. And that's when SC decides to just roll his way forward.
BKB.
Confident, drops the acid spray, the blast flies in. Meteor gets dropped around at the KP. He's trying to find his way out, but they hit him with the dust. He needs another hat, and they get him. Miracle jumps in to go for the finish with a Deafening Blast and will get it done. Newbie will be short their Nyx Assassin here.
That Roche is half HP.
Yep. Miracle wants that life.
If KP had buyback ult, he would have probably done it instantly, but he does not have buyback ult.
Need 30 seconds. They could recall him in at that point, but...
They really want to fight around the Octarine, I believe, with S-Triple-C. Oh, he actually only picks up the Soul Booster.
But here they might roll it again. Here comes a big, mighty blast. We'll hit onto him. That's when SEC decides to dance on in. There goes the stun. There goes the Tornado AP. Is that going to pop the BKB? No. He wants to lose all the mana and go in for the Roche instead. Miracle's waiting on the other side, though.
Mind Control, Epi.
He's going to blink. There's the Epi. There's the burrow. There's the hit. A stun does come out. Miracle looking to go for the swipe. Does not get it. The Dire take the Roche kill, and it's U9 who grabs up the Aegis. Miracle going to be left inside. He's going to scoot himself out. Double stun, though.
Kaka.
Yeah. Blast is waiting for him. And it's going to be Newbie. Take the Roche.
Did they get the last hit as well? They did. So they get the last hit on Roche. They get the Aegis.
I thought Miracle was going to be able to snipe that for sure. He was just waiting for the blinking snag, but
nobody dies. I don't.
Quick to get it.
Somehow nobody died. In the midst of all of that chaos.
A 5-on-5 Roche Pit engagement. No one dies. You don't see that happen in Dota like ever. All right. And what happens now? Based on these recent events, are we starting to say that Newbee could be pulling ahead in this one?
They're starting to trickle into favor. I would say so.
Still not
Still
as
a little bit of a gold lead for Liquid.
Yeah. Especially considering the ALK, you know. You can see the crippling factor of where the Jug was, and he's still trying to push himself into more relevance here. Muscling his way towards what is looking like a Diffusal Blade, and there he commits for both the Blades of Alacrity, so definite Diffusal coming in.
Gem almost picked up from Faith. Waiting for the next daytime in about a minute. They're going to be able to clear out a lot of the vision that was placed out from Liquid during that engagement near the Roche Pit.
What about Matamaman's position in this game now? He's been able to finish out the Mjolnir. I mean, is it getting to that point in the game? Is he going to have to be a dirty ratter at any? Like, when do you have to get to that point?
Maybe eventually, but I think he wants to be able to get more involved in the team fights. He queues up the BKB as well, so he wants to be more involved in there. But every time I've seen him actually join in, he just gets like Omni Slash or just bursts down very quickly. He only has one death, so that was the only one, but he's not really able to like dish out the damage that he would like to be doing. So he's just like, yeah, he's just pushing lanes out.
Doesn't offer a lot right at the moment, except for his catchy right click. But if he's in right click territory, then he's also in die territory here.
Okay, so GH picked up a gem before there just recently, and he gave it to My Control. So now they're gonna be going on their own mission of dewarding and putting the pressure onto Newbee.
Right up into Newbee Woods they go, probably planting some wards along the way if possible here.
So it's daytime now. Coddle has his gem finished up as well.
Did you say Kuro got his basher? He's got his basher now.
Yeah, he had it. I think he had a little go, but he wasn't able to use it because of the way the engagement happened. Yeah.
Okay.
Real basher.
Oh, out in the high ground. Liquid were there waiting for him, and they're going to quickly assault Kaka and take him down. Now looking to go for the follow-up on the KP. They hit him up with the Yules. As he falls down, they'll also get that one too.
Nice Orchid usage there. Some right away.
Okay, good pick right there. The biggest of bountiful pickups there for Liquid, but still prize in itself. A point booster. Is it Ags time for SEC to start handing out?
Looks like it might be.
Yeah, that's interesting. I wonder if he's also going to be a part of the hand it off to Jug first.
Oh, he already has the whole one? What? Oh, I thought he only had the point boost. Just off things. Oh, who's he gonna give it to?
Fine.
Jug
But
or
they want to give it to
Nyx?
him in the dark?
Jug or
Doesn't wanna
Nyx,
show it?
right? I think maybe the Nyx, just because of how rough of a game KP's having.
Yeah.
If he's able to just position himself in the burrow, he's actually really hard to be brought down. I think that might be what he's doing. Let's see. KP's TPing in, he swaps it in. Yeah, he's going to give it to KP.
Nice. Give it to him, bro.
So it's on cooldown, man. He just swapped it in, bro.
All right. Backpack problems. Hold on, dude. Let me try to find it in my backpack. KP got a feeling his net worth jumps up quite a bit.
It's back. KP's like, thank you.
And, you know, all the goodness that comes with it. Suddenly they get that much more valuable of like a high ground defense.
Yeah, as long as they can like post up a team fight and just stay within the area of the burrow, it can be very powerful for them versus that Invoker. And Furion is able to break the Lincolns a lot easier with that reduced cooldown and increased range. Just be just a much bigger nuisance, which KP's had a pretty rough series. Even last game, he was doing his job, but he's just dying. I mean, he is, like I said, sacrificial lamb.
He's definitely been throwing himself for the greater good of the team into a lot of these fights just to get those initial setups, and it continues here in game 2. Tier 1 goes down the bottom lane. The push goes on for Newbee, but so does it for Liquid here in the top lane. Forward Spirits now begin to creep their way into the high ground. CS tries best to kind of slow that roll. Newbee now hanging out inside Liquid territory here. Now they're going to get the recall, I think, for SC, and they'll see Mind Control. Ooh, pump fake once. Going to be able to get the use off. Can he blink away? Slide. And scoots out.
They don't like the positioning of where they are.
I know,
like,
it's
but
very
they do
awkward.
They do have a burrowed.
Oh, they
Nyx.
spotted the Kuro Monkey King hiding within the trees, of course, with that Ags, and they'll quickly take him down.
Oh, KP gets Orchided up. He's running into the Crystal Maiden ultimate. Kaka gets Sunstriked as well.
Yep.
They're able to set up the Burrow Strike. BKB popped by SCCC. The Omni Slash committed onto Mind Control. Cleans him up. Gem dropped onto the ground. Looks like Liquid has to run away here. Tier 2 will be pressured now by Newbee. And they do claim that gem, as I just mentioned, which was picked up by, which was used by the
Carl's
Sand
like,
King.
hell yes.
double gem.
Yes. Man, good patience from Newbee. Didn't quickly just jump on the Sand King that was there in front of them. They recognized the positioning was so awkward they decided to double back, and they had all that high ground flying unobstructed vision from the Coddle. They just see a little monkey dancing around within the trees and handle them.
Yeah, just like we were mentioning during the drafts. It's very clever pick up from them.
Man, though, tries to pressure the top lane a bit. Could find himself going for those split pushes more often as this game progresses.
SCCC is going to be having the Abyssal Blade finished up any moment now. He can get rid of his armlet. His armor is still a little bit low, though, on the Alchemist, but there's no real like straight physical damage coming out from Liquid, so it's not really not that big of an issue.
There's his Abyssal now done. All right, well, it's just getting a bit interesting for Liquid because you're trying to figure out where they're going to end up into this later game. Like, who is going to be their macho man? I mean, Miracle, without question, is got some serious late game potential, but
it's level 25 as well in Miracle now too. Takes the AoE Deafening Blast this game.
Curious though for Matama Man, some of these heavy team engagements, how much he's going to really be able to bring, whereas maybe doing stuff like this is going to be his best move now. Split pressure there.
It's always hard as a Furion, like when you're playing versus these type of disables and everything. He does have the BKB now, but it's like, what do you really contribute with for your team in a team fight? It's very hard for you to really do so when you're getting ran at.
Ooh, Miracle. Get dusted, but he's so freaking fast. He already heads out the other side.
SCCC, they have GH, Matumba, and Kuroki kind of in the area, but he is way too beefy.
Yeah, that's the thing, is like the damage is really, you know, to take down
Alchemist. Blinks in. Get some time and damage on the tower, almost clears it, forces a glyph as well, but yep, Sprout TP's out.
Oh, that's going to be annoying. Looks like they've been able to get the catch on the Crystal Maiden, though. They will make her pay. She needs an Abyssal. Poor lady.
Sliced. Matu sells his Midas now, and he finishes up the full Bloodthorn. So he's actually dealing quite a decent chunk of damage now. I'm going to be doubling back for an AC.
Top lane he goes. I'm curious to see the next move from Newbee. Feels like their offensive potential has slowed down a little bit.
They seem to be feeling pretty good, though. Next Aghanim's being queued up. That one will probably go to the Jug. I mean, it could even go to the Earth Spirit.
They feel, possibility. Based on their body language, like they're just content playing the economy game and pulling this one out in the later. But they could find themselves pulled apart quite a bit here to deal with this very annoying Nature's Prophet. That's where it could be on KP to kind of make sure he stalks that little bit of extra know-how. As right now he could be doing that. Look at this. They're TPing in SCC and they make the jump to go right onto Mind Control, but look at Matama Man just ditch it out with that Blood Shard and just gives it right back at him. Monkey King dishes out the ult, but gets quickly blasted down. Turns into a 1-for-1 trade. Mighty Omni Slash flying through. Matama Man looking to retreat, gets the Stealth Sprout, looking to go for the TP out. Can he make it away? They're trying to slice him down through it. They can't do it. He is gone and out, but can we say the same for Miracle? Gets blasted with the stun, gets hit up. His Lincoln's going to get popped. Slowly being brought down. The Sprout is there, and he has no way to get out from the trees. He's locked inside, and he's gone. Matama Man pulls out a hell of a save, and Miracle gets right back into the action to get the finish, but he does get hit with the stun, popping the Lincolns, and Miracle's good. Hell of a save there from Matama Man. Well, out on the other side, Mind Control looking to go for a deep commitment here. SCC just getting danced with right now.
Both of us just like, the Sprout!
He's like, oh
no,
shit.
Matu had a lot of clutch plays there with the Bloodthorn as well onto the Earthberry. Just, yeah, it's just really well played there by them. Able to pick themselves up a couple kills. They do lose two, but still.
Okay. Aghanim's number 2. This one going.
I would imagine it would be U9, yeah. But U9, he actually didn't even get his BKB up. Did he not have it and then he swapped? Did he just buy it now after the engagement? I mean, let's see, is he giving it to Kaka, the Aghanims? He did give it to Kaka instead. So now they do have the Stone Enchant Remnant.
He has got Blink
and the
too,
pull. Yeah,
so
another catch potential and the save potential as well too.
Save potential. Good. It's a lot of good things. Man, Now that Sprout, is that concerning? They have ways to break down those trees, but I'd hate to see SDCC caught in those kind of pickles every fight moving forward. They have, Earth Spirit to help break down the trees. They have, I believe it's, still Quelling Blade onto KP.
Yeah, Quelling Blade on Faith and KP, I believe, and they have a 4-step as well.
They got to be there for him if he is trapped out. Oh, that pesky Matama man, he's got our tier 3. Our Rax is now exposed. Let the rat begin.
Let the shrines as well begin.
Look at this smoke. Run from Newbee.
Radiant's middle tower is
Liquid
under
territory here, but Liquid are already out on the other side.
structures are fortified.
Splitting the map as much as possible. Miracle doing his thing up at the top. It's going to be hair pulling for Newbee now.
Oh, that tier 1's still alive. It's got 30 HP.
No one wants to deny it.
Oh, they're coming on. They're getting the wrap around here. Mind control blinks in. He gets this stun onto Faith.
BKB Miracle jumping right in. Insta blast and takedown onto Faith here. Now it's going to be SC and them slashing it out. He'll get the quick takedown on the mind control. It goes right for the buyback. Newbee looking to pull off from this fight. Are they going to be able to make it out though? Caught deep in with side is going to be Kaka. He will have to be the sacrifice. Newbee still trying to run, but GH is still on the chase. Gets the frostbite onto SCCC. Now Matama Man rotating in. That's the Sprout. They're both trapped inside. There goes the Spring. There goes the CM ulti. And that's going to be the end of both of them. Instantly shredded apart. And now looking for more. KP trying to make an escape, but it's not going to be happening. The Alk buys back too. Recognizing that the push is coming, but what? These cores are just trapped within the trees. When they don't have the assistance from those allies who have the ways to get them out, they're just stuck.
Instant buyback from mind control to get them in the field to chase out multiple heroes. Matu with, I don't know how you can't even plan those. They're just perfect sprouts.
That was crazy.
And they do claim themselves Faith Gem, and I think they got their own gem back too. So Newbee now has no gem, and they're gonna have to buy themselves another one if they want it. I don't think it'll be up just yet. I think they bought it within the last couple minutes. But you can't check, so.
The tides continue to turn, and the net worth will be reclaimed by Liquid once again on the back of that fight. Impressive. It'll be a bit concerning now. SCCC also just dished out his buyback on previous engagement too. Ball's in Liquid's court as they finish out their first shrine. Could decide to just easily go coast to coast. Actually, they already have the Treants there and claim yet another 150 gold.
It's a Jug and Alchemist versus the world, kind of in a way, because KP just keeps getting brought down so quickly in the starts of the fights from the Bloodthorn.
Yep. Still, got to give a little bit of respect to Newbee and their high ground defense. Now they got the Burrow Nyx Assassin plus the Keeper Ags.
Plus the Earth Spirit Ags.
Acid Spray. There's a lot. Yeah, he could just jump out there and kick someone into the base. Isolate them out. Straight up. You know, it's another great tool they wish they had when they're caught in Sprout. You can always just pull SCCC out. Would have been doing a great job by taking out the supports. Would are continuing to kind of try to be the shepherds here and corral Newbee inside the safety of their own home as they continue to pressure the top lane and the mid lane.
Yeah, just pushing all 3 lanes in, pressuring the shrines. None of them are really waiting on any big item just yet from what I see on Liquid. They've got the BKB now on the Monkey King. AC finished up on Matu. Everyone's looking like they've got their critical mass, and this could be when they go for the push since they do have the Aegis
Bit
on.
of a misplay there by Mind Control.
We didn't see it.
I saw it. Hopefully it doesn't cost him too much. There's the Yules. A bit of a mistiming there for the Boulder Smash. Miracle's still waiting within the trees, but he might just have to see his teammate go down or not. He's like, I'll battle it out. It's an Aegis after all. Miracle pops his BKB, rolls on in, gets the easy takedown of Kaka. And that's when Matama shows up with that deadly Sprout. U9 trying to go for the TP within the trees, and he'll be able to make it out.
Yeah, BKB TP. He did have to BKB though.
Only costs Liquid their Aegis. But now they don't have to worry about that pesky possible initiation coming up from the Earth Spirit Ags.
Yeah, still, it's very hard to just 5-man push a lane. Obviously not just from the armor that you get from all the heroes being there from the recent changes, but also Burrow Nyx and Earth Spirit and everything. Then you just got to do the split push multiple lanes, and that's exactly what Matu does. Will they be able to catch him with the Silver Edge? UU9 is in.
Yo, they hit him once, they hit him twice. They go for the Omni, and he tries to hide within the Sprout. Eats the cheese, goes for the TP, and says, see you later, nerds. Right back to the top lane, and right back to his team. We're already inside the base, making a fight happen. Oh my god, Epic Burrow to fly out. The instant takedown of KP. BKB's popped even on Kuro now, as they'll shred through the tier 3. All that attention drawn from Newbee to the bottom lane allows the kind of opening for Liquid to creep on in.
We're at Dota. You mentioned it before. When it's time for Matu to just start the splitting, and this is when it is.
Pulling Newbee apart, forcing their ties to one side or the other here, or at least
Matu
forcing themselves to
towards
be
bottom.
grossly unnumbered.
It's going right away
it's
for
just
that.
Simply disgusting.
There's no glyph either. He's got AC. He should bring that melee Rex down very quickly, but he is a bit reluctant on how much he wants to commit. His BKB was still on cooldown, doesn't want to die. Just backs up.
Going to be super annoying for Newbee moving forward. Faith is going to have his work cut out for him here. Maybe they should just flop him in the bottom lane and continue to blast it out or something, but they know they need him nearby also for the blinding lights and everything else, and the heals.
Now they're starting to chip at the range Rex instead. They're like, okay.
Unhealable damage.
Unhealable damage.
Unhealable
Exactly.
damage. Got him.
Just keeping them, like you said, yeah, corralled in their base. Liquid just keeping the pressure on, forcing all 3 lanes in, not letting Newbee be the aggressors at all.
Starve them out. Starve them out. Liquid need this win more than ever. Literally. They need wins moving forward for this group stage. Chance at top 2. Quick little pull back there. Newbee just continuing to try to get all these creeps and critters off their front lawn. But for one lane they go to and they're pressured, the next lane's already wound up and ready to head to the high ground. Very nice spread here. And I don't know if the onus is on Newbee to try to make a move.
Just non-stop getting chipped at. Range Rax, 140 HP, 115, almost dead. Not needing to commit anything for that, they're just throwing forward spurs.
Just as their creeps run out, that's Miracle kind of dealing with them. But Tamaman in the bottom lane also still pressuring there. U9 tries to run on out, but they have sentries now.
Yeah, GH went over and set up Warden and Sentry to watch that kind of gank potential. Nice.
And just as they make their approach to the bottom lane, that's when Liquid run into the top lane to look to go for the finish. Miracle just pops his BKB, and he is going for the objective at hand, and they will get it done.
Bottom lane as
Top
well.
set of racks gone. Liquid looking to go for the bottom set as well. But Tamaman hard committing for it. Pops his BKB, self-sprout, gets forced out from it, and they will actually manage to bring him down this time. And still chasing for more. It looks like GH has been spotted. Tries to go for the freezing field, but gonna get quickly canceled there. Hey, Liquid get a good prize. That's 3 Raxes.
Yeah, they get the top set and the melee Rex bottom. And now I think this is where Newbee's probably like, we can't let them do that ever again. We can't let them do this chipping. We need to start running on the engagements.
I don't know what they do to stop it, though.
Dire Courier gets slain with like 4,000 gold on it. What was that?
Yeah, he's taunting away, juggling. What was on there? Swap the hotkeys. I can't sit 2 anymore.
I can't
Look
check
at
it.
it.
Yeah.
It makes me. Oh, Miracle! Confidently moving in with a BKB. Knows he could easily isolate and take down Kaka and gets it done. But can he get away? Look at the trouble that's coming. He's getting all paths covered. He's like, Ice Path over here, EMP over there. No one chase me, please.
8,000 gold on that Invoker.
Can you hand a Moonshard to somebody, sir?
Maybe that's where the Courier's going.
To Monkey King, that'd be pretty. Well, Liquid still confident to move through this top lane. Newbee close by though. Struggling. Oh, they spotted Kuro, but Kuro's like, I got these.
He's got the BKB with his Abyssal.
Ah, yeah.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
No.
Radiant's middle tower
Yes, Kuro.
Again, Matu with the split push. Gets a lot of damage on that tier 3 mid. SCCC having, I think it was 3 parts of the Aghanims on the Courier, and then a 900 gold item, which I would assume would be the Quarter Staff for the Juggernaut, but I have no idea actually. I'm completely just assuming.
Dire's bottom barracks.
But I know it was probably the 3 parts of the Aghanims for the Alchemist. And now he's going to be giving his Moon Shard to the Juggernaut very soon.
Dire's middle tower.
Newbee can't make it out from their base, man. They had a bit of a decommitment there trying to make the chase for Miracle, but see that just anytime they venture out from home, they just get punished for it. They have a tight leash. Know what the hell they're going to do to just change this. Anytime they want to venture out, I don't know what's going to stop Liquid from moving in and going for Megas.
Battle Fury picked up on Juggernaut. 50 minutes in. Just feeling like he needs to be able to push these waves out. They're just constantly getting forced into their faces.
Why a Battle Fury and not just like getting a Maelstrom or something?
Being able to cut the tree from the Sprout, right?
Aha! Yeah. That's true.
Doesn't want to get kited.
Aha.
Aha.
Here we go. Little bit of space here for Newbee to finally creep out as they head on south. Liquid members in vicinity, it would appear.
Deso finished up for Karoki. This is where it's like a lot of luxury items coming out for Liquid, so we'll just check which ones. I think it's an full Aghanim for the Crystal Maiden. And wait, did I just say that right?
Aghanim's is so good now too. I don't know if I've seen an Aghanim's Crystal Maiden in a competitive game personally, but you gotta remember that's frostbite for anyone stuck inside.
Yeah. Oh, I keep forgetting that you can give the moon shards to your teammates globally.
Yep, it's globally.
I saw him turn and it looked like he used it on the Crystal Maiden. I was like, did Miracle just give CM a moon shard? And then I see the Furion has it all the way in the top lane. I forgot that you could do it globally.
Yeah,
I
it
did
doesn't
see
make
that
a sound or anything. You just suddenly have it.
I thought it had gotten hotfixed because I saw that you could do it initially, and I thought somebody like said something, and I thought it was actually changed, but guess not.
Nope. And during this time window, I don't know how much Newbee were able to kind of get done. There is going to be a Roche coming up. That's probably what Liquid could be waiting for here.
What Newbee got done during that time was they pulled Juggernaut not only a moon shard, but an Aghanims as well now. So his net worth jumped up quite a bit.
Finally managed to get himself up in the head. It's over the scene. Only credit to all the assistance from his comrades. Get Liquid here. Miracle and Matama in the bottom lane. Perched up. Waiting to find a sneaky way maybe inside, while on the other front, scouting the Roche to see when that will come back. Newbee just looks like they're going to double back towards their base here.
It's too hard for them to catch these split pushers, even though they have the Coddle Recall and the Nyx and the Earth Spirit being able to do it. It's just like all three lanes are being pressured in.
It's nighttime now too.
Yeah, and Liquid is doing a really good job of always having like two people. It's never one person isolated. Mid lane.
Oh, they spotted 9. Yeah, they got a good stun onto him. A force on in, a deafening blast. He finally gets the BKB up, but he's not able to get anything done. Both him and SCCC will go down. That's going to be a forced buyback. This could be the beginning of the end here. If Newbee can't hold, and now being down a man, it's going to be so big. And now they lose another. That's a gem on the deck as KP's going to get dropped. That's a crucial factor of their high ground defense. Now it's pretty much all in the Coddle to try to slow it down with SCCC. But I don't think they're going to be able to do it alone here. But Man going right on in confidently with the BKB, taking it right to the tier 3, but the glyph is on. Hits him up with the Sprout. They look to bump him back. And now from the low ground, GH with the Agnums freezing field doing destructive work, taking out Kaka right away. Miracle gets the finish on the tower, and Liquid looking to go for Megas and looking to at least even this series up 1-for-1. And I think they've got it. Megas now unleashed, and that's going to be the game. Liquid putting on a much stronger showing for game number 2. Newbee still make them sweat a bit for it, but that was definitely much more decisive. Liquid get their first win of DAC after 4 games. 4 games, they finally get it.
That was like some small mistakes from Newbee, just maybe a couple little overcommittals, and then the buyback from Mind Control. I think the big one was around that Ancient area, and then they get a Roche.
EG's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. Newbee's turn to ban. EG's turn to ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Newbees turn to ban. EG's turn to pick.
Life stealer.
Newbees turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Newbees turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining.
Ursa Warrior.
EG's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Earth Spirit.
Newbees turn to ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. EG's turn to ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Newbees turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. EG's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Newbees turn to pick. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Vengeful spirit.
EG's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Warlock.
Newbee's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. EG's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5.
Invoker.
Newbee's turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. EG's turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Newbee's turn to pick.
Naga Siren.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Prepare for battle. Thirty seconds to battle. The battle begins.
Loaded and skilled.
Or even go up to top lane and help that Puck versus Batrider matchup, which is not going to be overly favorable to the Puck either. Then, you know, that can actually change a lot for EG and set them off on the right foot.
Already you're seeing the movement across the map, all of these different lanes switching up slightly. The Warlock TP'd to the bottom lane, and this is going to be a full-on aggro tri-lane versus aggro tri-lane as it's like Sunstrike out there to try and get a range creep as well. Sumail's taking a good bit of damage. How do you feel like this matchup plays out, the Naga Siren versus Invoker in the mid?
Oh, it's a great matchup for the Naga Siren. He could just abuse the Invoker pretty easily. You just kind of run illusions out there. You're going to be able to mostly free farm, barring any gank from the Earth Spirit. You should be able to just kind of farm away against an Invoker, and that's what a Naga Siren wants. I think SC got one of the more favorable mid matchups series that I've seen so far. Normally, they like to be able to make sure that Sumail has strong 1v1s because he is probably one of the best laners.
Something we were sort of mentioning offhand to each other at the start of the game, too. There's very limited stuns in this laning phase for EG, particularly down there bottom. And I'm kind of wondering, do you think they can take advantage of this and find some kills early on with the combination of, you know, quick magic missile, the stun from Slardar?
I mean, they can definitely inhibit Arteezy's farm quite a bit with his aggro tri-lane, and I think Evil Geniuses, they need to abandon the idea of trying to match this tri-lane versus tri-lane. I would even be okay with Zai. Unfortunately, their easy camp is blocked away. They managed to get a sentry down that hasn't been countered, so they don't have that opportunity. This is kind of rough, though.
Oh my god, they're all over him already, and on top of crit, right clicks coming in from U9 trying to find that kill, and it does look like indeed they're going to be able to draw first blood. Faith potentially going to end up taking a little bit of harassment here as well, but it looks like with the big bad Ursa, the strong person in this lane, they're able to force him back.
Yeah, there's no way this matchup is even close. When these three heroes clash together against each other, Ursa offers a lot more fighting power early on. You have the better nuke and disable coming out from the Vengeful Spirit. It gives you like that quick damage and also control that'll always be able to get the first kill when these three heroes match up against each other. So I would much rather have them play a lot more passive. This laning fake sucks for EG. They don't like this, but Zai just needs to be able to try and open up one of these camps, try and do some pulling, and Sumail's actually in a bit of trouble.
They're on top of him. Kaka, he's already used Sprint, but there's going to be a crush. The DD rune to boot, and now losing out potentially on 2 of the 3 lanes. This is looking quite rough for EG.
Yeah, this is terrible, and Crit really can't do much because it looks like the Naga Siren is just never going to be a position for a reliable gank. He's always going to be a bit too high HP, so that only really leaves him top lane, which he's trying to set up for Universe right now, but he always has these high level of sticky napalm stacks, and he doesn't really feel comfortable challenging KP. So I'm not sure what Crit can really do. The static laning phases sit against them. He doesn't have a whole lot of roaming options either. Newbee have just basically cracked open the whole entire laning phase and are going to be able to walk away with, I think, a huge net worth experience lead by 10.
They're on top of Arteezy yet again. Right clicks coming through. U9 all in him, and the Bear Man hugs Lifestealer to death. And you talk about it up there as well. They placed that ward on the high ground on the Dire side, so they spotted out the movement from Crit the entire time. KP was just positioned beautifully up there, and they weren't able to find the kill.
Yeah, I think a lot of this does come back to the draft. It seems like Evil Geniuses, watching the difference from them drafting in day number 1 and day number 2, it does feel like they're trying to crack the code that is the first 4 picks of the game. You saw yesterday they were putting a lot more focus on making sure there wasn't, this light. It's the problem of Magnus, Lifestealer, and I think a little bit in Juggernaut as well. There's some of these powerful duos that they can't afford the enemy team to actually pick up. So I think they're still trying to crack this code, and this time around, instead of banning away Lifestealer, they pick it up for themselves. But it obviously left huge weaknesses in their draft, especially since they banned Dazzle. It meant the Ursa was a fantastic second pick.
Yeah, and you see right there as well, Kaka just continuing his movement around the map too, getting the early roaming potential and sealing away the runes. This is another thing, is that if you try and leave for a little bit for EG to go pick those up, you're not the fastest heroes in the world, and that's more time that Arteezy's not really farming. 16-2 versus the 19-9 of the Ursa so far. Now, this is still an early point in the laning phase. Do you think that the EG lineup can fight once they start to get these levels up? Are they going to take too much damage in the laning phase?
Well, with the first thing that's really going to change for Evil Geniuses is when they get that Infest Bomb from Arteezy, and they can make more powerful rotations with the Earth Spirit. For example, like Earth Spirit could run down to bottom, they can infest inside of him, then Earth Spirit could TP into mid or top. That would be a very fast play that could get a critical kill on a core. That's the kind of thing that Evil Geniuses is going to have to do in order to claw their way back from this very bad laning phase. Because right now, they don't really have any options. They just kind of have to suffer in silence. So watch Arteezy. He's not moving. His hands off the keyboard,
Oh god, yeah, that looks really painful, and it's not really changing. He can just sort of sit there and not really approach the lane at all. They scout out, there's a scan. Yes, there is indeed Kaka still there. And I mean, they're able to get the D ward, but man, this is a frustrating game for a Lifestealer.
And Kaka's even going to start moving over towards that 6-minute room. Maybe they know about this, though, and they think this is the opportunity to go on U9. But I just don't really see them having the kill power, though. And Ursa is relatively tanky, and he does have phase boots.
Oh, and while this is happening, over towards mid, there's a movement in. They want to try and go onto Sumail. It looks like they're not quite in position to be able to find him. Although if he steps too far forward, there is a chance. So he's just going to ghost walk away.
Sumail definitely knows about this. Like, all of EG knew this kind of rotation. They knew the 2 supports were going to rotate in, get that 6-minute rune, and take it away from the EG supports. And they think this is an opportunity to maybe have it go on U9, but he's so powerful, even just as a solo hero. Now they're going to get wrapped around.
Oh my god, Arteezy's there, but you do have Crit in the area. Maybe thinking about turning onto this. Sunstrike comes through as well. They brought in the puck. Every damn person from EG shows up in the bottom lane, and now trying to find more. Faith running away. There is no more boulders coming out from from Crit, so they find 2, much needed for EG there.
Yeah, that was perfect timing by Universe, really providing the saving grace there in what could have been a very disastrous team fight for EG. This is kind of what they have to do, right? It's like the same concept of moving the Lifestealer and the Earth Spirit around pretty early, is that you have to make multiple hero rotations to upset what is the innate nature of this game, the way this laning phase is going. It's just kind of an auto win for Newbee in many ways, so it's going to be EG who have to make a lot of different plays around the map, play very fast and very fast.
Yeah, another Sunstrike coming in onto Faith, a little bit off the mark there. Might have been able to bring them both down with that Fatal Bonds on 2 of those heroes, but it does look like they'll be able to walk away, and Crit paid for the trouble. I mean, the other thing to keep in mind here is that there's still a Naga Siren draft on top of the early laning phase win that Newbee is having. How much is that going to play into this as well? Like, does EG have the heroes to deal with Radiance Naga?
They don't really. They don't have like really good lane pushers. They don't have a single hero that's fantastic at being able to quickly deal with illusions as they push out. They mostly just have a lot of mid-game team fight and initiation between the Puck Lifestealer bomb as well as then the follow-up counter initiation that's going to be from the Warlock and his Chaotic Offering. So with those elements, they can dominate in 20 minutes.
A nice pickup there again. Sumail going to be able to hit that Sunstrike, and any little bit of kills like that you can find are just so valued for EG at this point. Now moving in for the Shrine, and maybe I guess you can start trying to heavily prioritize getting Zai some more levels in a bit, so you can start team fighting around that. In the meantime, we have seen Ursa actually queue up. Is that a Hand of Midas as well? Or Helm of the Dominator? Okay, I was going to say.
I think Helm of the Dominator is a bit better.
Seen a lot of Chinese Midases over the past couple
we
weeks.
definitely have, and you, I think, will continue to see a lot of Hand of Midases from the Chinese teams. They think they've slowed it down a little bit from what was happening just before this DAC LAN. Before that, there was a lot more Hand of Midases, but I think the Western teams play a little bit faster and kind of take advantage of some of the overly abundant weakness that multiple.
Probably a good choice not to go for that one, but still, you know, you start looking at the next couple of minutes here. It does feel like the early laning woes of EG have been solved at least slightly. How do you feel like they, I mean, there's sort of multiple Invest Bombs now. They're going to actually go onto U9 and catch him again. Sunstrike is going to be there. Enrage pops, turns to fight, creating some trouble as well. They're going to be able to run him down almost. Well, that is going to be a Dream Coil committed. U9 still barely alive here, but is finally going to drop. We'll see if they can bring down Universe Puck. Flame Break is a little bit off the mark, but Faith, he will be able to go for some more right clicks here. Trying to run him down. Universe pulled back in and should be brought down with that one. Well, he gets another Illusionary Orb. Jaunt away. They've got Universe in their sights, but he's so low, they aren't quite able to run him down as of yet. And Crit comes in to save the day. Flame Break connects. That should be enough. Jaunt not going to be there.
Oh, man, he used that phase shift earlier and wasn't able to dodge the Flame Break, and that was nail in the coffin for him. He just bought so much space and time, but he didn't actually manage to get out. They need to use Arteezy, I think, pretty soon here. Start moving him around the map to make sure when they make those kind of aggressive plays that they win it hands down, and TP rotations from Newbee don't stop them. Because that's the thing, is Newbee is incredibly good. I think they're the kings of defensive TP rotations. Yeah. They're super good at being able to always have a TP ready to go and have multiple heroes respond to an attempted gank. And even if they lose that hero, they'll always get a kill and return, just like you saw in the top lane.
Yeah, and I think that this is something that, you know, EG have developed an understanding of this too. They have a storied history against each other. A couple of those matches at MDL long ago, you think about how well they did in those tournaments and stuff. So they've been good to make sure that, you know, EG responded in similar fashion when the Puck rotated down bottom for those first couple of kills, stemmed the flow of the blood. And now, well, Crit is set up here in the top lane with Universe. Not sure if they're going to be able to go on to Ursa again, but with the Sunstrike, there's always a threat of a kill with these heroes on the map.
Somebody's got to open up a lane for Zai, and it looks like it's going to be Sumail actually abandoning mid lane. His Hand of Midas is coming up anyway. I think Arteezy wants to finish off his armlet before he starts getting aggressive, and that's just the symptom of a bad laning phase. Normally an armlet would already be there for a lifestealer, and he'd be good to leave his lane, play jungle, and play a little bit more ganking style, but he needs that item desperately before he starts being active around the map.
This is a nice play if they can pull it off. There are a couple of EG heroes in the area, and the smoke breaks inside the Roche pit. Do they realize it, though? It doesn't look like they do, and because of that, Newbee are going to enable a free Roshan for themselves. So pop the song to make sure it happens. Now if you're on the top side, they're going to initiate onto crit. And they quite get him. They're going to be a rolling away, and it looks like EG will get out, but early Roche going the way of Newbee.
Yeah, that was a very cool idea. Them utilizing the mid Naga Siren to always protect the Roshan attempts here from the Ursa. That is actually going to be a very big problem for Evil Geniuses. The next time Roshan is up, they're going to have to keep 5 heroes, I think, in that top half of the map and always be around that pit, because they can't just kind of like poke at Roshan against a Naga Siren. They need that kind of full all-in committal that forces the Song of Siren and then try and reset and still fight out.
Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Faith is gonna, well, not quite.
Infest?
Rob, Infest isn't there. Oh, that hurts.
Now he doesn't have Infest or Rage. I think he just dies now.
Oh, Arteezy dove a little bit too deep for that one and is punished heavily. And this is starting to turn very quickly into Newbee's favor again.
He still does not have that armlet. So even as he revives, if he had the armlet, it'd be kind of okay because it would be a reset of some sorts. Lifestealer comes back, and he can choose to TP wherever he wants and go with an ally, and they could put the pressure on some sort of lane. And Newbee would just have to kind of sit there and wait for that aggressive response. But without the armlet, I think Arteezy still doesn't want to make that kind of play. He'll have to maybe jungle a little bit before he has that item. And all the meanwhile, Naga Siren's just free farming away. You may even have a Radiance before the first gank happens on SC.
That would be really a very bad situation for Evil Geniuses, to say the very least. And now Newbee going to be able to secure this tier 1 tower in the bottom lane, try and take over map control. I think that EG's been doing a really good job of getting wards out across the map. You look over in the Dire jungle, and they've got pretty good vision throughout, but it is still a problem of connecting with these ganks, and Newbee has basically abandoned that side of the map, at least for the moment, while Naga Siren continues to farm out the other areas of the jungle that aren't under vision.
They just don't have a good support to really deal with this Ursa. So Ursa has run rampant over the first 15 minutes of the game, and it's bought tons of space for not just SEC, but also allowing KP to have a very favorable one for such a long time. He now has his Blink Dagger by 13 minutes, and he's going to be a terror around the map. EG probably know about this Blink Dagger timing, and they just have to stay relatively grouped up. You know, they have to be able to stay close enough to each other that if a Bat Rider does pop out somewhere and grab someone, the rest of the team can respond and try and counter it.
Yeah, and that's where their fight strategy really plays out well. Unfortunately, Newbee sort of have the answer to that in the Naga Siren split push eventually. It's just them making sure that they're able to run down the lanes, EG at various points, and try and pressure to the best of their abilities, cut off that farm of the Naga Siren. But she already has a relic 14.5 minutes in. Wow.
If you look at Newbee's positioning around the map, what oftentimes is they're going to be doing is they're going to be pushing on his 4 kind of aggressively. And in many ways, they're kind of scouting and posing an aggressive threat, while the Naga Siren is going to be playing more defensive, surrounded by all these offensive heroes. Right? So EG will never have an opportunity, even when they do get the initiation and get those timings, they won't be able to make a smoke play that catches the Naga Siren, because they will inevitably run into a Slardor or a Bat Rider who are aggressively positioned.
Yeah, and you see this smoke gank, and it's exactly what you talked about. KP there to break it in case it came from the north side, and that's looking like it's what's going to happen. Immaculate positioning right now from Newbee. We'll see if this smoke is going to be able to connect at all. He's not in Firefly, so does not scout them out. But EG also not realizing, and there's the blink away. They're fine. The ward was placed aggressively. They spot out everything. Newbee is going to TP away.
Wow, he's
what?
not even going to get
so
caught.
Good. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, they're just reading Evil Geniuses. They're reading them like a book, but it's also because the laning phase was so bad that there are limited options for EG. It's pretty obvious that EG has to make rotations and try and catch these heroes because they hit their timings, right? They have the Blink Dagger on Puck and the Armlet on Lifestealer. You know exactly what's coming, and Newbee are just playing around it beautifully.
And you don't want to go on the Ursa with the Aegis at this point either. That's not the fight that you want to take. So Universe still holding Arteezy inside of him. They're moving up for KP. They've been chasing him around the whole map. First it was bottom, then it was sort of in the mid area. Naga Siren has a Radiance at 16 minutes. And they're still not going to find a kill here. Yeah. So what's the answer? Is it just more of the same and hope you get better with your ability to find those kills, or is there any plan B really?
There is going to be an opportunity when the Aegis fades away from the Ursa. Evil Geniuses will have better options, because before they had to play a little bit more pick-off oriented. They needed a really strong initiation that started off on a hero that wasn't Ursa And that's what led Newbee to hiding the Bat Rider aggressively and doing things like that. Now they have some other options to them that the Aegis is gone. They can just straight up smoke straight into whatever heroes they can, and they'll feel comfortable winning a 5v5. But they still do have to worry that a Naga Siren Sleep in the right position could actually count them entirely.
Well, this is a nice combination. They're going to be on top of the Ursa, managed to find that pickoff. Sumail, the bright spot in this team certainly for Evil Geniuses. Second highest in net worth, has his Agnum Scepter, has the Midas completed. This, I feel like, to me, is where you play around for EG.
Yeah, I can't blame... It looks, his positioning looks bad, but that's a position that you're not expecting vision to be had by EG. But they did have it simply because of that smoke play earlier where it popped. They laid a ward down as the smoke popped, which was pretty natural. And that ward ends up, scouting the ancient pit. So just a bit of bad luck, really.
What you're talking about as well. The Aegis goes down. Evil Geniuses, they move in, try and take down a couple of towers themselves. You got Armlet up on Lifestealer. Is there another moment now to try and go for a smoke gank, or do you just try and push out all of the lanes? It's starting to become more difficult with Naga Siren Radiance online, right?
Yeah, you don't have too many more smokes to work with. I think they only have one right now, and it's holding on to that one. Nice catch on Kaka, though.
Yeah, much needed. This is before any type of Blink Dagger for himself. Still very far away from that. And I guess that is something else to keep in mind as they find that kill onto Kaka, is that the other heroes, the supports on Newbee are maybe a little bit below where you might expect. I guess they're still ahead of where EG is, though.
Yeah, I think Newbee, what they're doing right now is they know this timing is very well controlled by Evil Geniuses, so they're not going to be doing the same kind of four-man push-outs into towers like they were doing before. Now it's going to be a lot more of spreading their heroes quite a bit, like Slardar aggressively farming bottom. Even if he just forces the rotation, he gets caught, that's okay.
Arteezy, they're on top of him. There's the pick forward. They got control. Lifestealer going to drop again. Types of rotations you're talking about. If you're not showing everybody, go for a smoke gank and get a kill.
Yeah, Newbee were able to play a lot more brazen in the first 10 minutes.
Oh, wow, they're on top of him again. No, I don't know if they're actually going to be able to kill off Kaka, though. Yeah, he did have his Blink Dagger. It was over there in the stash. All right.
I mean, with the Lifestealer down, they feel comfortable, still forcing some sort of engagement, but I'm glad they backed away from that. I think they just, it's the first 15 minutes when the Lifestealer and Puck really weren't ready, where this Newbee team could play very brazen in your face with some of their pushes and just kind of dare EG to rotate to them because they're buying space for Naga Siren. Now it's going to be EG. They kind of have the ball because this is their big timing. So Newbee are going to play a lot more hit and run, a lot more split push, a lot more smokes are going to be used for this period of time. And thankfully, they didn't have to use a whole lot of early. So they've got plenty to work with.
Control of their economy of the smokes, definitely. And this was also something that the panel was sort of mentioning. You have the first pick Lifestealer overall. Newbee had all of these picks to deal with it, and it feels like they've countered it out quite heavily. And it's natural then that you would have Lifestealer with a little bit more of a difficult game going forward. It does feel like it's a lot on Sumail at this point with the level of farm that he's gotten. How do you see his game playing out for the rest of it here?
Well, he is level 16 right now. He's got Hand of Midas and Agnum Scepter, so we are getting close to Invoker really coming online as a team fighting power rather than just a farmer who occasionally sunstrikes for you. Arteezy may get caught again. If he sticks around for this next wave, he's going to get swapped back into an Ursa.
Yeah, they've got so many ways to break this.
Oh, got him.
Trouble. There's the swap. There's the crush. Right click's coming through. Dead again. And well, Puck drops the Dream Coil. Now they're going to turn on to Universe. They want to take him down as well. They also spot out the Warlock in the background. Oh, God, they're all going to die. Doesn't manage to get the Chaotic Operating on. They are going to come in with Sumail, though. A huge Meatball Deafening Blast combination. And suddenly, the Magic Man himself might be able to possibly turn this back around. Universe is going to live. Fate's starting to fall low as well. SC's dealing a lot of damage in this, though. Sumail needs to get out right now, and it doesn't look like they're quite going to be able to bring down that Naga Siren. But a great display, and Sumail at least saving the day a little bit.
Oh yeah, that means Sumail's got to do so much in this game. He attempts the Sunstrike on Faith, who he brought so low earlier, but he ends up missing it just barely. But Sumail, that was a good first step there, because that was a disastrous team fight, right? Arteezy is immediately picked off, and then the Song of Siren catches 3 heroes, where the Warlock is immediately disabled and has no impact. So it was basically 3 versus 5, and Sumail still managed to even it out a bit.
Yeah, and you can see right there, it's pretty, just that slight cast point. And again, the damage coming out from Sumail, quite impressive. I thought that they were going to be able to bring down Faith, but able to escape again. A couple of those for himself. Yeah, so far, 9-11 is the score. Are you feeling like that was enough to kind of pull EG back into this, or no? They're still hurt.
It's still a pretty big deficit, honestly. The Naga Siren has the Radiance, but she hasn't even reached like full farming power. It's kind of similar to the Alchemist, right? When you first pick up the Radiance, that's not the scary part. The scary part is when he gets Octarine and he's throwing Manta illusions everywhere, and all the lanes are being pushed out constantly. It's very similar for a Naga Siren too. The scary part is when he has Manta and to travel, moving around, and everything is being pushed in constantly, because EG is a team that doesn't deal with split push very well. This is why they last pick Naga.
Well, this is a really good pickoff again. They're able to constantly catch Kaka. Now, something else to note, they did take down the Dominator creep right before Roshan respawned, so EG know that Rosh is up, and Newbee do not. This is a huge turning point if they can somehow manage to take it down. It looks like they're going to be able to.
Yeah, I remember talking about second Roshan, how they need to play 5 heroes around that Roshan towards the top half of the map, because you have to take that Aegis away from the Ursa. Otherwise, you're getting this kind of like 5-minute window where you're scared to fight into Newbee. But they could still get caught here by the Song of Siren. It's coming.
Bat Rider's coming in as well. Arteezy pops the rage. They pull him back in. They're controlling him up and possibly going to bring him back down as well. Up jumps forward. They're on top of this Naga Siren. The Warlock ulti comes down as well. This is looking okay for EG here. Almost able to bring down SC, and they are going to be able to find that kill. So no reset with the Song. Roshan has fallen. The Aegis is on Sumail. He gets another kill onto KP. EG pulling it back, and now onto Kaka as well. We'll see if Sumail's going to be able to guess correctly, and, well, Kaka actually blinks back. All right, they spotted him out now, and Crit should be able to find this cleanup, I imagine.
Pull out the jukes, Kaka. 3 seconds.
Time to run
About 3 seconds.
All right, I got him. Cold Snap is there. So again, a great display coming out from EG. It feels like Sumail is definitely picking up the slack where, the rest of the team countered out. It's hard to deal with.
That is the second team fight he's kind of won for them. That first one was so bad that it shouldn't even been close for EG, but he still pulled out a couple of kills. This time around, it was just like the worst possible situation where you haven't quite finished up Roshan as a Naga Siren shows up, but he had a beautiful EMP, burns out the Naga Siren, prevents her from being able to use Song of Siren to kind of reset that whole entire engagement, because they had just been able to kill the Lifestealer and then Song, that fight's over. It wouldn't even be close, but EG reacted really quickly, not just Sumail, but also with Crit and as well as Zai jumping forward on both the Earth Spirit and Warlock and getting off those disables really helped control the Naga Siren long enough for them to make a trade.
Ooh, SC caught out here. Universe, he can go back in a second, but they're going to drop the Song. They decide to go in again. Universe is just gonna...
No, Universe just needs to get out. This is a good time for them to... They need to group up. Make sure they don't lose anybody here. This is where this Newbee smoke comes in, right? They want to make sure that EG can't take advantage of the Song of Siren cooldown.
Oh, great display there. Zai gets picked off very quickly. It looks like Universe is still going to be able to make his escape. Kaka, not able to chase him down. But yeah, that smoke play really nicely used.
Yeah, I mean, that was perfect, right? Because they would have had a 2-minute window almost to work with the Song of Siren down. That would have been a great opportunity for EG to get aggressive, but because Newbee, they kind of already were in a situation where there's smoke, but they just push forward really fast and find that kickoff, they can now, kind of control the lanes. They give time to the Naga Siren to push out a bit, and they won't have to deal with an immediate threat on a tier 2 without having that big team fight spell of Song.
You have the BKB here for Ursa. Like there's things that are feeling like Newbee are still, building this momentum with their draft, but it definitely has felt like EG have been able to turn it back around. And with this Aegis, is there any real impetus for them to try and, make more objectives happen for themselves, or you just try and hold pat for the moment?
I do think they need to make some plays happen and start taking some tier 2s. A pick off on Conco would be big.
Now they're going to be able to get it. Tornado lift up onto 2 as well. Now on the other side, U9 forced into the BKB already. They haven't brought down KP, but now you've got 5 heroes chasing after the Ursa. That is going to be Faith sacrificing himself for the cause, but they still might be able to run down U9 here. Sumail chasing. That Bearman is pretty quick.
That was really bad decision, I think, by Newbee to get aggressive at that point in time. I think it was unnecessary, especially with the Song on cooldown still. They could have just played it pretty defensively and split pushy. EG, they the movement was perfect by them, but it was also really nice that Sumail just throws out the tornado right as Batrider blinks in, and he throws out the deafening blast right as Ursa jumps onto him, so it pushes the Ursa backwards as well. That was pretty fortuitous timing for Sumail, that's for sure.
Definitely. And you think back again to one of the big games between these two teams before. It was at that MDL match where we had SCCC Invoker just go off and blow the world away, and now Sumail able to try and turn it back against Newbee themselves and having a standout performance here. But the big problem that we still have is this Naga Siren, who's been able to get so much farm. When is the point where you sort of start to see that take over the game here?
It's getting close to it. You've got the Manta now. We're going to be working towards the Octarine. Octarine is usually when the full split push farming Naga Siren is complete and all your lanes are hemmed in constantly. This is why, well, Arteezy is probably going to die here to a good smoking.
Yeah, there's the jump back, the right clicks. They're all over him. And this is, again, something that I feel like is just, you kind of have to accept it with the way that the picks have gone for Newbee.
The big problem for EG is that they don't have heroes to deal with this split push very well. It's why Lifestealer has gone for a Maelstrom. You know, he needs something like that to be able to push out waves really quickly, because most of the other heroes are not going to be adept at like, Puck can push out waves, yes, but he can't deal with the Naga Siren illusions, especially as they get tankier. He's opting for faster burst damage, though, with the Dagon. I think that's absolutely the right choice. They need to be able to pop a hero before the Song of Siren comes into play, especially if it's Naga herself. So if he can actually jump in, set up the same kind of play we saw earlier with the Drain Coil leading into Sunstrike, and then the Dagon to finish him off, that would be huge, and it kind of makes it so you had the numbers advantage even if the Song comes in play.
Quite good. I think also you look at a couple of these other item choices, not things that you would always end up seeing, like Blink Dagger first for Earth Spirit. We saw Solar Crest picked up for Warlock. Items that are just fit the niches and fill in the cracks of what this draft is lacking. You can now take Roshan much more quickly, and I think that that's going to be that next big engagement. And we didn't see Newbee go in with the Song to disrupt the Roshan like we saw in the first instance of it. That might still be something that they can pull out when we have the next Roshan up.
Yeah, for sure. That's going to be Roshan 3 is coming up, and that's Aegis as well as Cheese. Pretty formidable pickup, just because the lineup of Newbee is kind of dependent on being a burst down a hero. Both Cheese and 8 act as a...
So many Blink Daggers available. They're on top of Kaka immediately. Earth Spirit still waiting to go in. Can go for the counterplay in a second here, because SC is setting up for another kill. They're deciding TP away, but they've been able to catch them. All right, that was not quite there. Faith is going to end up dying. They're going to get the Courier as well. So it's a lot committed for the kill on the Venge.
Yeah, unfortunately, you just can't throw out that Chaotic Offering far enough to be able to catch the Naga too, but nice catch there by Sumail, maybe getting KP, but not there anymore.
Nice Yule Scepter there to joint what could have come out to break his Blink Dagger.
I have to say, though, Evil Geniuses, they are very good at making sure they don't crumble under pressure. You know, I see a very clear win condition for Newbee when they had such a strong laning phase, but EG still found a way to claw back and continue to get pickoffs like this one on Kaka that have actually won them a network.
Yeah, they've been able to really pull it back into their favor, and you still have the problem of the Naga Siren, but I'm seeing that path to victory right now for EG if they manage to keep these lanes pushed out, secure themselves Roshan. You talked about the Dagon, it's going to be there. It does also look like Invoker is going to be going back for the Octarine core. There were a couple of Midases. I think that Kaka had one in the works for the Slardar, and they're trying to build into a few more of those, maybe for Newbee, to sustain a little bit more of their late game.
Yeah, unfortunately, after his last couple of deaths, that Hannah Midas won't be coming in any soon for Kaka, but he does know that he's going to have to transition into more of a core, you know, pick up a BKB or something like that, so he can just stick on a hero. This game is definitely going late. Evil Geniuses, it's not that they can't beat Newbee's lineup in late game, it's more the fact that, like, they just have to deal with his constant split push that gives Newbee the inherent advantage. So what's going to end up happening here is all the lanes are going to be pushed in. There's more opportunities for Newbee to get farm on their other heroes, as well as plenty of opportunities for quick picks that can turn into an objective. When you're constantly hemmed in all your lanes, even if you do find a pick off on the side of Evil Geniuses, it's hard for them to translate that into an objective because they're so deep on their own side of the map. So that is going to be the inherent problem for late game. As I believe Hani once told me, you know, it's just like, team that has Naga Siren always has a late game advantage, and it's a very unique late game advantage. between the split push and the Song of Siren. It's this maneuvering advantage that always gives you a big lead, even if the enemy team can contest you when it comes.
And these type of smoke ganks become less effective too because you have less vision around the map. You're not like the other team knows that you're pressuring. All of the lanes are pressured in, and these will be less effective as time goes on. You know, interesting little thing comparing the Ursa to the Lifestealer this game. As we have the smoke movement still going out, the Ursa is 9-4 and 4, I think, at this point.
Yeah, 9-4 and 1.
And you've got that comparison to the 0-6 Lifestealer, and yet they're only 2,000 roughly net worth apart. Like, Lifestealer's been able to keep up and farm pretty effectively this game.
Yeah, I think they got a lot out of the couple of team fights that they did. So Lifestealer was rewarded a pretty big windfall when he was able to get a couple of kills in team fights, and some of that comeback gold comes into play. But also it's the fact that Ursa is a hero that's very dependent on getting kills to be able to continue to snowball into late game. And this game has slowed down quite a bit. Evil Geniuses were not able to take full control like they wanted to at 20 minutes, and they did have to play a little bit more of a slower pick-off-oriented game. And Newbee have kind of stumbled with a lot of their aggressive smokes. They had the opportunity to use a lot of the smokes they didn't have to in the early game, but the one like where they 4-man smoked up the top lane and led it to a bad team fight is very much played against them.
Yeah, and well, this is now Roshan soon to be taken. The Sunstrike comes in, it spots out the G9s in the area, and it's still very hard to contest this with SC right there having the sleep. And it looks like he is going to go for it right now, is actually not able to quite catch him. They're catching out the Lifestealer and the Earth Spirit right now. They will be able to secure themselves the Aegis now. Trying to turn the universe. They drop the Chaos Offering. Doesn't really hit onto that many heroes. And now they're on top of Sumail, slowed down so low. But can they even kill him off? There's a huge Deafening Blast combination that comes out. Invoker is not going to be able to do it. They've just got too much damage coming out on Newbee. 4 dead, soon to be 5. EG all over him. Oh my goodness, what a great display. And it does look like U9 also is going to get ran down here. Cold Snap back up in 1 second. There it is on U9. Tornado lift up. EG, they made it work.
Yeah, they did. That's a total wipe against Newbee on Newbee's side of the map, so they can very quickly turn this into tier 2 and a high ground push, try and force some buybacks out of Newbee. That was huge. What Newbee did is they overcommitted to taking Roshan. They got caught in a bad spot, right? And they used Song of Siren as well as BKB, and Ursa was still low on that first life. They used all of that just to be able to get Roshan, but those abilities, the BKB duration as well as the Song of Siren, they didn't last long enough for them to get a full retreat. Evil Geniuses knew. With Aegis, it doesn't matter if they use some of those things like the BKB and Song of Siren so preemptively in the team fight. They're out of ammo at a certain point.
That was so well done, and it gives them a whole lane of racks. You've got access to shrines now. EG just blew this game wide open, and in the second when this gold graph ends up fully catching up, we are going to see just how ridiculous that ended up going. But man, look at this combination. It looked for a moment here like U9 was going to be able to get the Aegis. Maybe they just blink out and get away, but yeah, the combination that came out from Invoker here in just a second was quite strong. Oh man, it's good stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it's Sumail like knowing, hey, I can just be super aggressive, and also Universe. Like, those are the two players that define this team fight. Universe being able to catch 2 of the supports on the north side of that pit with the coil prevented any follow-up initiation after the song faded down. So allowed EG to aggressively position themselves to chase down those cores like Sumail did, right? He had little fear. He just jumped straight forward into an Ursa. Didn't care if he was melee for him because he knew this is a team fight that's ours. They don't have some of the abilities that they need to be able to win. You know, having an Aegis and resetting a team fight for an Ursa isn't the be-all, end-all if you're just going to be able to run over the Naga and that first life of the Ursa so quickly.
Well, and now, you know, we talk a lot about the ability of Naga Siren to delay the game and hold out for a long period of time, but when you lose everybody like that, Song is used aggressively by and large. That means that now you get those first lane of barracks against this Naga Siren. How much does that hurt the way that Newbee want to play this game going forward? Is losing a lane of barracks like that bad?
Oh, it's terrible because you're so dependent. These Naga Siren late game lineups are so dependent on being able to have creep equilibrium because the Naga Siren split pushing all the time. All the lanes are being pushed in by these Radiant illusions that you have full control of the map. But you are inherently at a disadvantage when you've lost a melee racks like this so early. Now mid lane is naturally always going to push in, and Naga Siren can deal with it. That's the one good thing about it, is that it does allow Newbee. They do have a great hero for being able to deal with those super creeps that are going to be coming in, but it does put them at a disadvantage. It hurts the inherent advantage that Naga Siren is supposed to have late game.
All right, and now they have a lot of tools to deal with these illusions as well. We'll see if maybe we can have some, I mean, it's a long time ago that we had those quick pickoffs that happened over and over again on the Lifestealer where they were jumping in, Batrider, and then Ursa on top of them. Do you think that they can try and replicate that type of success that they were having earlier, or is EG always going to be sticking together at this point?
No, I think EG is always going to be sticking together. This is part of the way they're able to play pretty calm and come back from bad laning phases, is that they have confidence that they can out-team fight people. Like they just think, you know, we can click our abilities better, right? So as long as they group up and don't get you know, picked off too much, and that is kind of what maybe should have happened in some ways. Other teams, I think, naturally would have tried to be a bit greedy and spread themselves out in order to try and catch back up from a bad laning phase, but EG rather just grouped up and kind of balled into Newbee members. Newbee actually obliged a couple times with some of the aggressive smoke in, instead of just taking map control and playing an economy game.
Oh, and you can see here, they're setting up a trap as well along the bottom lane. If anybody from Newbee showed up there, they're going to explode. And in the meantime, take down the shrines, move around the map. It's nice that you do have the Batrider who has the gems, so they've been able to, at least for Newbee, shut down a little bit more of the vision. But you can see that Radiant do have an Observer Ward inside of the Newbee base. So if the next couple of minutes, if there is some more pressure there onto high ground, there might be an opportunity for a quick catch, either from Universe jumping in and then Sunstrike combinations or something else like that.
Yeah, I like what Evil Geniuses are doing a really great job of making sure their lanes don't get too pushed in. It's so much easier if you can get all the lanes over the river and you start closing in the map a lot more. It's a lot easier to control this Naga Siren and the illusion span of it. So they're doing a good job. They always keep 2 lanes over the river if possible. They've taken an objective in bottom lane without losing anything in return. So these are good signs in dealing with a Naga Siren late game. But there is going to be the occasional aggressive poke out from Newbee. They got to be a little bit wary of that.
Actually, interestingly enough, it looks like Naga Siren has a sheep stick queued up. What are your thoughts behind that? Not something that we always end up seeing on the Naga.
Yeah, that is kind of interesting. Some sort of quick reaction disable against Puck or Earth Spirit, or maybe even Invoker when he jumps in. Problem is he doesn't have something to be able to deal with the Lincolns immediately. You know, like he doesn't have another instant cast to be able to pop the Lincolns, get the disable on Invoker. They do need better lockdown against the Invoker, because he has actually played a lot of havoc against them with just operating on Blink Dagger, Blink Dagger on Lincoln. Blinks in and they try and throw one of those disables down on him, but he's just able to casually walk it off, throw down the ice wall, and it's so disruptive to who are like, especially Ursa is very much harmed by that ice wall. He wants to be able to just stick onto heroes, but Invoker at this point is excellent at kiting heroes around. He's even got the minus 18-second tornado now, which is going to be another problem for Newbee to deal with in team fights.
And it feels like if Newbee don't get that initial jump and find and explode either the Invoker or, you know, probably the Puck is the other one that they need to heavily focus, it's just going to end up going terribly for them, because you have to burst there. Otherwise, there's all these kiting mechanisms they have. Inherently, then you kind of need the vision advantage as well, and I think that's why we're seeing the Batrider go back for the gem, scout out across the map, try and get any D wards that they can. They have been able to get that one ward out of their base that was up there. Right there as well. Is EG really under any stress where if they lose a big team fight, all this advantage they've been able to build up gets thrown away?
Yeah, some of the advantage is just the map control that it's been very hard fought, but they finally do have decent map control. Like right now, they're in a position to go high ground with neither bottom or mid lane being a threat run. Like maybe mid lane will do some damage to the tier 2, and bottom lane will eventually get to the tier 3, but for right now, it's free damage on a tier 3 tower with no response.
So looking for Sumail, you do have that Aether Lens on Batrider, so we can catch him from a little bit further away. Jump forward, pull back in Sumail. If they can blow him up here, this would be huge. They end up getting the crush, but it's broken, and it is still going to be able to bring down Sumail right at the start of this fight. He does have buyback, but in the meantime, they're going to chase down more. Sleep to catch, on to 3. 4 are actually caught in this one, but can they blow them up? Universe is going to be the first target, it looks like. Is going to be able to get that phase shift for the moment. Over here to the side, Arteezy trying to show up. Sumail is here. They ended up going for the buyback. He jumps forward, controlling up the Ursa. Is ice wall down as well, so should be able to just continue to run him down. And it looks like they're just going to keep their eyes on the prize, take down these objectives.
Yeah, there's just not much they can do with the lasso down. They made that first play against Sumail, and that was excellent, but on the second life, they just don't have enough control to really be able to catch him when he aggressively pushes forward. But that's good enough. Like, a buyback came out from Sumail, and they still defended their tier 3 tower. That was an excellent hold by Newbee. I'm not sure if, like, Sumail thought that was going to be this fantastic endgame scenario for them with the buyback and immediate commence with the fight, but Newbee played that pretty defensively. You know, they kept themselves really well spread. They didn't really have the ammo to get another quick kill after the Song of Siren. You saw them kind of setting up on a puck, but ultimately it's a puck. It's going to be hard to obtain that, but you know, they just kind of played it defensively and said, EG, if they want to run into us deeper, let them. We're not going to try and fight this one out too much.
And now you do sort of have that answer for the puck after the Song of the Siren with a sheep stick completed on Naga Siren.
Yeah.
So that's another one of those items that will start to change the dynamic of this game a little bit, where the songs used aggressively will be more effective than they would have been otherwise. And yeah, you know, also the Invoker not having buyback, I'm feeling like there's Newbie starting to build back that momentum again. Do EG need to be concerned about this, or can they just go and try and secure themselves Roshan and go rinse and repeat?
They definitely need to be concerned. It's why they really want to be able to pick up this Aegis. They're going to clear through the Helmet Dominator creep right now. Roshan is going to be up in 30 seconds, though it does have a max respawn time of about a minute 30, so it's not like EG hang around inside the pit. Newbee will eventually cut across from bottom lane into mid. They've got mid and bottom lane pushed out. The Siren Illusions are going to deal with top. They're getting the map control necessary to set up a good Roshan fight.
See here as well, the levels continuing to go up. We're caught up just about the Naga Siren to where the Invoker was, and is going to start soon surpassing him. The other thing that's nice about this for Newbee, I would say, is that they're not sacrificing the farm of all the other heroes. Sometimes you see that with the Naga Siren, where all the rest of the heroes don't have anything, basically, but you've got some decent farm on the Bat Rider here. Ursa's been able to maintain a pretty substantial lead over the Lifestealer, roughly the 1 to 2K mark throughout the whole course of it. But now Roche coming out, we'll have to see how Newbee respond to this. No Shrine to TP2, but they still can't get here quickly.
I'm really surprised that Newbee are not contesting Roshan. They know this is about the time it should be up. I really thought they were going to cut across from bottom through mid and start taking some of that area, but it looks like they're still going to get there in time with this smoke play.
Yeah, AP going in, able to jump on top of. Did he hit Roche with that? Well, Song of the Siren is down. They get the counterplay. Ortiz still gets the Aegis, though, and U9, they're turning to fight onto this crit with a really good silence, but is it going to be enough? They have the net down as well onto one, and it looks like with everybody starting to fall, they've already lost to Ursa. They lost that Slardar as well. KP's starting to fall low. Sumail's so freaking low. He got down to 18 HP and does finally go down. So 2 minutes with no Sumail. It's still looking quite bad, though, for Newbee. It looks like they're also going to be able to take down SC there on the Naga Siren. 5 dead for Newbee. They did lose Sumail, but this is still a huge win.
That was a very awkward initiation. KP, he didn't use Lasso on the jump. I'm not entirely sure what he ended up trying to eat through. I think he tried to jump forward, force staff the Lincolns off, and then go and Lasso. But I think Lifestealer just kind of raged up. There was force staff. I think he actually maybe hit Rodan or something. But it was just an awkward initiation that turns into another Song of Siren that doesn't look good at all. They got free damage on the Ursa with that Song of Siren. You know, they hit him a couple times and then they all fall asleep and invulnerable.
Well, it does force out the SC buyback, and that's a full lane now done as they take down the range barracks, but don't want to pressure for anything more. They're probably a smart one, and yeah, it does look like he popped it on Roche there.
Something popped there, and then they try and go into the Song, and then they're still raged up on Arteezy, and he's able to get that Aegis. You get a couple of swipes on U9 before he goes back to sleep, and they just don't have enough firepower at that point in time to finish off Sumail, which is pretty sad. You know, it's some of the lost BKB timer with the Song. It just feels like Newbee are not playing very well around the use of this ultimate. And the fact that Sumail barely goes down, I think if Sumail actually stays alive there, he's able to heal up, that actually could just be the end game. Yeah. Where EG, they quickly heal up, they go 5-man into Newbee, who only had like, what, 3 buybacks available out of 5? And just take a good 3 versus 5 into base.
Well, and maybe that's that one buyback earlier. You have that at that point too, and you could potentially end the game as well. Yeah. But you know, it's still a very, I would say, dominant performance from EG in that fight. It's still hovering around that 15 to 20,000 net worth lead. As you look at it, it's getting closer and closer. experience, much different story. You think that there is going to be a point where Newbee can just sort of like dominate this game at all with their heroes, or is their time on their timing really passed a little bit?
No, there's always going to be a very big difficulty to team fighting. Like, you can't end the game without winning a team. Evil Geniuses have very strong initiators. They are scaling pretty well on this Lifestealer who's got a completed Mjolnir, AC. Still doesn't have the Abyssal Blade. I think that's his next item when he drops the Aegis, but they're always going to have this big sustain and initiation advantage over Newbee. So it's going to be more about maneuvering for Newbee to win.
Okay, well, you can see up there in the high ground, they jump forward, able to control up one, but now Crit in a little bit of trouble. Arteezy trying to turn on the U9. Not sure if that's going to quite work out for them, though. And well, it looks like Newbee are actually going to back, expecting the rest of EG is going to be right behind them. They have started to show up. The thing to keep in mind is that bottom lane is still being pressured in by the Naga Siren Illusions, and the tower took a good bit of damage, still doesn't go down. But EG losing Crit there for the price of the Venge still works.
Yeah, I think you still want to go high ground here if you're Evil Genius. Maybe push through mid and go top. That might be a bit too. I was just thinking they still have this Aegis, but Venge is down for 30 seconds. It's like they are just going to back up and kind of reset.
Heart quite good on the illusion while making them harder to take down. I like the little Mjolnir laid down on top of the creeps too, so he's kind of had like the counterplay coming out with the creeps going out the other direction. So interesting little back and forth there. Counter to the split push.
Remember we were talking about Kaka and picking up his Hanamitis. He knows this is going to go late game. He needs to get some actual items that allow him to be a right clicker. Well, that BKB is still so far away. He's only got 1,100 gold in the bank. U9, his farm is stalled up quite a bit. He's still sitting around that 18k, where Arteezy's Lifestealer is now up to 21k. And all this extra farm on Naga Siren is not going to translate into huge wins in team fight.
Trying to catch Kaka there. Sunstrike not quite able to be on the mark. You know what the real value is, though, a little bit later on. Moonshard.
Yeah?
Yeah, maybe? No? Okay.
Not really, just because they don't have... Like, if Kaka and Faith were more farmed as supports and they were turning into a little bit more right-clickers, you could argue there's some value there, but the only value is really just going to be on the other side. We're already seeing more with these team fights. EG's taking it slow, they're controlling the map. You know, I was talking about Love, they have this opportunity maybe to go through mid and push high ground. But EG are still keeping this, like, they're just more focused on controlling the map and making sure Naga Siren does not get these split push options out there. You look at mid and top lane, they're really not pushed in at all, so EG are in a great position to start sieging.
They got one creep in, and now they've pulled Arteezy pretty deep into that one, but the meatball combination comes out. Is it going to be enough to bring him down? KP heals himself for the moment to try and stay alive, but it looks like they're still over on the other side on top of Zai. The Chaotic Offering has already come down, though, and it looks like the Batrider buyback is going to try and go for initiation on it. Arteezy eats the cheese. Now U9 turned upon. He's taking too much damage, though. They're all over him. It is going to fall. That last little right click coming through. EG came to play. Both of their supports are gone now, as we do have SC on the back line. Arteezy is there. Does he get the bash? Not quite going to be there, but turns now onto Kaka. Blink away, still fine for the moment. Everybody alive for Newbee. I think that EG need to be careful about this pressure, and they're gonna back out.
Yeah, it's probably for the best. They forced another buyback. They, it would just be like too much of a risk, I think, at this point in time to continue to go high ground. They're in a great position. Evil Geniuses, this is a 50-minute game against the Naga Siren, but we're getting into that super late game territory where the Naga Siren split push just isn't quite as viable as it used to be, and Evil Geniuses are getting so much farm on all of their members. Like, even this puck is translating into some decent damage, as he's going to have a Sight Device after that Dagger 5. So, like, everybody from EG is hitting pretty hard, while if you look at the Newbee side of things, because of what Naga Siren does, right? She soaks up all the farm on the map. Venge and Slardar, they look really, really poor.
No, it's tough, definitely, and not really feeling like there's a great answer for it going forward either, as far as getting those heroes more farm. The Midas is nice on the Slardar, but because it came so late, it's not translating to that same level of items that you would have seen otherwise. I do think that also the Aghanim Scepter here on the Earth Spirit, a really cool pickup, particularly when you have so much of the single target focus. We were talking during the draft that maybe the Dazzle would have been something that they wanted to go for. Banned out made it really tough for EG, but now you sort of have that secondary form of it in the Grave. But well, this is going to end up being a dead Slardar here. Gets picked off. The rotation comes in, though, from the rest of Newbee. Kaka still manages to get off a clutch onto Crit to keep him back in. There's Puck already dead. Now U9 trying to take down Crit. Isn't quite there in position to bring him down, but looks like Kaka going to miss onto that right click, and well, they break the Lincolns for Sumail. The sleep is going to catch onto several.
Oh, I don't know about this one. It's risky.
Quite tough. You have the refresher there for Invoker as well if you want to come in. Yeah, they're just going to TP away. Good decision, but the lift up will catch the Venge, and Faith most likely to die here.
Yeah, that's going to be a drop gem. That's really unfortunate.
Oh, wait, there was a courier?
He's trying to give it to courier.
Oh,
my God!
Oh, my God!
Saving that shot's still going to finish him off, but if somebody can run into that jungle area, might be able to pick it up.
Oh, they did it.
Go Bat Rider, get it.
They didn't know that it got swept. Oh, that was beautiful.
All right. So they took the gem away from Evil Geniuses. That's pretty big. If I'm not sure if EG doesn't work like that, just like smokes. I can't tell if the fresh gem is up. It does allow Newbee maybe an opportunity to hold some better vision and get some split pushing out. They'll just have better ideas of what EG is up to, and EG won't be able to, because they want to make, ideally EG, they slowly push in all these Naga Siren attempts at split pushing to get all the creeps pushed in into around like 3/4 of the way through to the base, and they get aggressive vision, right? And then the only thing that Newbee could do at that point in time is operate off of smoke, so then we'll push outside the base and catch EG. But with this gem, it just means there's not going to be an opportunity for that kind of aggressive vision, and you can make aggressive plays without the smoke.
U9 is going to be sunstruck there. Might signal that the ward in the area, and actually Sumail going to be able to catch U9. Would have been a big kill if they could have found it, but
His buyback still 3.5 minutes, so Evil Geniuses, they definitely want to go high ground, I think, in the next 2 minutes or so. Try and take another lane of Rags. They don't need to end the game by any means. Just another lane of Rags, another progression in their win condition. Nice.
He actually dropped the gem on the ground there too, actually. That was nice. He didn't end up dropping it when he died. He put the gem on the ground so the courier could pick it up. Well, 53 minutes in, and EG ready to barrel down a lane again. How does this green fight look for Newbee?
They need a strong initiation, and it can't be on the Lifestealer. They need to somehow get KT to catch the Invoker maybe in the back lines, because he's got a refresher. He's such a big threat in team fights, but he's going to grab Crit instead. He does have that saving mechanism, so they're going to try and take it out of the fight.
Nicely done. There's the Dream Coil down. The first Meatball has already dropped. Sumail does still have the refresher if he wants to go for it. Ice Wall dropped as well. They've already taken down the Ursa. They've taken down the Bat Rider. EG, it was looking so bad for so long, but now looking a hell of a lot better. And Sumail, well, they're going to be able to continue to get this chase down, killing off all the illusions and hitting barracks as well. EG is all over him.
Yeah, this is just over. I think without the Ursa, there's no way Naga Siren by herself can output the damage to force EG back.
Now they're all over him. Kaka's gonna drop. EG, again, it was looking so rough for them through those early stages, but throughout all of this, they were able to persevere and now take what looks to be tier 4s and, unless barring a miracle, some type of a win. Sunstrike takes him down and GG gets called. Great display from GG.
Yeah, great. I think what Newbee were operating on a 5,000 gold advantage, it looks like, by like 16 minutes. They had a very early Radiance, but EG, they just did not blink. You know, they reacted really well to that kind of pressure. They said, we're
EG's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Newbee's turn to ban. EG's turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Newbee's turn to ban. EG's turn to pick.
Life stealer.
Newbee's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Earth Spirit.
Newbee's turn to pick. Seconds
Sand King.
EG's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Keeper of the light.
Newbee's turn to ban. EG's turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Newbee's turn to ban. 10 seconds remaining. EG's turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Newbee's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Juggernaut.
EG's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Dusk.
Newbee's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Warlock.
EG's turn to pick.
Invoker.
Newbee's turn to ban. EG's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. EG's turn to pick. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. 10.
Earth Shaker.
Newbee's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Ten seconds remaining.
Alchemist. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Still going to be impactful. And the same can be said of the Invoker as well.
Yeah.
That's the thing, is like, this is a hero that fits multiple scenarios and will always scale well with you in late game and gives you adequate team fight. So this is a very similar lineup to game number 1 then.
I'm very excited to see it, and it was fireworks in game number 1. Hoping to see a similar thing here, as Kaka's already going to move out across the map, place down a couple of aggressive wards, it looks like, or defensively. But yeah, I think that there's a lot to be said for that. You've got two heroes here that if one starts to fall behind, let's say that the Lifestealer gets heavily pushed in the early phases, then Invoker can be the one that blows out. And on the other side of the fence, you've got a couple of different initiating heroes here that can help out the Lifestealer bombs with Arteezy too. So a well-rounded draft, I would say, from Evil G's. On the other side, for Newbee, it's going to be Alchemist show again. This is a hero that has had a pretty abysmal win rate so far in this tournament. I think that that's mainly based off of the plays. Like, is Alchemist still a good hero?
I think people have just managed to adjust to Alchemist. There are certain heroes that come back into the meta time and time again, and you will see for probably the first month that that kind of hero, that kind of style, always has a really good win rate. So, for example, a Spectre already, if Spectre anytime comes back into the meta, you'll see this spike where Spectre is very strong, has a high win rate, because teams have kind of forgotten how to be able to play around and against a Spectre lineup. And I think Alchemist is kind of similar, and the decreasing win rate that we're seeing right now is the fact that teams have played against it so many times that they have adequately adjusted. I was thinking a little bit, I think that Newbee's last pick, there really wasn't too many options. I think it was either Naga Siren or Alchemist. Their lineup is pretty team fight heavy, but they didn't have the scaling necessary to beat out EG's Invoker Lifestealer core duo. So they had to get something that kind of changes it kind of flips the script, changes the idea about Dota. And both mid Naga Siren and Alchemist accomplish that for you. So I think in that regard, the Earthshaker would always be a strong pickup, just because he gives you such strong, hard initiation.
Yeah, and it is sort of going to come at the cost of a little bit of an interesting one here. KP soloing the lane did come with the full poor man shield as well as a set of tangos for himself. And meanwhile, in the bottom lane, it's going to be both the Earth Spirit sort of trying to zone out to the best of his abilities as well as Faith and deal with this Earthshaker who's basically just playing in the offlane role the whole time.
Yeah, I think KP very much expected to be dealing with a dual lane of Tusk and Lifestealer and having the Keeper of Light down in the bottom lane with the Earthshaker. But Universe, maybe he actually just wanted to be able to get the solo lane because he does the Fisher block. He gets a fast level 2 thanks to the creep equilibrium. In fact, he's even going to take a big creep. That's a good steal for Universe that will help him progress into the boots pretty quickly. So I think they just expected an aggro dual lane to start with, and then KP, his positioning was very heavily punished, right? He was so far forward, he's already used 2 burrow strikes, he's activated his early offlane shrine just by EG having Zai up at top to zone the Sand King early, because Sand King is a hero you don't want to give a free 1v1 or 1v2 against. Going against 2 melees and having early level Cosmic Finale could be devastating.
Yeah, and, well, they're still going to keep a couple more right clicks here on a KP. They have shards to block him in, and be able to just stick around here for a moment, not wanting to use a burrow strike there for that one. It is a little bit interesting, though. You take a look at the CS and the way that it's developed, and Earthshaker was sitting on the same CS as Juggernaut at this point, so the early laning phase going a hell of a lot better for EG than it was last time around. How different of the game is it going to be with an Alchemist as opposed to the Naga Siren in the mid lane, though?
It's not going to be too drastically different. I think the Alchemist peaks a little bit faster. And he hits a little bit more powerful of a peak, a little bit better team fight power and those sort of things. So we should see Newbee around 35-40 minutes kind of reach their maximum capacity in this game and try and end it out. And it's going to be a little bit less split push. But very minor difference.
Get a courier snipe, and now seeing that KP's in the area, we'll see if they decide to go for it. Sunstrike coming in, Snowball to follow. They are going to maybe be able to get that kill. They try and turn it. Doesn't have enough mana for shards, though, and now with the rotation in from Kaka, they're going to stop that kill from happening. No shrine to go to, but we'll use the salve. And maybe with a rotation in, they can make something happen. Doesn't look like they want to try for it. They're just going to force Tusk back.
I thought they were actually going to wait until he went for the pull on the neutrals to have the neutrals kind of help out in damage, but that would come at the risk of obviously maybe he'd be able to get the successful deny against the neutrals. They just really wanted to claim that first blood. And if they'd gotten on the Tusk, that would have been a big-time pickup. Tusk having early boots and Orb of Venom is notoriously hard to deal with. Offlaners can't actually utilize their offlane camps very easily because they're just going to be matched in a 1v1 so often with the Tusk harassing you down.
Really, again, surprised at how much this Universe Earth Spirit's been able to get out of this laning phase, even without having that Tusk there. They stuck the Keeper of the Light down here in the bottom lane, obviously, but it's felt like EG has basically just had free reign to run around the map wherever they want to, and they're still, I would say, winning all of the lanes at this point.
Yeah, I would say this is a combination of the fact that they're doing an aggro dual lane, so what Zai's doing is he pushes out the wave with this Luminant Blast, and then he pulls the hard camp over and over. We saw this develop pretty early in 7.0. It's why Coddle and Dazzle were valued so highly. They're both aggro dual lane supports that push out the wave and take advantage of the hard camp pull. So this is why Earthshaker is able to get so much extra CS. And then the other factor is that if Earth Spirit isn't in lane, it's just a damage combo, but they have no stun between Juggernaut and Warlock. So you see Universe plays it very far forward, knowing that he can always fall back and TP scroll if they go on it.
Quite good, definitely. Now SC farming out the hard camp while this is all happening. You saw there that the Sand King had wanted to stack it earlier, but SC will still take that extra bit of farm for himself. And this is a hero that they need to keep the aggression on. Been left to his own devices so far. Is there really like much of a worry of him getting completely out of control in this game, or do you think that EG have the heroes to deal with him well?
You don't worry about it in the laning phase. It's kind of like a Storm Spirit. You try and rotate and kill him once before he hits level 6, but Storm Spirits and Alchemists, they've adjusted to that idea, and once they pick up usually level 5 or maybe even 4.5, they'll immediately go jungle until they have 6. So you don't worry about it in the laning phase, but you will try and put pressure more as you start going into the mid, try and slow down that Radiance time. You're not going to prevent it entirely, obviously. It's going to be, again, looking very similar to the last game, where they didn't worry so much about the Naga Siren, they just kind of focused on their own farm. Invoker. Oh, no!
Just barely off the mark there with that Sunstrike. SC is still taking a lot of damage here, but Kaka is going to be there in position to help him out. It was interesting. Crit moved just into the mid lane, knew that he wanted to go over for that Alchemist because of that ward that was placed up on the high ground, giving them vision. But that did also tip them off the fact that they were heading over in this direction.
Yeah, very, very smart. I like the fact that he wins that offlane camp. Oh, maybe they can catch KP here. He does have another Sandstorm, though. Never mind.
Oh, GP, Sunstrike come through. Oh,
Jesus.
barely. And that was Infest used as well, correct? I believe it was.
Wow. Well, so I thought he was just going to kind of Sandstorm. But if he did, he would have been Illuminate blasted and Sunstruck down. So it was smart of him to TP out like that.
Again, the story for me is I feel like we've seen the offlane Earthshaker oftentimes just not get a ton, but this game he's been able to have a great time for himself with the help of that Coddle, as you were mentioning, and getting the pulls constantly out there. How much does an Earthshaker picking up an early Blink Dagger change the dynamic of this game? Is that like just the be-all, end-all for EG at this stage?
It's big, but it's not necessary, right? The timing of the Blink Dagger, say with Slardar Lifestealer strategies, very important, right? The lineup just doesn't come online until you have that Blink Dagger for the Slardar. The Earthshakers, it's nice if it happens earlier, but before that time, we do have the Tusk, who is a secondary vehicle for the Lifestealer to work with. It's kind of similar to Earth Spirit. In that regard, it's a nice support initiator that lets the Lifestealer move around the map early whenever he wants. RTZ's also having a much better time because he's not facing an aggro tri-lane, he's just kind of free farming. He's going to have a faster armlet, so we may see a faster rotation by him, but he does have that armlet joining the Tusk and trying to put some pressure on preferably the Alchemist. Juggernaut is kind of a dead lane hero, and it's kind of hard to gank because of the Blade Fury magic immunity, but maybe they can get a surprise stun combination down U9.
Yeah, you can see the sort of the way that might work out. A long-range fissure, a snowball to follow, and you know, if you get that level 6 up on Tusk at a reasonable time, he's still going to be a ways away from it, but there's something there eventually. Not to mention maybe pulling in the Earthshaker to get into range for a follow-up Enchant Totem. Kind of the ghetto Blink Dagger, if you will.
Yeah, absolutely. Even just blocking him off with the Fissure and with the Ice Shards and allowing the Lifestealer just to right-click the Jug while he's spinning can still be a win condition. So, a very aggressive maneuver here by EG. I like the fact that they're wrapping so deep around behind mid, trying to catch one of these supports in the process. They want to be able to get this pick off and then turn it into a push onto this mid-tier 1 tower, because it's already chipped down to 500 HP.
Well, they're right there on top of Kaka. He's going to immediately get out, and now EG call the panic button, but U9 rotating in. Turning around, go for the Echo Slam Universe. Make it happen, baby. And now KP, he's going to jump there onto the Tusk, so Crit in a little bit of trouble there, trying to go for a little bit more with this Enchant Totem, not quite in range to block it off, but they have been able to find another kill on Sumail. Kaka dropping low, and now the Burrow Strike onto 2. Is it going to be enough damage, though, to find any of these kills? Crit walking away is going to be alive. They're going to take down KP. Triple kill for Sumail. Oh, he has had a hell of a game. Oh, we almost had him with the Sunstrike, but not quite online. Sumail hits a Midas on his way out. Give me that farm.
That would have been a sick ultra kill, but Sumail, I mean, it's hard to see how like Evil Genius is going to lose this game, because they came back from game 1 after such a bad start, and game 2 they're off to a fantastic start. It's a very stark contrast to game number 1. Sumail starting off with a triple kill. RTZ's totally free farming. They're making a lot better use of their supports. Remember last time we were watching the Earth Spirit just not really do anything because there was only one real lane that was viable for ganking. This time around, you can feel like the Tusk has a lot more opportunity. And a lot of it's just kind of lane setup. Evil Geniuses probably learned from game 1 and said, you know, we recovered and we won that game, but we do need to shore up our laning phase.
I mean, talk about a way to start your day number 2, too. After the rough start that they had in day number 1, looking quite strong against the top team in the group. And man, that call by Universe, we're going back in, baby, taking them down.
Yeah, that was sick, playing off of the high ground advantage and knowing that they're fogged up. And so right as Jug gets over that cliff, he just runs straight into the Earthshaker like that. The sick call by Universe around play. And as a result, Evil Geniuses, they are very far ahead in net worth, considering the fact they're dealing with an Alchemist. Having any kind of net worth lead is good, but it's a pretty dramatic one at that, 2,500 lead.
Stage, and it's something that's going to become more and more pronounced. Sumail finding himself another kill there in the mid lane, just a quick Sunstrike. Those can happen at any point in time. Quite a tough one indeed. It did look like there's, again, some movement around. The Alchemist trying to find farm wherever possible. He does have his armlet done and building towards that Radiance. I mean, is this something where EG are going to need to be worried about it, or do you think that just because of the tempo they're playing, it's not going to matter?
Oh, Universe.
Maybe going to die here. Sunstrike not able to kill Kaka, but we do also have a rotation in from the Tusk with the Lifestealer inside of him towards mid. I don't know if they're going to catch SC, though.
No, Evil Genius is, I've had actually notorious at having a hard time against Naga Siren and Alchemist drafts, but they've really done like a lot of homework in that regard. Look at it, they constantly are rotating into the offlane camp area. They're going to find the Alchemist here and bring him down, it looks like.
Sunstrike comes through and that finds the kill. Sumail, he's gotten a lot of gold at this early stage. I think, does he have all of their kills at this point? 5-0-0.
Yeah, he does. This guy is, he's halfway through an Aghanim Scepter at 12.
Yeah. I don't know if it's just Invoker or if it's the rest of his team setting him up for it, but he has certainly came to play today, and it is making a spectacle of it.
I do feel like SC looks a little bit awkward on some of these heroes like Naga and Alchemist. Like, that he did not respect the rotation from EG because KP knew. He knew those heroes were missing. He knew, like, it was about the armlet timing. He knows this is about the time that you're going to see rotation. So he had to have made that call.
All right, a lot dropped here for Universe. They'll find the kill. Epicenter down as well as Omni, but Newbee, they just need to get something going for themselves here.
0% kill participation, 100% for Sumail.
I mean, that's the way these heroes work, though, right?
Yeah,
like,
yeah, sure.
But yeah, it's definitely a much cleaner performance from Sumail in this game, and maybe it's the comfort as well. You talk about that and the way that these playmakers like to make it work. Kaka setting up on Sumail here. Still quite hard to find initiation, get a kill, but if they could somehow find it, it would be huge.
Free safe lane tower going to be given away, probably on both sides. I'm not sure if you really want to head up to that top lane. It would be ill-advised to try and scramble to save that tower when Newbee's already set up on it. So, kind of chill out. Universe just needs to farm up his Blink Dagger, utilize the push at top lane, and then also some of the jungle. Like EG, they did really well for the laning phase, but they don't need to get too aggressive at this point. Universe wants to fight this one.
Splits the uprights with the fissure. Is still in a little bit of trouble. They've got the spin forward, trying to bring him low. He had a really good start to the game, but now they get the recall in on RTZ. They drop the Echo Slam, able to turn it. They take down U9. Well played. KP hiding in the trees and should be able to get his TP out. But that was a quick turnaround.
Yeah, that was it was kind of the unique situation, I guess, with the Keeper of the Light, because they only TP one hero in. Universe, you know, he just walks into lane. They only TP Zai in, but Zai is bringing someone else in, that's Arteezy, into that fight, so it is kind of a unique way to be able to defend a tower rather than mass TP rotation. But it was also just a lack of damage, because the laning phase has gone so poorly for Newbee. They start going on that Earthshaker, and I was just like, they're doing nothing to him. Like, the spin is doing nothing because Universe is actually pretty high level. He has 1100 HP at this point, and he's got some extra armor thanks to both the Stout Shield and the Iron Talons. So, Brit is going to find an opening on Faye here. That's another free pickoff.
Yeah, nice little pickup here. And Crit does not super high level as of yet, but they're actually going to be able to get the Courier as well. SC trying to turn and fight this one, gets the stun, and is going to be able to find the kill with U9 onto that Tusk, picking up the Sigil to boot.
Small little turnaround, nothing big there for Newbee. They're still very much concerned that they're losing map control. A lot of this jungle area is being taken away from SCC. He's been ganked a couple times in that offlane jungle area. Now his other primary camps are being taken away. It's like the 4 safe camps that Alchemist should always be able to rely on. Is the 2 camps next to the tier 2 at mid, and then the 2 camps in the offlane. Like, he should always just be able to cycle through mid lane and then those 4 camps, but Evil Geniuses is cutting his farm down basically in half with their just kind of parking these 2 cores in the mid lane and hovering over the jungle area as well.
Yeah, they leave one small creep in that camp and then also block it off with the ward, I believe, as well, over to the side. So just a lot of hate thrown there for the Alchemist. Oh, it's not blocked off, just scouting out the area. But nonetheless, this rotation in from Newbee, if they could find Sumail, tremendous for their ability to get back into this. Smoke not broken. Spotted if they're here, but like EG, very cognizant that something could be going, and they're backing out.
It says a lot about the fact that Newbee try and make an aggressive smoke maneuver before the Blink Dagger's up. It says that SCC doesn't feel very comfortable with the space that he has to work with right now. He's like, guys, I need you to create space for me. So they're actually forcing KP to move around and try and make a play when he's sitting on 1,800 gold leading into that Blink Dagger. And I'm not saying it's the wrong decision. I'm saying that Evil Genius is pressuring them so much that they're forcing maneuvers that Newbee just honestly don't want to make.
Yeah. And they broke the smoke there, come out. They see the rotation in. They're able to back out themselves. The Blink Dagger for Earthshaker gets done before the Sand King. Granted, they're both offlane players, but you'd expect that the Sand King with Caustic, all those other abilities, could normally farm, but just shows how much they've been able to shut down and cause pressure on this Newbee team.
Yeah, I'll tell you right now, I would much rather deal with the Juggernaut in lane as an offlaner than a Lifestealer. I think that's another big advantage of Lifestealer is that he just, unless he's getting aggro tri-lane like by an Ursa or something like that, he should almost always be able to zone out and have a heavy impact, a detrimental impact on the offlaner's farms. So I guess it's not terribly surprising to me that Universe is able to pick up his Blink Dagger first, despite the fact that, as you're correct, Sand King should be able to farm faster.
Alchemist does have his Radiance. It's around the 15-16 minute mark was when he got it done. The Blink Dagger also done on KP. So there's potential to take a fight here if they want to, but to me it just definitely feels like Newbee is going to be focused on trying to clear up their jungle a little bit, get themselves into position to just get some more farm on this out, because he needs it.
EG are probably going to go for a pretty big smoke rotation here, I would imagine, with the Blink Dagger. And RTZ having an Echo Saber as well as that armlet. Anybody they jump on, even the Alchemist, probably just done. So, and
Top of it.
You know, this is the reason they're able to make these kind of plays, right? Where they chill out with 3 heroes and set up a smoke. It's because Invoker's always pushing in a lane, especially when he gets these levels 15 and he has that extra Forge Spirit. One side lane is always pushed in because of Invoker. And then the other side lane, because you have a hero, a support hero like Keeper of the Light, he's always able to shove in a different lane. So there's 2 lanes they're constantly pressuring into.
Oh, they're on top of SC. They try and go for a counter gank, but they've already lost their Alchemist, and, well, it looks like that's going to be more dropping for Newbee. Snowball pulling in Arteezy with him. Kaka in trouble is going to drop. You mentioned how quickly it can happen. The Echo Slam from Universe comboed together, and now they push back in the Warlock as well. Fate's gonna fall. U9 getting chased down. There's the fissure. There's the right click. It's a team wipe. EG showing no mercy.
It does look like this is going to be just a very clean 2-0 for Evil Geniuses. They're even getting the extra kill, you could say, on the Warlock Golem. And another extra 100 gold. Roshan as well. Tier 2s are going to be free for the taking. And Alchemist is going to have no space to be able to farm around.
KP trying to do whatever he can is going to drop. Oh, it interrupted. Sunstrike is going to connect. They throw in the boulder as well to try and stop this road, but it was never going to be enough. Get the Aegis.
You know, it's like already it feels like you're taking a big loss, having to use an Epicenter on a Keeper of the Light, and you don't even get that 1 kill. You don't even get the Epicenter off.
And you can see the idea there. Like normally baiting out an Alchemist or even just that smoke movement and thinking that they're going to be able to go forward into the jungle and then the Alchemist follows is a great play, but EG smoking it at the same time and just having more tools at their disposal to find the, yeah. Sumail finds another kill in the meantime.
Another Sunstrike kill.
AP down. Sumail's been playing out of his mind.
Yeah, Sumail Invoker. It puts on quite the show, and I think it definitely saved game number 1 for them, and this is just like the icing on the cake, you know? It's like the game isn't being won by the Invoker, he's just collecting all the kills that his team is setting up, you know? It's like, another freebie. Another freebie for him to work off of. He has Aghanim's Boots of Travel, Blink Dagger, working on a Scythe of Vice now, all before the 20-minute marker. This is, I think you're seeing a bit of a weakness. I think the draft was not great for Newbee, but I do think this is a potential weakness in them, is they need to enable KP, because KP then enables the rest of the team by creating space for SCC as well as U9. I think U9, he's an exceptional carry player, very consistent, but he's not the kind of carry player that wins you games like these. He's like the opposite of an Eternal Envy. He's not willing to make those like super hyper-aggressive plays that can change the nature of the game, even if they are inherently risky. I think that's just against his nature. He likes to be able to have the same kind of performances time after time. They needed something to kind of change to flip the script. You know, we could kind of see where this game was going, and Newbee needed to try and change something rather than just kind of sitting back to the Alchemist and farming and waiting for EG to take the first steps.
Well, and maybe it's a hero selection thing too. I know that in the past, KP playing Slardar was a lot of ways to help enable his team early, sprinting around the map and trying to help out the mid lane. But whatever the case ends up being, we're at a state now where EG are not going to be denied. Rage, Alacrity, everything thrown on top of Artesian. He's just going to beat away at that tower, and it isn't even daytime at this point. You could maybe argue with a couple more minutes before that comes up that EG could wait for it, but I mean, they're just feeling so comfortable. They don't even feel the need to.
A little bit of tier 3 chip to see if they can unlock the shrines with this Aegis. I'm not sure if they really plan on trying to actually take Raxes. It looks like they are going to give up on their endeavor here. They continue to sit around this top lane, but they're going to let Sumail push out that bottom and get the extra farm.
They call in a second.
There's no need to speed this game up. It's like he's going to have Linken's pretty quickly. I'm not sure why he had Scythe queued up. That didn't really make much sense. Linken's way better against the initiation of the sync. Block out that Burrow Strike.
Well, here we go. Tier 3 down, and Arteezy just going to hit away at the melee barracks now. Can back out after the Rage. And Newbee, they need to do something. Sitting here is not going to answer it, but there isn't really a great response in any fashion.
EG know there's going to be probably some sort of epicenter play. It's going to be attempted.
Stun, silence. Force Arteezy fairly low there. Maybe just wait for daytime at this point or just fully back out.
The daytime would make a big difference, right? If you had that sustained from the Keeper of the Light as Illuminate Blast, healing Arteezy up every single time he pushed into high ground, they could easily take melee racks, or at least force Newbee into finally making that big play, but it's not going to happen. EG, back up, take the Shrine. Daytime is up in another. There's no reason they can't just control the lanes again, just like they did last time, have Sumail, like, push out bottom or something a little bit more before recalling back.
100% kill participation for U9 looks good on paper. The only problem is they only have 3 kills.
Yeah.
So that one kind of hurts. It's a struggle. But again, movement in. You can keep the pressure on this tower. Thinking about the sort of macro sense of it, does this give you a lot more? I know that people were really concerned for EG going into day number 2. Or are your concerns alleviated a little bit here?
Not entirely, just because I think they're very similar to Liquid. I kind of took the time this morning to watch that IGB series that they had, and kind of similar to Liquid, it just seemed like they got a little sloppy. I had faith that they would be able to make the comeback, but this series alone does not prove much.
Oh, wow. When you lose a hero like that, well, the Sumail is taking a shrine on the other side of the map, and they're still keeping the lane pushed in top. There's just no momentum or any type of agency being felt right now from the side of Newbee. And a rage up, Arteezy gonna hit this. They're not able to manage to dodge away from that one. Melee Barracks about to die. They can back out, do it all again in a second, and now it's daytime as well, I do believe, in just a second here.
Yeah. For whatever reason, the nighttime is always a little bit messed up by confusing. We'll should have those healing Illuminate Blasts, so Evil Geniuses will just siege and siege and siege, and it's going to be Newbee forced into some big initiation, some big epicenter blink play or something like that. And EG, they're maintaining a very good spread. They have Arteezy on the front lines up here, right? And they usually have this spread across, where with their blink daggers and certain things like, say, Snowball, they're ready to jump inwards, but they're making sure that the epicenter blink forward play is not going to be very effective.
I mean, who's the hero to jump on if you're Newbee? Is it the Invoker, or do you have to go on like the saving hero with the Tusk? I feel like there's just too many targets to chase after. They're going to go onto the Earthshaker, at least to start it. They drop kill. I mean, with the Snowball, it's going to save him and pull him down to the south side. Meanwhile, Arteezy keeps on hitting onto the Alchemist, forces him to pop the Shrine, and EG can just reset. No Golem now.
Yeah, they wanted to stop the big initiator while simultaneously going forward with Chaotic Offering. It looks like it was kind of a two-pronged defense, but they're just not strong enough to contest either side, it looks like.
There is no answer in the least bit, and Blinding Light pushback as well is going to keep U9 out of the fight throughout the whole course of this, and with the creep wave pushing in, time to go in for another one. Newbee, no answers in this.
Oh,
Nice
nice
center. Okay, Burrow strike as well. A huge combination comes out, and SC is actually going to be able to find at least two, a third one as well. Okay, that works. RTZ still hitting the tower, though.
Can they actually deal with RTZ? Can they bring him down? He's just going to jump inside a creep and walk away. So, you know, it was a great team fight. It did a lot for them, but it's still 2 lanes of Raxes down. And you did not get, like, those are nice kills, but it wasn't like a huge windfall at gold right now, right? Because they didn't kill either one of the big fours. So it was a great Burrow strike, but we needed that, like, 2 lanes of Raxes to go to really stop this push. Evil Geniuses are probably just going to reset pretty soon, take Aegis, as Roshan is going to be up in the next 3 or 4 minutes. Take that. And they're also not on a real big timeline. It's not like they're thinking, oh god, the Alchemist is just about to come online. He's really not. He just has the Radiance Manta. He's working towards an AC right now because he needs a fighting item rather than the Octarine, which would give them more split pushing.
They're still ready to go up at a moment's notice if they need to, and you know, it being a long day and all, maybe want to finish this one off before too long. So they're going to go forward, hit this melee barracks. Arteezy, really any way to stop him, and that one's going to go down. Omni Slash going to be dropped. They hit a big combination. He's able to get the toggle off. There's going to be the Echo Slam. Fatal Bonds onto all of them for EG, but it does not look like it's going to be enough. And GG gets called. That's it. They're over.
EG, they came back. I mean, theoretically, Newbee should be the stronger team, right? In comparison to IGV, Newbee has been the top Chinese team for such a long time that Evil Genius is dropping those 2 games against IGV. And they
EG's turn to ban. Liquid's turn to ban. EG's turn to ban. Liquid's turn to pick. Seconds remaining.
War Chief.
EG's turn to pick.
Life Stealer. Dazzle. Terror Blade.
EG's turn to ban. Liquid's turn to ban. EG's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Liquid's turn to ban. EG's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Clara.
Liquid's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Crystal Maiden.
EG's turn to pick.
Dark Seer.
Liquid's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Necrophos.
EG's turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Liquid's turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Seconds remaining. Liquid's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Lich.
EG's turn to pick. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Lina.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Across that much? Like, where does the Lich actually fit in?
Ice Armor versus
everything?
Lifestealer and Starter. They thought they
That's
were,
it?
Well, they could have potentially all-in committed for physical damage. Did have last pick. Shadow Fiend.
Yeah.
These heroes are pretty decent. Shadow Fiend probably would have been... Yeah, when you see that much armor, Ghost Shroud, too, you don't really want to physical. It's because their lineup, aside from that, is just Ion Shell pretty. That was pretty much the only match.
Yeah, so the Lina kind of fills up a little bit more of that. But you're right, like I'm thinking more and more about it as Team Liquid get tankier and tankier with Necro plus even the Centaur. So do they have enough sustained damage, Ed? Like, do you have to turn the Lina into this kind of physical DPSer going into the game and just use the mid-game magical burst damage that she offers?
Sorry, I was distracted by
The-
Zai's effigy.
Yeah, don't. We're not going to bring that up on stream because
What? It's in the game, dude.
It's, yeah, fantastic. So people who are listening to us on Dota TV can go click on that. Meanwhile, we'll be appropriate.
I'm just
one out of
echoing
us.
Zai's sentiments. Now everyone's curious.
Yeah,
Look
but
what you've done to him.
you won't be able to do it. Maybe later on they'll show us the wonderful effigy. But that wasn't meant to be it. That was meant to be, I saw on Reddit, it was meant to be a Bloodseeker one, not that.
I like this one more.
Yeah, okay, there we go. Now we're actually showing it. So thank you very much, Weppers, who is our observer for the game.
Which block is it that is red? Heroic Effigy in the Fall 2016 Battle Pass. Anyways.
Yeah, back to the game. So no surprise really coming out from Evil Geniuses. They are going to be pretty standard with their lanes. The only thing they're changing up a little bit is the fact they're putting Dark Tier up on the top lane and letting Artesian Crit run that duel off. Potentially even Pry lane off, but I doubt Zai's going to hang around there for too long. He's probably just there to contest the rune.
Yeah, and they can also pressure one of the better ones, just tons of damage, tons of harass the
battle begins.
bottom lane. Will like the top right click war went to Mike. Victory.
Yeah.
See how terribly color?
Yes.
Dude.
Yeah, we had the white Arcana in it. Then
white is not the.
What was the correct term?
I think
it was a
$50
$50 gem is what it was.
It sounds so disdainful of cosmetic buyers.
It's just like I'm gonna spend so much money so I can glow a different color.
Some of them look way cooler though. Some of them have like unusual, not just color. Particle effect too, Toby.
Let's add more of those. When I could change the color of my Enigma, I will spend a lot of money.
There is already one. The black hole.
No, yeah, but the black color is just the same color. I want to have it.
It's golden. How's it gold? One's black, one's golden. It's called black hole, Toby. Gold is different.
That's not enough. And technically, the original one was blue.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I'm a traditionalist. And
maybe you play on like super.
Yeah, because you know I only play on a potato machine. I don't get to have nice things. Anyway, back in the game. So the lane's still going pretty much as expected. Kuro, okay, he's forced a little bit out of position now, having to run down the river, but he's got the movement speed on Zai and Samel, just couldn't connect with the Light Strike array. So Kuro will get hit once by Zai, and then be away to safety. So Kuro just trying to make life very difficult for Samel in the early game. Actually, is GH. They don't really have enough damage here to kill off Zai, and Zai does know that. He's already going to go for the regeneration. But just more harassment to push him out of their jungle.
I think it's important that the Lich does deny the mid lane. Top lane is a one-on-one. You don't really need to upset. Or will we find that? Pretty much deny the one Kree, not Shane's state of. I think in the mid lane, Lina is already slightly favored. Trying to get
Oh, what a wonderful counter to a life stealer. Having that Ghost Bomb, but maybe not enough life. Matolman back out of the town, Fairy Fire committed. And the last bit of damage, he drops to 9 HP, but will still survive.
Wow.
Salve intact too, so he's going to still be able to stay in the lane.
Cancel that right click. Life stealer. That would have been a kill.
Obviously not as far in the bag as Arteezy thought it was.
No Blightstone. Like the stacking slows, poison touch, and quite nice. Blightstone.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but you can't even buy that from the side shop anymore.
Sometimes I guess. You did start off with a Windlace, so Lace for Blightstone, maybe. It's debatable.
Yeah. Mind Control's getting some decent levels up on the top lane. 4 levels in 3 minutes, not shabby. Even the CS, like 11 for 2.
Zai has no home.
He's meant to be synergizing with the Darks here. That was the purpose of it. But normally that synergy works when you run the off lane, not on the safe lane.
Can't kill a Centaur.
Yeah. What else can you really do? Like stand next to him and just try and Iron Bell burn him down? That's only going to work once the Darksy level like 2 or 3.
Yeah, he just needs to get some. Zai purchases Oak.
The top was being initiated again, but GH is in the neighborhood. So very happy to turn around if he can. Arteezy, he's not going to be able to bait that rage out, but Arteezy's now sitting at a point too where 185 mana to get his combination off, both rage as well as the open wounds. He doesn't have enough anymore.
He might need a stick early in the. Because when you're up against a Crystal Maiden team, more value, especially because every time you use Open.
It's good positioning from Crit. Now, that Dire Observer Ward saw this smoke coming. So Crit moves up. He actually tanks the initial Frost Blast. There's 3 Kuros, and GH also there to help out. But Tubman staying in close, and it will be first blood. So EG, they saw this coming. They willingly kept Crit there, and now it's up to Miracle to survive up against Zai. Even with the mirror, it won't be enough. Zai will barely survive as he slithers away from the mid lane, and he found a home.
That was a good smoke. Didn't exactly see his positioning, but it was very important that he. Yeah, he can stack and pull on top, but he had already exhausted the 3 minutes. That much for him. Zai actually moving down to the bottom lane. Look, Dazzle will be. I like how he TPs in case they need backup. It's.
And when you bring Universe down here, so what is gank into lane switch as GH very quickly on the Frostbite, but Arteezy going to rage up, and there's your crush. They want Matubberman, has to go on a Ghost Form, starts his TP, but Universe, the early point up in back, is able to cancel that one out. Matubberman will fall. 4 heroes from EG, they come in force. They take the kill.
They also cancel his TP. Need a long time to get back to the lane.
Dire's top
LG should be able to stay on the lane still.
You still want your Necro.
Yeah.
So I think very big in this.
That TP finally comes in. Like all that time I was thinking like, oh, Necrophos not farming up in the bottom lane, but not for me. G went straight to top lane. Now Lifestealer will move up there. So Arteezy will have that safe lane farm to build into Armlet and whatever else his heart desires.
We've seen a lot of the Lifestealer versus Terrorblade commit for against. I like the Maelstrom build. It scales a little bit. Mjolnir just walking with Rage.
That's a level 2 Frost Blast. They're going to commit the Stampede to try and catch up to Zai, looking for that extra bit of damage as well. But Zai back up into the lane. No support was coming to help him out. But they do burn Stampede Team Liquid in a hunt for just that 4th position slaughter. And meanwhile, the mid lane stays safe.
Terrorblade's gone to the jungle.
Raz, No, this is just like, it's the jealous sister who brings a friend to actually help win the mid fight. Fire versus ice. I know, I look over to your screen and all I see is you just looking at Samael's cosmetic.
He has the new Laguna Blade icon. I was like, what is that Laguna Blade icon? Apparently it's from a cosmetic.
It does look pretty epic. It's like this, it's almost like an Iron Man, like shield thing in the chest. Mind Control, a little bit of damage. They're trying to slow him down, and Mind Control very smartly starts his TP. If he waited any longer, he would have died from rotation from Samael. Instead, that'll be up to GH to do. Running away, Zai close behind, but Samael still has enough physical damage to do the work all by himself.
Samael's also going for in almost exclusively Arcane or right click. A lot of times when we have civilians, it has been something to bump up the amplify, I guess.
On the run forward, again, the Stampede going to be used, and nothing Zai can do about that. Thor will be the man to get the last hit. A little bit of a chase from GH to Samael. GH able to deny the regeneration rune at the 6-minute mark, and now at the 8-minute mark, and able to deny the double damage rune for the Lina. But yeah, Bloodstone Lina, the immortal Lina, is going to be what we've seen most of the tournament. Now she is going to go with the Dual Scepter. Base boots.
I like Yo's a lot versus. It's also really good. Minor stuff too.
Control trying to cause some issues for E. Got a little bit of help floating around. It's mainly Kuro who's back up next to Secret. My Control's going in very deep. He leaves the Radiant Observer Ward behind, so he's got at least a little bit of a warning system if someone does run at him. But without the Stampede, My Control could be in trouble. Just commit the Laguna Blade. Samael with a double damage rune knows he's got enough damage to kill off that Centaur.
Was really, really deep. It's actually going back. No early blink coming up. Hood playing for double edge and Lina pretty much. A little surprised actually.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And also help him.
Help him when Darkseid is over. And it has been a standard build anyway. He can convert it into a pipe later on if they desire.
There's not any big AoE wall, I suppose, we want to do.
He doesn't have his ulti yet, so it's not a guaranteed kill, but they got a hell of a lot. Actually, they do have Matamas, but he doesn't have mana. He's short by 10 points of mana, even with a custom maiden on the field. Universe will start off his TP. Oh, they lost the sight of him! Walked into the corner. Not certain if Frostbite was up, but it's a pretty good chance it was.
That's what happens when you click a little bit past him. I think he clicked like a little bit. Tried to pass him there, and then he ran outside. Click small.
That's a good get out jail free card for Darkseid. Now Samael with the Iron Shell burst. Tubberman.
Wow, he was so close to popping the go shot before the Laguna.
Dire's middle tower is under
Nice try though to
He
get
waited
that
it.
ion shell.
Zai is also ready to dive in here. Notice there's no support coming in from the jungle thanks to the Observe Ward. Now GH comes up. He still has his Frostbite plus his Nova, so he can keep Slider slowed up. But that Arcane Rune, you just keep moving forward. Another Crush available. A 6-second cooldown on that thing, and GH will fall with the help of Crit and Universe. A lot of pressure being applied by EG on the bottom, but Miracle, the Terrorblade. Normally we're talking about Terrorblades forcing down buildings really early on, but we're 11 minutes in and still no Tier 1 tower fallen. He's just playing it very consistent, very safe, and still sitting at #1 in the net worth.
They're trying to eat them out, and they're pretty close in terms of net worth, but experience, Radiant side is pretty far ahead because Terrorblade shifted to the jungle, so
Dire's top tower.
not looking great in the.
Is that when you look to see like EG then start to invade the jungle more? Maybe that's what Universe is.
Once Lina's
coming over
ready,
to do.
Lina needs her Yules before she can. It's not great to fight before. I guess you can get some like, now and then.
But the pressure is actually on Lina to do the attacking, because we're looking at Arteezy farming top lane, building into Echo Saber next.
Well, the other
He's getting a lot of space there, but when does that money become utilized into kills?
Once Slaughter gets flinked, but Slaughter's support, he got to run around a lot, die for his team. He has a haste
Stampede being triggered. More of a defensive thing as Kuro is being approached by Zai.
But you notice Zai doesn't even have a Quelling Blade. Definitely not an Iron Tower. They were wanting to get gold through kills and not farm up. And he can even Ion Shell the Solar if they... I don't think that's your game at all. Want to try and take it.
That's a good observer ward. It's scouted out the fact that Sumail is rotated down to the bottom lane. So again, the Tubberman is forced into the tree lines. The Centaur TPing in, and they've got the control. It's in the form of the Crystal Maiden. She needs to get the Frostbite off. As Sumail gets a double stun, Lacuna Blades out. Able to bring down the Crystal Maiden, but now Sumail is on the run. The Chain Frost, it only really gets the slow out of it. Another TP being used, but Tubberman committing the ultimate. They need another stun, however, and they actually have the damage instead of Mind Control with a double edge to kill off Sumail, ending that dominating spree of his.
Another good thing about Lina this game is that her talent can innately counter the... She's a core, so she's actually quite likely to get through. Grave can save you. Grave doesn't.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Fortunately for Lina, it was not level 7. Level like 9 and like 90%.
The hand of Midases begin. We had our first one, if I saw correctly, over on Necro. Yep, but Tubberman's already got his, and I think Kuro was also having one in his quick buy at the moment. So Team Liquid are ready to batten down the hatches and just win this game on experience and gold still. And they're going to get a big injection of money once the towers start dropping, aka when Terrorblade really starts pressing the issue.
I don't really...
Oh, crit. Gets away from the hoof stomp, hides under the cover of the Invis rune, and just for safety he even ran into the pit.
I think it's the right approach from... All they need to worry about is the Terrorblade getting... Once he gets like Manta plus Butterfly, you're unstoppable.
Alright, so GH now has found the perfect way to counter push on his creep way on the lane. Okay, maybe not perfect, but it works.
Yeah, it works. They were looking to set up. And they also have good... A little bit worried.
That's a lot of pressure on the top, and you see the line actually being drawn out. The main just draws out and says, you know what guys, like anything north of this line is really not safe for me at the moment. G could be hunting anywhere around that secret shop area to the Tier 1 tower, and they do have 4 people in position. The only one not present is going to be Universe in the bottom lane on that Dark Seer. Sumail and Arteezy can do more than enough work just to go tower after tower, but the mid lane pressure is also arriving from Team Liquid, and Sumail already there to return. An attack in. If Mind Control was thinking about it, Blink, then it instantly got cancelled when the salve connected.
Mind Control's quite farm. He has a good aim.
Oh, now this one's easier. Blink forward. But some of them potentially could have thrown down the ulti for that, but they let it go. Basic kill for mind control.
But they're just taking it slow. They're, I guess, Eve up. I don't know. Lich is just like really strong. Talents are like pretty lackluster. The right click build is just atrocious.
Well,
it sounds good, but
it was fantastic before, right?
It was never there before. No,
Really?
it was. It sounds good in theory, but it's just so awful. There's so many things that stop Lich. That like, no matter what item you get, I think a 6-slotted lifesteal will always manhandle a 6-slot. No question about it. I wonder what else.
EG want to keep pressuring right now in the mid. They've already committed their weave to this. It's going to wear off in a couple of seconds. GH is the one that they could potentially jump on just because they had the vision of the high ground. Good patience from the Slardar, making sure he didn't just amplify up the Crystal Maiden, because it would have revealed the high ground vision.
They just need the kills to be quick. If they go, if it takes too long for them to get the potentially like even someone from like that's probably gonna stampede in and counter initiate. They just need like a quick blink, crush, fast kill. They try to set it with a yield.
Give him one of those camps as well as the bounty rune and he'll have it. Only 200 gold to have that blink dagger. Possible. Gage is just playing in the trees on that top lane. He's so close to Arteezy. If he gets caught out, like he just throws the ulti out. Arteezy will take the damage and look for the fight. Mind control now running forward. Arteezy, that rage. Oh, the Necro ult is going to be there. They'll cancel off the TP with the double edge. They'll find the kill. Was GH the ultimate bait?
Yeah, I like the way he's using it. Not any team fights going on. Like he needs it for that. He could farm neutral. Pushing out the lanes and start. Two ways to stop.
Mal is just wishing he could find pickups like that.
There's the blink there.
Yep, but they just smoked right on top of the Observer Ward. So, while the time might be nice, Team Liquid can be very prepared for this. They have a dire Observer Ward up, so EG have the vision. They see that Matubberman is lagging behind at the moment. They're trying to pick off the back of the pack. Is there some kind of saving? Matubberman goes into Ghost form. More support is there with the Hawk Stopper double edge. Zai is unhealthy. Crit tries to keep him up. They can turn this one around. Now Team Liquid, they turn their attention towards Arteezy. Zai back in with a crush. They're doing the damage, but it's into Mind Control, who just got his Stampede back off cooldown. As they scurry themselves, Team Liquid back past their own tier 2 tower.
That was a really tough call from EG. They saw the heroes running away, so they knew that Liquid knew, but they tried to actually catch them off guard with the mass movement. He had sprint on him, he had smoke on him, and then he eventually had surge on him. So the timing for the smoke was a little bit earlier than Liquid. But the trade-off is that your team is not close. Lina was nowhere to be found to get that little bit of extra on the Necro.
Liquid are coming. Liquid have the Observer out in front of the pits. They understand what's actually happening. Mind control. This is a lot of patience. Roshan's almost down. Now the hoof and double edge. Roshan so low on life. He'll clap down. Mind control's dying. The Laguna Blade will actually kill him off, meaning that EG will secure Roshan. Maybe GH. No, the interruption. The back will pull him down. But Tubberman does have the space to get back up towards the Radiant Ancients. And GH with his control. Kuro, no ultimate available, so he'll take the stun as well as the death for Team Liquid. The tier 1 tower not close enough to give him that protection. And Samael will have the double kill. EG claim Roshan and Aegis.
There was no follow-up from Liquid. Necrophos doesn't have a blink dagger because he did go for the Midas. That trade-off is bad. If he could have blinked and Reapered anyone inside the pit, either the Lina or the Lifestealer, I think they would have come out pretty far ahead of the fight. But instead they can't burst down the Necrophos because also Lina misclicked Yules on herself there. Could have potentially led.
still haven't felt Terrorblade. Like, that fight happened without him. Terrorblade just stayed inside the jungle, farming the entire time.
Generally, Terrorblade's fight was
Yeah.
Now he'll be ready. Really big increase.
Do you actually force it yourself? Like, for now, it seems to be EG who've been the ones smoking. They've been going around. Like, they went in for Roshan, so they're the ones to initiate that. Obviously, Liquid don't really have a great Roshan lineup, but is this the point when Liquid just say, you know, we force down a lane? Like, I see the ping coming to the tier 1 tower at the top lane. Is that the next place it goes? You just mow down lane after lane and wait for EG to engage into you?
I think you could take at least one tower. You might not even have to commit. Depends on if they're not defending with anything. But it's very risky because Lina did not go for the respawn timer.
Yeah. It's different to most of the Linas we've seen, but most of those Linas have also been coming out from the Chinese teams.
I'm not gonna die.
Still building Bloodstone though, but
he does have the Grave to help him out a lot.
Yeah,
I think that's.
So the trade-off is you just get the Light Striker Rave, but that could bite you in the butt later in the game.
It does help you to shot. Normally you need a Light Strike and.
So that push is coming on the top, and Metamorphosis still has not been committed by Miracle.
Yeah.
Just illusion spam after illusion spam. EG is not getting involved.
Fighting in the ages.
They're actually TPing out. So EG is just running through the Radiant jungle. So then let the illusions and the catapults do the damage into the tier 2 tower, and then prepare their own defense team Liquid. And Zai wants to fight. The infested Lifestealer sitting inside the Slaughter. But they need the opportunity. They need the vision, which they don't have on that part of the tower. They'll get it when Matulama jumps forward like that, but then Morstop, Arteezy already raged up the Stampede. Matulama will survive. The back almost killing him with the damage on the wall, but it isn't enough. Zai has to take the Shallow Grave as he was taking the tower too much. And then Miracle, now he'll commit the Metamorphosis.
That was really risky by Liquid. They didn't even have the Frost Armor on the Necrophus before that fight started. He has all that burst heal with the Ghost Shroud and the double heal from the mech and the Death Pulse. They already used meta, so can't get anything off.
Yeah, and I'm wondering why he did. Like, Miracle used that after the fight happened. So it's almost like you're either using this for farm or you think that this fight is still going to happen from EG. Which Samael is trying it. Yule's up. Here comes your Terrorblade, looking over towards Universe. Zai does get a good crush off, but so does Mind Control. A double versus one, and G8's the perfect positioning. They put the Slardar down. Arteezy sunned it out, and with the Chain Frost, the damage is huge. EG, he infests into the one creep that's running next to him. Samael did the damage to it. It was going to die anyway to the dire creep wave that was coming in. But Lifestealer will fall. The Blink Dagger is now followed by Matubberman, and 3 heroes with no buyback available. Team Liquid will push to the tier 2 tower potentially.
Not enough burst for Terrorblade at that point because Lina had already committed her spells earlier to try and kill the mech. They just did not have enough.
They got so close though when they did it. No, it's just before this fight happened.
Yeah. So she already committed her volley to kill Drenko for Miracle, and then Miracle gets a Sunder off like near half HP.
Yeah, and Arteezy couldn't remain up. Like when that first Hoof Stomp came in, he had to rage to try and dodge what was coming at him. And then just executed at the end.
Yeah, they just... So they actually did go for the Maelstrom. Pretty important. I think that would have been a big mistake. You could also potentially, I think, go Diffusal versus deal with the Ghost Shroud, but Diffusal is terrible versus Maelstrom. They have a nice mix. Terribly you'll still...
What do you think about the pickup of the Aether Lens onto Mail?
Aether Lens is really good. It makes the Dragon Slaver, and it helps in... I like it. The Dragon, even the cast range of the Light Strike away is really, really good. You don't really want to be that close in the fight because he's going to get Reapered a lot of the time.
Yeah.
And you definitely want to keep your distance. Like, imagine yours without
being really at risk. The only problem is he might have to replace it pretty soon.
This looks too good. Like, the support was sort of nearby, but I think you can see from Sumail's hesitation to take that fight. It's not a gank for him. Universe can try and pull GH back, try and bring him in range of the double Iron Shell at GH. Well, he's been bait before. Universe has his own pipe to give him a little bit of protection. There's no other stun, or is there? No, there isn't. But Tubberman was trying to go for the side to cancel it.
That was really close.
The Stampede being used to try and close the distance, but the Stampede came too late.
Yep. I feel like he didn't really take any. Was it level 2?
He triggered pipe.
Yeah.
Any kind of protection.
Pipe is really good.
Could have avoided me. Actually, seeing Universe too, like I'm always a big fan of Universe having the big playmaker style heroes. That's why it's always great to see him play a Clockwork. Good knowledge. And in this game, he's actually going in for a Shiva's card deck, so there's no Blink Dagger. There's none of this like jump and team fight control coming from Universe, as opposed to just it's kind of like more the run at you or counter initiation he brings.
I wonder what he's gonna go at. Looks like Shiva.
Yeah.
I have heard talks of the Echo Saber on the Darkseer plus damage talent. He has 120 damage talent at 50. He didn't get it this game. He got the health regen instead.
So you crap on the Lich DPS build, but you're all for a Darkseer DPS.
Darkseer can actually get in there. He's tanky. And he's like kind of ignored in the fights after you cast your vacuum wall. Whereas with Lich, I don't know. You can't get Echo Saber on Dragonlance, but I don't know. And he has like at least some mobility with Surge, helps you farm. It was theory crafted. I never said it was good. I'm saying it's a possibility.
Yeah, the crazy thing is that when you come up with theories, they normally become reality.
He has a weave and amplify.
Yeah, he would survive for a while. There is no doubt about that. And EG are looking for more damage. But for the moment, he's going to go for teamfight control as the Universe style.
It's too
of
late
control.
to commit after 120 damage is also a lot.
It always feels weird though when you see the 14 health regen talent over on a Darkseer when you have your Tranquils and you've got your pipe. So your regeneration, like you see him sitting at 35 a second already.
Yeah, that's the thing. Normally the 120 damage.
Yeah. It just feels like you're just lacquering on a hell of a lot more, almost to a point where you have the Darkseer running around with the equivalent of a heart. Just powerful, but still.
It's also just a good item to get after you have your team fight items in your blink, and then what? Normally you'll see like Shivas or Scythe or something like that, but I think
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
It's just sitting. It's the Radiant Courier sitting up at the side shop on the top lane.
Dire's bottom tower.
Yeah. What can you buy from the side shop unless you're keeping it there instead of having a secret shop? Anyway, we'll jump back into the fight. Hook stomp straight forward. You already lost Zai. Arteezy will pop out with a fresh Skadi. Overall miracle. Arteezy has no chance to run away. The Shallow Grave will protect him from that Reaper's side, but it will not protect him from the Underworld. He'll be put down 1 minute without the Lifestealer, and Roshan is just about 35 seconds short of maximum spawn time. Liquid are not catching a break on the back of that fight win.
Meta's gonna be down by the time Lifestealer respawns. So yeah, Terrorblade's gotten to that point. He's uninterrupted free top of net worth, and he's pretty much
Order again. Destroyed him. It didn't help that when his initiation came in, he was counter-initiated on first. So there was nothing that was really going to save him there.
Yeah, Roshan definitely going to be say that does the amplify. It build Medallion. Did it Medallion?
I'm actually so happy to see Darkseer change this one. And I'm wondering if Universe has done that just because of this timing of Roshan. He's picked up the Blink Dagger on the Darkseer. So he's going to have that positional advantage now. At the same time, fresh out him up for Team Liquid. That Aghanim Scepter is now on the Necro. And in goes EG. Once again, the Observer Ward sees everything. But the Weave triggered nice and early, so Liquid want to fight this one. They're going up against ever-increasing armor. Scatting out with the illusions. Roshan is just being punched one by one by one. They don't want to commit, but Thomas going to jump in. Who's going to get it? Zai will take it, and Arteezy gets the Aegis, but the double stop, and then back into a three-man ball is perfect. Mind Control barely alive. It's only the Necro to drop. Okay, he'll actually die almost to the fall. It'll be Arteezy's poor swipe, cleaving the flesh from Mind Control's hide.
Yeah, Miracle didn't have meta. He's really reluctant to go in without meta. A lot of these fights. And it really cost them. Arteezy pre-raid, so they couldn't really stop him unless they wanted to Reaper him during the Roshan kill. I actually think that might have been worth it if they were able to sneak the Aegis onto the pretty much any of those heroes, Centaur or Necrophos, or Aegis and Necrophos, and then Lifestealers without his raid with no one to. That's really unfortunate for Liquid with the Roshan.
Yep. Liquid have to try and now defend as EG have the advantage. So 20 seconds before Liquid are back at full strength with 5 players. And the damage from that almost sniper-like Lina brings the tier 3 tower down to 50%, and EG will back up. They're happy with this. They haven't brought down the tower yet, so they can't start taking out shrines.
Not really in fighting shape. Blink Reaper could catch him off guard. He does have the Aegis. First fight was Liquid with meta. Fight where Liquid no meta. So you just see a fight on.
This'll come in handy.
Magic resistance. Necrophos' job is actually.
Yeah.
Your Heart Shepherd is like.
Resistance makes sense. Going up against him.
But at this point, though, they might are willing to. They might need more damage output from him.
Well, now the Terrorblade finished up the Butterfly. They have to use all the magical burst damage to try and bring him down.
Yeah.
There's still 2.5k life they have to get through.
They really need to Ags on Centaur. Once they get Ags on Centaur, Terrorblade should be able to get a Sunder off most of the time.
Yeah, you see what he's also building into. Even though it's got nerfed, he's still going to enjoy the range for it. The Hurricane Pike is the other build coming in for the Terrorblade. So once he completes that, he'll have the distance play against the Lifestealer.
It's going to be really... I think it's tough for both sides. It's tough for Terrorblade to actually survive, to get his Sunder off, and on the dire side, it's really hard to like chain all their stuns. If he's low, they could potentially like Yule them to another stun. Do they have the coordination to do that?
Oh, Centaur, Stampede, Hawk Stomp. They found a big target. Sumail. Shallow Grave will make sure that the scythe won't do its work. Sumail will still die. 30 seconds on the sideline. But no buyback available, and it looks like Liquid are saying, you know what, let's actually get a tower we should have taken maybe 20 minutes ago. That bottom tier 1 tower.
They'd have to backdoor it, though. There's no...
luckily no backdoor tier 1, so you're good there, bro. But mid lane push.
Lina's up to 15.
Yeah.
They'll get, like...
But they got Metamorphosis as well. Another quick crush.
They had meta on it.
Yeah. They didn't have to commit anything really for it, so now you just push in, look at the tier 3 tower. Glyph, not really available. They actually do bring it down. So this will open up the outside shrines.
This is where you ask whether or not the 80 is triggering.
The 30 seconds this time. He would have been up 4 seconds after he died, but Tubman's going to get Glimmer caped up. Still has to stick around. Wants the Blink Dagger to come off cooldown, and it will. Blinks away at the same time as Zai jumps forward. He held onto that for half a second, almost baiting out the initiation from Zai.
Zai was waiting for him. Really good play by not put his team into compromising. It could have been really bad. They were really close to their shrine and not really in a good position.
Someone's been stocking tomes. I think I just saw 3 purchased up by the Lich.
See if anyone's close to him.
Use them all. Is Kuro now just going to like skyrocket himself up? So he goes from just shy of 16. And And the 17 and a quarter with the Laguna Blade, but Tolman's still going to tank through the initiation of EG. And Miracle, he wants to fight this. Metamorphosis again, that damage from range. Zai's got no way to run away from this. They even trigger off the Stampede, and they get the side down to 80 seconds without Zai. You'll remove the Dazzle. Both supports lost for EG, and both do not have buyback. This should be mid-racks.
Meta's committed. Let's see how long is half duration.
They bring in, how far away is that creep wave?
There actually is a...
It's still a long way away. So this time, like backdoor regeneration is going to be a bit of a problem. A little bit of a problem until you get the back wall, double light strike array. Miracle is dropping quickly. He's got the Thunder Revival. Trades alive with Universe. Universe surges himself away back past the tier 4 towers. Another light strike array control from Samael. Stopping Miracle from attacking. He's going to walk back through his own wall. Laguna Blade, but Tubberman barely surviving. The light strike array will connect. He's held in position. He still needs to survive. Maybe with the hook stop, the damage from the side. They bring down Arteezy, but the cost is still the Necro. Universe once more. Surge forward. The Yule Scepter up. Light strike array. A little bit of miscommunication on the timing as GH invis. Thanks to his own little glimmer cape. The Sentry Ward doesn't reveal him, and GH the TP. They don't know! They don't get him inside the trees! GH will get away by the skin of his teeth.
They allowed the Terrorblade to get Thunder off that fight. I think he probably could have used them and then waited for another down, but that would have been a really big kill on Miracle. And they trade the big cores, Necro for the Life Sealer. I don't think that was actually a Reaper. I don't even think they had to fight there. I think they could have waited a little bit because there was still backdoor regen. Right?
You can see the amount of damage the Terrorblade was pumping in. Maybe they just like, okay,
they saw it
have
glyph. They saw it glyph though.
Okay,
so
we're gonna watch it again anyways. This is Matumbaman escaping at the very, very start. A lot of control.
Your lack of detection. They had no Sentry Ward. Make a quick kill on the Necrophos and no Sentry Ward for the Crystal Maiden until Oblivion dropped it right when
I'm not sure if we actually flagged it during the middle of that fight too. The Centaur picked up the Aghanim Scepter. He didn't use an Aghanim's buff Stampede during it because it came to that point. But it's something to note for the next fight.
Terrorblade is gonna be a problem. Same with Necrophos. These are heroes that you want to burst out. You have to burst them down very quickly. Terrorblade's just gonna rip into you.
He actually moved away from the Hurricane Pike. He had it in his quick buy before, but he gets a monkey. He gets an MKB instead.
Solar Crest. Source of a big Dark Series. There.
Happy to have Mini Bash. Full stomp in towards the mid. They initiate onto Samael. Frostbite's out as well. A quick little Yule Scepter up. More defensive. And Miracle, he commits the Metamorphosis. So this has to be a push down the mid now.
That blink was so close to cancel by that right click. That was playing with fire there.
Yo, we're in the same position again. This time though, Team Liquid do have the aggressive Observe Ward and Sentry sitting inside the base of EG. The Sentries are placed, but of course, one committal of, okay, yep, now he'll bring that one down. They lose the Observe Ward, a good Light Strike Array, plus the wall, so they can hold Miracle in position and then make it Miracle on Miracle action. And then with Laguna Blade, Miracle still down low, but Hawk Stomp, they're trying to catch one of them out. Miracle still doesn't have that target. He wants to stun the someone that he already has. He doesn't have any more life. They have to push him away and use the side to hold Arteezy in position, but it's too late. Miracle will fall. Support is there with Zai getting the double crush. Mind Control will fall down too, and Kuro will join him. 3 heroes lost, no buybacks available again. This is going to happen. Where EG have a window to push.
What a sick Lincoln's pick up by Sumail. He blinked in, Laguna to him.
What is CM doing?
Oh my god.
CM is still back at the base trying to creep skip this out. So Zai gets a first slide into Bash on GH. He's just trying to stall up time. He has buyback available. At least got Zai to move away, but really, 2-on-5, this could be difficult.
The item decisions were really good this game too. Like, Miracle tried to turn around and right-click Arteezy, but he got hit by a Mjolnir lightning frog and killed him. And then the Lincoln
put Miracle in that position in the first place. And that's going to be an easy rack. Likely two. Miracle's still in the grave for 30 seconds. They got so much damage on the Miracle in that first wave. He was at like 50% before, and I'm not sure when the Stampede came out, but it was not when he was like at half HP.
Yeah, it felt very non-existent actually. Well,
so they get game-winning Lincoln Sphere right there.
They'll still end at 2 lanes of ranks, so EG will back up. You cannot underestimate Team Liquid at this point. It's still a Terrorblade. Maybe next time he could push with a creep wave so backdoor regen doesn't stop it. But we might be getting to a point soon where Team Liquid are forced to do something a little bit more rash. As you can see, that swing just dives the way of the EG side.
They have to do something very soon. Roshan is, it just respawned. It's been 10.5 minutes since the last respawn, so.
The Illusion's scouting it out now.
Illusion's got it. Dire also kind of knows that it's something very high probability.
Well, Team Liquid can't really bring it down yet.
Oh, what did he TP back?
Wait, yeah, did he go all the way? Dazzle TP'd all the way back, and I think he did underneath the Illusion.
He TP'd back to get the Observer. Liquid, they are going to smoke up. Are they going to try and sneak Roche themselves? Doesn't really
and maybe just smoked for movement speed to get back to Roche. Like, Liquid ping out the fact that Roshan is up, but they're smoked up and waiting next to the shrine. So if EG come and they scuttle themselves to get over there, the smoke will break from both sides. Artee's on the front line, but Matoma with mind control. They miss their initiated, and a huge back wall from Universe, catching out more of them. Matoma with being able to try and protect them, but they've already lost Koro. The Sun's on the back line. Maybe Miracle is the bigger one. Zai gets the crush. He's protected right now by the Lincoln Sphere of Miracle. He needs a target. He'll have to sunder his own teammate, Mind Control, and the damage is still too much. Mind Control will jump back in again, but he was the sacrificial, very large lamb of meat. 3 heroes lost for Liquid. They're going to find as well GH in the tree lines. He's starting his TP. Now they see him. Now he's dead. 4 heroes gone for Liquid, and EG could end this right here, right now.
Beautiful vacuum wall from Universe. You set up that fight. Arteezy actually has hid inside a wall of replica illusion for some of that fight too. They were trying to focus him down during the raid, but it took them way too long to do so. And
safety megas or is GG push?
Is GG.
And they'll realize there's no buybacks from Team Liquid, and Team Liquid will admit defeat in Game 1 of this 2-game series. EG, they have done it for Game 1.
I think that Lina really pieced it all together for them. You know, played very, very well. A little bit risky with the Light Strike Array over the
It's okay.
They comboed very well though, like the Light Strike Array into vacuum up. But the way he handled the Sunder was pretty incredible. He dumped the Lincolns on the Slaughter, and Miracle was like, everyone else is out of range, it's just Slaughter, and then he had to Sunder a teammate, which just leaves his team.
Liquid's turn to ban. EG's turn to ban. Liquid's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. EG's turn to ban.
Behold the horn of madness.
EG's turn to pick. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Axe.
EG's turn to pick.
Dazzle.
Liquid's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Life Stealer.
EG's turn to ban. Liquid's turn to ban. EG's turn to ban. Liquid's turn to ban. EG's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Monkey King.
Liquid's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Crystal Maiden.
EG's turn to pick.
Weaver.
Liquid's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Sand King.
EG's turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Liquid's turn to ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Naga Siren.
EG's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Shadow Fiend.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Control factor comes to the team. Very difficult. So that may be the other approach.
But they have a BKB hero in the mid lane. Shadow Fiend
Yeah.
BKB is really good. You want things that you can't actually BKB out of. You have Naga Sleep, Arrow, Black Hole. These are things you
I
can't.
suppose it's the other
hold
side
out
too.
of.
The fact you're already running a Magnus as well as a Lifestealer, right? Like you've
Yeah,
already
it's
got
a waste
like, the
of
better
empower.
team fight.
It's a waste of empower.
Or,
on the
or is
Naga.
it the setup? So Mind Control can then get the greatest RP of all time.
It is. They have Dazzle in case Veil does get RP'd. They have the Axe for counter initiating that goes through BKB. Very important versus the Lifestealer. They have time lapse on Weaver just in case of down. So I do think their team fight was good. I think it could have been a little bit better, but I don't think the Naga. Yeah, the team fight's good, but with Naga, it's not like, oh my God, sleep into RP. Not at the end all be all. No, it's not. Nothing to write home. I'm sure we'll probably see at least one or two good ones.
We'll have one. Like you still got Epicenter, you've got Freezing Field, you've got RP, you've got all the cleave damage which can come out, you got potential heavy Riptides, mass Burrow Strikes, like all these things Team Liquid will have
Did
to
you
work
just
with.
really say Riptide for a team fight, Toby? That's like the most underwhelming team fight ability in this game.
Hey, you know what? I'm just listing every single thing. Eventually, I'm going to hit solid gold.
But Monkey King, he can turn into a tree during the team fight. Wow!
You know, if that actually saves him, I'm going to laugh my ass off and then refer to this moment.
That's not going to win them a team fight. It can be awesome, but not win them a team fight. Oh, man.
Critical influence, man. Critical influence.
Zai Monkey King.
The GH block in the mid, so he's starting on the mid.
Wait, what's happening?
Yeah, he's mid. Miracle is on the SK.
Yeah, Miracle is not the not a Naga player though.
Yeah, but is GH the Naga player? Like we've seen
Why
him.
not, dude?
We've seen him have some really great positioning when it comes to the custom maiden, and maybe this becomes one of those hybrids where you give the early farm to the Naga Siren and then just switch her into the jungle and let the SK take the lane against Samael.
I do think it's strange that he's playing Naga Siren, just because, as we saw last game, Miracle loves the AFK.
Yeah.
It seems on some heroes. Maybe just not, especially because Matama Man plays it way more than Miracle, not all the time. But they need to have a like suit. I'm sure Miracle could play like any mid slash. Yeah, actually safe one.
Like, you're actually turning SK down to a harassment. Like, he's trying to push the Dazzle out of bottom lane. And in fact, it looks like they're doing some damage to the Dazzle at the moment, who will just be able to TP out of the bottom lane.
Come on, that tree's more exciting to watch.
It kind of is if he can snipe the courier. The Venaling, oh, he cuts through. He'll see it. He'll see it. It's just a little bit lower. One more attack around the tree lines. Run, Venaling, run! Instead, will be there from GH and maybe even the first blood. It will be going the way of Team Liquid.
Wow,
they were denied on bottom lane with the TPing out Dazzle, but GH is this courier bait game.
At one level of ensnare, he was trying to jump into the trees. Wasn't able to get it off because tower damage was.
Save your points for the right time. Zai's going to jump down to the bottom lane now. Quick fall to the ground, looking for a little bit of harassment on Kuro, but Matubman's already making his way over as well. So Zai trying to be as aggressive as he possibly can. With the support from Crit, he can survive a little bit longer, and in fact the RTZ bugs throwing out, so Matubman losing that armor and has to back up to the T1 tower.
There on the bottom lane. They have been favoring these ones.
Who really wins that? Like, Universe has got to be very scary to come in close up against the Whirling Death.
Axe versus most melee. And on top of that, he has better
Forest Strike. Miracle's going to be here to gank onto Samael. GH started off with the ensnared. Zai now jumping forward. It's going to be Miracle to be the one who dies. GH needs to back up to the T1 tower, or does he? He knows Samael is low, but not low enough to find the kill. And GH is happy. He's got a regeneration rune to go with. So he'd be very happy to take the damage. Riptide doesn't have the mana to use it. And Miracle doesn't get there in time to get the Burrow Strike off.
Time to 3-man Shrine. They're really good about playing around. Dazzle TP. I do like the 1 point in the snare. I've seen so many Naga Sirens just go 4-0-4. Not even taking the ultimate at 6 or 7 or 8 and not taking any point in the snare. But look at how much it's done for GH already. You got the first blood because of it. They're able to set up on Veil, not normally a lane that the Naga would be able to cut. Really holding on to it. But level 1 mirror image is also pretty lackluster. Takes 600% damage. So one raise is...
Looking to fight top. You're already going to have that jump in from Zai. A quick skewer from Mind Control. Actually picks up Zai and Universe, but there's more support. It's Miracle. He comes from behind with a Burrow Strike. The damage on the Act is minimal. His armor is just so damn high, and Miracle doesn't really do anything against Mind Control, who's dying at the moment. But Zai, he needs to jump away. He can't do it. Universe will come back in again. Miracle just using the Sandstorm as protection, so Universe will miss the call, and Kuro will arrive to also assist on the top lane. Another Burrow Strike is available, but they need to wait a little bit longer, so they actually have the Frostbite too, but that's too late. Zai jumps right over the top of Kuro, starts the beating in with a rod, needs the fourth attack, won't get it with that Burrow Strike from Miracle, creating more space. But a lot of commitment from Team Liquid to the top lane. And now it's also Samael. He can easily kill off the Courier, and GH will understand the peril he's in. Raise 1, raise 2. Enough damage with the extra attack. Crit can't reach him. GH gets back in range of the tower.
Wow, that was a really hard triple raise to hit there too. Pretty impressive. By
Arteezy? Kura doesn't want to reveal his position. He needs Arteezy to be in range of the tower so he can do that.
Okay,
Frostbite and get the kill.
I thought he was gonna like eat a tree to right so he could not be in range of the tower detection, but
That was patience from Kuro. Because if he threw out the field, maybe he would have actually had that, like, eat the tree and then run to the right. But Arteezy being a little bit more frivolous on the bottom lane, and now they can look. Let's try and force Matumba away from the wave.
no pressure, and Naga's got gonna have the Sankings try and pressure him a little bit, but
Oh
my god.
He dropped to 8 HP at that point. Has to bottle and then send it back. He needs that 6-minute rune. Maybe almost worth using the razors just to take the lane and then go for the rune.
It's crazy. Yeah, he has 70.
It's when you're not... Wait, does Miracle actually... Nope, it's going to be the bottom rune and Dazzle scats it out and it's a haste rune. And so are you liking the GH Naga so far?
Yeah, I think he's... Well, he's like a little bit more active, but at this point, he's farming for radius. Efficiency game.
Kuro will die at the same time. A little bit further side is going to be Matumbaman to fall as well. Support is nearby with Miracle here, and it's Sumail with a haste rune, and you know what he wants. He wants the kill onto that Naga Siren. He didn't actually get it. The RP from Mind Control is available. GH so low, Zai can't reach him. To leap himself up into the tree line. A quick Nova to the north. Now realize the crits in the neighborhood. Frostbite will hold him there. Fire Strike is back off cooldown. So Shallow Grave will just delay the inevitable. A lot more kills in this game so far than we had in game number 1, but it's a lot more scrappy.
Protecting the Naga. It's a little bit easier because everyone has full mana from Crystal Maiden. They've been picking it a lot, but a lot of
one of these trees is not like the other. And Zai is right on. Oh, he leaps over the courier.
But no one's sitting in mid.
It's like he's trying to stop GH from farming, but GH is farming up the mid lane with the illusions. Okay, that's a moving tree. So GH is just farming the 2 small camps in close, keeping the creep wave push back out again, stays top net worth, and also continuously harassing down Sumail with Riptide.
I wonder if he's going to take... Would have been really nice.
RP's available. They're going to look try and kill off Arteezy now. Arteezy's going to Shikuchi his way through, but Tubbleman's pretty low. So he's going to open wounds, rage up, holding on to that rage. Now he'll use it. Where's that RP? It holds him in, but where's your detection? You're doing a gank on a Weaver without bringing a Sentry Ward. Problematic to say the least, but Arteezy with no Shikuchi, but he has time lapse available. He's away.
They thought they could get the Frostbite on him.
Now Matumbaman's actually in trouble. He has Infest up, so if he... okay, he's going to open wounds and just... Okay, there's your Frostbite. Matumba's going to have to jump inside of a creep sooner or else he's going to die, and he knows it. Into the dire creep, Arteezy very, very low. Burst that back out. The damage is not enough. The Nova also misses. Arteezy running the edge of this AoE damage and then gets the TP away to safety.
Near death. Miracle only one level cost taken.
Die very quick on the bounce away.
Radiant has you scanned. Long gone. That would have been nice to come out actually during that chase, because then you can hit a shockwave that's only half blind.
These illusions are starting to become farm for Sumail.
I think they'll... 500% damage. Universe for the Vanguard first.
It's allowed him to farm these Ancients and now actually puts him at the top net worth on the field. First one to hit 4K.
Yeah, Vanguard's quite nice. I'm going to be taking... But it's not terribly great for big hits.
Especially when Magnus has got a lot of space up on the top lane, so it's a lot of levels which are coming in for the Magnus, so it should be very early point up into the 4 points up in power, while still having everything he needs for the team fight.
Lifestealer doesn't build like incredible amounts. You get armlet and it's not like stacking agility on agility. Are more comp power stacking. I wonder if Naga Siren is actually going to take this.
Just become the really hard to kill. Kuro, trouble. TP's out. We'll be safe. Matamaman looks like he's going to let the tower go. Actually, no, that's Miracle. Miracle just TP'd himself into the bottom lane. Now he is invis for the moment. He'll have Zai. He'll cop the stun. Where is that epicenter? Matamaman's leaving. So it's up to Miracle if he really wants to do anything with this. But what's he going to do? Double Burrow Strike?
They don't have to stun
Epi?
him. He can just stun Epi Zai, I think. They'd have to use Grave on him, but he'd probably die in the... Actually, they don't have the detector.
Yeah, there's no fortification, and he'll let it go. Unless he can get a solo kill on someone, but when Crit's got Shallow Grave, that's not really possible.
Where's this team?
Okay, that's one kill you can potentially get. But you need to hit the Frostbite or Burrow Strike. Crit's coming back down again. Kuro's going to reveal himself with a very quick attack. And Miracle is now back out of the invis. Kuro needs the space. I think he's going to get the bugs off him.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
It's a whole lot of nothing, which is good for Naga.
Good for Magnus too when you build a Hand of Midas as your first item.
It's not...
Is Arcanes and Midas even before Blink Dagger?
Usually Echo Saber is your... You can farm neutrals incredibly quickly. But I can see where he's going with the Hand of Midas because his limiting factor is actually going to be a number of neutrals, not time. Because you're on the team with...
Yeah. Naga's still working your way towards that relic. It's taken time. It's taken a lot of time. Like, we're 12 minutes in, you went for Boots, Iron Talon, PMS, Bottles in there too, and you had to run the mid lane. My Control has to TP out. Universe needs the call, and My Control realized that ain't gonna happen. So he actually gets out of range of the call, but he has no TP scroll available, can kill off the creep wave. Even the Weave's trying to help him out with a little bit of extra vision, removing the arm from My Control. Another jump forward from Zai. My Control, very tanky. Support is on the way. He goes for a quick RP, actually committing this to escape. And looks like he's able to achieve it. They will not kill him.
Nice quelling. Get escape to the left side. Bro, trying to take on Sumail.
Yeah, he's got 1 point up in Frostbite. I don't think that's enough. Even if you let your freezing field go, you need one more person to bring in some damage. And the Riptide could have maybe tilted Sumail close enough to death.
And more Hand of Midases. On Shadow Fiend as well. Probably one of the most uncommon pickups. Shadow Fiend. That kind of game.
We're going to start to add it up. It's like, oh, we're up against an Naga Siren. All right, cool. Let's just Midas, Universe, Blink. Gets the call off. Is able to actually catch the real GH, and with the Shadow Wave damage from Crit, GH doesn't really survive too long.
Perfect Blink timing coming out from Universe right there. He didn't have that for the top fight, so he thought he would need farm neutrals. But nope, right then.
And such a big hero kill as well. Like, you catch her out while she's banking money for the relic.
Wow. So Naga did go very greedy.
Yeah.
So no sleep at 6. No sleep at 7, 8, 9, 10. And he went for the mana talent over the health. Health might have saved him right there. The 125 was at full HP, so might not have been in calling. But Naga's got to get their farm.
They do. Meanwhile, Liquid needs to also find that farm. They're looking for their double Blink Daggers on both Miracle as well as Mind Control. So Miracle's at least getting the space on bottom lane to get his up now. They're going to have to give that over to Mind Control.
Can you use Naga? There's some heroes that you can buy.
Bottom lane, Miracle's going to go down. I am not a master of syntax.
Well, isn't that like every business you have your
name is a verb?
Yeah, like rocks. One that's cool. You're good enough with a hero. Heroes can become Naga. You're with. I don't know.
I want to go Latizi.
Go Solar Crest and Halberd on Bloodseeker.
Something like that. He's had success today. But this game does look... It still doesn't look like it can go, it can go either way. Neither team has an overwhelming advantage.
RP is generally king later game.
Yeah.
That's a very loose statement.
So is Naga for the split push. Again, also running.
Dire's top tower.
Because a lot of it depends on like Shadow Fiend and Act. Weaver is Weaver can do damage, but like you're versus life stealer, you're not gonna be able to like burst anyone down or like
Here's your timing from Liquid. They just got both of their blink daggers. Now, EG, if they force this, it will actually come into the point where Liquid want to fight. The live stealer inside the Sand King.
They have to worry about Axe and the Dazzle though. There's 2 heroes that can counter Nation.
Blink dagger just got revealed. He just blinked on top of the Dire Observer ward. So if EG was paying attention, they'll understand this with Miracle right now. And in fact, he's going to walk on top of the other Dire Observer ward in the map.
Where's the smoke
There's
at?
Literally 2, and very visible to both.
The thing with the Naga strat is you generally don't need to save your smokes. Like any half decent opportunity you see to smoke, you smoke.
Look at Monkey King knows. He's inching forward as Bark. Let's see if he can bite Miracle. Up onto the tree, he's going to miss the target. It's the flying vision, but a quick blink away back to the tier 1 tower. And EG potentially revealing they have vision there, but it may not matter. You can just still put it down to the Monkey King, and you're going to take the tier 1 tower.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
But
Still hiding.
Liquid get what they want. They're going to get this fight. Mind Control under the cover of smoke. Samael and Axe are pretty close. They could potentially both get RP'd, but Zai's going to throw a spanner in this works if they do initiate. So Miracle misses his Burrow Strike. Universe now pops out. Zai's going to jump in, throws the ulti out, stays on the tree lines. Mind Control. There's still no RP. Song of the Siren has to be committed by GH. Getting rid of the Scarab Beetles. And they're actually just bailing from the fight. I think Miracle even survived half a second after he jumped in then. And in fact, as Zai wanted to go in deeper.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
That's
Dire's middle
yeah, but that was a disaster. What they were waiting so long. Why did they smoke the Sand King to begin with? That was the strangest thing. I saw this. They definitely had smoke. CM had one. They smoked a Magnus too when he had his blink dagger, but they just waited so long they couldn't find the right jump. And Universe was the one who got a 2-man call. Of course, one on the ever so.
The jump positioning just looked really off. I mean, they didn't really look like they were in a position. They probably understood too the tree line. The Monkey King was sitting up there. Yeah. So if you come in close at on that side, which is where you probably wanted to have like the SK even closer, but he couldn't be. So you're kind of being choked out of positions by EG.
And but finally, Radiance is there. Radiance is generally a pretty big deal, but like let's say he had that fight, they wouldn't have been able to blink out.
The jump forward, Mind Control, caught out, he'll go down. It was Liquid who were the ones meant to find the kills. Yeah, if you had Radiance, that'd be great, but you still reveal both blink daggers on Team Liquid. Don't get a kill, and it's EG who finds the opening.
They're gonna road.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Very, very easy for them. Medallion is up. What level is President of Dark Lord? He's level 15 with the Midas. That is a level 4. He hasn't picked up level 15 talent.
This is turning into a full split. You can see Miracle getting into position so he can just blink out, intercept the creep wave, go for the full split. Crit, okay, Universe jumps in. Fresh Blade Mail reveal, and then Culling Blades down GH.
A lot this week. It's like Riki for all around the map. Just
Miracle actually missed half the wave. And there goes the TP. Actually managed to force one TP back. Ooh. Zai thought he may have been quick enough.
Doing the Basher Rush too?
He is.
Doing the Basher Rush.
Full on control with his ultimate. And he had the perfect position. It's like, you don't even want to jump in. You just want to go down so you can throw out your ultimate. Sit in the tree line. We saw the same thing being exploited earlier today with LFY and a couple of other teams so far here at DAC.
And I believe it's a BKB already. BKB is the best item here versus the Nog.
especially with Blink BKB. Like his position's going to be perfect for the fights, and what are you going to do? You have to ensnare him to stop him.
And you definitely need to, but the smoke did hit, or sorry, the Radiant skin did hit, but it made them think that they're going to Roche, likely. But
that's why Matumbaman's coming out. He's well out of position. The smoke will break, the observer will get the vision, and Kuro, there's nothing he can do. Lifestealer will go down, and EG
so
have a ticket
unlucky.
for Roshan. Even GH is caught on the wrong side of the river.
That's so unlucky for them that the smoke actually hit and they weren't doing Roshan.
What? When the scan hits, yeah.
Oh.
So now EG will take it. You do have Naga Siren. He's sending illusions down, and they're coming from the dire jungle. But this may be causing a couple of mental problems for EG. The fact that it's surrounded on multiple sides. Miracle as well. This could be the moment with that Blink epicenter. They've got to put it to work, but Roshan's so low, they have to go now. Song of the Siren comes out from GH. Roshan is low, but he's not looking inside. It's Kuro who's being killed off by Universe in the meantime. So they don't have the Crystal Maiden. Another shockwave through, but Roshan, it belongs to Evil Geniuses.
I don't know if they saw the BKB, but if they had gone on that, they would have been obliterated. There's no way they can stop this. Even with perfect timing, you still can't do it. Play in between this.
Actually going to get a courier snipe with the Naga Siren. She was pretty close, but she was busy microing her own illusions to get out of there. Miracle, Fire Strike and TP. Zai, where's your stun? Doesn't exist.
Not gonna be an easy. And the Midas Knight. Lead not in their favor. I don't actually see it swing back in Naga's favor because generally after you get the Radiance, like, oh yeah, we have Radiance, we can form a push. But this game, they're not really scared of it at all, just because they're so far ahead and Axe is just dunking on everyone.
But you do have like still great split push that comes out from heroes like the Sand King. Like, he's really quick at pushing lanes. Lifestealer can be a little bit more frivolous as well because he's gonna have the rage potential TP out.
That doesn't when you can push out the lanes, but yeah, you got to fight sometime.
The only thing that's going to win you the game is probably when EG push up and you hope for the most glorious RP of all RPs, lacquered with epicenter and everything else.
They're going to have BKBs. You can't rely on this.
TPs are coming over. They're almost trying to bait this fight out. You can still jump in with the Magnus who's sitting behind them. A quick blink away will dodge the call of Universe. Okay, they're not wanting to bait Jack. They are leaving.
Very dicey. I am trying to foresee a point in the game where they're like, okay, let's take a fight now.
It doesn't really exist. Maybe you look at it from another timing. So, okay, yes, SF has BKB. It looks like Arteezy is not going to build into the same one. Can you actually get the timing where you isolate the SF and then just focus him? Do they have the damage output in order to do that? Okay, Crystal Maiden dies is going to happen.
No, you don't. Because they'll usually pre-weep.
You got to try and catch him out of position, but that.
Well, he's not going to BKB until you just need a really good RP. You need them to slip up. Kind of the only. I mean, the Observer Ward is right there.
RP catching Universe. He's actually going to go for quick spins as well. The damage is too much. Mind Control, he's brought down. Then you let the Requiem go. You can say goodbye to Miracle.
Yeah, you wait for the lapse in positioning. Oh, wait, Universe is right there to call these.
Yeah. It looked like Universe actually jumped in at the very, very start and didn't actually get the call off, but came a fraction of a second later.
Now that they had to get pick off with the Magnus. Nothing happening on the Radiant side. It's just a bunch of people trying to stall the game by killing creeps behind.
If we can just wait till 2018, this game will be winnable.
Good luck with that. They used 2 ultimates, so even if they were to sleep right. The weave is pretty important here too. You're not going to be able to cleave people with that power like you normally would. Like their positioning is going to be so far spread out. Shadow Fiend's going to be in the front. Weaver's going to be far away from the SF so that they can't both get RP'd, and then all the supports are
90 gold per minute is the talent from the Magnus. They are looking for anything that will buy them a get out of jail free card. The double RP refresher orb may be the only option they have.
Yeah, once the BKBs get down to 5 seconds, but you have to survive until Not confident in their ability.
Just play the
30
Obi-Wan
minutes.
strat, man. Hold the high ground.
You have a lot of big ultimates, though. Mess up the ult high ground most easily. Or if they have Aegis counters these big ultimates.
Miracle. It's like trying to clean up the wave. Nice skewer. Actually going to pull Universe in rather deep, almost to the tier 3 tower and on top of the creep wave. But there's a lot of EG reinforcements here. And Liquid are not seriously looking at this kill. Yep.
It's all a lot of slow damage. Lifestealer with Empower would be... But
he's going Midas as well?
He's going Midas. Yeah, we can...
We are turning this in. Okay, this is actually almost a 2013 Alliance game. After TI.
There were a lot of teams then. I remember LGD International.
Yeah. I just remember where Alliance had 5 Midas. That was one of the most entertaining games I ever cast.
None of their talents are extremely. None of them are like super. There's.
See, I was wondering about the Naga. Like she bypassed her ensnare option. Like I think it's what, a lower cooldown or duration.
30 attack speed. Helps you farm a lot. You're a farmer as Naga now.
Well, right now it almost feels like they need to have that extra control, but you are right, it has to come out from the SK. Oh, Song of the Siren, they knew it. Axe came just in range of the sentry wards, now they get really good vision, but Weave is down. It is very early though, but Universe with both Paul and Weave is very difficult to kill.
They don't have sleep to
No. Maybe they're just trying to bait out, like, actions from EG that then force them to go back to fighting, because Miracle keeps doing this blink into aggressive Burrow Strike back. That almost sounds like a contradiction, but it's just so far forward.
But they're going for picks on Shadow Blade on the axes purely to get kills on. It is definitely one of the better items. I definitely do not see Shadow Blade picks up because you need to be able to bypass the Naga illusion. A good Naga player will always have an illusion buffer. Her and
the blink if you're the full-on initiator, and the Shadow Blade if you're the scatter to initiator.
Well, you get both.
No. Seeing My Control attempting to do the same kind of thing. 4-star, Blink Dagger, Shadow Blade. And I think we should put him in a good position.
Avoid, avoid, avoid.
Yeah. Is it really going to become fire and evade? Naga push as much as you can. Miracle's probably giving a look towards BTs at some point. Once he's able to get something more defensive like a Yield Scepter or something along those lines.
How's Dire supposed to play?
Yeah, that is the challenge, but doesn't that just come with the heavy farm on the Weaver and the SF when they just rip apart the towers?
Still haven't seen like a powered lifesteal. I think it's good. A lot of damage coming out.
Yeah, and empowered lifesteal killing creeps.
Oh yeah. Show me more of this.
Okay, give me that farm. Give me that farm. Oh yeah, pick an anti-mage. Oh, there's a small opening. Like, EG's vision is still pretty damn good. That Radiant Observer Ward sees the SF moving. It doesn't see the axe. Miracle. He's going on top lane. Gets the Burrow Strike onto Arteezy. Mind Control. No! He jumped up, went for the RP, but Arteezy time-lapses just in time. And Zai will chase him into the tree line. They pick up the retreating Miracle with the other rotations up. Both will be lost. Again, they're trying to create space. But now they may lose another one. Matupperman is overstaying his welcome on the bottom lane. He has Rage TP. But everyone else from EG after they fought up on top came bottom. And okay, now they're in range of the Observer Ward. He's out.
That was pretty lucky that they had to buy something for this.
This is just... It's funny though, because you get the commitment from EG, they then go for their rotations. We can have a quick look at this again. So Miracle, the Burrow Strike is perfect. He doesn't know he's got him, and Mind Control just has to go for it, but the split second between the RP and time-lapse.
I don't think they had enough damage. But if he had RP'd and then right-click, he doesn't have an Echo Saber for that little bit of Echo.
It's all they can do though, like they have to go for things like just hope they find enough.
Yeah, it would have been way better with like the best. I think they would actually been able to, or let's say have detection versus Weaver. You know, there's a better way, better things that they can do.
They can't afford detection against the Weaver. They need to keep spending money to get the observer wards down that Zaihi is planting everywhere. That's the one thing they can potentially control. Now Sumail inside the pit, crit in the neighborhood, has a full solar crest completed, so this Roshan is going down very, very quickly for EG. And yep, Team Liquid can do nothing to stop it. It's very rare a team with a Naga Siren is unable to hold the Roche pit, or even a team with such huge AoE control and teamfight abilities like Team Liquid can't control the Roche pit.
It's the way they see one hero. I guess they had the universe.
Hi, Miracle. He doesn't know. Universe goes for the blind blink call. But they won't find that opportunity.
Need a gem. Yeah, they need a gem on someone, but Axe is the one.
Oh, they have it on Zai.
Yeah, they have it on Zai. I think he needs it. So they can get more pick. Universe is the one hunting heroes that Monkey can get them, but he can't.
Slow the game up has been working for Team Liquid so far. They still hold their racks. Naga is still sitting up there very high up in the net worth. She's gradually getting higher. And once that Octarina is up, the split push becomes even stronger from the Naga Siren.
No one's scared of her.
No. Well, what they're scared of is just the incredible amount of delay, and then you're like, well, maybe that's what Team Liquid's still looking at this game. It's like, okay, the Naga's going to be pushing out the side. The SK is going to do the same. The Live's just going to do the same. Team Liquid feel like they're on a time clock to get into the base before they end up in a bad trade-off position. These type of kills are definitely going to help. A quick call. Miracle will die, but he's only dead for 23 seconds.
I will say one thing about Liquid strategy is that they're committed. They're committed to out-farming and delaying the game.
Yep.
It is. It's not too late for CM Midas, right? She doesn't have any items.
Not too late to put the kettle on and start brewing a cup of cocoa. Like, Liquid are in for the long haul. And My Control's on the hunt. This time they're coming with the Infest. They're pinging out Arteezy, but they walk past Zai. Remember, this is the Shadow Blade they're using. Zai will see him. The Gem of Crusade did the work. No! The RP misses again! My Control, run away! Kuro will die in the mid lane as another expected pick off. The Crystal Maiden doesn't really have a lot of safe places here.
RP's down too. That's
yep. That's the chance to push up.
Firstly, that was a good bait though. They knew what was going to happen.
You got creep waves.
Yeah.
You look at the position of Naga Siren. Like, I know this is GH and Miracle is on the team, but it almost is a testament to Miracle.
What?
Heard the difference in pronunciation. Naga Siren, greatest of Southeast Asia. Miracle.
That's a stretch.
This is what he does. Oh, My Control. He jumps out. He was looking for that skewer back over on Sumail. Now it's up to Miracle to actually create a little bit more space, and they Song of the Siren, allowing My Control to survive.
They need him. What? Yes, maybe?
They needed something, but that was just a disengage ultimate. That was all. Jump back in, keep the chip damage going, buy the time for the RP to arrive, and just keep chipping away at their life and make it so that Aegis Carrier can't just sit there and hit the tower.
Continue on. They have the ages.
Yeah, they know it.
Could go disastrously.
They're already leaving.
They need a Satanic.
Now they're jumping out. That Observer Ward sees Arteezy, but they need the control. Arteezy Shikuchi's up. The Sentry Ward's too late. Runs through mid.
And Monkey King is dead.
Okay, goodbye Zai, but also troublesome for GH. He doesn't have Song of the Siren just to TP out this one. Sumail's coming into the Octarine. He needs to do a little bit more damage to stay alive, and Sumail, he triggers the BKB. Song of the Siren is now up, but the call is there. The Culling Blade too early, but the kill will still complete. But they're having to repair the creep wave. The top lane, Team Liquid's creep wave actually reached the tier 3 tower and did damage.
Small victory for them, and of course getting the gem is also really big for them. Nagasarn is still a little bit behind in terms of what stuff. I'm surprised he didn't just sleep there. You sleep like X, SF has to kill you, but he doesn't have MKBs. He has to deal with that miss,
Yeah,
and you can try and fog.
There wouldn't have been the stun, so yeah, he potentially could have just TP'd out.
That was a really good BD.
It took 35 minutes, but Samel just got the 150 attack range, hit level 25 on that SF. Sand King, run to the trees. Inside the Sandstorm, trying to keep clear of Universe. Universe doesn't actually have mana, so it's a Burrow Strike into the TP back, out again, a Miracle. Will survive.
They have no... So with a Shadow Blade Magnus and... Sinking.
They have vision. They had it before.
They lost Gem.
Yep.
So
that was when the Monkey King died.
They have to wait.
That or they just find Kuro. He's the man carrying it for Team Liquid, but he's... Actually, I think he put it back on the Courier. Because they really don't want to lose that. But he's looking for any vision, which is going to catch out the Naga, catch out any of the split pushes. No, he's still holding on to it.
I wonder if they're going to try and end soon. I guess SF can still buy Moon Shards for other people, but he's pretty close to 6 slotted.
Okay, that Observer Lord sees so much. They know Mind Control as well as Matubman are up here. Universe runs forward, the Blink forward, able to get the Battle Hunger, so the movement speed, and GH will just let the Song of the Siren go. And everybody TPs away to safety. The game has been delayed. And GH gets bigger and bigger and bigger. Now only about 1,000 gold away from completing that butterfly. Way to keep the Monkey King away. Just have Magnus keep skewering trees.
I actually have some.
That's easy. RP's gonna hit him. He won't be out of time lapse. 76 seconds without a Weaver.
These Observer Wards, that Observer Ward on the south side was... Yeah, Liquid playing their strat very, very well. They have not given up too many deaths. They've gave up every Roche, but they're so far behind it. They haven't lost any threes. They've split push out the lanes quite nicely, and they're keeping up spike going.
Yep. It's getting better and better for them. The fact they haven't lost the tier 3 towers as well, I mean those shrines, they're always able to push out nice and quickly.
Oh, Lifestealer did actually.
He didn't? He backed up to the Echo Saber and AC.
I'm actually surprised. In this sort of game, well, Greece for like 25 minutes.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Well, they're on the hunt again. There's no RP. It's on cooldown for another minute. Main point of control they have from Mind Control is going to be the Skewer, but maybe at the same time, like every target is a little bit more killable because you're not looking for the Weaver.
Wait, you went for move speed? Wow, you went movement speed over power damage. That's pretty rare. When you're playing this type of game, and power damage actually does not matter that much with and a lot of the time.
Yeah, Lifesteal is the only one who really benefits from the power. Not even the Magnus when they build. Oh, the jump up, Ghost Scepter, raises from Samel. He's still got the close range raise. Akura with the life, he needs to stay alive. The gem, the attack will connect. The gem of True Sight's on the hillside, and EG, maybe they didn't realize this. Samel's looking for more kills. Won't find them. But the gem hasn't been taken. It's still, the Courier is on the way up to pick up the gem. Miracle, a quick Yule Scepter cancelling off Zai, so he doesn't actually reach the tree. He's actually caught on the ground on the other side of the tree. Courier has managed to recover the gem.
They're probably thinking, why in the world would he?
Are they going back in again? Crit's TPing out.
That's a lot of damage to the tower.
They find the bottom lane, the Fire Strike forward, RP committed as well, and they bring the Epicenter, plus the Lifestealer. Another core of EG gets sniped on the side lanes.
700 gold and a level 25 hero, that's a ton of XP. Grab shit slow. Back towards Liquid's favor. Looks like it's only 5,000 gold ahead for EG, and SF's not really getting any stronger.
Like, right now, I'm not quite certain exactly who is meant to be bleeding more, but it looks like EG's on the slow drip.
Oh, they definitely are. Getting to that point where they can't re-tower up top's at like 25% HP.
Yep. And they're actually not even, like, they can't contest Roshan. Roshan's being done right now by Team Liquid. and EG can't get there. Miracle's creating a lot of space on bottom lane by just pushing it and being just a general pain in the ass. Making it so Liquid has all the space in the world to do this.
I'm pretty sure it's been 10 minutes since the match.
Oh, Aegis and Cheese down now. And a refresher orb on Magnus.
What you need? RP, get any sort of solo kill on a core. Again, force buybacks, and then pressure's up. Magnus.
Yep.
No one's derived an RP.
Oh, nice call. Finally able to remove a small thorn in the side? Maybe not. Miracle even steals the bounty rune. There's another little target up next to the secret shop. It looks like a bit of a duel. Yeah, it's going to be Zai battling against Mind Control. A quick push away. Zai starts his own TP, and they have the stun available. Monkey King rooted to the ground by Kuro and actually killed off by Kuro.
Five.
Game is just... The game plans work perfectly. Beautiful call by Universe. Hold the Life Stealer in position. Bring in the damage, because right now, all these fights are happening on Liquid's terms. EG maybe can finally think they're trying. The RP goes out. They keep the control up, but with the Shallow Grave and Song of the Siren, Universe keeps the spins happening. So much damage from the Axe. The Aegis Immortal will trigger. Samel's BKB will protect him. And now they go over to Matumbaman, the Life Stealer, the real way home out of this one, apart from standing his ground and being as manly as he can. But don't worry, the side lanes are pushing in. EG have trouble at home.
E3 count on top, almost dead. That's not good. They can't really afford to lose their shrines right now. They're just struggling to move outside the race. RTC, oh my god.
Liquid Sphere protects. They're TPing forward. Zai wants to try and catch up to Miracle. It's going to be difficult. Jump forward, gets the stun off perfectly, but GH, Song of the Siren for protection, and then TP's away to safety. Ori has that, I think that's actually the level 2 diffuser blade as well, over on the Naga Siren.
He's 6-slotted too.
Yep. Yeah, he is. Very much. Miracle finds another target. Samel just wandering around. Male, however, has friend as well as a shrine. And they have vision. You'll set her up. Crit comes in and, well, they haven't got him yet. They still don't have him yet. And they don't have him at all.
Universe was waiting with the stun.
Meanwhile, top lane, T3 tower's gone. The illusions as well as the catapult should take care of it. The shrines are now open for destruction. And Liquid are wasting no time.
Yeah, the charge is up. They can... I don't know if they have enough damage to kill them if they only... In an actual big team. They can definitely do it if it's like 3-on-1 for some of the heroes, but imagine if they actually do RPs, aren't able to. Shadowfang actually doesn't have a way to heal back up. Like, if he gets great, he's still gonna die.
He needs the Satanic.
Yeah. Ags, maybe? He can heal up with Ags.
Staring down Arteezy, playing Borrow, Epicenter. Miracle commits. Arteezy already used his time munchie so low and ensnared up. There goes your Weaver, 84 seconds. Buyback is available for him, but Liquid again are leaving. They get the kill they want. They keep the pressure applied, and Universe is the one to jump in. Observer Ward is up. Mind Control is trying to push him away. There's another force up available for Miracle. So Ibarra strikes up one. There's your RP committal. SF, the Shallow Grave will keep him alive. Remember, there's still no Naga here, but now Matumbaman will arrive, battling against Samael. Needs more damage with the Burrow Strike. They get the double stun up, but Miracle will sacrifice himself for this, and maybe not a great sacrifice. They'll lose the Life Stealer as well. My Controller's on the run. Zai bouncing around through the tree lines, hoping to catch up to him. But the distance is a little bit too far for him to reach.
No follow-up after the RP. So close to killing.
Wait, Mind Control TP down to the shrine? Monkey King was jumping down there. That could have actually ended really, really badly.
Don't worry, he has plenty of buyback. Or Scythe of Vice soon. Slice? The Hex? Pressure?
That would make some good sense. What does GH buy? Apart from like gems for his team, all the wards, all the tomes.
Moon Shard for life.
Yep, that'd be nice.
The
He's got 8.5k, so he has to spend some of this.
BOT2s.
Okay. Should have money for both and then still have buyback.
Yeah.
Almost killing off Zai, and Zai wants to stand his ground against illusions, like the Naga illusions. He is going to die. Even Samael is having issues, and you can see him. He's got the money for the Titanic, but doesn't have money for buyback as well just yet.
I just don't know what he trades out for this. He's trading out his Ags. Ags gives you really good damage because, and it's another way to force it. Way more reliable because with Ags you have to BKB, channel it, and then wait for the souls to come back. Titanic, you just pop.
So how the fights actually work, force Samael to do work with this fresh Titanic. Oh, that's done. It actually connects on both the Magnus as well as the Crystal Maiden, and they just defensively song on the sides. Like, they have to have vision, right? But no, I don't think they did at the very start of that. They got no gem.
My God. That has to be so frustrating to pit. They're just never finding us. We can't catch anyone.
And that's actually where you go with the axe. He went for a plus 100 battle hunger DPS.
That talent is really good.
Over the 15
Over
armor
15
to try and survive?
Yes, I definitely think so. Dude, 100, it's ridiculous. 140 damage per second. Insane. It's great. In late game, there's stopping sometimes, but the cooldown's really low, so you can.
They find an opening. It's going to be mind control. Committing quite heavily. Matopamon pops out of him, trying to hide with him in the infest, and they knew it. So I live seal a quick open wounds, but Universe just backs up, makes sure he doesn't get attacked, so he can blink forward, get the call off. Matopamon still wants to keep this run going. He needs more help, but up on top lane, the Naga illusions are pushing in the creep wave. She's expended, and Matapamon's still going to go down. Heavy spin plus the damage, but now Miracle in through the bottom, Naga in through the top. You get these victories, but what does it really gain you? That Burrow Strike range is ridiculous that Miracle can just escape.
They only have 3 heroes in the 2 incredible amounts.
They just lost another tower.
They lost another tower, and Mag doesn't have to buy back. Lifestealer also doesn't have to. People are just constantly getting stuck. GH can also buy Refresher, I would say.
He's holding in a 7.4, so he bought the BTs. Okay.
He bought a Moonshot for himself.
Okay. And then an extra independent courier where she now bought a Refresher orb on.
Yeah, Refresher's really good. The only problem is you can't chain the sleep together back to back. Just be. You have time to like pop BKB.
Well, Miracle again closing in on Arteezy. More invis. This time it's going to be the rune that gives him the cover. Stalking Arteezy as far as he can. Arteezy just trying to use that Mjolnir to push in the lane. But it's the Magnus who is arriving. And then the BTs as well. They're bringing in friends, and I think they remain undetected so far. The RP, it'll push them through the next Miracle, the Burrow Strike, the Lincoln Spear has now been triggered. Now their secondary RP, Weaver will drop, Samael will arrive and try and stand his ground. Already triggered off his Titanic under the cover of BKB. But the BKB doesn't last long enough. They don't find that opening, and it's Universe who's caught out of position. Diffuser Blade charged up, held in the position. Zai needs to create more space, able to do so, throwing down the ultimate as we're in a split-up fight. Samael is the primary target, however, of Liquid, and they will bring him down. But Tubman's on the run, but he's wasting the time of Universe, and Zai, who get double stunned up by Miracle. Mind Control's coming back as well. He's looking to help out. Crit can't get close enough. He's got GH on his tail. Diffuser Blade charges galore, keep him low. Another little bit of a quick stun by Miracle. Cripple fall, and EG are completely losing control of this game, and they may be the first team to actually lose a full set of racks.
This is one of those games that makes you it's just like, we're gonna lose like this.
And was it
they're pretty much are going to lose.
Peter was saying before, like every solution is solved by winning. Losing in this creates so many more, like by this creates so many more.
Magnus is such a hero, though. And why you see a first ban often, they expended 2 RPs to kill 1 hero last fight, and they still won the fight.
Yep.
And what is RTZ supposed to do about getting double RP'd?
And how do you even defend this? Like, you're losing too many lanes of frags. GH will stand his ground. He doesn't care what Samel's going to throw at him. Samel, okay, yeah, BKB, but he just bloodthorned an illusion. GH can just ensnare him up, hold him there, while the top lane is actually going to attack. Keep them slumbered while the axe gets initiated on. Is that what's... Actually, no, it's Crystal Maiden physically damaging the melee racks. Mind Control will arrive using that Hex. The Crystal Maiden just gets destroyed by Arteezy. And maybe now Arteezy feels he's got the damage. Looking towards Matubberman, finding inside the tree lines with a BG from Samel. The Bloodthorn is on the right target. 4 heroes down from Team Liquid. No buyback over on the Lifestealer because he managed to pick up the Monkey King bar. I think they also pinged out because they scouted the Refresher Orb sitting in the trees. But Naga is still up. They have to get Roshan. There has to be some kind of glorious push from EG to win this.
I think they have to all in. All their teams think they're dead, but I don't even know if they cook it at all.
Song of the Siren. They're looking to come a little bit closer. Can Miracle actually keep Zai controlled, or can Zai keep Miracle controlled? Universe jumps in. That's a very, very poor Dazzle having to run away from just Naga illusions, but when you get the kill over on the SK, that makes life a hell of a lot better.
Minus respawn timers. Minus respawn on the Magnus. Minus Sand King.
You never keep a good hero down.
No, no buybacks. Really little.
The Diet did lose their courier. I'm not certain if anything was actually on it at the time. No, it wasn't, so it was just lost.
What are they doing with the robot? Anyone else pick up yet? I'm sure it still doesn't have one.
It'd be worthwhile giving him that.
Even Magnus, I think, would
Magnus is coming over. He's right in front of the pit. The bottom lane might be pushing in, but now it's Arteezy looking for the kill. It's a heavy amount of damage to Mind Control. He RPs the Ancient. And Kuro will now probably die to Universe. GH can use the Song of the Siren to TP back out again, or does he? He can hang around. He keeps the Song of the Siren on the SF, so there's no BTing anywhere. In fact, he just keeps him slept. While Kuro and Mind Control, they make their play over towards Roshan, catching Zai out. So the Hex up Monkey King will fall, but maybe the kill. Arteezy needs something. A kill on the Naga can create so much space if he can do it. I think Miracle's actually looking for the kill over on the SF. He's Burrow striked up, he's put Samael down. And actually found the kill. No buyback available. Universe needs to kill off Miracle. With the help of Arteezy, they can do it. But Roshan gets taken out by Matubberman. So Liquid have Roshan. But there's no SF for 100 seconds. No Monkey King for 40. And you're still under siege.
Miracle's been making such big... wasting the majority of the mid game. Like, they're constantly keep throwing bodies at him and escapes. And he almost got the kill on Arteezy in the mid lane after the Naga illusions whittled them down to critical HP. And that was a really big kill. Now they can push with Aegis and Cheese. Sand King's up at 30, he can BOT back in, and SF is in the grave. And at minimum, Liquid are looking to force the SF right now, but...
Nope. How about Mind Control? Attacking the melee racks on the bottom, Matubberman. Now to get that very quick Hex off. So the top lane's being attacked down by GH. He'll take care of that. Matubberman's making very quick work of the bottom racks. And the mid just fell. Megas are up. The RP will connect. So maybe Zai can create a little bit more space. Throwing out the Monkey King ulti. They'll burn the Aegis of the Immortal. But you're still up against Megas. They need to find this kill. Still no SF. Support is nearby, but Lifestealer Matubberman standing his ground. But Infest, he'll pop back out of the creep. Bashed up as well. Universe will Culling Blade him down. The epicenter. Miracle's gone back in again into the middle of 4. Trying to get himself back out of this one. The stun will not connect from Monkey King. Dazzle bought back, but it's because they're losing tier 4 towers back at home. But 16 seconds until you have Samael up.
Slowly but surely, the entire EG base is falling, and Liquid have no ultimate to show for it, but it will just be can, just wait for it. They have all the time in the world.
EG, they are the ones that need to find some hallelujah play. Samael Rapier, something that gives them the damage requirement. No, he's going Monkey King Bar instead. He'll have to give up his Link Dagger if he wants that.
Or bots. You're not going to be moving around. I think you bots in for like a throne kill, but if you're just sitting in base, I think selling or trading out the bots for it. Yeah, they need MKB. Butterfly plus Radiance. Naga Siren does have an Arcane Rune. That is going to be even more images. Hooray!
Hey!
For EG.
We love it. We love it. Unless you're an EG.
So Liquid just needs to wait for EG. Or wait for
EG are coming.
Yeah.
They're hunting. Zai was bouncing around the tree line. Doesn't want to take the bounty rune, and they find GH. They need this kill, but he songs! The Dazzle will just have to sit there. TP support's coming onto the shrine. You don't want this. You don't want this, EG. The Forest Strike is there, catching Samael. He couldn't even BKB in time. That could be the game right there. Crossmate let the ulti go, but RP, stay exactly where you are, Universe. He won't fall, and GG, well played. Team Liquid patience is a virtue they have displayed in droves in this second game of the series.
I think GH played really well on top. He was really good about using like before anything happened. You want to make it very clear to your team what's going to happen with the team, right? And if you sleep at the wrong time, when the epicenters channeling or when someone gets RP'd, it could just be disastrous for them. They were pretty well coordinated. I mean,
Liquid's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team back. Liquid's turn to ban. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Liquid's turn to pick.
Behold the horn of madness.
Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Life stealer.
Dire team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Winter Wyvern.
Liquid's turn to pick. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Crystal
Reserve
Maiden.
time. Dire team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Liquid's turn to battle. Dire team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Earth Shaker.
Liquid's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Legion Commander.
Dire team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Elder Titan.
Liquid's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. seconds remaining. Reserve time.
In the spirit.
Dire team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Liquid's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Spectre. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Four mans and be ready to go. We've got it all here, ladies and gentlemen. It's a Spectre Eternal Envy baffling people once more, and it could be brilliant. We saw actually personally maybe some of the people watching stream too earlier, MP's earlier game, where they already pulled out some crazy stuff. We saw Aoi come out with an Enchantress, which was, it caught us all off guard, and it certainly caught IGV. Spoilers, if you haven't watched that game, close your ears. It was a stomp. And it's an entertaining stomp of that as well. I would go back and watch that show, especially if you're an MP fan. But for now, of course, you want to stick here and get ready to watch this one. So, wow, here we go. We're getting ourselves ready for the matchup. We'll be able to introduce both of the lineups here. We can see Liquid preparing themselves. And Liquid, in terms of what we've got, it's what the panel certainly expected. GH will be playing the Magnus. On the Amber Spirit, Matuma Man on his Lone Druid, Mind Control on the Core Legion. Kuroki. What's going to be, it seems like that very kind of solo support really. I mean, Magnus, GH needs items, it feels like. Kuroki, he's going to have a pretty much 4 cores that he's carrying this game as the support on the backlines.
That was kind of how the last game they won worked, where Miracle was playing 4 position Sand King, GH was mid Naga, and like there was Kuro down at like 4K net worth, while everyone on his team was at like 30k net worth. So it seems like the Liquid order has been readjusted. Kuro supporting the world. It kind of feels like a lot of teams have just adjusted how like player roles fit in their team. Like we've seen from MP, you mentioned the AUI Enchantress, where it's like, well, why is AUI playing a jungler? We saw it with Liquid, where they put GH in the mid lane out of nowhere. So very kind of unconventional stuff, not like in terms of drafts, in terms of players, where they're going, what heroes they're playing. Be strange. AUI's got a 4-man shield. I wonder if he's going to offlane Lifestealer even. They've been putting MSS a lot in the safe lane, where we saw the safe lane Magnus a couple
we saw
of games.
in the earlier series today,
it seems like they don't, I mean, is the top lane really the for Dire anymore? You've got the Shrine down bottom, so it was talked about a lot with the new patch, like where is the true safe lane these days? Some of the map changes. Jungle camps, there's a Shrine you can play around, there's the shop. Down in that bottom lane, so maybe the Dire offlane is a better place than the Lifestealer.
And once again, kind of going back to really the Lone Druid, I mean, gods, this was a hero that was in an amazing place. Everyone was picking it. It was first top tier picks and bans, then it got hit, and then it got hit again to the point where, as I said, everyone's pretty much avoiding it. What is it that makes this hero so hard to play, do you feel, in the pros' eyes at the moment? Because of it.
Mostly it's the uptime of the Rabbit. That was the biggest nerf the hero received throughout all of the various nerfs and stuff he got. You know, definitely some really absurd things. The -50 became -40 second respawn time, but Rabbit uptime used to be 100%. Now it's 30 out of 45.
Do the math.
2/3.
66 divided by fine is 9 times by 20 is 180. I don't know where I'm going with this.
2/3 uptime. Yeah.
2/3 uptime.
Yeah, so it's not 100%. that's all I know. And yeah, you're not constantly Rabbit. It means you have to pick and choose when you fight. If it's about to wear off, you're probably telling your team, back, my Rabbit's about to... When your Rabbit's not up, you're not all that scary as a Lone Druid. You don't have that super movement speed and all that. It does kind of change the hero quite a bit. Affect him.
Straight away, 40-37 in Mind Control to flash over as they both attempt for the warding mission to maintain control of this top lane. SVG gives Kuroki a pat on the back. Himself did manage to head over, did get the Observer ward down. Of course, also placing his towards that bottom rune spot. Liquid.
Will be just the straight up Magnus jungle, it seems. Iron Talon is there for GH, and no big surprise. This is like a greedy approach, but something that NP don't really have roamers. I guess Elder Titan with boot, theoretically roam and try and disrupt it. If you find them low HP, you can maybe get some cheap free kills with the boot's movement speed advantage, try and snipe some last hits as well. But it's dangerous invading enemy jungles because that Shrine there is a heal, but also a TP location. So often we'll see like a CM or someone just carry a TP, and if someone like an Elder Titan can test the Magnus jungle, CM TP's in, there's your first blood, ET's dead. So
I'm intrigued as well on the topic of the Magnus jungle. Is it better that? Is it just more efficient? Why are we not seeing the Legion in the jungle and the Magnus in the lane? Is there a reason why you are going this way round than the other if you're Liquid here?
Yeah, the Legion's a lot stronger in lane. Jungle capacity-wise, Legion perhaps better, I guess you'd normally say. But Legion in the offlane is very durable, very hard to kill. He's got a lot of good defensive tools. He gets a ton of movement speed from the overwhelming odds. He's able to purge off things like open wounds. So the hero in the offlane is incredibly resilient. We've seen a lot from LFY. It's Jizing's most played hero, and he does incredibly well in the first 5-10 minutes at getting stuff out of the lane. Magnus, you can actually zone the hero. He's a bit squishier, doesn't quite have the same stats to play around and have the same great time there.
Interesting as well to note, of course, it is indeed Envy playing the mid, but MP switching the lanes around. Envy up on the top lane on his own at the moment. Aoi is in the mid, did have the Wyvern come over across to help him. So who's this trying to dodge who? Who's getting the lanes that they want, do you feel?
MP kind of set these lanes up as far as they're concerned. Envy went for a really odd play with that pull through, but he gets it to the neutral camp, so he's going to be able to theoretically farm the neutrals as well as this creep wave, although he has to hit the last hits as well. Meanwhile,
oh, look at this.
Yeah, it's kind of what I talked about. SCG, you want to come in and mess with the Magnus jungle? Well, Kuro's going to be there, and potential first blood could come your way, but with boots, he will get out of there.
Very, very speedy indeed. They do manage to get him out of their hair and get a bit of space for GH. Desperately tries to kick off this jungling. But of course, attention drawn here is going to kind of free up the lanes a bit more for the rest of Liquid. You can see in the mid lane already just the aggression coming out here from the other Spirit. And actually GH this time around bring GH down low, but they've got the Shrine. Kuroki coming with the wraparound, and this time SVG's boots aren't going to allow him to walk that off. As first blood goes to the Magnus, and that is exactly what you don't want to happen. You may have stopped him from hitting creeps for the first minute, but you've given him first blood.
Nice when things kind of happen how you expect them to, and that's the CM presence that Elder Titan had to respect and didn't. He goes in, invents it. He can just go right back, knowing that the Magnus has used the Shrine. Without that Shrine up, it's a lot easier to continue being aggressive. And
he does. He's straight there.
Yeah, he's not put off. Like, you die like that, yeah, it's like, man, I didn't want to give up first blood, but you're also like, well, suddenly I'm a lot stronger because there's no Shrine to worry about.
GH having to skewer himself away. Got incredibly low there as the Spirit got thrown out. Will get himself back to safety.
Got to be concerned. You're like a level 1 ET just running around the map. You got to find levels somewhere at some point. You want to get at least the level 2 stomp. Perhaps be finding that from some of these bounty runes. Very unconventional laning setup for NP. The mid lifestealer does alright against the Ember, but the Spectre's kind of like a solo safe lane Spectre. Use that early pull to the neutrals to help get some extra farm. But since then is going to lose very badly in a 1v1 against.
I was going to say, this can't be a pleasant lane once Mind Control's got a few levels. It's going to be very hard for Envy.
It's like peak of terribleness with the LC phase boots. Phase boots are there for LC. Good luck going anywhere near the hero.
Mid lane again, Aoi moving in on Miracle with the open wounds. I mean, you can kind of do this, I guess, as a lifestealer. Trade it and
go down again.
Gotta be careful, as you mentioned earlier. Maybe lack of respect here, really, for Kuroki.
There's a skewer, so GP is just not an option.
He could try for the deny. He's not going to get it. GH picking up a second kill. Thanks to SVG. Pretty much this fast food order takeaway delivery service here he's providing. As GH certainly getting fed in the first 3 minutes.
That one a bit unfortunate because it came as a result of a haste rune, which he didn't have eyes on. Only Radiant Vision at that bottom room, but nonetheless, you go aggressive deep in the enemy jungle, you're going to get punished here and there. And again, still level 1 at this point. Yeah, look, he's actually going to take over top lane while Envy jungles. That's interesting lane development. Definitely, to me, suggests NPs. This isn't like the game we saw earlier where Envy was Alk and he left the mid lane to the Winter Wyvern to go jungle to give the lane to a support. No, this is way too early for your lanes to break apart. This is very much a reaction to SVG's
mid
roaming
lane
fail.
Miracle falling incredibly low here as Aoi nearly able to take him down. One more swipe would have done it, but he couldn't quite get there in range.
So yeah, the jungle Spectre, fastest or best jungler, but make do with what he can here. 2 points from the Desolate to try and speed things up a little bit, but this is not really the ideal place to be running your Spectre. And considering this was the 5th pick, it's not like you feel like you 5th pick a hero and you should have like a good plan or lane for it. You should know that hero. If you're 5th picking a Spectre, you should be like, this Spectre game is going to be great. Like, it's going to have a good lane, or if it's not going to have a good lane, it hard counters something. Yeah, it's pretty good against the lone Druid, being able to get on top of him, but you just picked a Spectre in a game where your lanes are getting destroyed. So I'm a bit surprised by the fact they don't seem to have a clear plan for how to lane this Spectre. I guess the end result is not having a plan means they're sending it to the jungle.
And one of the lanes that we're still kind of yet to talk about is that bottom lane, as we just saw Matuma Man very much getting free farm. You mentioned across the board, lanes just looking very, very strong for Liquid. MSS is able to find a little bit. He's got 14 CS. He's getting the levels down there. But he's just unable to do anything in terms of slowing down this lone druid in this laning stage.
Liquid greedy with they had two junglers at various points. Kuro was jungling somewhere, GH was jungling somewhere else, and they're winning the lane. They're winning lanes while jungling.
At top lane, they're just going to walk in here for the duel. It will be successful as Mind Control gets himself the tasty +10, and SVG really struggling to find a place this game so far with his third death.
I feel like I've never actually seen a team win all 3 lanes while having 2 junglers. Like, pretty absurd. They're not even really roamers. Like, the CM are perhaps a bit of a roamer, but Magnus is a straight up greedy jungler.
You can't lose lanes if you're not in them, gods.
Well, there's solo heroes in them. They just don't need supports to win their lane. That's the crazy thing. They've got 3 solo heroes. I mean, that's the thing with their draft. Legion, Lone Druid, these are heroes that excel in 1v1 matchups. Oh. No Jewel to kill him, but phase boots. There's a CM, Nova into Frostbite and Envy.
He should be. I mean, he's got the backup here. Oh my goodness! He's not fine. The nuke is too good for Mind Control, and he gets himself a double kill as well as they clean up 1437. Oh dear. Oh dearie me, David.
You were saying Kuro's lost his mind, but whatever he's on, it's.
He needs to go.
Yeah, he needs to go crazy a bit more often because this. I don't know. It seems like NP are allowing it to happen is what is bizarre about it, but that's always been the NP kind of motif with the laning stage early game is they're very greedy. They try and.
Oh, hello. Surprise, surprise, Matuma Man. There's a lifestealer in here, and can't get him off it. So MP, he gets himself the first kill on the board with a super surprise gank down there. Yep. Lifestealer and Envy turning up.
You need to get something happening. Every time Haunt's up, I feel like they just got to gank as much as Envy doesn't even phase boots. He's close to them, but you got to find picks somewhere on the map. You can't just try and if you're just trying to passively farm your jungle back in the game, you're going to farm slower. You're going to get picked off one by one by Legion duels. So every time Envy's got Haunt, he's probably going to be telling his team, go find a pick off for me. I'll Haunt in. Let's even if you're trading kills, you gotta do something here. Very early use of the Infest as well, but. You gotta try and salvage this absolutely atrocious laning stage. Mind Control's can have the fastest phase armlets for a Legion offlane you can imagine. And very good for the Liquid side, even with that kill onto the Lone Druid.
I mean, top lane, you see SVG's maybe thinking of getting into some sort of a position, but the 2 of them, they surely don't have the firepower to bring down this Legion. It's absolutely massive for this stage of the game.
Legion wants them. He's like, I'm considering a duel on MSS probably. SVG is there for the stomp. Duel combo breaker.
Krook in the neighborhood as well, certainly ready to help out Mind Control if the occasion arises.
7, sneak some bounty runes, a miracle with the danger rune, the haste. Picked up. This is a great rune to get an Ember 8 minutes in. Pushing for kills, and he knows someone's around his jungle. Bounty rune went missing, and I think they just had eyes on Wyvern.
Oh, meanwhile, top lane gods, they do end up getting the opportunity to close in for another duel. 301 victories now. Mind Control racking up on the Arcana, second one this game. Experience man. He is having probably one of the best starts I've seen Legion have in a while.
Insanely fat. No one's going to be able to really fight him. Very good at just like going head to head with a lifestealer with when you've got that fast armlet. He's not going to be afraid of AOI at all. You know, the armlet toggle through any kind of damage if he's ever low against the lifestealer. Yeah, he's got a 9-minute armlet phase with another 500 gold. Bad for NP. So the solution's going to be, yeah, just continuing to gank with Haunt, Infest ganks, as much as neither Lifestealer nor the Spectre has like any kind of items that you'd normally expect them to have before they start rotating, like no armlet yet, just phase boots, no urn or anything on NP. You've got to
look at
make
this.
Moves.
This is one of the Lifestealer carries you don't always think about. The Haunt Infest bomb.
Asking for an initiation down bottom again. Matu's.
Envy. I didn't. Miracles. I know.
Gotcha.
Meanwhile, we're watching this kind of fancy footwork in the mid lane as Envy hiding in the trees. Miracle new.
Can't really kill Miracle. I haven't got the damage. He'll just remnant away.
Yeah.
He wants his teammates to initiate down bottom. Probably saying like, get a stomp on Matu if possible, but a lot of wasted time right now. MV walks back, probably just shrine up, and
This is painful moments for both Envy and Aoi. It's like, it's your two cores not getting anything done unless they can find a kill.
they want the big kill. They want the Legion.
Oh, that is, I mean, it is a big one. It's a tough one.
Yeah. MSS is going solo smoke, looking to initiate, but Mind Control is very aware of what's up. Either that or he's just going for a little shopping mission, but he's just backing off altogether.
Mid lane.
Top lane Mind Control has walked into MSS now.
And okay, there we have. There's the jump in. Have they got the damage to bring him down though with the Echo Sound? They're throwing everything at him. Mind Control just turns, brings Envy down low. Can he get himself out with the arm that toggles? Here we go, boys and girls. He walks it off. Horn, Infest, Echo Slam. He doesn't give a damn. And now here comes Miracle with the wraparound. Takes down Envy. Matuma Man's turned up as well on this top lane. They'll look to run down Aoi. They've got the root. They do have an RP if they feel it's necessary. And they'll almost certainly continue to dive this. Kuro's turned up, the whole gang of Liquid ready to finish off MP as they bring down Aoi. MSS, he's in a hell of a lot of trouble as well. GH, is he going to go green? No, GH, he's a sensible boy. He's not doing any diving today. They'll let the Earthshaker live. But Aoi and Envy, we pretty much witnessed them just spend a whole 2 minutes doing nothing and then dying.
Yep. They kind of have to go for a big kill. It just seemed like the safer kill was to find the Lone Druid, which is where, like, even just Winter Wyvern trying to initiate with an Arctic Burn Slow may have been enough. But again, both kills are very hard. Lone Druid has Savage Roar. Legion Commander has the early armlet. Once he hits all three heroes with overwhelming odds, he gets a huge movement speed buff, so he's going to outrun you. He purges off the open wounds. You had to stop that one armlet. I mean, they didn't have a way to stop him armlet toggling is their thing, so they just had to have enough damage to burst him before he could armlet toggle. Once he gets it off, game over, gank's done, you're not getting the kill, and Liquid, very quick to respond, have well and truly punished you in that move. Yeah, Liquid will start taking more objectives. They kind of know that things are going well for them in this game. Midas rush for GH on Magnus, like, why not? You're crushing the lane, you could get a blink, but you don't need a blink on him. Even Mind Control is going straight into a Sanj, more survivability.
The BMS and Y build.
Adam's received some buffs.
It has, yeah. Oh, well, like a 5% extra on the, what, the... the prop rate.
It's like a, gone up like 20% or something over a couple
I think it's 40% now. For now. There's no way that MP can get in the neighborhood for this one. It's an absolutely free Roshan here for Liquid, as they have 4 of the highest net worth heroes in this game. Only Kuroki left behind, and he's already doing better than, well, MSS, the offlaner of MP.
Different MP to what we saw in there earlier, 2-0 today.
It seemed like they used all their mojo in that game one against RGV. Do go and watch it, you know. If you are an MP fan,
don't watch this game.
Yes.
Go watch the other game.
Go watch the other game.
Just
go
tune off right
replays.
now and fire up some replays. Yep. Be a much prettier sight.
But you never know. This is MP. This could all be part of the plan.
For these
you fifth
heroes,
pick Spectre. You lose the early game. You turn it around in the mid. You win the late game. He's got a relic. He's accidentally queued up Radiance. He meant to go for Rapier Envy. That's what we need to see. Horn and Rapier.
It's funny, like, getting like these small glimpses into his mind. Earlier he had like a Mask of Madness queued up, and I'm just like, he was considering buying it as like a farming / ganking item. Like, you kind of get these small little nitbits where you're just like, okay, so that's what he's thinking about, but he doesn't end up doing half of his crazy ideas. He doesn't commit to. The other half, when he does do it, you get to see them in full action.
The push coming in, and they do have that vision on the high ground MP, so they saw the positioning, but it's just a question of what they can actually do to stop this.
Be fun, man. Just ditch some towers, but AUI's up there ready to infest and try fight. This is 5 Liquid heroes, even with an infest. I don't see this fight going well for them.
Miracle's got eyes on SVG on the back line, straight in. Here he goes with the Flame Guard. SVG will try and duke him out, and in fact, the duke's successful. Miracle getting outplayed.
Meanwhile, Shaker and Wyvern, they're going to poke their heads in. 1437 does not run into the kind of hero. Okay, that's a good curse.
Yeah, that will be Kuroki out and down. That's going to be the captain gone. Jump forward from Miracle, though. They'll look to try and punish 1437, but the corner brace is there. GH with the RP onto 2. MSS in the midst of it all with the Echo Slam, bringing Mind Control down low. Now Aoi and Envy turning up, going to work. Can't bite through Mind Control's health regen. He'll be able to get himself out there as he heads away. Just 1-for-1 at the moment. Roots there, though, onto MSS. GH and Matuma closing back in. They'll make sure they get the favorable trade. Liquid do come out on top of numbers. And again, that is MP blowing the ults to try and do something to stop Liquid's momentum. And at the same time, of course, Liquid did use the RP, but it's fine for them. They're still in position. They're still ready to finish off this tier 2. And they'll get it. MP with no answers here on this bottom lane.
Lost in ages, but there was a lot of big teamfight ultimates coming out of NP. All 5 of them exact, all teamfight ultimates, but puts all their teamfight on cooldown for a bit. Liquid can fall back and farm. They get the tower they came from, and their item progression is getting kind of crazy at this point. With Boots of Travel already completed on Miracle, going for the Battle Fury build. He wants to have some damage. Mind Control's completed his SMY. GH has Midas and already completed the Blink to follow it. Matu's straight Mjolnir. He's like, you get that Mjolnir nice and early on. When heroes are still squishy, that static charge proc doesn't.
Top lane Mind Control, eyeing up his target. He's going to waltz in, and yeah, with the boots to travel. Miracle, can they burst him down in time for the duel win? Doesn't look like they can. And in fact, A up.
Okay.
Undercover agent. Yeah. So they'll wait. Then they'll wait.
The rage will be close to coming back up, I believe.
Here we go. Come on out, Owie. We know you're in there. He'll go for the TP out, and Owie's a smart man. No way to stop that. Owie gets away with his life intact.
Yeah, it was nice kill attempt. If he doesn't have a creep to infest there, they likely kill him after the duel. He wasn't going to die during it with the rage up. But
I'm going to try and make a go here from Matuma. Okay. Great ultimate, in fact, from SVG. Matuma does roll them back, but the fishes there from MSS just in time. And now Kuroki. This up, MSS will go for the TPI. He's going to make it, though. A skewer from GH cleans him up from the backside. MP will lose too, but they do get Matuma. Definitely, you know, these core kills are exactly what MP wants to get. But each time it is coming at a cost.
Great. So, 2 supports for a core is fine for MP. It's the fact they're losing towers and everyone on Liquid's farming. Spectre at least finding some alone time in the enemy jungle. Gets up to like 2k gold. It's just such a big jump to Radiance. This is probably the biggest hurdle in playing like heroes like Spectre or anyone that needs to buy Radiance. Is that build up. It's terrible. Like, it's so hard to get that. That's why only like Alchemist is like probably one of the few Radiance heroes that played these days, because it's one of the few heroes that can safely farm it in the jungle at a very fast rate. There is not one of the heroes that particularly excels in flash farming, so it's going to be a slow climb to that, and you kind of just have to wonder like how much further ahead can Liquid be before that Radiance is even done. Can they even take a lane of Rax before Radiance is done? Will they win the game before Radiance? It's still an iron that Spectre feels like we're not going to win without, so there's no point getting like a Blade Mail or Diffusal. Perhaps if like a high ground push comes and he's got like 3k gold, he'll just say, screw it, I got to defend, let's get a Blade Mail. But for now, he wants to at least try and go for it. Oh, Miracle's found him. Ooh. Even acknowledge Eternal MB.
BM there. He's like, look at this Spectre.
Wants to be noticed.
Top lane GH. Got that blink minus. So it was looked to be a cooldown for a little bit too long for my liking.
And more than anything, like if Spectre farms a Radiance this game without Liquid taking any like major objectives, namely Rax, I don't think it matters, because you've got 4 cores who are going to still be more farming. This lineup can easily beat a Radiance farm Spectre with farm across 4 heroes. Like, you've got Magnus who can theoretically go for a Silver Edge Lave, going to break that Spec passive. Even without it, you've got big team fight, lockdown, an initiation where you can just blink RP Spectre, take her out of the fight. Ember scales with magic damage very well against Spectre because it's not a BKB carry. So Druid's going to do plenty of damage output as well. Legion, you've got Jewel for the lockdown. Plenty of survivability and mind control. I just don't think this line cares if Spectre could have a Radiance now and they wouldn't care all that much because of how farmed everyone on their lineup is.
Smoke there from Liquid. Let's see if they could get in position for an RP. Dual follow-up. NP and D just playing very reserved at the moment, keeping it safe, keeping up on the high ground, just farming the waves as they come in. Of course, is giving Liquid pretty much free reign of the entirety of this map.
Yep. Liquid's farming enemy jungle, both enemy jungles. Not really farming their own jungle just because it's such a passive place to be farming, although Matu's getting some pieces of it here and there. Tiny scraps of farm. Here in bigger, you're looking at over 1,000 net worth per minute advantage going their way. 20 minutes in, and the net worth lead is over 20k. That's the biggest kind of stomps you can really see.
I mean, it was kind of weird that we're seeing the opposite side of the spectrum, because in that, you know, for the MP fans, the MP versus IGV game, we were like, this is the biggest stomp we've seen on DAC, and then MP were like, no, we'll show you a bigger one. And
then they picked 5th pick Spectre and jungled it.
But I feel there's still ways they can come back into this. You can't lose entire faith. Envy's close to that relic.
You can choose to believe that, Owen. Allowed to believe it.
I believe that every game is equal, gods. And up until that foul, the Ancient Fools, each team has a 50% chance to win.
Totally, yeah. Not out of it yet.
Balanced gameplay, you know, all bless the Ice Toad.
Comeback gold and stuff like that. I'm sure Dota, no one really knows what happens in 7.0x patches anymore. Win a fight, kill some core heroes, suddenly Spectre's got not just Radiance but a Manta, and yeah, it's not over. That's for sure. Dota's a very weird game in that way, where even the biggest elites can be lost. But
H was coming around there, but they have that sentry out. They knew he was out. Now he has that Shadow Blade that he's just picked up as well now. So again, MP to play even more safe, even more secure, keeping away. And they've got to be careful. There's DD rune on this Ember. Certainly I'd like to have something happen, but you've got MPs. He's getting towards that Radiance.
Yeah, he's getting there. Looks like he'll farm it up. He's farming with AUI just because, imagine if the team fight breaks out, they want to have that infest bomb. Radiant ward on the high ground, like it's actually right by it. See? By it.
There we go. There we have at the moment the comparison, and it's not actually too. I mean, Matsuma Man, to be fair, he used to be the one that has been targeted successfully by him.
AUI's winning on kill damage, kill participation. You know, he was doing okay there in some categories.
Oh well, I mean, he was. But now he's in a lot of trouble. Miracle and Matsuma Man, Kuroki surrounding him. He gets rooted up by the bear. Now he's down.
Take the small, yes.
Space created, you know. MV moving across.
It's
very
jungle to
close.
farm here though. He's probably like, sweet, I found a jungle.
He's got a bounty ring, guys.
Nice, at least there's something.
That is a win. When you move over there onto the enemy half, you're like,
you just got to stand here for 30 seconds, wait for it to wait for the camps to respawn. He's going to go to the other jungle, and there's like, there's no jungle to farm.
Oh, hello! MSS turns up in town, and hello, Matsuma Man. He's straight to the graveyard. He's out for 50. Miracle, though, his Jimmys have been rustled. He wants to look for some revenge. He's straight in, diving the base. Looking for SVG. Blinks forward, will get the kill as he picks up a second on the sideline. MSS just holding him close to that cliff wall, praying that they don't see him, but it's not going to work. Miracle jumps in, breaks down the trees with the remnants, and 4 are suddenly dead on NP. Liquid, they had their boy Matsuma Man covered, and they made sure that they got their vengeance.
He's going to be in the punching bag this game, in that he's pushed down towers, but often the few kills MP have gotten, they've been key kills, have been when they've gone. He's 3 of the 4 deaths, but every time he's died, his team have gotten a lot in return. Done. Sad game to be a support.
The supports are of MP.
Sure, he's stand now, but I feel like this game may be getting harder and harder for MP to actually realistically win. There's still a chance, though.
How's Envy doing on the Radiance?
800 gold towards the recipe. 500 away.
It's closer than no 100 gold. Matsuma Man, he's chomping on a shrine. And
being a ranged bear, he wants to.
As you mentioned, I'm sure Matthew's attitude to this game will pretty much be like, right boys, they kill me again. I don't know why he's northern. He's from Finland, that's up north.
The general like
north.
laissez-faire like sound in your voice there, I very much resonated. Like that sounds like something Matthew
you know,
would say. You know, he's just like, oh,
he's like, what?
I did my job.
Why they gotta kill me?
Yeah. This boy Liquid, after a rough start to the group stage, will take the win however they come. I guess there's a stomp. The game against G took a bit of an unusual approach with the 8-bit Naga, but there's a much more dominant performance from Liquid. The kind of performance people expect. Liquid probably came in as one of the tournament favorites.
For sure, yeah. I think this is day one. People would have expected Liquid to provide something like this, and as we saw, they just had quite a rocky start. I mean, a lot of teams as well. It's been very interesting so far, DAC. We've seen some very interesting results in these group stage games.
K gold lead or something. All right, this game is
gold
going to only get uglier before it gets prettier for NP. The prettiest thing about this game for NP will probably be the GG letters coming out soon.
Radiance is done, gods. This is where it all changes. 25 minutes in considering, you know.
Not the fact that it's not where Envy is in terms of time, it's where Liquid are.
It's 4:20, you know, it's time for Envy to blaze it up. He's got the kit for it. And up top, let's see what we can do. Well, 1437 is going to be out. The Haunts used, jump in from MSS with the Echo Slam, bring a Mind Control down low, but it's not enough to kill him. Miracles on the back lines, chains onto 2 Remnants out. They have managed to put the edges on Mind Control. In fact, a huge ult from SVG clips through Matuma Man, cleaving him apart, but there's GH in with the RP. Miracle cleans up as he picks up the triple, and GG is called. It's all too much for MP, and Liquid with definitely the biggest taunt we saw. We saw one earlier with MP IGV, and as I said, MP wanted to prove that it could be better there, as Liquid were just allowed to go absolutely ham in that game.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Liquid's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Liquid's turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Dire team back. Liquid's turn to pick.
Behold the horn of madness.
Dire team pick.
Lina.
Life stealer.
Liquid's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Rubik.
Dire team ban. Liquid's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Dire team ban. Liquid's turn to ban. Dire team pick. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Liquid's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Weaver.
Dire team pick.
Beastmaster.
Liquid's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. 10 seconds remaining.
Timber saw.
Dire team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Liquid's turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Liquid's turn to pick. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Templar Assassin.
Dire team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Silencer.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Gonna get a pretty good 1v1 matchup, but core silencer, yeah.
Eternal Envy Silencer. What a treat.
Curse pretty good at breaking the refraction, at least earlier on in the lane stage. But definitely a good game for a TA, one of the better heroes against Slider Life Stealer bombs, because if you've got refraction up, you block a lot of that damage coming in.
We have it, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure you never have two games like that.
Not
yeah,
usually.
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't happen.
Well, yeah, the game 2 you're going to react and be like, this was a major reason why this happened. Let's make sure that
you
even if you lose 2 games in a row, you want to make sure you don't lose for the same reason.
It just doesn't happen. Yeah. I'm adamant that we won't get that. We'll get a much closer match here.
So the MP fans can stop watching the replays from earlier today and
absolutely, they can stop putting that stomp of MP versus RGV on repeat, and they can get stuck back in. We've got Jackie Mao on the silence. We've got Naomi on the Lifestealer. We've got SVG, Slada, Free Silverman ready to go.
The lanes, Lifestealer going down bottom, so Matu won't get perhaps the 1v1 matchup he wanted against Beastmaster. It's still a decent matchup. That's the thing where they wanted to put Matu, I think, and give more farm priority to the Timber than the Weaver, but he also doesn't really care so much about the matchup. While the Beastmaster is a good matchup, Lifesteal is also a good matchup. The Timber Sword. There's no real bad matchups for him in any lane at this point, other than if like a Silencer support was zoning him out with like Glaives or something. Maybe a mid Silencers. What NP's plan is going to be, how effective they can be at shutting down the GH jungle, or if SVG is just going to prioritize a bit more during the lanes early on. For now, he is headed down bottom.
And I mean, considering this mid lane, how is it? You were saying you expect this to go between the two?
Totally sure. I haven't seen much Silencer versus TA. Like in my head, like Curse should be pretty good at breaking refraction. Mechanically, Miracle is like the player you'd expect to win, but good damage. Salve doesn't have refraction, so he can't just go too close.
Getting some full-on harassment in. Yeah, very early Salve in the middle lane. They're ready to go in again, just with these glaives. Now that level 2's hit, Miracle will have refraction, but even with that, it's straight off. Himself taking a lot of damage. The creeps are moving in as well. Be careful, Miracle looking to get the side blade hits. Won't be able to cancel the salve though. Envy does get lucky with being able to salve up, so vice versa. Miracle in turn gets aggressive.
Curious to see if Liquid respond to this aggro lane, because I feel like they wanted to give more farm priority to Matu, or at least give him a safe lane, good matchup, but he's being tri-laned. I don't imagine sending Rubik down there really changes all too much. It's not going to make the lane A easier, so Matu's probably just like, I'd rather just get solo XP than have a Rubik down here doing very little. Getting kept at his tower. This is a pretty rough lane for Matu, but the outcome is that the other lanes are going well.
Straight in onto MSS here. He'll go for the immediate TP out and will be successful. Just towards the tower, of course. No need to go back to base. But does save himself from death. We saw in the mid lane, quite interesting enough, that the flow of the creeps ended up being it so. The Envy's being able to maintain a bit of a balance really behind his tier 1. So we've had at least one wave that Miracle's not been able to get any of his hands on. Of course, he's a TA. He's managed to make the most of that by just going straight to the jungle and picking up some camps. But this is, of course, going to mean that Envy will get a hell of a lot of farm in this mid lane. And we can see CS-wise 15 for 2 with a 5 for 1 because of the way the momentum had ended up in that middle.
The lane's even kind of pushing towards the tower. Miracle and TA isn't there for the time being, and Envy's got an Arcane rune, a great rune to have for a Silencer to throw spells.
Almost certainly spam Miracle out of the lane first and such.
Spells, Glaives. Already popped his Shrine now, and has to be very careful because he's going to be walking to a side. This could be first blood.
Yeah, looks to be it with SVG having this wraparound. TPs will come through. Miracle does have the refraction back up, and they turn onto SVG. Miracle himself will get the first blood. Very nice turnaround. Perfect reaction from Kuro.
You weren't wrong, Owen. It was the first
blood. It was
blood.
first blood. We meant Miracle was to get it all along.
Yeah. He had the follow-up refraction coming at a really good time, and it's one of those plays where a lot of people may look at it. It's not like anyone, like for a lot of players, be like, "Oh, he's a bit fortunate. Refraction came back up," but Miracle times that. He knows when that recast for refraction is going to be up, and nice little bait from him. Matu, who got aggro tri-lane to start, has suddenly found himself in a 1v1, which is going to be much better for him. But just giving the Lifestealer that early CS advantage makes this lane a lot more manageable.
Top lane SVG has found GH here, and is going to go for a bit of a play. Mind Control is in the neighborhood. GH, of course, very close to the Shrine. And yeah, SVG knows. Can't really go full in. The Shrine will be more than enough to keep GH safe. And SVG himself maybe a little bit scared now. He's deep in enemy territory. He's worried about potential wraparounds. GH starts to head towards him. Looks like, yeah, Miracle's not going to be coming over. So SVG is okay.
Kuro the mid lane, since Miracle probably tells his team I can farm faster in the jungle. Here's actually the underrated aspects of this hero, and fully well what he's capable of. Just says, look, mid lane's going to be empty. We're going to run Magnus in the top jungle. I'll take the bottom jungle. Haste rune at bottom will be cured by NP. Sending Miracle getting that dangerous rune.
SVG can get anything done with it. Just getting eyes Miracle.
There's no real good heroes to get.
Timberman's a hard one, isn't he? They've got rid of the crush, and then Not a lot of other control apart from the open wound select.
All physical damage. TA's got refraction. Magnus is kind of jungling in a very safe place. Weaver's got an escape. Every lane is, it's a similar story to last game where Liquid have drafted these decks that can't really be, they can be pressured for sure, but they're not going to be like able to be easily ganked or anything.
Dude, at least SVG's just trying to be a nuisance here for Miracle, but Miracle still picks up the CS.
Camp, you know.
It's going to be fine.
Yeah, it's just that. It's the minor nuisances, which these kind of things can add up, but ultimately, if you're NP, you need to be coming out on top, which they are, like CS-wise.
Oh yeah, already
stage,
this laning stage
very
is
good.
a million times better than what we saw in game.
I don't think it hasn't been dominated by them, even though they've got the top 3 CSs. There's a jungle Magnus who's getting farmed, so it's kind of like the trade-off. Liquid also got first blood, so considering they've got a jungler and they got first blood, I'd still say Liquid in a slightly better spot here 5 minutes in. Miracle has been forced into the jungle a bit, but if anything, you're kind of looking at that like, well, that means Kuro's going to get faster 6 on Rubik. It's just greater farm and experience distribution foot side. It's going to be less kind of focused on one player being Miracle in the TA since he's not in the mid lane, but you're okay with this because you just know you'd rather Miracle get farmed than like the solo XP at mid lane if he's going to get pressured by a silencer.
Bottom lane, 2 bursting down now, fairly low. And as this lane has gone on, we saw at the start, as you mentioned, that tri-lane enabling Aoi to get the head start, but as soon as it's gone back to this 1v1, Matu pretty much closing the gap. So 7 CS in it, and in fact, Aoi, once again, so careful. We're seeing just the power that Matu can exert on this lane. Now he's 6, and now he's got the arcane boots.
G8's coming in top, is killed.
You have to be a little careful with this dive here. GH starting to take a lot of damage in return. The axes aren't going to connect. GH will be fine. MSS brought down very, very low. Only has 1 more tango as well, so has to be very careful for a stage in this top lane.
I feel like the toughest part right now for this game with MP is trying to find a use for this ladder. He's kind of roaming around, pseudo-contesting the jungle, but he's under-leveled. He's not really stopping the TA from jungling farming. He's leaked a bit of XP, blocked a camp, but it's too small achievements of what he's getting done. It's not like he's majorly disrupting the TA. TA hasn't been shut down. TA is still farming and getting good item and gold progression. There's only a couple hundred net worth behind Eternal Envy, so it doesn't really feel like Slada's achieved too much because of the strong laners that take. Go smoke gank, and I think Slada's probably made the call like, look, we need to do something with, I need a teammate. He needs a partner to make something happen, and Envy with the maxed out curse.
But look where Matu's gone. He's out of there.
And Miracle TP top as well. Miracle TP to the shrine, I believe, just to go farm the other jungle. Vacated zone jungle. Perhaps that smoke was scouted by
They've got 2
mid-ward.
good wards. Yeah, they've got a lot of good vision. Liquid is. I'm pretty sure they must have seen it on the edge.
And even if you don't see the smoke, you see an empty lane. You're like, why is Silencer not farming mid lane? He's not. We're not contesting his lane. We're not ganking him. Why would he leave the lane? And there's like really one conclusion to come to, that he made a move. He's looking to get aggressive and to invade your jungle and find a kill with that Slada. So good deduction from Liquid, whether they saw it or not. And they're gonna dodge a bullet there and be getting a gank there.
Envy's got to be careful. There's a Weaver in the neighborhood as well.
GH? Not RP yet.
I mean, Envy is not going to be able to kill this, and he just goes to get himself straight out of there, and he will do.
Yeah. Pure use to cancel TP.
Level 437 though, bursted down by Matumba Man. Just did have the roar, but I mean the chakram was already out, so I mean maybe could have saved him, but I don't know. It's a hard call to make in the moment like that, as there certainly wasn't any chance of killing Matumba Man, and it is just a support game.
I'm worried about Miracle's farm and be thrown away as he finds a triple ancient stack to work on, kiting these around, making sure he doesn't get rooted or anything, and very straightforward for a TA to farm these ancient stacks. Got to really hide them around a little bit, but can't do that as Miracle will get fast treads, and he is top of the net worth. It's one of those things where you can draft something like a Silencer and have a good laning matchup, and but that only lasts like 4 or 5 minutes. Once the TA decides to just go jungle, kind of like the Alchemist, like you can beat the Alchemist lane CS-wise, but he's just going to fall back, Iron Talon jungle. TA does the same thing, not with an Iron Talon, but it's the same concept where you just stack camps, you farm jungle very fast, efficiently, and you once give it by the 10-minute mark, you're suddenly on top of the net worth, despite having that rough lane.
I mean, what is the plan ready for Envy? We saw with Envy Silence, they really wanted to try and make something happen in the and they were unable to. I mean, he's up top. I mean, this is just one of those core heroes that it's very hard to justify sitting back and farming on it.
Yes.
You need to make sure that the power of it is felt in these early stages of the game.
They wouldn't do smoke moves like the first smoke with the slider failed. It looks like he may look for a smoke with the Beastmaster now. Problem is he's been missing off the map for a long time. Like jungling with the Beastmaster here is a nice bit of extra cash and all, but it's more time where Liquid's like, well, these two heroes are missing. Are they smoke ganking us? What are they doing? And I think more importantly, they saw them at the top lane grouped together. They had the ward there, yeah. Great, NPD ward, but they also get vision of Beastmaster and Silencer at that top bounty rune, so they know fully well where those heroes are on the map. They also scout Beastmaster's smoke, so like at that point you're saying like these heroes are here, it could go smoke, let's play cautiously.
Miracle mentioned just continuing to farm. Of course, going to be looking for the Desolator first this game rather than the Blink Dagger.
The Ancients, they were trying to just do whatever they can to slow down the Miracle farm, but center there. You open access, and Liquid at this point with RP up could even make moves themselves.
Top lane talking about making moves once again. Matumba Man just picking up solo kills. I mean, both MSS and 1437 in this lane just seeming to be unable to control this Timbersaw that is absolutely getting out of control. It's going to be a very good Bloodstone timing at this great mid lane. No messing for GH. Just drops the RP, looking to finish off Envy. They'll get it. 1437 couldn't do enough to hold them back. Light Strike Array prolongs the inevitable with that short stun.
And, I'd say one of the best heroes, even though it's not the conventional carry. Play a lot of them, knows the full limits of this hero, and has managed to recover just fine. We're not really, doesn't really feel like it's a lifestealer game just yet. I mean, often this combo does take some time to come online, but and they are prioritizing the SVG blink. I like this switch up from MP. Give lifestealer the jungle, give SVG a lane. You've got to get that blink infest bomb happening because things have not really gone the way they would have hoped for in the laning stage. Liquid have just read them like a book and prevented every movement from the achieving anything. Potential Beastmaster smoke coming. He is lurking around. Got it now in his item so he can actually use it. Things where the vision from like so much of the map, so even when you're going for these smoke ganks, if they see you not farming jungle, not farming lanes, they may be well aware of it.
I mean, already you can see Mind Control's position. He's keeping to the trees. He most certainly aware that this is going down, as you said, just because of how much they can see.
Oh yeah, I mean, Miracle's farming deep in the enemy jungle. When you see no one farming up there, you're just like, well, they're not farming their map. That means they're invading our map. But I mean, GH is still trying to get a bit greedy and see what farm he can get, and hope that he can rely on Skewer to escape. So they still may find a pick, but it's a lot of time invested, and they've got to get the pick.
Oh, and they can't get the roar in time. GH, yeah, immediately out.
For NP, so much time invested into these patients. Time where they're not farming and Liquid to get a bit further ahead. Nowhere near as bad as last game by any means, but still got to be concerns from the NP camp that they're just not really achieved much. They have found Kuro, so that ward they left, I think Kuro just felt like they'd left the jungle. Like once that smoke gank fails, typically you're just like, all right, smoke gank failed, let's get out. So he's like, all right, let's walk in, perhaps drop a sentry, see if I can de-ward, but still in the neighborhood, getting a kill for them. But Kuro probably knows it's warded there now.
Top lane as well. You saw GH come in, was looking to get an RP onto MP, but MP just immediately with a global silence TP reaction.
How you want to use your silence, but still gotta pause alive at this point. Gotta do.
That Liquid made us tower him. Matumba Man pushing in, picking out the stun. GH is still in the neighborhood.
Kill if he lands there. He had Laguna Blade.
Oh.
1437 was looking for the combo. Will come sentry, D-ward. Visions are proven true. Again, he's playing that selfless 5-position support. It really feels like a new look from Liquid, where normally GH has been creating space, kind of playing a bit more support-oriented, but the last few games, they carried Naga for one thing, but even since then, it's 2 jungle Magnus games. GH has gone full greed mode in that 4 position.
Look at that as well, Kuroki. That stolen spell.
Okay.
I mean, how?
That's a freebie.
How do you steal that? That's just...
Mostly what there is to that.
Global silent.
Should just, once you TP
I mean,
lane, just throw a spell on a creep. But it's one of those things like you come back to a lane after being at Fountain, you don't think about the last spell you use.
You don't think.
If you're in a fight or in a lane, you think about it, but after TPing out, you're not like, oh, I just came back to lane and I'm farming. You're not thinking the last spell you used.
Dire's middle tower is under
Good tool to have for Liquid if they want to take some towers, and with a Deso TA. Free tier 1 mid, but pick up bottom. There's a lot of best bombs are online now. This is where
Blink Dagger reveal.
They've got to keep going every time there's a life-stealing fest trying to find something.
Hiroki will be roared up, and the MSS with the Necro books out. Be a surefire kill. Silence comes through, but of course no way that that's going to save his own life.
Oh, you're going to lose it, but it does take away that tool. That's kind of nicely make sure they get the Rubik kill so that global silence deal doesn't get used elsewhere, but still Liquid getting way more out of the map. Like they got a tier 1 mid on their carries are getting a lot right now. Martu at top, Bloodstone up very early, is Solid pushing a tower. May find himself getting caught out in a bad spot if he's not careful.
Top as well, Matuma Mans changed the way. They did go for the Blink Crush, but not quite hitting the point. Fairly blind. Mentioned just 100 gold. Blink Deso will be complete 16 minutes in.
Silencer pick worked out. Got to transition out of that strong laning stage into good objectives, or at least some rotations. But at this point, it just feels like winning your lane for the first 5 minutes doesn't really amount to much when TA just free farms the jungle. Where there was a bit of a disconnect with what the mid hero was set out to do and what the overall team game plan was this game.
This build as well from Envy, so drums into Solar Festival. Lane though, we are seeing this combo from SVG and Aoi. These two have been keeping it very solid this game. Aoi's farm is up there on par with that of the course of Liquid mid lane, though there's the power to Blink Deso T8. 2 shots and the Lina's gone.
Still feels like the least important core hero to kill if you're MP. You'd rather, I mean, you can't kill a TA or a Timbersaw, perhaps you're thinking, but take what kills you can get. But I think if you're Liquid, you're like, well, that's Weaver's job is kind of to be that sacrificial role in some ways. If anything, you'd almost rather he die than the Magnus at this point. Magnus is going kind of greedy, going to be getting a ton of farm, going with the Midas build, so.
Gonna have to do something about this. Aoi's just gonna head straight in. They are coming in at a good time. They've got the global. They'll look towards Matu with the Roar and the Necro books. They'll take down the Timbersaw. Can they get themselves anything more?
They're gonna steal this one.
Aoi's hanging around. I mean, G8 still has this RP. You've got to be careful of this RP. MP, what can they do? Jump in from SVG. They'll look towards Miracle. They've got the chain stun. G8 scoots forward. Is he going to blow the RP yet? Oh, now he does so. He doesn't catch anything. Miracle falling low, tries to turn, but he's gone. GH as well, and Aoi picked up the triple. They may not be done yet. Mind control. Time lapse is back. Matuma Man now looking for the cleanup in return. Has managed to chop down Aoi. Mind control and MV. Head to head. MSS back towards the shrine. And it looks like the heal will be enough. There's actually going to be a buyback from SVG. They want to take down Matu, and they should get him. Is the regen going to be enough? It's not. They'll lose the Timbersaw. And in a very scrappy fight from both sides, MP ending up coming out on top as they head back into the pit. Mind Control still alive, doesn't have time lapse. You go for any sort of play here, he's going to look for it. He's coming around the corner with the Shikuchi, but he's not going to head in. Dire get the kill. MP, they're able to get themselves the Aegis onto Envy. It will be expended immediately by the looks of it here with Mind Control, GH and Kuroki looking to try and finish him down. Matuma Man coming across with the Timber Chain. Can MP protect him? Can they give him a second chance? It doesn't look like they can as Envy gets skewered back into the claws of Liquid. They'll lose the silencer. MP, Raw, onto Mind Control, able to Shikuchi away, jump forward from SVG though, hits the crush and the curse ends up taking down Mind Control. MP are still on the retreat, MSS running himself away. Aoi gets chopped down by Matuma Man. Matuma Man looking to, again for a second cleanup. He came in with the first one and he's coming in with a second, brings down Lina. MSS on his way back to base. Matu, can he go for any sort of big balls play? He wants to. He's up on the high ground, but his balls, they're going to get chopped off. No, they're not. The axes, they can't do it. It's not enough damage, and it's Matu pulling it off as he picks up the double, taking down SVG inside the base of MP, and he is out of there.
I think Matu's just like, probably just like so like fired up and enraged after those previous 2 deaths where he gets caught at the roach pit, gets roared and brought down. He's like, I'm diving for these kills, regardless of what happens. And boy, was he making the right call in doing so. Completely crushes them as he chases deep. Without the silences for control, without the Beastmaster roll, there wasn't good answers for him. And Liquid, who managed to find some retaliation kills after a poor roach execution. It was well punished by MP, yeah.
So this is the initial appearance of MP around the pit, and absolutely just eliminating Matuma Man. It's great because we saw how much he does when he's alive.
He also didn't have TP when he respawned. It was like 20 seconds off. So he had that 10-second respawn, but didn't have the TP to abuse it.
Cut straight back to the real game. There's Miracle, and yeah, the Beastmaster MSS had a bit of an altercation, and it involved MSS getting 2-shotted to the face.
Stuff. And yeah, this game is going to be a Guardian Greaves on Timbersaw. That is the answer to the Global Silence, and also probably the, in some ways, more annoying Arcane Curse. I like this. I've never... Ooh, kill coming out. They find GH. The Yule Scepter as a counter Global Silence is like nice and all, but it's not like an instant counter. You have to throw yourself up in the air, and you use yourself to get a Global. You're setting up stuff like a Slaughter Crush, a Lina Stun. I've never been like a huge fan of using Yules to counter Global Silence because if you're in the middle of a fight, it sometimes just screws yourself over. I like the Greaves approach here. It's also just going to be an item that kind of very team-oriented, allows him to dive even harder and faster. He's going to get extra HP regen, extra armor when he's low. It's like a nice little, a bit more expensive. I think that's the kind of the benefit of the Yules, that this item to get a global, it's just not always the optimal one.
Yeah, 1437 with the classic. I'm going to go into the lane as a support and see what I can get. All he gets is very, very fast, painful death.
Spawn time, you know, no big deal. He's already back. Power feed. Ready to go top again. 5 seconds time.
Miracle nearly with the Hurricane Pike complete. The full one much on its way. Recipe short.
Scary. Envy's done a lot more hero damage than the TA.
That's true, actually, there. 11.4k.
It's going to change, for sure. A lot of that coming just from that curse. In the team fights against like the Timbersaw, he had that curse on him for such a long time. Matu was really struggling to... I mean, he's spamming spells. He's probably just like, oh, this is what I do as a Timbersaw. Let's hope my regen can out-regen the curse damage, which wasn't always the case.
But very interesting as well with this build, of course, this Bloodstone into the mech where, you know, maybe with other Timbers you would have expected like a hood to be picked up in response, but Matu, thinking of the team and obviously getting the mech done first, is going to be a bit quicker.
For the Greaves to get...
Yeah.
I think it's less... You wouldn't get the mech if not for the upgrade. It'd be pretty... Not garbage, but it'd be a pretty questionable
Would you imagine? Yeah, he's going to upgrade that before going anywhere.
Yeah, he doesn't want a mech. He wants Greaves. Main situation here. But Lotus Orb is the other option, I guess, which is at a similar price point to Greaves, which you could go for. But perhaps just decides that again, like you say, this is the more team-oriented item, and that instead.
Bottom lane MP looking to get a bit of pressure onto this tier 2. The wraparound will come through though from Liquid. GH. RP at the ready.
Come on, Beastmaster. He may get jumped if he's not careful.
It's going to be revealed first. Well, Matuma Man will reveal the plan. TH straight in with the skewer. Finds Owie on the plot side. Let's say, in fact, RPing up the Lifestealer, but they've lost Miracle. The controls there from MP. They're able to nuke him down. Matuma Man in response will find Lina. MV turning up the fight with the curse, the glaze. Bringing Matuma Man down low. SVG comes in with a crush, cuts off Matuma Man, and they've found themselves 2 massive kills. 2 cores out on the side of Liquid. MP get the tower.
Well positioned by NP there. Like the smoke pops and Liquid didn't see anyone. They had vision problems that fight. If they have vision to get a jump with like a Magnus for a blink skewer, or a TA just having a blink meld strike to instantly try and delete a hero, it's a very different type for them. But when the smoke pops, they're completely blind. They don't see heroes. They don't know where to go. And the moment of kind of the couple of seconds of confusion allows Beastmaster to reposition. He roars, solo kills the TA. Deleting Miracle from the fight. Key to success there for sure, but all of that came as a result of the vision advantage. Hard place to take a fight. Hard to kind of maintain any vision against this Beastmaster Gem, Necro 3, so...
Bottom lane, Envy. Ooh, looking to play around GH, but he is able to blink out just before the first tick of damage hits him.
See like how much physical damage MP can do. See once again, yeah, Matu just chains in blindly to try and get vision for his team. Kind of felt like he just needed to... I mean, he's the front line. He's the one who wants to go running in, but he He chained in, didn't find anybody, and as a result, I think Miracle just thought it's safe. So he's like, all right, Timber found no one, it's probably safe, let's just go myself, and he gets roared. Sense in Liquid, before that, felt like they were kind of on track with a lot of their items, but getting melted by the physical damage. The Solar Crest really amps up even further the life stealer damage. Yeah.
I mean, ooh.
Guys.
That blink reaction.
Talented player and showing it there.
Got to be prepared for this. I mean, we'll see if they get their hands on him. He is gone. The damage that Owie and which you can do him on mid lane again. Miracle caught out, and as soon as they get that roar, we're back up there. It's a free kill, and a Miracle. He's gone down twice in the last few minutes, and huge death timers, of course, with the lead he got in terms of levels and such, down for a full minute. This is absolutely massive for MP, finding the kills that they need. Owie in a perfect spot as he's only just over 1,000 really behind the TA.
Good example of a game where it's like you can play incredibly well against a bad matchup, jungle super fast, find a ton of pickoffs, but those 2 deaths cripple your team a lot. They've allowed MP to take a lot of map control. Luckily, Roche isn't up at it. I mean, it can't be up for another 30-40 seconds, but we're going to see NP, if they can keep finding those kind of pickoffs, use it to take more objectives.
I mean, it looks like they may just get GH getting quick with the reaction. They don't have anything able to catch him out as they try and get in range for that Yules as such, but he's already gone. Envy, as we just saw, picking up the Midas. I mean, very Envy-esque silencer build, something a little bit different really. This drums, Solar Crest, Force, and now Midas pick up at 26 minutes.
Back for one of those things where if you're a right-clicking hero, the attack speed is still like a terrible item. Like, it's not just a farming item. You do get attack speed, and if you're a silencer looking to do glaives damage, you still can get some extra physical DPS from the item while guaranteeing that you progress towards your late-game talents. I think that's the big thing here. Sometimes it's hard to get towards that level 25 at a good time. The Midas does that XP growth.
Heading forward for a bit of a play there, but they catch out each other. They're wanting to blindly initiate.
Even with them at mid lane. Bad if they get caught in a tough team fight here. The Lincoln Sphere could be a key tool to try and protect the TA with. Miracle's queued up a Linkers of his own, something handy item for those last few times he's died.
And GH and Envy. There's the pickoff, drags him back. Is there going to be any sort of way the team can save him? The global silence is out. Is it going to stop that physical damage flying through? Turn though, MP may still find some trade. Huge dukes again, Miracle just getting absolutely blown up by this combination. They rip through the refraction, and 1437 every time. He is saving that Laguna Blade for the TA because there's just nothing that Liquid can do in response. Miracle's gone so quickly, and MP are able to get that momentum to move it on to more, picking up Kuro as well. And this is kind of fantastic. Roshan is just about to be back up. If they check it out and they pick it up whilst there's 3 members of Liquid dead, I think it's very safe to say that this is now MP's game to lose.
They're in there. Weaver Beetles. Not sure if they even saw Roche at respawn, but either way, like with those 3 heroes dead, you're not contesting this Roche anyway, so fantastic sequence of events for MP. They're doing such a good job of bursting Miracle fight after fight. 1437, which is positioning, always, like you say, saving the Laguna, making sure he even hitting a stun on the TA as well, and Miracle's item progression has gone down the toilet. He's had this Hurricane Pike for, it feels like 5-6 minutes and not found any further developments, hasn't been able to get any value out of this Hurricane Pike. Probably reconsidering and wishing he went for a Lincoln Sphere instead of it. It's easier to say in hindsight based on how he's died and how these fights have kind of developed, but now Liquid are going to have playing defensive Dota. Use what vision they can get, which is going to be very limited, playing against the Beastmaster, playing against the Gem.
BH.
Yeah, a bit of them for now.
Yeah.
Oh,
MSS. I mean, just look at the damage this does. It's absolutely incredible. MSS with that Necro book. Just alone, I mean, 1437 comes along for the casual kill secure. Level 3 Necro. It really is quite something.
The Lina get the items and farm right now. Beastmaster's kind of at that point where
he's
got Blink Necro 3.
He's got his tools.
Yeah. His role in this game is going to be finding pickoffs, initiating. Lina as a hero can do quite a lot with farm this game. into like a true core, or you can see 9k net worth. Aether Lens Yules has that long range initiation catch with the extra pass range on the Yules for that, and Spell Amp talent, so we'll see 37 be a very strong late game. At level 20 already, we're...
That's
Miracle's
insane,
TA.
actually.
Yeah.
That is incredible leveling from this Lina.
He's only level 19, but he's also been on the receiving end of a couple nasty games. Still, we only died 3 times. It's been a strong game all across the board from Eternal Envy and his squad, and feels like they've really come together in the mid game, able to start finding a lot of clean, crisp pickoffs. Liquid just haven't seemed to be on the same page. You've got Mind Control often split pushing a lane, Miracle not just farming, but going too deep for kills where he's getting picked by Beastmaster, and it really has been MSS's Beast. Found the key heroes, found the pickoffs of the team more so than even SPG on the slider. Like, they found a couple of best ganks on Weaver, but the key kills have been Miracle's TA, and that's where MSS is chaining across the ground.
He will back up in response, but again, MSS immediately with the setup and just this mana burn from the Necro units, leaving Matuma Man very much in a whole world of pain as they rip him down. MP, I mean, they are just playing a step ahead of Liquid this game.
Yep. I mean, Liquid just gone full split push mode, like Mark going onto the high ground there, trying to clear a creep wave and probably get out, but like you say, MP a step ahead, they were ready for it. They're already responding. So it's like kind of the Liquid game plan. Like, he gets picked top, immediately GH goes to shove out the bottom lane. Everyone else falls back and can use that kind of pseudo space from the Timber sort of farm, but you're losing Bloodstone charges. It really Timber's progression quite a bit to die like that, so kills going NP's way. Big thing is trying to just prevent NP from finding an opportunity where lanes are pushed enough that they can threaten high ground while they've got an Aegis. Because Master, Aura, Necro 3, Lifestealer with a Deso. Now looks like he'll be building into an AC next. He's even got the Crystallis. He can break buildings very quickly with the Rage.
This target's going to be, I mean, MP, are they getting close to a point where you feel that they can go for a high ground push, or?
Yeah, I think they're ready now. That's
this
what
is
they're
the time.
ripping up at bottom. MSS doesn't travel so very far away. He may be on just pick-off duty.
Look at Owie. Just goes straight up with the Rage.
Chomp, chomp, chomp.
And starts to work down this tier 3.
Courier mid, that's about to get sniped. What it's doing there. Roared. Free AFK Courier.
I did have the Lincoln Sphere recipe on, in fact, for GH, but I imagine, yeah, he was still an ultimate orb short anyway, so not too much of a worry.
Apply this Lincoln's constantly to Miracle. Okay,
Okay, Pike, yeah, bringing Owie down to less than half.
Lincoln's is still not guaranteed survival with Breaker, with duels, with Corrosive Haze, so yeah, you can blink crush him, so you can still stun him during the Lincoln to set things up.
And it is hard for MP, of course, constantly worried about the threat of the Magnus, and in fact, GH jumps in, but the global silence is there, and they've already lost Matuma Man. Down for 70, doesn't have buyback, they're moving in for more. They'll get GH. The rest of Liquid are forced back, and MP, just, who needs creeps when you got damage like this? They're fighting through the backdoor protection. Now the creeps will turn up, making it that little bit easier, a little bit sweeter for them as they clean out the bottom racks. And with 50 seconds without these two crucial heroes for high ground defense, MP can get much more done.
Luckily there's tier 2 towers, otherwise it would have been a guaranteed double lane in racks. Aegis will expire, they still will likely, they may still
they're
get double
definitely
lane.
sticking around for this.
Yeah. Force a buyback, you're still feeling very strong. You've still got Raw, so you've got that control for TA. He does have Linkets now.
But be careful, he's been caught out. MSS will jump in as well, but the telekinesis in response immediately from Kuroki. They've taken down MSS, but Kuroki's lost his life. It's a double kill for Envy. They'll look towards the Weaver as well. The follow-through chainstones there from 1437. Buybacks come out, but there's no Miracle for 70 seconds. Liquid, I mean, between game 1 and game 2,
such a different team, you know. It's such a roller coaster team to follow and watch because they have such bipolar performances where you'll see an incredible MP draft and execution, then you'll see something that's overly theory craft like we saw last game. But
see what they can get here. They're trying to punish MP. They need to find something. SVG's already out of there. May come back in to help Envy if required. As Envy is the one left on the front lines. V forces forward though, and with that, Liquid, they have to be a bit more tentative because they know that MP can turn.
That best ready to go. It's got an AC complete now, so while they didn't get the racks, that's sort of small consolation prize for Liquid, not losing the double lane, but imagine MP will be ready to go for another fight fairly soon.
Brilliant play from MP. And it's always admirable to see a team in kind of a series come back from a very painful beatdown.
Lina's got a Bloodstone. This is like looking like a Bloodstone now with the respawn time. It won't be insta respawn with minus 12 charges. It'll probably be like he's level 23, so probably like maybe 10-20 second respawn time, I'd say, but it'll be very fast. And boots of travel, it's like you die, you can very quickly get back into a fight. Fights are going to be drawn out a little bit at this stage of the game.
I mean, what's the answer for Liquid? It just seems, as you kind of mentioned earlier, it's just felt slightly broken, the team play, especially compared to what we saw from them in Game 1. The coordination just has not been on the same level that MP's managed to bring to the plate on Game 2.
Some big team fight RPs is probably the biggest thing they're lacking. Kuro needs to find some key spell steals through, like stealing a roar, or even like an AoE stun, like a light strike array or a slider crush could turn things around. It feels like Liquid have just been waiting. They're not making moves, they're waiting for NP to come to them, and as a result they're getting picked off time and time again. You can't play like a wait and farm kind of game against a team with such a huge amount of catch. You've got both the slider lifestealer duo as well as the Beastmaster finding pickoffs, and the greedier you try and play, the more kind of farm-centric you are, the more this kind of an NP draft can excel, because they'll just punish that greed with constant pickoffs, and that's been the case. And also just like the teamfight execution where Miracle's died twice in a row with Raw. If those Raw kills and Miracles don't happen, Liquid were looking fine before that. This game was going quite well for them. They had almost like 6-7k gold at one point. The game kind of...
I mean, that kind of really steep turn.
All those green dots at the bottom, which are the Radiant kills and towers, quickly turned into very few kills. I mean, Miracle's one of those players. He gets a lot of praise, one of the best players in the world, but I think you do point to him where he has made some mistakes this game, which have well and truly cost his team. Like positioning him, getting caught in those roars. I mean, it's going to happen. Kudos to MSS for playing a good Beastmaster, but Miracle kind of fell prey to them. He got baited a couple times in, and that's really been Liquid's big downfall, was those 2 successive Raw kills.
Mind Control continues to keep the split push up, working towards that butterfly. Evasion in the bag. 3-7. Heading across, you do have MP as well, back in their own jungle.
Yeah, very farmed.
This is very impressive. I mean, Envy as well, we said it was always going to be hard potentially for a Silencer to keep up with the farm rate of someone like a TA or even like Aoi, of course, on his own team, the Lifestealer. But Envy's certainly done it with this build, with this Midas pickup, and with the objectives and involvement he's had in these team fights. It's been incredibly fruitful for him. And Liquid, with this smoke, and it's getting to the point where Liquid have to make something happen with this. They're down a set of racks. They can't afford to lose heroes with no buybacks being available. It's around this key time as well. Roshan's going to be back up. This Roshan could mean everything for both sides this game.
Liquid trying to put their fate in their own hands rather than wait for NP to come to them, as has happened a lot of this game. They want to be go-getters. They want to...
Speed Envy takes this down here with the built-up damage on the glaives. I mean, it's gone. That's...
No traps in the pit. They put a trap trying to protect their jungle a bit, and Miracle just was a bit too far away. He's also been spotted.
Oh, Miracle.
SVG charging forward.
And he's going to get the catch as well. In there with the crush. MSS jumps forward, gets the Necro units out. The change does there. Is there anything that the team could do to save Miracle? There's not. He's out. This time around, he does have money for buyback, and he's almost certainly going to need it if he wishes to try and hold on against MP, as they're ready to come roaring down the middle lane onto the racks. Buyback comes out from the TA. But what can they do to stop this? The Necro units, the Beast, Ballmaster, it's all in there.
You got the racks. I mean, his tier 1 tower at top is the crazy thing right now. But when they get that Mega Creeps, they'll have to head towards that top lane. And that's the lines being drawn. 1437 says, let's push out this top lane. With how much farm he's got and how well he's done, I think he's going to be in a point where he can start making the calls. He's going to be perhaps the first hero to hit level 25 right now. TA Miracle can beat him there, but...
It's been insane. I mean, we kind of questioned where it was going to be played in the draft. We felt it was not really an MV hero, but certainly proving to be 4-37. Miraculous game, and definitely, as you mentioned earlier, those kills on Miracle would not have happened really if it was about a lot of other heroes. They needed that huge damage nuke to come through when the refraction was down, and Lina absolutely fits the bill. Top lane, Owie ready to go onto Kuroki, forced back. Owie is fended away by the damage coming out from Miracle. We'll keep Kuro alive. Again, the power of MP, very scary, and there we have as well. Vizgard, I believe, out on 1437. Going his way.
Brave positioning from Liquid, poising as if they want to defend their outer towers. Down 3 racks so far, 2 melee racks at that. They not going to use their high ground to defend. I feel like they may fall back here, fight around the shrines, fight around the high ground advantage. And also just push out mid and bottom lane, because those lanes are starting to approach dangerous position. Yeah, they will just let that tier 2 tower go.
It's really getting to the point where they need to hit a massive RP.
Yep, that's the saving grace here. It's got to be the GHRP landing on multiple cores, but they can just siege with AUI, have him on the only here on the front lines if they want.
On the sidelines as well, Kuro's being caught out. They will have the telekinesis to hold MSS in place for a little bit of again. The burst coming through as they bring down the Weaver, but Tumor Manitrol as well. GH does get a beautiful RP, but the follow-up damage is just not going to be there. MV picks up a double kill, triple buyback coming out from the side of Liquid, but they've lost Miracle. He's down for 2 minutes. 40-37 has to kill himself. Owie moving in for more. MV just on the back lines, ripping through Mind Controller, who's trying to toy with the supports of MP. It just isn't going to happen as Liquid are falling apart here in Game 2, and NP came back with incredible force after what was nothing less than just a disappointing performance in Game 1 against Liquid. And Liquid absolutely shaken up there by that showing from MP.
Fixed a lot of their drafting laning issues. They had a much more dominant laning stage, and mid-game wise, it still wasn't like a one game from the lanes by NP by any means. They just made some really nice moves. I like how they prioritized getting SVG as Blink. It felt like he didn't really achieve much slowing down Miracle's jungle. Miracle was top of the net worth 10 minutes in. SVG was struggling to kind of find a place for himself, but then he just got a lane, found a Blink, and then boom. Infest gank after Infest gank. Beastmaster had his neck.
OG's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team back. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. OG's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. OG's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Monkey King.
Radiant team pick. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Dusk.
Lina. OG's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Disruptor.
Radiant team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. OG's turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Radiant team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. OG's turn to ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Warlock.
OG's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Warlord.
Radiant team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
In the
Reserve
spirit.
Time. OG's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
League's assassin.
Radiant team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. OG's turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. OG's turn to pick. 10 seconds remaining.
Bad Rider!
Radiant team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Legion Commander.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Jarex has been asking for Monkey King. He's been saying it over and over again to Fly, and Fly's been like, but now they are secured through. This is where they're able to try to experiment a little bit, not in a disrespectful way, but just because they're through. They might as well, right? Like, what's the point in not doing it? So letting Jarex get a little bit of practice on this hero. I also do like the way that they built their draft. They now have the Nyx Assassin to counter the Ember Spirit and the Lina. So Ember and Lina are going to be, we can actually take a look at who's going to be playing them quickly as well. So the Ember Spirit is going to be on aggressive, and it looks like he might be going toward mid.
Mid with it? Yeah, I mean, most would find the safe lane the more unorthodox position, but...
looks like a safe lane Lina, based off of his item build.
Very unorthodox altogether here, it looks like already for VGA.
But yeah, they already have the, so the Nyx Assassin is going to be in the mid lane from Ana, and he's starting with the Poor Man's Shield.
Okay.
So the Nyx Assassin is very good both versus two of the major cores on the side of Vici, the Lina and the Ember Spirit. So he does have a lot of different ways to catch for that. And we have one of OG players on one of his most signature heroes that he's probably played one of the most, the Bat Rider, S4.
Yeah, he's gotten to already have a good showcase on his Magnus yesterday. Also notoriously known for his Bat Rider. We'll see what he can pull out here. Shouts, of course, to Wepas, who's going to be our obs for this one. But just to take it back a couple of notes what you were saying. First pick Monkey King immediately got me giggling. I already know and probably overpraised Jarex for how solid he is on his Earth Spirit, probably being the best in the game. So you give him a fun hero like Monkey King, and I just hope he can bring some new tech or be a little bit innovative. You know, show something funky that maybe other Monkey King players haven't done yet. Because right now it's all been about what, like Biposhka and Baboka and what they've been able to bring. But
here's one strat, right? Get a courier, so turn yourself into a courier so you're faster, so you can block the mid wave better. There you go.
Okay, that's some new tech I'm talking about.
That's a little bit, but it's a nice little cheeky play. OG does get some two nice aggressive wards in the enemy jungle, so they're able to watch the movements from the Tusk, and the Monkey King's able to play around that if Jarex does want to. S4 does, as we see, pull the wave, so he's going to be able to get himself a nice double creep wave for himself if he times it properly.
Just classic S4 here. Yep. We are seeing Jarex rotate towards that top lane now, and ROTK, as we saw yesterday, and can get a bit susceptible to being really punished in the laning phase. In fact, a lot of the games they should have had to sack the lane and just put ROTK straight into the jungle. So he knows he could be especially a bit vulnerable in this particular game, and they have to keep a watch out. But it looks like they've been able to ping Jarex nearby. as Warlock will rotate over to help ROTK.
I like this adjustment already. Last night we were a bit like, we were watching Vici and we were like, man, they just seem very disconnected with each other. There seems to be some stuff going on. But a lot of that actually was because in the laning phase, ROTK a lot of the games was going just straight to the jungle. So the supports were able, the supports from Empire were allowed to just do kind of whatever they wanted. This time they have a different approach. They're contesting the safe lane, forcing the supports to stay up there. So they can actually just predict, they know what the lanes are going to be like, and they know that they have what they want as the setup.
Yeah, it's just so weird to see like a time when you think back, Vici Gaming, FY Fenrir, these guys were the bullies of the early game, shuffling, rotating through the lanes, being a presence, and we were witnessing them like at least the last day or so feel a bit more passive and reserved, kind of dealing with the situations as they develop. Here, putting more of an assertive tone in the laning phase seems to be a good uplifting note for VTJ rather, heading out of the gate. So, well, S4 is got a quick level 2
He's got
here.
6 stacks on FY already, but they do have a lot of burst damage to be able to bring him down. He has to be a little bit careful in the way he positions himself. So does FY. If he stands on the Firefly for too long, he might just burn down quickly. Snowball coming through. He's got a lot of stacks on him, though, but they are able to bring him down first.
Very nice. Now, he will get the return burn kill, but obviously the XP boost is going to be going the way for Freeze on this one, and VTJ securing the first blood makes it all the sweeter here.
It's a lane that we haven't really seen too often, but Tusk Lina, there's an immense amount of burst, and you have the setup for the Lina. So S4 does have to be a little bit careful in the way he plays in the aggression. But I think he got what he wanted, you know. It doesn't really matter if he dies at the end there. He unfortunately doesn't get the experience, but at least he forces the wave, you know. He forced him to go on him, so the wave equilibrium gets messed up, and now he gets a double creep wave coming under his tower. So very important for S4 to be doing that. And he's going to be sticking to this. He's not going to resort to the jungle. He puts a bottle into his quick buy, so he's going to keep just pressuring that lane, force the Tusk to stay there.
An unfortunate misspell, some Kale on the keyboard here. Problems, I guess. No Tail is going to get back into the action. We'll see. Jarix rotate back up towards his top lane. RTK has been able to kind of manipulate and pressure the bull camp a bit, but this time they're looking to maybe punish him. Been able to kind of pull some of the creeps out and towards his side. It doesn't look like they're going to glimpse him back or go for any sort of setup.
Yeah, only level 2.
Yeah.
Not having the glimpse skilled up just yet. Jarix only level 1. They don't really have the greatest amount of chase potential just yet.
But attention totally pulled away from No Tail. He'll get the lane to work with here, and Fly can just kind of be the babysitter and scout out. I'm wondering if Jarix is going to continue to plant himself here, or if he'll eventually try to make course elsewhere and maybe pressure the mid lane. Because that panning out right now. Ana aggressive. Ana is up
very well.
18-2, 17-1, etching a bit ahead, but in a matchup we don't get to see very often. It is looking pretty nice. Plus, look at this full wave going to be under the tower for Ana too.
Yep.
Very nice.
Definitely very well played from Ana. You might see Empress pull a little bit ahead in this matchup, but the natural base regen of the Nyx Assassin allows you to be able to stand your ground toe-to-toe for the most part, as long as you're pulling the creep equilibrium as he does use his flame guard so you don't get burned too much. That being said, Freeze in the bottom lane is actually struggling a bit on the CS department. The stickies are actually messing with his turn rate a good amount, and them going for the kill, missing a couple creep waves. He's only sitting at 8 on the safe lane. Lina, RLTK right now getting some pressure done on him. They don't have glimpse. No, they do. They have mana. He's got Fenrir there too for some backup heals.
Yeah. Okay, is obviously going to be able to shrug off a lot of the trouble. The Fatal Bonds even do good damage there onto Fly. He'll have to sidestep it a bit as he waits for the 4-minute bounty rune to pop up. So, getting back to this mid lane at Nyx Assassin, refresh, I've not been able to see it too often here. Where do you go? Like, what's the next step for it? Because you can obviously get a quick build up to your level 6. He's already level 5. Is it putting that Vendetta to use right away and maybe look for some setups on other lanes? Or do you just take advantage of the lane while you got it?
They can just take advantage of the lane. They can come to his lane and gank for him.
That's true.
It's really dependent on where they want to make the moves with the first rotation from the supports. He's going to be going for treads too, so he's going for that scaling type of build already, rather than going for like arcane boots, which you do see very common on the Nyx. That's like a support or offlane thing. He's mid. He wants to be able to transition. He wants to be able to do damage. We'll probably see him go for, I mean, this is much later on, but the agility, talent, and all that. We'll get there when we get there, though.
Yeah, no, that'll be interesting because there's that kind of spellcaster backup. We'll have to see what kind of options he does. 4.5 or so at about 5 minutes in. As high and but as he steps on forward, scouts out FY, gets a few spells, but the creeps will be pulled back towards his tower here a bit.
Yeah, force the Firefly. Get him out of there.
Ooh. Careful there. Let's have the bottle though. Back up a bit, but nothing to be too concerned. Still also scoring level 4, but okay. Did I speak too soon? Snowball in with the Dragon Slave, and that's all it takes. Ooh.
Immense amount of burst damage, and he doesn't have a raindrop picked up on S4, so he doesn't have that able to nullify. We'll probably see him, if he wants to keep contesting that lane, we'll probably see him pick up a raindrop soon, just so he isn't able to just get bursted down so heavily from that heavy nuke damage that they do have.
Little pounce right there from EJ, and they edge ahead now 2-1. Then Jerix had rotated through that bottom lane, gave a scouting ward, and it looks like a courier kill.
S4 again.
But at the same moment, snowball in for S4, and they're going to get a second kill back-to-back. Jerix does get the finish on that courier at the same time. He'd been adventuring in those woods, getting that ward down, but yeah, nice swing both ways. Top lane, ROTK now in a bit of trouble, but jumping on in is going to be aggressive, latches down the chains, onto Fly. Can they get the finish? It looks like they will. One more right click will come out, and it's going to be aggressive who secures it. 4-1. Hot start here for VGJ.
Very, very nice rotation by aggressive. It's literally as soon as the Ember Spirit hit 6, he went toward top and just instantly makes the rotation to just gank the safe lane, putting pressure onto OG.
Also getting look like a few licks on the no-tail possibly will take away that pull camp. Turn his business to the mid lane, I'm sure. There he goes with the T. But at that moment, maybe Ana has stepped away from the mid lane, and now they're going to be the team possibly looking for an opening, and it looks like down here in the bottom lane, hoping for a grab, I'm sure, onto Lady Lina, but he's also crossing paths with a nearby support. It's FY. Need a +1. It looks like they're hoping to get Jerix over.
They want to get the bigger priority kill. They want to get Freeze here. They do have a offensive ward placed from Jerix earlier when he did snipe that courier, so they saw FY rotating in. And
trying to pump fake, but jump in here. Nice snowball. But he will eventually roll into Jerix. They look to turn it back. Fly can't quite get the connection with the kinetic field. S4 steps in with the flight. FY is just drawing their attention all the way away from the Lina. It looks like he eventually should go down, but you know, OG were not able to get that more precious prized pick on the Lina.
Took him a bit longer than they wanted. A couple spells off the mark.
Leaves a little bit extra time for aggressive there in the mid lane, and obviously for ROTK in the top lane to only be dealing 1v1 against No-Tail, which it looks like he's been pretty happy to kind of get in the face with No-Tail.
Yeah, he can do just fine in that matchup since No-Tail did have like the tri-lane split of experience where ROTK was only dual splitting it. They're tied up in levels, so they can both stand toe-to-toe with each other.
So would you say right now this is seeming like a win for VGJ in the laning phase? I mean,
slight. It's very slight. Just the only thing is just because of S4 is a couple that extra death in the bottom lane, that secondary one where he tried to go very aggressive on top of Freeze. That one was a little bit. There's just quite a big mistake by S4, but he's just trying to force experience, force pressure.
All right, level 6s are just about to come online for some of those side lane cores. Here comes OG with a rotation up here to the top lane. It looks like they have 4 at attendance here to try to get something done.
Under a ward.
Spotted. Already stepping back in a way as VGJ, as they will avoid the trouble altogether here. But look at this, it's aggressive rotating up there, so maybe they're going to hope to bait ROTK out. See if they can capitalize on that.
Oh, that's
a nifty ward.
That's a new one.
Straight on the side chop. It will spot ROTK. Jerix frantically jumps back out. I think ROTK is really trying to bait this one. Then rear. Now aggressive steps in. And there goes the Remnant. He's looking to get the grab onto Fly. Yeah, and as mentioned, with the chains missing, he'll just send him right back packing.
Oh, that's a lot of wasted time for aggressive. That's like a minute, over a minute that he was kind of just waiting there as well. And I think they expended a smoke as well when he was sitting in the back line, so...
He just stops and he's like, I'll just kind of try to find some farm with the jungle nearby and eventually rotate back to the mid lane. But a missed opportunity for VGJ. Now it's Ana back on the move. It's hit with the LSA, then the shards. He's like, do they know I'm here? No, they don't. But he does end up moving past them, and he's looking for the setup play, but...
Sentry's down.
Oh, they just popped the sentry. He's going to look to run back. The snowball's already going to be there, though. They turn it back. He gets the carapace. Reflects it right back in her face. Wonderfully played there from Ana, and they're going to get the kill. And mid lane. They will end up losing their precious Jerix Monkey King because aggressive will be able to slash him apart. But
ouch,
favorable trade for OG on that one.
Yeah, Freeze just, I mean, the snowball duration, the stun of the snowball is very low on early levels. It's only 0.75, so he didn't have the timing window to get the Laguna, but Ana with the preemptive play to pop the carapace and just gets a perfect reflect. Nice pickup there for him. Solo pickup as well. It's very important.
Bottom lane. We have a lasso now onto the Batrider, but they're going to be the ones making the move. Trying to tie up S4. Guards blast past him.
Luna's still on cooldown. S4 knows this is up.
Feeling a bit frisky here. Backup's on the way in the form of the Jerix Monkey King. Fly is getting toasted up here, but so is S4.
Yeah, FY almost dropped that one. Very close. Luckily that he had the 6 sticks charges to put himself into survivable region with 40 HP.
Highest net worth still belongs to Ana in this one. Aggressive just kind of behind. No-Tail had been still residing in that top lane, continuing his grind to farm. has the phase boost for now and is truck on 4. Surprising here.
Yeah, just the phase Vlads that we've been seeing majority of players do.
Things do get exciting once you get that ultimate online with the Monkey King ult, I'd imagine. See what kind of global presence they're going to be able to have. Lots of setup potential. Jarek's kind of flying through the trees on a Vendetta, and then that global pressure from the Troll. OG have strong kill potential as we begin to creep into the mid game here.
Yeah, that's actually reminded me of something I was going to touch on during the draft. That was another reason why I really like the way OG's draft was set up, is they have a lot of different ways of vision to like, be able to just scout where Vici's movements are. And Vici has a very team fight oriented lineup. Just looking at them, of course, the Legion Commander and the Ember can kind of go for like these type of pickoffs, but for the most part, it is a very team fight oriented one. And with the Monkey King and Nyx Assassin and Bat Rider kind of scouting you out, OG might be able to pick and choose when they want to take fights and when they want to just be like, okay, let's just go for pickoffs, force reaction, split push, and go for like maybe roast trades or something with the Troll.
Got to give BTJ's lineup credit, though. It looks like they do have some good counterfight in there. I mean, imagine a dramatic rock turnaround, a snowball clutch play. I mean, they could turn fights around very easily here. The flying courier, monkey courier, hiding and scouting. Slowly sees a certain little Fenrir here.
Scouting everybody.
Ana also creeping in. You're talking about the vision here. OG put it to display, seeing a lone little Warlock all by himself, but do they know the other VG members nearby? Now FY shows himself. Little do they know, they are under the watchful eye of OG.
Freeze is already out, too. These guys are going to get dove. FY and Fenrir.
Is it safe to show ourselves in the daylight? They come out under the tower, but this is just feeling like sharks in water right now.
OG's like, are we getting baited?
It's like,
are we getting really baited? What's going on here?
No, can we get this done fast enough? Will they be able to TP in and counterplay us?
They've got 5 down there now, though. This is definitely going to be the aggressive move coming in for them in a second here. As soon as this wave pushes
I feel like I'm watching Nat Geo right now. Will they just eventually pounce onto their prey? Yes, they will. The move is made for Fenrir. Can they burst him in due time? They drop down the beautiful Stag Storm right onto the head of the rotating in. Forces from VGJ. Aggressive might be barely able to make it out from this one. Duel's already going to be committed. It's ROTK trying to hold on, trying to get the Jarek's kill. They will be able to burst him down, but ROTK will lose his own life. It's a 3-for-2 trade at this moment. Ana caught under the tower, eating some pot shots while Aggressive is trying to hide and avoid S4 here. S4 trying to dish out the stacks. Look at this buyback party beginning to come out from VG as they try to rotate in to make redemption out of it. They do end up losing out on their precious Ember, but then they'll finally get the S4 down. What a ridiculous long-winded fight all under and behind that tower.
They don't get at the objective, though. They don't even pressure the objective, really. It's a full HP. That was actually a very clutch press the attack by ROTK in that fight, though. Aggressive got lassoed. It got instantly pressed the attack off, and he actually ends up surviving for quite a lot longer. They don't really end up netting themselves any like other kills from it, other than the S4 Bat Rider who dove to try to get Aggressive. But yeah, there's a pretty formidable defense coming out from Vici, knowing that OG had all 5 heroes, and Freeze was not there. Freeze was like, he bailed right before anything even happened. He was just like, peace out, Fenrir. Good luck, FY. I'm out.
This is fishy. But how many buyback? 2 buybacks for that? Return play, I believe?
I do believe it was just FY.
Oh, just FY's buyback. Yeah. Okay.
Which is, I mean, he gets more from coming back at this. It's so early in the game. The buybacks are so cheap. He gets a lot of experience for picking up that S4 Bat Rider kill. Definitely worth it for him.
Now I'm going to think big picture here. What do you think about late game? Because you're talking about OG not being able to kind of get the objective done. Should they be pressuring to get these objectives done? Are they the team with the weaker late game and that they don't want this one to really pan out further? Or do you think that they should still feel pretty confident sporting what feels like almost a single core troll?
They have pretty good high ground defense, and they actually have objective takers. They have the Troll to take buildings and to take Roche, while you look at Vici's is they don't really have that great of building hitter. It's what they call Lina and the Legion Commander.
Oh, Jarrett jumps to a tree. It gets immediately taken down. He's insta-stunned and insta-killed.
First duel, ROTK, first showing up the Blink Dagger.
Wow. Quick hit and run right there in the top lane, and OG look for a response here. Rotations come out, smoke from the 4 as they begin to head up north.
So we kind of thought that Aggressive was going to go for the Veil build because of the massive amount of magic damage that his team was having. Okay, as I'm speaking that, we'll
hold that theory because they've already made moves. Hog tying up ROTK just after he gets his first duel. They'll duel onto him and finish him off. Ooh, the shards barely missed the connection onto the proper no-tail target. The other side, Ana, good carapace onto Aggressive, but now they turn their sights onto him. Here comes Jarek's trying to jump in, but no, the tree goes down and he gets stunned.
S4 cut his teammate's tree.
Now they're able to get the good glimpse back, looking to go for FY. They drop down the Static Storm onto his head. The stun's going to miss that mark, but will catch onto Freeze.
This is awkward for OG.
Super awkward, but they will be able to make it back to the high ground and avoid the extra pressure here. A lot of swings from both sides, but how many go down? 1 at the end of the day?
Yeah, it was just ROTK in the beginning of the fight, and that was it. But Warlock ult was expended, and they had to use Static Storm and like Vendetta, which are much lower cooldowns with that. I think OG's pretty happy with them not really losing any heroes after that kind of weird scenario.
Jump in on Twitch. Good stun connection. ROTK had just gotten back from that previous takedown, and they're going to look to bring him down once again, and they do. Rotations in. FY could also be the next target as he's snowballing in through this mid lane. Meanwhile, a chase on for Fenrir here. Ana in pursuit, moves in, swings once, gets the connection on the second time. Carapace looking to go for the stun on Aggressive, but Aggressive gets the finish onto Jarex. Now they're looking back for Ana, and they'll get that one too. Double kill for Aggressive on this mark. S4 will head out the other side, and it's going to be a promising trade for VGJ as they go 2 for 1.
Oh, these are the dream games, dude. 11 to 10, it's 15 minutes. We just have kills non-stop back and forth. Everybody's just running each other, constant aggression. Even when the ults aren't up, this is just really good Dota right now coming out. These guys just running at each other. I mean, the good Dota, I mean, entertaining Dota.
Non-Alchemist Dota.
Non-Alchemist Dota. Very good wards coming out from OG, so they're always able to like read the plays that are kind of coming out from Vici there. They're always kind of getting the vision around the Roche pit. You can tell that they're setting up the fight there. Look at this replay really quickly here. ROTK, unfortunately, gets brought down right after he respawns. FY tries to go for an aggressive play here. Fly makes a play on the left side here. Ana actually here holding his stun. He gets actually the 2-man stun onto Freeze, but Aggressive coming in with that nice triple remnant, able to clean up while S4 cleans up Freeze as well.
Fenrir got a decent fatal bonds, and it did soften up OG a lot, but they just didn't have any way to kind of get those clutch finishes. I mean, losing one of their DPSs and ROTK at the start of the fight certainly doesn't help, but...
and we did just miss Jarex actually dying in the mid lane too. Aggressive just with the haste rune runs in and just brings him down very quickly. So, as I was touching on, Aggressive is not going for the Veil whatsoever. He went rush for the bots so that he could get involved in the fights as quickly as possible, and then he's going back for a Blade Mail.
Okay.
So being able to deal with a little bit of new. Yeah, a little to deal with that raw physical damage from the Troll Warlord, he's able to just pop the Blade Mail.
Like that?
Pretty good.
Okay, here comes OG now. Creeping on in. FY, close. Dropping down the ward here to get some extra. Peeking into that mid lane. FY Fenrir, the dynamic duo. Oh god, Fenrir does get spotted. They hit him with a Thunder Strike. They could glimpse him back into a safer spot to go for the finish, but they decide to commit on in.
Static Storm.
That Static Storm right on top of the head of both him and FY will allow for the easy double finish. Did I speak too soon? Turn back Snowball, jumping for RTK, but the Carapace stun locks him in his place, but they'll still get the finish of the dual damage going the way of RTK, but he will not survive much longer. They will be able to slash him down. Turn around from Aggressive though, stepping in, securing a mega kill streak as he slashes back onto OG and now runs right back at him. It's going to be S4 stepping off once again with no tail. It's a 3 for 3.
The place that they took the fight, though, I mean, it's a 3 for 3 trade, but they're not getting the objective that they want. Like, they want to be able to set up for those kills, get the kills nice and freely, and then pressure the tower easily. But that's not happening because Vici's responding instantly, and now Warlock ult's going to be up again.
Yeah, I was going to say that was also done without the benefit of the Rock, too. I mean, Vici are very good at just getting quickly at attendance and being able to take strong counterfights. So.
Yeah, I had thought that they were going to glimpse him back so that they took the fight in a little bit of a different position here, but...
Can't fault them, though. They get the beautiful double Static Storm. ROTK's waiting on the outside, and then Freeze is able to come in cleanly. FY takes a bit too long to go down, but at that point, it just gets a bit awkward for OG.
That Carapace again onto the Lagoon. I did see that Weapons was trying to indicate that to us during the fight as well.
Aggressive hitting him from behind right there also just really hurt. Good shot in. Yeah, now look at this. ROTK, adamant, right to the Monkey King. Flexes his muscles. Now he's sporting sweet 30 extra damage. Okay.
Ana with a 3-man stun.
Maybe Ravage right there from Ana. Finds himself in chains though. Right under the tower. Rock gonna be committed for it. Okay. Ana steps back. So I guess they're gonna like, oh, we got the Rock out. Let's go for the tier 2. OG
they don't really have one. They don't have good building hitters though. I don't think that they can really go for this one too easily. There's Glimpse too. They really have to watch the way that they go for this pressure here.
They're in that kind of awkward spot where they just got to make the most of the situation they're in here. Ana.
Nice press the attack again by RTK.
Gets out the stun on Aggressive here. Go back, and they're now barely able to get the tower down to half of its life, but now the jump's going to evade from S4, getting committed on for FY, pull back, Static Storm going to be dropped from Fly, now they move in, trying to get the finish on Aggressive, and they'll zap him down, Lagoon on the other side, almost gets the finish, they'll finally get the grab, it's no tail on the other front, going to get dropped, and now FY finds S4, gets the uppercut, going for the TP, do they have a glimpse? Doesn't need it anyways, they'll be able to finish him off.
So a 4 for 1. Well, 4 for 2 because Jarex dies right in the beginning earlier, and then Freeze actually had to use his Bloodstone Suicide. So kind of 4 for 1 trade, but yeah, great front from OG. Jarex coming in from the left side, forcing the fight into like this weird like Venn diagram that we do see. We saw the Monkey King ult come out, and then the Disruptor ult right next to it, so that like Venn diagram of doom.
Even though Fly's
Static Storm actually wasn't like perfect. It did the damage that was proper to get the Ember Spirit locked down.
There's so many different like battle zones, especially
Yeah,
for
it really
VG
is
that they
battle
have to
zones.
avoid. Like, oh god, Stack Storm over there, and oh god, Monkey King all over there.
And there's
What?
Firefly on the ground over here. Watch out, guys!
There's nowhere safe to fight. Everywhere is lava. It's making it really tough for them to find a good comfort zone to kind of, you know, rally as a team and be able to turn it around. And, you know, at this point, it does look like OG have been able to kind of reclaim the net worth advantage. Gaining over a fair amount of kills on the side of Jerax. Didn't help earlier in the game, but now they're being able to bring it back. Still have plenty of objectives ahead of them to get taken care of. Mid-tier 1, top tier 1 still stand. We have had a lot of trouble being able to follow up these skirmishes, and here we see a bit of a deja vu. Back at mid lane we go for OG.
They've had very good vision this entire time around this mid area near the Roche pit too. They're really just trying to they're trying to get like a big fight to be able to claim this tier 1 mid and then go straight for the Roshan.
Oh, they drop a sentry.
Get spotted.
Lurking on their side, no ideal opening for OG. They have pulled VTJ at total attendance towards this mid lane, dragging away from them towards free farm off to the side. Finally, Freeze will step up and go the other direction, but now it's No Tail and Aggressive swinging a bit. Aggressive will piece out back towards that mid lane. And VTJ probably consider moving forward down that lane a bit to see if they can grab any OG members. Jerax nearby, up in the tree. ROTK jumps towards the ancient camp here, spots out Jerax and actually goes for the duel. They have the shrine nearby for the TPs, but it's going to be S4 jumping in, looking to go for the lasso. The burst will be there from Aggressive to go for the finish. The rock's going to get dropped, coming out from VG. OG step back a bit, but No Tail moving in, goes for the finish on ROTK, gets hit with the Laguna, tries to run back out, gets trapped within the shards, and will end up getting taken down. Ana now looking to move in, actually
Stun
misses
off the
on
mark.
the stun, and has to
fight for
blink out to
Vici.
safety. It's going to be Aggressive with the double kill. Hoping to get maybe a little bit more, but drawing fight for Vici.
Fight almost looked a bit awkward for a second, but then, yeah, the Static Storm not being on the mark, Aggressive being able to jump over it, they just were able to fight because of the response and where the fight was taken, right next to a shrine. They're able to just all TP in and take the fight. So here we get a chance to look at this again. Duel coming out, TP's coming in. Last coming through, Ice Shard's kind of isolates, but see the Static Storm wasn't able to really grab anybody. Yeah. Beautiful rock coming out, and then Aggressive in the back lines here able to clean up.
Okay.
S4 going for a little bit of harassment onto Freeze.
So when you know you have a good game is that right after a replay there's already more action happening. Here we go, shift back after S4 makes a bit of assertive move through the bottom lane. Now could find himself in a set of trouble. Aggressive blinking in. Was there to help out. Steps in with the stun, but ROTK, he wants more. Can he get him? No, suddenly No Tail shows up. Hits him right in the face with a tomahawk. It says, get the hell back.
All of OG's rotating. Is Ana going to be able to set something up? Nope, they decide to just back up.
Rolling down.
Vici's responding very well to the aggression, though. OG's making extremely aggressive moves, maybe in some places that they probably don't want to be picking the fights, maybe being a little bit sloppy, a little bit adventurous, but Vici responding very well into every single time, bringing 4 or 5 heroes. Freeze. Spotted by Ana.
Get the finish here.
With the troll.
Yes!
With the troll
ulti.
Agi treads.
Gets it done. Superior pick there, taking out Freeze, taking down more of those charges.
It's a big chunk of money, too.
Prowl does not like that.
Yeah, now Ana's going to be going back for that Midas, so, you know, scaling as much as possible since he's a mid-Nyx. He's running around a lot, not really hitting creeps. You know, Nyx Assassin, you're not supposed to be showing on the map, so he's doing the job perfectly. Going to be going back for that Midas so he stays relevant.
Poor little Fenrir there we saw. He's trying to at least get that Midas online for himself, sitting at that bottom of the net worth. Would love to get a little bit of extra greed going so he can bulk up that ult a bit. But this moment in time, we'll have to find elsewhere to spend a little bit of that me time. Same where FY. Farming the supports.
OG's probably feeling, they're not like unhappy, but they're not probably as happy as they should be, as they want to be, because you're playing a troll lineup and you never claim your tower in the top lane. You actually never even hit the top tower, and the mid tower is pretty healthy as well. So they're not really getting to like claim those objectives and claim themselves the opportunities to go for the Roshan, because when the tier 1s are up, it gives Vici a lot more options to be able to contest that. Even though there is the shrines, of course, as well, it does. You want to be able to close that map control just a little bit so you get access points into their jungle.
Okay, back in the mid lane we go, moving in immediately, jumping onto S4. No, that was Fly. Gonna get hit with the nice setup there from FY with the Walrus Punch. Stack Storm will be dropped. But,
didn't expect the Blink Dagger, I don't believe.
Yeah.
It's an initiation coming out. Both Aggressive and FY having blinks now.
Debut there for him. Other side, Ana and Jerix stalk him a bit. Are they thinking about moving into going for the Roche? It looks like it here. OTK, who has to be kind of doing all the dirty work inside with Freeze.
They don't kill that Roche too quickly, though. I don't think they can really do this one.
So I think they'll opt to pull away here. OJ will be able to rotate over.
That's
okay. We'll snowball back in for mid lane. They have vision onto Ana, moving in with the duel with the uppercut. They'll get it done.
They keep losing a lot of heroes in that one spot.
Yeah.
Ana and Fly back-to-back deaths right there. Now, Vinci's like, okay, now we kind of have a window maybe to go into the Roche pit.
Farm here, as we see Retail supporting behind his net worth, farming the bottom lane during all the meanwhile. I think OGF are still considering this. S4 Bat Rider always has something to say as far as Roches go, but can he find his way to get close enough? They're already able to kind of zone him back. They dare go for this. A long bump of the flame break. Gonna just see this one out.
Now without Ana, without their mid laner, it's just a bit too risky to go in like that. They don't really have the disable without him. I mean, it's pretty much completely relying on Fly landing and clutch static storming. Kinetic.
Oh, they want
more.
Ana. They want to make a fight happen here. They get the chains, but the force creates the bit of space there for Fly to avoid the trouble. Risky stuff right now. BGJ, it's not like, oh, we got the Rochels backpedal a bit. They hit it, and they're like, let's take fights now. And they move in. Double chain setup from Aggressive. They turn around with a Static Storm. Helps a bit here. They might be able to get the lockdown finish for OTK, and they will. A 1-for-1 trade, but now the Rock going to be committed onto the top of OG's head. S4 barely holding on. Him getting the lasso, hoping that they can get the burst with the assistance of No-Tail, but they will end up losing with the help of Laguna.
Aggressive isn't even going to lose the Aegis either.
Oh no, he's still alive, holding on. Still on the high ground. He's trapped up there, but it doesn't matter. They get the finish, and they wipe out OG. Triple kill for Freeze. A hell of a fight for VGJ, and as you said, not even costing him the Aegis.
There's so many different forms of lockdown. Freeze was just kind of chilling in the backsides throughout, I mean, every single spell, all over the place. Every ROTK is like, oh, I'm getting Static Storm thrown on me. I'm perfectly fine with this. If Aggressive is able to get out of those Static Storms and Freeze isn't in the Static Storm either, that's like the perfect fight for Vici. When ROTK does those type of moves, it's just, yeah, it's exactly what they want to happen. He wants to be the damage soaker. He wants Fenrir to be able to get the Golem off. He wants Aggressive to be able to do all the damage possible. And Freeze just still sit in the back line, land several multiple hero stuns and a couple Dragon Slaves and the nice finisher onto the Troll Warlord with the Laguna.
Yeah, he got a lot of charges back on that stone, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah.
Jeez.
Sitting at 14 now. He's very close to that Aghanim Scepter to burst the Troll, even if he does have a BKB. And the BKB is going to be coming out shortly, so it's kind of like a little bit behind timing that No-Tail would want. He would want to have the BKB in that last fight. Now he's going to have it, and Lina's going to have Aghanims in order to pierce through it.
Can't be too little too late, though. Do you think OG can still make something happen on the back of this BKB pickup?
Yeah, they can still make something happen. It's just that, yeah, it's like you would want your BKB to come up, just before the Aghanims, but now it's at the same identical timing. It's Vici just being in a great position.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe credit to Vici. They didn't pump the brakes after that Aegis. They just took it right to OG and capitalized on that window, and they're looking to get more here. Ana, deep commitment in with a duel. Will secure the extra damage for OTK, and they're looking for more. They spotted out Captain Fly nearby. He has a glimpse. Well, may try to send someone back, but it is not happening here. He gets easily taken down. Another twofer going to be claimed from Vici. Look at the fight back. They hang at the bottom of the group, but they're taking it to the top seed right now.
This is looking pretty grim for OG.
This is ridiculous. Here they go, ascending into the high ground and sieging away onto the tier 3. Freeze easily doing work from the low ground. ROTK takes the melee range, but now an assertive jump in comes out from Aggressive, chaining down S4 here.
S4 is just not really able to find good initiations because they have two ways to kind of avoid the lasso. They have the press the attack and they also have the snowball. So it's like, and then the Ember Spirit is super hard to actually grab with a lasso just because he can have reactions from the Remnant or the chains as well. So they have a lot of different ways to deal with the initiation. OG,
deep dive from Aggressive could get punished here. They get the lasso play. Remnant at the last second, but does end up getting taken down. Okay,
and they claim the racks because of him doing that aggressive move there deep. So pretty important move that he did.
Oh, they had a sentry in the mid lane. Just as Ana was creeping out, he does get spotted. Gets off the stun combo, but possible reinitiation here. There goes the Rock right on top. They blast down No-Tail. He does have the BKB and is able to walk away, barely alive from that one. Upheaval needs to slow Molasses play here, but Aggressive will be able to get the finish, taking down Ana. Gonna be out, no buyback.
No-Tail getting used up, the re-engage coming out. He's gonna get dropped here.
Yes, he will. This could be the beginning of the end for OG in game number 1, who haven't dropped a game yet. But it could be to VGJ here.
It's looking very likely. There's so many different ways that Vici can just pull away from the fight, and they have so many different forms of lockdown that it makes it really hard for OG to really do anything. OG, it's like, they need line like this like really nice impale into Static Storm, but Fly's not getting positions to be able to get that kind of setup for those Static Storms. He's getting maybe one hero inside of it, but not the hero that he wants to. And then they also had the Aegis in that situation, so aggressive with the beautiful zoning play, letting his team get the racks, and then just, yeah, with the Aghanim's Laguna showing how much potential it can do versus the Troll Warlord. His BKB's down, they can re-engage with him with their massive burst and low cooldown spells, which Vici does have drafted.
Man, oh man. The value of this Legion Commander pick is feeling pretty good. I mean, they managed to creep it as their 5th pick, I believe, in this draft.
Yeah.
And, you know, being able to kind of put S4 in that bit of a pickle where he can't really get the grabs, can't really get the initiations. Well, maybe I spoke too soon there. Caster's Curses, he gets a nice little sweet pick onto Freeze.
That's a pick, though. You know, he was completely isolated. It's not like it was one of those like team fight situations.
S4 can't
like,
quite find openings to get kills and gets the kill.
gets a guy. No, I agree though. RTK, even though maybe he's not having like the most like, wow, RTK, that was like a beautiful duel, beautiful setup and everything, which he has had a couple of those, and he does have 8 deaths, so you might be looking like, wow, yes, but that's his job in this game. Yeah. Tank the spells, use your Blade Melt. Like, if the Static Storm and everything gets used on him, he is perfectly happy with that.
Allows easy cleanup coming in. Freeze, aggressive and company. The BTJ who kind of hold their heads high. It's starting to feel like a lot weighs on the shoulders of No Tail and his kind of single late game core troll at this point. On has been, you know, doing some work through the early game and finding the setups here, but only so far his Nyx Assassin will be able to go.
I mean, it's hard to land those type of, I mean, every single impale. They have the Monkey King stun too, but it's
There's Basher now,
still tough,
you know, which is nice for the ult, but he also feeling a bit weak, blasted down in these fights pretty damn fast.
Yeah, just some immense amount of AoE damage coming out from Vici with the Fatal Bonds on top.
Fatal Bonds, Rock, Veil, all that goodness.
No Veil.
Oh, no Veil.
No Veil, yeah, he did get the...
Here comes BK after claiming a tier 2 tower. One more outer tower does remain on the side of OG here.
I like this pickup by FY too. I think it's, I mean, kind of obvious that he would do it, but Blink Dagger on Tusk, obviously, but then the Solar Crest. Since there's only one like physical damage dealer on OG, he can just throw the Solar Crest on the target the Troll's focusing, and that kind of...
It makes it so terrible.
Kind of hurts a lot. Yeah, it makes Troll feel pretty bad.
Yeah, it's like, come on, really? No MKV in sight.
And knowing No Tail, he would probably exactly be like, oh, come on! Solar Crest, come on.
He's talking about before it ruins the day of Clink, so I imagine Troll's like a bit of the same.
Exactly.
It's like, I just want a single target DPS with physical damage, man. Solar Crest says nay. But OG getting the most they can through the lower half of the map, trying to build up as many resources as possible. Yes, they are down one set of racks here in the mid lane, but they are going to keep on fighting here. Seeing what they can build up for the next big swing.
You can tell they feel very awkward, though. They don't really know. They kind of feel like their window in this game has been totally messed up from the way Vici's been taking the fights now.
Past, but, you know, we've seen other games in this very tournament where OG have been down and been able to pull back, but this is the best, one of the best games we've seen from VTJ, at least personally.
Oh,
they got some good sleep last night. This is not the VTJ who came to play last night.
Yeah, last night.
Empire.
I mean, last game of the day as well. It does definitely wear you out throughout the whole day. So they did look quite shaky last night, but they are playing much better this game. In the laning phase, they did look like they had a little bit of shakiness, but then come mid game, they've been just running into OG, matching up every single time that OG tries to go for a setup. They always try to bring more heroes.
So BKB was just picked up on S4's Batrider. Do you think that might help the case a bit? He hasn't been able to find too many lead-in openings. Maybe this could be the tool to help capitalize on someone from VTG being a bit out of position.
You can try. He does have he has the BKB Blink Force set, but they still have the tools to be able to kind of, you know, I guess you can say, counter away the lasso, because they have the rock counter initiate, but then they also have the snowball, the press attack, as I was mentioning before. They have a lot of different ways to just mess with S4's attempted initiation.
What would you think would be the best case scenario? Like get a hold of Fenrir far from ROTK and take him out of the picture first so there's no rock, or is it maybe taking out ROTK from the fight first and foremost?
You would want to get Fenrir, but there's that's impossible. Fenrir's going to be sitting like way the hell
I think he's in like a different game.
Yeah, I mean, he even got the 150 cast range talent too, so he could actually be in a different game and throw the rock.
Here comes VTJ though. Kind of took things a bit passive for a while there, but now possibly to hit OG where it hurts and walk away with another set of racks, or maybe even the game altogether. Smoked up his 5, waiting just out the front door. OG got to be very suspect. Nowhere showing on the map.
They just picked up their BKBs on BTJ, the Lina and ROTK. So that's going to be very hard for OG to fight when the main heroes on VG turn yellow. It's going to be very difficult for them to really make an engagement. Just that magic immunity is very strong for versus what the majority of OG has. It's just basically the troll ult, or the troll and the Monkey King ult, doing anything through those BKBs when they do come out. And I mean, No-Tail's farm has completely stagnated. He's the same items he's had for the last 9 minutes or so. Unable to really find any places to farm just because of the constant pressure on the lanes from Vici. They don't really want to walk out. Ana's like, I can't even like run around Vendetta because we're just like trapped in our base. No one else can join me if I do go find somebody for a pickoff. It's like, well, you can't even bots on a creep wave because there is no creep wave to come to.
Like their hands are tied right now. But lots of credit to VGJ for that kind of form and cripple OG into a position where they're just kind of starving for farm at the moment, only giving bits of residue to No-Tail where available. Here you see a matchup between the 4 positions. Started pretty strong for Jarex, but you see FY 21 to Jarex's level 14.
That 40% experience game, delicious.
I'm sure that plays a factor. Yeah. Double damage, ROTK, taking it to Roche here. Doesn't look like OG are considering countering it all. Instead, countering the vision. Countering the vision instead, that's just outside their base, I'd imagine. Yeah, you could see fly there.
With that mid wave, the racks being lost, like the waves just constantly pushing in on them, they can't really even farm effectively at all. Everybody's just kind of sitting around. They do pick up a gem now onto S4, so they're going to try to clear out some of the vision that Vici does have, but Vici has a gem of their own to keep that aggression up.
Haven't been able to see OG in this kind of position in this tournament very often. Only one other game I can really recall that they had to pull out one hell of a comeback.
They might not pick Jarex Monkey King anymore.
Don't
Even though
that.
it's not because of him, but anyway.
Grab,
look at this. They do grab Fenrir, he gets grabbed, but the press the attack comes out.
There it is. Not good enough. ROTK will be there to assist, but as I say that, aggressive just inside the base, be a bit too aggressive on that one. Will quickly lose his Aegis. Now the lead in duel comes out from ROTK. Quad Remnant almost forward to go for the finish on No-Tail, but they can't get it. He wins the duel and the damage. Looks to turn back onto aggressive. He tries to avoid the rest of the trouble, but eventually they will catch him. He goes down, does a buyback. Not looking to commit it here. Laguna flash onto Jarex. We'll get the finish. And now with Ana up in arms with FY. Goes into Burrow, gets scooted back, but that regen is not going to be good enough. And he ends up going down. Now the buybacks might be forced out here from OG. The first one going to be coming out from Jarex. FY still stuck inside, looks to go for the snowball. S4 takes him to the low ground here. Jarex bops him with the stun. FY still stuck on the inside. It looks like they'll get a few last right clicks to go for the finish. Yes, they'll finally get it. The turnaround play from Fenrir gets off a pretty good fatal bonds. Lingering damage onto S4 as he tries to hide back and away here. BGJ have just been hanging through this mid lane. Still fighting this ridiculously long-winded engagement. Freeze will finally get the finish as he pummels down Fly. But no buyback was forced out.
That was through Aegis. That was through Aegis that they actually did that. Oh, No-Tail bash locked aggressive all the way through the Aegis, then aggressive comes back up, and they're able to actually clean him up a second time with the follow-up ultimates. That was fairly impressive defense from OG, but still Vici coming out ahead.
Love to see this again. Started out with, as I was mentioning, maybe one of your best cases here, but, you know, ROTK a bit too close, able to kind of take off that lasso. And then aggressive, just like, oh, I'll take it up on myself to move right in. And he just gets locked down.
No-Tail just living here, too, is pretty crazy. The bash is coming out from the Monkey King ult over and over again. Aggressive jumps in, gets caught by the mana burn. He doesn't have any remnants left to be able to survive, gets blown up. FY takes out and cleans up No-Tail, but then Freeze, again, just still being able to do what his team is making space for. Freeze is just sitting in the backline and throwing like 15 spells in these team fights.
I feel like if that Monkey King ult was also just a little bit lower, it would have had connection on both Fenrir and Freeze. Fenrir who was like channeling out the upheaval, and Freeze who's like free throwing out nukes from far away. That could have been a bit concerning with all the bashes, but fortunately just a little too far up. But hey, props OG, they put up a pretty good hold for now. And it puts VGJ in a bit of an awkward spot where they're going to have to probably stall out a bit. But as I say that, they seem to be congregating here in the mid lane and might begin to engage on a new game plan. But nearby is OG, being in that high ground.
They still have to be, you know, the game isn't secured by any means just yet, so they still have to be a bit careful. Wait for the rock, don't play too aggressively. They did have Aegis there, and they saw what just happened, so they're probably feeling it a bit. They're probably like, wow, we just had Aegis, and we went on high ground, and we didn't really claim any objective. We got some cool kills and stuff, but
they have rock yet. They're still like moving down this mid lane.
12 seconds.
Yeah. But, OG might get to jump onto him.
They scanned them though. They did get the scan on the left side before the just before a couple seconds ago, so they think they do know that something's coming up from behind them, but they're not really in a position that it seems to
NoTail
be.
pops his BKB, and they've already made their move. The jump-in lasso play is there. They're looking to go for the pullback. Can they burst through the Lina in time? The counter rock is going to be able to come out on top of the Static Storm. Freeze able to barely wiggle his way up, but Fly's trying to get the finish there. He'll turn around, Laguna Fly right in the face.
The upheaval.
NoTail stuck. ROTK looking to go in. He's able to get up the life. It goes down. The Bloodstone sacrifice to ROTK keeps him alive there just barely as he swings against NoTail. Now it's aggressive. Hanging with ROTK, trying to go toe-to-toe against Ana, and it looks like they will be able to do it. It's VJ able to come out on top of this one, but Ana's taking a lot of tankiness here. S4 from the outside shows himself with a flame break, and that's when Aggressive looks to make his
move. And he cleans
move.
up ROTK with the flame break, but it pays with his life. Yeah. With the chains coming out from Aggressive, he's going to be cleaned up.
Oh, is he? Or is he? Or
yeah,
is he?
Should be. Yeah, he should be.
Okay, he's done for. 4 go down from OG. The only buyback available is on S4 at the moment. It's maybe it.
Yep, this may be it. Very good the way they're taking these fights.
Another Bloodstone sacrifice, keeping ROTK in good form in that fight.
NoTail as soon as his yeah, that was a really nice Bloodstone sacrifice to save ROTK and actually end up cleaning up NoTail with it. But NoTail, as soon as his BKB goes down, he's crawling in that upheaval. He couldn't move. He couldn't get away from anybody. It's actually having a really big effect, this upheaval in this game.
He tried to trigger that fight a bit early, and if it was just a few moments earlier, the rock would probably not have been there at all. But
going in onto S4.
very
Laguna
deep dive.
coming out. He has BKB, so he can't get hit by the rest of nukes. Oh, lives with 90 HP.
Back inside. Aggressive even trying to go for the final little slash right there, but they're able to kind of force OG back and easily clean out a second set of racks here for themselves. 41-25, taking it to the top seed.
This is looking pretty secured now for VG. I would say it's very, very, very low chances of OG being able to come back in this one in any means.
Yeah. Desperation mode smokes maybe could be in order. We'll have to see that, or if they want to just anticipate maybe a misplay. Greedy finish from VJ, but
they might need a lot of misplays.
Yeah, I don't know if there's much room for that. Wonderful game already. Let's see. Metta's got a hero damage here. See a lasso play. Top lane.
Yeah, they do get ROTK.
And snipe onto ROTK. All right. While on the other front, Aggressive looking to come in for a bit of redemption. Aggressive tries to hide under his Shadow Amulet. They actually don't have detection, so sit in the fire a bit and wait that one out. And it's going to be Aggressive who's forced to pull off. So, all right. More time here for OG to feel good, as they claim a little bit of extra net worth.
They're not giving up. That's a great thing. That's the thing about OG is that, you know, they have had actual games kind of like not at this point at 42 minutes, but in this tournament they did have a game where they were like down 3-18 and ended up swinging it back. So not counting them out just yet, but it's very, very low chance of them to be able to win this one. They do now have the Lincoln Sphere finished up on the Troll Warlock, so he's able to block the Lagunas with his BKB up. Taking a look at a couple of the other pickups. Jarek's finishing up the Shadow Blade. Fly just has a Yule Scepter, so he's going to be able to set his kinetics up for himself and be able to break the Lincolns. And what is that? What's that Fly got? He's level 25. Old Tusk.
That XP though.
That XP. Look at that. 700 health. What tank he is now.
Jesus.
Look at his armor, dude. 39 armor with
he's a
2600 HP. He's going to be extremely difficult to bring down.
Wow. Well, G making what they can from the map right now. In hopes that they could this one breathing for them. It's all a matter of kind of getting back out, getting the ward, getting the vision down. But it does look like BTJ have ascended past the river. Here they come. Final hurrah here. Will OG be able to hold? Scouting up above. Uh-oh. Jarek's has been spotted.
They've got a
gem
gem though.
Low ground, and they will be able to take him out. Oh, the monkey.
Quick cleanup.
Okay, one man down now.
He has no buyback either.
Tough. That ulti could have been high value if you wanted to be able to stop some of that channeling. It's upheaval. Let's see what they can do. Oh, immediate blink in from Aggressive here, able to change down NoTail. Looking to fight back, pops out the ulti. The Stack Storm will be dropped. A commitment in from S4. The pullback, trying to grab Aggressive here, but he has that Lotus, as he's going to be able to reflect it right back onto S4. The duel's going to be committed here, locking S4 in his place, and they will be able to get the finish. Both him and it looks like Ana will be taken down. Buyback already going to be forced down. There's the stun on forward. Freeze able to dish out the right clicks, and NoTail will be dropped. This seems to be it for OG in game number 1, and they throw in the towel.
Woo,
they finally take a loss, and to all people, it's going to be VG who claimed the first win.
I would say that Vici definitely did have some great highlights in this game. I'd say that OG had some sloppy moments when they were going for some like some kills and stuff that you could tell that they were like, why are we fighting here? Fly unable to get some static storms just because it's like it's really hard for him to play.
Liquid's turn to ban. Dire team ban. OG's turn to ban. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. OG's turn to ban. Seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Behold the horn of madness.
OG's turn to pick.
Monkey King. Winter Wyvern.
Dire team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Sand King.
OG's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban.
OG's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team back. OG's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
In the
Reserve
spirit.
time. Dire team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Dazzle.
OG's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Dire team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Outworld Devourer.
OG's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team back. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Phantom Assassin.
OG's turn to pick.
Naga Siren. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
For them, and yeah, I'm curious to see if he's going to be able to hold his own in that off lane or what. And then, as you said, with OG giving it another shot straight to the Monkey King first pick again. I was giggly the first game to see if Jarex could pull out some new tech on the hero or not. Maybe now looking to go for a bit of redemption, but let's get into it. BJ already with the first game win, the first team to get a win against OG in this tournament. As you said, of course, things already set in stone for OG being in that top seed, but things do matter still for VGJ. It'd be nice to get a better seed even in that lower bracket. Could allow you to make it to that next round, stay alive, get cash in even further higher in the prize pool.
Definitely.
It all matters, man. So they're going to be playing with everything they got.
OG's got a very like Naga lineup. You know, they're very dependent on this Naga Siren to just kind of carrying them. I mean, that's usually what it comes down to when you pick a Naga Siren, so it's not really too unexpected to last pick Naga, but Vici has the heroes absolutely to deal with the Naga Siren. PA with Empower. PA is already kind of I can't say like a direct counter to Ember, but it's pretty damn good because Ember's a very low armor hero, so he's susceptible to getting bursted down from that. And Naga as well. When you have the cleave, you're able to bring down those illusions super quickly, etc.
Is it
as
going
well
to
as
be
the OD? Sorry.
Yeah,
OD Arcane Orb. I was trying to think of the last point that I had.
Is it going to put PA in a bit of a position where she might be forced to go into an earlier BKB because of the song and all those kind of antics right there, so you can get away from possibly getting locked down with the follow-up black hole and such? Or is it still her to play like more burst heavy? How would you play like and build up the PA in this particular kind of game?
I have not had the luxury of watching too many PAs lately, but I think BKB could be pretty decent this game because of the amount of like wombo combo that there is coming out. But that being said, too, he does have a lot of different ways of save for himself. So BKB doesn't allow him to get astraled. It does let him. He still can get graved and all that, but we'll probably see him just go for more like stat items first before he tries to go for that one. You don't really ever want to go first item BKB unless you're at a detriment.
So what they have here,
aggro try.
Yeah, aggro try set up here. They had to really pressure into OG, while OG have S4 straight in the jungle for his Enigma, and they're letting Jerix take the off lane to, I guess, get some soul XP. He can always hide within the trees to avoid some sort of pressure. FY will probably try his best to stalk him and see if they can bring him down from that tree. But they'll all get a decent share of XP, it looks like, and there's not really too much from BTJ to pressure the Enigma, so he's got pretty free time in the jungle here.
Yep, trade-offs. I think Vichi's happy because they're like, okay, ROTK is going to get free levels and farm in the top lane, whereas in offlane he would be struggling a bit. Just trade off while S4 is going to farm, but that being said, the OD versus the Ember matchup. OD does win that by a good amount. I mean, Ember can farm, but you do start getting pressured once he gets a couple more levels in the Astral because you just keep getting right-clicked over and over again and denied because he is obviously a ranged hero versus you. That being said, Freeze does get chained under the creep wave, takes a little bit of harassment damage, but Astral harasses Ana just right back.
A bit there. Jerix obviously going to benefit from a little bit of solo farm here, taking away the aggro onto himself, manipulating with the help of that shapeshift, but does secure now his level 2. Watching over S4 nearby. It looks like FY kind of invaded a bit. I think he might have just planted that ward down so he can kind of oversee what's happening on the S4 side of things in case they maybe want to consider a future invade. Just trying to keep tabs.
So yeah, always keeping an eye on him is great. Just seeing how well he's doing in the jungle. If he's low, maybe you can walk in and just get a free nice kill. Just watching if they use the shrine. They now know the shrine was expended as well. Snowtail getting just some trade harassment from aggressive bottom lane.
Yeah, you know, he's with Fly on the Wyvern, not known as the best laner. I mean, whenever the curse right there is up, the Arctic Burn, there it is, looks like curse. It's not curse, I know. When the Arctic Burn is up, which is a ridiculously long cooldown, you can definitely put in a little bit of damage there on the opposing laner, but it's a long cooldown otherwise, and you don't want to be spamming up the lane with your splinter shot, so it's a bit awkward at the start for a Wyvern usually.
As long as Fly can do the timing properly, where you pull, you get your pull done, you go use your Arctic Burn, pull resets, you go back, pull again, Arctic Burn resets, you keep doing that kind of thing. You can work really well around it as a Wyvern.
Yeah, you can make a good little rhythm for yourself, but BGJ did want to kind of press the Wyvern on the side. It could be a bit troublesome for him, but here, Freeze, taking it to Ana right now.
Going for the double no build to just secure himself the lane a little bit more, but that being said, Ana is actually winning the mid lane in overall last hits, but Freeze does have a couple more denies over him.
Much expected there. Here, obviously, might try to go for potential opportunities. Looks like he did put a level into the poison in case they
First
see
rotation coming out.
to go in.
FY is going to be going for this mid lane potentially, but Freeze has no mana, so he just got right clicks to follow up. So they're probably going to try to just chip him down a little bit more and then walk in with FY.
Force him to bottle, if anything.
It's going to be a really tough kill, yeah. He's already got the Flame Guard and everything. He should be okay.
It's a long stock here from FY.
Maybe
waiting
FY
up
just
for the
camping the rune.
Yeah, 4-minute rune is going to be coming up. I bet Ana might just head up north for it right here. And then maybe Freeze could catch him. And that's when they're going to make their move. Oh, they try to sandwich between, but look at this. Ana turns back onto the OD instead. And that's when FY is going to have to step in to help him out. Brings you time out the burrow. And he does wait for it and does get it done. The patience from FY pays off.
That was
BTJ.
That was like very good patience. Didn't even show himself going for the rune either. And then yeah, Freeze walking down, trying to make it look like he's like, oh, I can die here. Ana, go for me. And that's what happened.
Swing in here at each other here. Jerix and ROTK.
Jerix is getting a lot of levels up here, though.
Yeah, I mean, if this was like a core farming offlane Monkey King, it's like swinging it against the Magnus is probably not the worst thing ever for him. And when the Sand King's not around, he certainly will feel a lot more comfortable.
He's kind of acting as like the, I mean, he's acting as the offlaner entirely right now. Level 4, saving his last skill point, deciding if he wants to be that, just going for the boundless strike or not. He's definitely just still deciding what his role is going to be just because he is farming up there, so.
It's definitely a different approach than they had the previous game, obviously.
S4,
where he was just looking for
Invis.
setups, but yeah. First early rotation, normally suspect these maybe when he has the black hole online. You don't really suspect the rotations from Enigma before that. As they hustle and looking to go for it, he pops out the Eidolons, gets the stun onto FY.
Oh, they cut the tree, the skewer.
But they catch down Jarex here. He's going to be stunned up from falling off the tree.
No mana,
tries
though.
to retreat out the other side, but as you said, they have no mana. Jarex could hide to the tree. Go for the TP. Oh, but they ate the tree! Oh, well played from ROTK. That's one of those things, like, did he have the mana to spring after that tree leap? I mean,
he had the mana to spring down, but he didn't have the mana to TP right away. So he made the choice. It's either I, jump down and I just keep running around, or I just do maybe a slight misplay there by Jarex.
Yeah, it's tough though. But hey,
good prediction. Oh, good noticing of ROTK to know exactly which tree it was that he had to cut.
BGJ had their Wheaties this morning, man. Playing pretty good. Another strong early game already for him. It's only just 6 minutes in, but
all 3 lanes farming.
Yeah,
very well.
Farming very well. FY again. Hanging through this mid lane, and as long as he remains off the radar on, it's definitely kind of scratching his head here as far as his commitments. But here they set up with a prison. Is he going to fall to the burrow? Yep, but hey, flying out through the trees is going to be a wild monkey man. Turnaround chains play on for FY, and it's going to be OG who get themselves on the board now with that takedown kill. Ana bottling up a bit. Freeze is getting baited in a bit by Jarex here. Does get the finish, bringing down the hammer, and a double on top of it.
Who's
going
baiting who?
for Freeze. Here comes Fly, desperate to make a turnaround, but Freeze says, do you want to go? It says step off. What a Freeze play there.
That was very well played by him there. Just with a double null, having enough mana, and to be able to just spam out the Arcane Orb enough, building up the advantage over both of them. It's beautiful. A lot of people don't skill the Sanity's Eclipse, so they probably weren't even expecting that one. So beautiful just decision-making there by Freeze. 1,744 damage coming out from him at 6 minutes in the game like that. That's something you would never expect to happen.
Whoa. Arcane Boot pickup for No Tail there on the bottom lane for his Naga. Spamming out, of course, your Riptides is necessary.
Yep. Fly trying to run away. Oh, FY goes for the blind stun. They're still going to try to chase out. They have the dagger spam, but now they just throw one on No Tail to harass.
Yeah. Level the song, so doesn't have that available if he needs to bail out from trouble. Like no dive will be committed from BJ's side. Offlaners though, you have S4 waiting, parked back here with the black hole good to go. On the other side you have RTK with the RP in his pocket. We do have a rotation up here to the top lane. Look who shows up. It's aggressive here. They may try to make an RP happen. Jarex, oh, he's moving a little too far forward. They'll see aggressive there.
Oh, he's got the
but they're going to go,
hole,
turn around, black hole onto 2. He needs more right clicks, jumps up to the tree, but does not spring back down. Not enough follow-up damage to make the first black hole worth it.
Save Jarex,
but
least, you know?
it's a heavy price to save your Monkey King, but
yeah, definitely.
That one, though, is going to be great for VGJ, knowing that that thing's going to be on cooldown and they still have an RP to work with. We'll see if they try to take an advantage of this window.
I'm sure they were probably like, Ana TP, and Ana's like, I just TP'd mid, dude. It's still cooldown like 15 seconds. Is unfortunate timing for them, but nice little aggressive play by aggressive, making that rotation.
Well played here. Jarex, though, I mean, he's 105 on this, quote, support position Monkey King. He'll get his level 6 pretty dang fast here. Aggressive after kind of tussling a bit. It's also getting towards his level 6. Bounty room pickup for him. ROTK takes to the jungle right now, and
he's pretty huge.
He's going to go right for the blink now after already securing those arcanes. He's doing great timing here. 1,200 gold.
Freeze has his Midas already now, too, on the OD after that big kit pickup in mid lane. FY getting some pressure down bottom. The mag TP's down. He's got RP if he wants to on the ready.
Give him a bit. Get him the shockwave. Oh, gets it. It's only going to be onto the 1. Follow with the burrow.
Oh, FY actually gets brought down.
Okay, well, turnaround from No Tail will be there, 1 for 1. But No Tail happy to kind of take the kill at the end of the day.
Just some trades.
That gets a kill with his own RP. Jarex is here now. Spring down to the low ground. They hit him with the stun. There's the Riptide, but a rotation does come in. FY's on the return. Does he go up with the burrow?
Tranquil
yes,
boots.
He does. ROTK is able to add in some extra pot shots here.
Now they pop out careful, man.
Ooh, flying in is going to be the splitter shot. It is going to be Jarex getting the last hit on ROTK here. But now they turn it back the other direction. Here's Fly, though. Has that cold embrace ready, so you do not want to commit. Sprinter blast. Okay.
Oh, he actually gets him with that.
Nicely done.
Nice play by Fly.
Hits the creep, allows the the reflect of that Splinter Blast finishes out with the Arctic Burn. Beautiful stuff there from 5-position Wyvern. Get down.
Yeah, very good spell usage there coming up from OG.
4 to 5 now suddenly. Meanwhile, as you can see, mid lane Freeze do his thing. Success, of course, getting that first Sanity's Eclipse gank. Sits high net worth, and there's our new Sanity's Eclipse. Prison, hammer dropped. Ana comes out from the Shadow Realm, realizing he's a bit weak. Can they get the finish? Whoa!
Oh. Super close.
Calculated, of course. Ana back home and safe. He's going to be put on cooldown now.
He's got a Midas. He's like, ah, whatever. Get out of my lane.
Oh, he's already back, though.
Yep.
Comes right back to the shrine. Hits it up a bit. And we'll be able to get back into action here. Or Black Hole's going to be coming up here in the near future, so see if OG looks to kind of make some use out of it, or if they're content on playing this farming game. You got a Naga, so are you always okay playing it passive, or is there any reason for OG to, you know, maybe start looking for tier 1 takedowns?
They could look for a couple, but I mean, they do have a Naga, so they could just be playing the pass game. But it does look like S4 is going to be going for a BKB, so they do want a team fight.
Ooh, yeah.
Relatively early, away from the Naga. You know, they want to be able to have those 4-man team fights.
Straight Midas, and then read his way forward for a huge power peak and picking up that BKB.
Yeah, we did say mechs don't get purchased, and yep, mechs do not get purchased in this Dota.
Why is that? Is it too expensive? Costs too much mana? It used to feel like it was the the days of you have to have at least one mech candidate on your team.
Mech was like that, that's where the patch comes in. Mech was like for Death Ball, you want to be able to group up and be a unit, but this patch recently just doesn't make it, it's not beneficial to be able to group up like that, and people are playing a lot more greedy, so it's like if you go for a mech, either you push and you win, or now it's like the other team buys a Midas instead of your mech, and they're able to farm up and take it later. Jarek now committing the ult, gets a Boundless Strike to get the root onto Freeze as well, and they should be able to bring him down with this Monkey King ult as well. But the RP coming out from ROTK, the follow-up coming in, the Burrow Strike as well, bringing both down, and Freeze with a double kill ends up surviving. Massive timing from ROTK, perfect rotation coming out from VGJ, great response.
Man, we saw that in game number 1. The counterplays coming out from VGJ are just unreal. Quick to be there at attendance for these fights and just make them regret committing altogether on the side of OG. Unbelievable stuff. Pulling ahead now 7-4. Freeze looking like the man right now.
That was literally like perfect timing from ROTK. Could not have been more perfect for him to get that Blink Dagger finish.
He's doing work on this Magus. I'm starting to see why we don't get to see play very often.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we saw all through, of course, his runs. He had some great DPL games with it. Stars, legend, but
oh my God.
Since then, being seeing a lot of respect. But
Freeze is already hitting it so hard on this OD. Level 11, about to be level 12. He's going to have... what's he actually going for here? He has the staff, and then he switched to his Shadow Blade. I was assuming he would just go for the Force Staff that it looked like he was going to go for, but he switched his item inventory to Shadow Blade. So looks like he might want to be a ganking OD.
I mean, there is the Naga factor at the end of the day. It's like I always like to say, it's that weed that slowly grows. Then you start noticing the weed, and you realize, do I have to deal with this right now? Or do we have the pressure to kind of be able to nip it in the bud? But right now, working towards picking up that Radiance. Derek's here stalking out through ground. FY very hesitant in the lane. Is that OG are a bit missing? I'll wait for the security of ROTK nearby.
As soon as he steps up, he's like, Splinter Blast, I knew it! Ana jungling a bit, same with Noto. They get a curse out.
Set up a Monkey King ult that's done shortly to follow. They hit him even with the dust, and between the two supports, they easily take down the SK.
He knew something was up too. He was so reluctant to step in there.
I knew it! I knew I shouldn't have gone in the lane.
Exactly what he's probably thinking. Bottom lane, Jarek steps up and, well, boom! Bursted down quickly. So it looks like Aggressive's going to be going for the Vlad's pickup. So not stats per se, but he does get the bonus health from the Talon if he opts to go for that. So just Vlad's gives him with the Empower, gives him good base damage upgrade.
Okay, Freeze looking for more. Gets hit onto Ana, but a Black Hole does come out from S4. Says we'll be the ones to counterfight on this one. But as I say that, here comes VGJ again, rotating in through this mid lane. Pump fake for the RP, good chains. Stop them in their tracks.
He got clipped by the Midnight Pulse. It looked like he wanted to blink and go for just a skewer. He didn't want to have to commit the RP, but yeah, the ends of the Midnight Pulse actually don't allow him to go for that. But it's like, do we really want to dive in there? They felt a little bit in question. Sleep coming out.
Song. Boy, they hasted FY, who could potentially set something up for TP. by, I guess. But
180
No Tail plays it
seconds.
safe. Yeah, it's a long cooldown, but No Tail looking to play this one extra safe here.
I think they can go for tower pressure right now on Vici. They know the black hole is expended in mid lane. They know Naga Sleep is down. They have all their ults up. I think this is go time to go for bottom.
No Tail using scan to make sure his nearby is safe, and it is. Well, bottom lane is where the attention is actually being drawn right now. Long dagger over, ROTK.
Ana has a remnant down. Not too far away, though.
Seeing it within the trees, Jarex will hop up and above here to scout out the nearby area.
Jarex throwing an ult down. Looks like they're going to make their aggressive plan aggressive.
ROTK might need to turn around, but he gets hit with the stun, so no blink will come forward. Freeze does show up, but it's too late to save aggressive ally.
Yeah, unable to get the Astral on him in time.
Nice little pick right there. A good setup. Timing together both the chains and the Monkey King ultimate.
Yeah, it looked like they were trying to go for a bit of pressure into the bottom lane, but not just underestimating how much damage the Monkey King ult under the chains can actually do. Jarex definitely, like we said, the last game, he did have some good ultimates. There's just a couple of those other things show that he maybe has a little slight of inexperience, but this time he looks like he's making a lot more plays. He did have the, you know, the option to as well, because he was kind of left top lane getting all that experience.
Like
so
get all of his tools right away and be able to flex them and put them to work.
But still, Vici, they know that these big ultimates are still on cooldown. The Wyvern ult is up, but the Enigma, Black Hole, and the Sleep are still on cooldown. This is definitely their time to try to go for a tier 1, get some aggressive wards down, keep the eyes on OG.
And you got to do it. You're going against a Naga. You got to try to restrict the amount of farm that's available to her. She's not getting involved in these fights. She's about to have her Radiance. It's only going to get worse from here. So they got to make sure they press the objectives in this game. I don't know if you want to risk going late.
It keeps looking like they wanted to go for the pressure, but then they kind of back up. They're just very reluctant because of Fly. Fly is just sitting there, and he's like, you guys want to push my lane? I'm just going to Splinter Blast every time a creep wave comes up, because he has the Arcane Boots. He has the ability to be able to do that. He has the Mana Sustain.
Couldn't even see him get an 8th lens. Do it from even a safer distance. Look at this solo RP. We've had enough of your shenanigans.
Yeah, that showed that right there. That's like, you know,
stop it.
This tower is ours. Get out of here.
And it looks like they will be able to get it, but OG will respond with their own bit of farm here between the mid and top lane.
The tower is important for the jungle access, but it's also important just to get the wards down. The wards to watch the Naga's movement is very important.
Which they start planning now, yeah.
No Tail's going to have his Radiance at a very good timing. He's got the Relic about 300 away from that Radiance now.
Naturally, as VGJ will be able to shift through this bottom lane, they'll change their pressure towards the top, and No Tail will have to go down there and under that vision.
FY top, Jarex going for a big play here with the Monkey King ult again.
No Tail just tries to sweep him with the Riptide, and Jarex will be able to get the finish. Almost a solo pick in itself. Wonderfully done from Jarex to set the whole thing up. FY just kind of getting scouted.
Yeah, 1100 damage from the Monkey King ult with the Boundless Strike, just because of the positioning where the Monkey King ult was. If you see, like, when the Monkey King ult comes out, with the position that you target it, there's a spot where there's multiple monkeys, like in the middle, right smack in the middle, where you do the massive amount of damage. So Jarex actually did it perfectly with his Boundless Strike inside of the middle of those 3 or 4, or maybe even 5 monkeys that are there.
Learning fast. Probably had some good pub grinds on the hero, but exciting to see what do with it. Now begins to scout things out from Vici Jungle as they smoke over. It looks like they may be spotting out RTK, who's going to be forced to skewer to the high ground to make it away from trouble. They will also see the mighty Ancient stack that is there waiting for the PA. Look how sweet and girthy that thing is. They would love to get a piece of that pie if possible.
You said mech was a non-existent item, right? ROTK is picking up a mech next on the mag.
Dare say otherwise. Dang, sustain power.
Interesting. Guardian Greaves to be able to remove the chains and to remove the net.
Well, this is as opposed to what would you normally expect to see in that kind of spot instead of the net.
Like the Force Staff. I've seen a lot of people doing the Blink Force Staff, and they even go back for a Midas sometimes on the mags lately, which it's like, okay, the greed is good, as we've been mentioning a lot in this tournament.
Tower's done for.
Gets the solo RP, but
the Song counterplay is going to be there. That will allow him for a possible new setup. They move for the setup of the Black Hole, and it does connect onto 3. Fenrir waits on the outside, and we'll be able to get the Grave onto Freeze. Can Freeze make the most out of this moment? Drops the Arcane, but it's not going to be enough. They will finish onto Jarex. No one goes down yet from VG. As they pop out, they will be able to get the finish on for Fenrir.
No Tail's getting chased down too.
Finally,
Freeze gets brought down. No Tail gets brought down at his tier 1.
Not the biggest fight here for OG, considering the start they had leading into it. Now the Epi going to be coming out from FY. Will get the finish on for Fly. Re-engaging now. It's going to be Ana, but it's aggressive, slashing it home with a triple kill. Looking to go for the Ultra. Needs one more. Ana hiding within, gets the chains. A re-remnant in. Him and S4. Can they go and get the takedown? They will. Aggressive going to get dropped, and now in pursuit. Looking to go for FY.
The Arcane Rune. Oh my god, Ana with that Arcane Rune in that fight was able to dish out so much damage. All of his spells just always up. Looking at him, 3,800 coming out from the Ember Spirit. That is, I mean, look at it. Look at the spell usage. 6 Sleights of Fist, 4 Remnants, 6 Chains, like Arcane Rune. Perfect timing for that one, but beautiful setup from No-Tail. Instant reaction as soon as the RP comes down. They get a pretty good black hole on top. Not everybody was really brought down with that, from a great Grave coming out from Fenrir, as well as, I believe, the mech. Yeah, the mech was out there too, so he was able to heal them up a bit afterwards.
Yeah.
But overall, OG would come out ahead in that one just because of that Arcane Rune and the way that they can kind of kite the fight around. And the Epicenter comes out a bit towards the end of the fight because FY doesn't have a blink, so it's a little bit harder for him to set those up.
Yeah, credit to BJ able to kind of survive as much as possible through that onslaught, but still you end up going down. But they will make up for it here. These Jarex is going to be happy to get a piece of this XP. Ana, though, steps in, hits it with the chains, looking to take what he can here away from Vici. They spot out Jarex. They go right in, but have they gone too far? They turn around with their own chains play. Can they get the finish onto Aggressive? Jarex hides within the pit, pops out the ulti. Aggressive, though, does bounce back to the high ground. And now it's Freeze, forced to get hit with the Shallow Grave to try to stay alive. The song comes out to lock them all in their place. They're also weak and wounded. Can they clean it up? There goes the Riptide. The Self-Astral barely keeps him alive. ROTK is going to get dropped on him in pursuit. Will be able to get the ground on for Aggressive. And Freeze also went down. A total sweep here for OG as they will claim the 4th life. It's only FY to survive here in the bottom lane who, hey, I got to kill on Fly at least.
He solo killed Fly. He didn't even use Epi. Fly definitely wasn't expecting him. He was probably farming low. He just got
maybe
caught.
Watching the other fight too, who knows. But yeah, elsewhere in the world, the real fight that matters, OG clean house in the mid lane.
Without their ultimates there. With the Monkey King ult, which is beautiful placement from Jarex. The way he baited them actually onto the low ground there makes them move into a very awkward position. Maybe it was a little overzealous from Vici to jump down, but the miss skewer really hurts them here.
It did.
The 2-man stun as well from Jarex. Perfectly timed, catches the OD on that, and then he gets grabbed inside of the Monkey King ult. Great Grave coming out from Fenrir, but the damage is already done here. And they're able to just reset the fight with the sleep and then the cleanup.
So beautiful. The chains even connecting our OTK. I mean, at first it seemed like it was okay for OTK to be skewed back into the high ground to avoid that Monkey King ult, but as he tries to come in to help out, he just gets locked in his spot, and they just get crushed. Wicked sick for Ana there. OG just taking the reins of this game right back, confidently so. Top in net worth actually belonging to S4 still. Ana just barely trailing behind. Overall net worth advantage going about 7,500 in favor for OG. XP even more detrimental, 10K.
Super hard for them. I mean, with the blink now on the Enigma too, blink BKB, it's like almost impossible for them to really stop the black hole. It's like he has to RP behind him to stop that black hole because RP does go through BKB, but he's the initiator on the side of Vici. So now it's like ROTK has to, they kind of have to change their game plan when they see the blink and the BKB on the Enigma. They're gonna make, maybe FY kind of has to force with the blink and the stun in order to force some reaction from OG.
Yeah.
So we'll see how they play, but S4 is very patient when he tries to use his ultimates. We've watched many of his clips before where he has opportunities to get maybe 2 or 3-man ults. Super patient guy, always looking for the best opportunity.
Pays off. Here is Beach now. Kind of smoked up.
So he's got his BKB now. This is a big peak timing for Aggressive. BKB Vlad's finished up. They've got Freeze with the Shadow Blade as well.
They might spot Jarex here on the low ground.
Blink Dagger on FY too.
Yep, they'll get him right away. Can he make tree up? Oh, okay. Nice little pick off right there. It's a tank of the gank for Jarex to spot out the smoke play there from Vici. Not the worst thing for OG, but it's a little booster there.
They are playing at a detriment now versus a Naga Siren. And the Ember Spirit.
That's the thing. These, there's still a tier 1 in the mid lane. There's still a tier 1 in the top lane. The objectives have not been advancing at all for Vici, and you're going against this high-scaling Naga. It's still a huge concern. Aggressive pops his BKB. Song comes out, and now it's just Aggressive alone, isolated here. And No-Tail is trying to walk him home. Waiting, holding out. Now the turnaround. S4 commits into the black hole, but it's only going to be on Fenrir. On the other side, a Wyvern ult committed as they spot out Freeze. They'll freeze him up. S4
No-Tail gets brought down. This looks awkward right now for OG.
Side, they're split totally apart. The Epicenter helps to get the finish on the No-Tail. Now a drop of the hammer here. Ana quickly to sidestepping away.
Nice remnant there by Ana. He actually dodges the whole damage from the OD ultimate. Now the Jarex ultimate coming out from the tree. Now the Monkey. Oh my god, where'd they go?
Ana just said, get the hell out of here, and blasted him down with a triple remnant. Now FY on the high ground. Can't even realize what the hell hit him and his team. Tries to go for a deny, not going to be able to get it. S4 claims that one, and OG.
Ana's trying to clean up aggressive right now, too. It's the man fight, and he gets him as well.
Ana's playing a hell of a
Ana's
game.
playing outrageously good this game.
9K gods.
Let's see his damage. You know, 3,500. Woo! The Veil, plus having that level 18 already, very early. He's level 21 on Ember, so that extra bonus damage from the Veil onto his Fire Remnant. He throws down 2 Remnants on top of them with a Boundless Strike on top. They just evaporate.
This guy gets under the gun all the time from the community whenever this doesn't do bad, but hell of a tournament, I have to say.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a late black hole coming out from S4. Like, he held it for a second, so he was trying to grab the, I think, the Sand King and the Dazzle in it, but FY actually gets his Blink out, and then they're able to get the Burrow Strike and Epicenter to clean up No-Tail. So they did kill No-Tail in that fight, but it costed them way too much.
But at what cost? But at what cost? No follow-up still from Vici here. You have to press the matter at hand. This game isn't going to get any easier for him in terms of scaling. And with it, as it stands at the moment, top 3 net worth all belonging to OG. I don't know if it's soon to be desperation mode, but there has to be some sort of swing of momentum here.
They still have massive wombo combo factor,
They do.
which always can come into play. You know, the PA, Mag, Sand King, and OD ults, like these 4 can, if they get it proper on multiple heroes, they can still just instantly turn the fights around. So
that has
OG,
to be always respected.
Yeah, it definitely needs to be respected. OG still needs to watch their positioning in these fights and watch the way that they take these fights and make sure that they have the Naga in position to counter initiate with the sleep. The same thing with the black hole as well as the wyvern.
See how ridiculously high Jerix's normal kill participation is, like 81%. Unfortunately, with his Monkey King games, it's been a little less. Him just getting comfortable with moving around and being a part of these kills, but
he went for greed this game too. He went for it Midas too. I mean, why not when you have all of this, all these like massive team fights on your team, and you have the late game with the Naga Siren. So, well, you should have the late game with the Naga Siren.
So that's what you're hoping for when you're a drafter.
Yeah.
S4 Octarine Core. I don't know if you acknowledged that yet.
I did not actually. He's almost finishing it up, and he's gonna have the cooldown reduction.
Wow.
Ana getting some pressure on him bottom.
2. No one from OG close by. He may be forced to just walk away. Wasn't much of a
Blink
force,
dagger
but
up.
the re-engagement possibly freeze. They blink in. Ana's actually stepped away. He shows himself with the slight and then says, "See you later." Jumps right over.
But yeah, I mean, Octarine with Enigma is beautiful now with the cooldown reduction he gets. He also gets the minus respawn time. It's going to be pretty hard to play around his cooldowns. Black Hole is already down to 136. Once he gets Octarine, it's going to be 100 seconds, which is very scary. 100 seconds, that's like when... That's the old mag ult that people were like, man, mag ult seems like it's always up. 100 seconds is not a long time.
That, in this particular game, seems to be like, could be once a fight,
for
sure. And definitely makes more fight opportunities for OG to go for closure on top of it. Makes it more scary for BGJ to actually come together and finally push forward on these objectives.
I don't know if they're ever going to be able to get to the point where they can push any objectives out. It's starting to get to the point where Naga's taking over the map, just keeping the lanes always pushed in. So OG has all the information on the map. They even claim a top tower. Vici is just like, man, we can't handle these illusions right now, even though they have Arcane Orb and PA.
Can likely see Vici not take another tower this game. Just continues to progress like this.
Yeah.
Hopefully not for their sake. They put out a hell of a game 1. They're really strutting their stuff here today.
Freeze had an incredible, performance so far on the OD in the laning phase. So
let's see if they can be able to bring a little bit of a fire back here. Can't emphasize enough that their wombo combo is always something to still be feared. But they are going to have to try to find those opportunities. OG don't have too many offensive wards up here in the jungle, so...
That's so good on Enigma. Man, his spells actually become such low cooldowns, and with his BKB only being 44-second cooldown as well. And his Midas gets reduced too, down to only 63-second cooldown.
I'm sure he loves like all the regen he gets from like the Midnight Pulse.
Yeah, it's a lot of healing you get to.
It's deep ward committed here from Jerix inside the base, while Ana stalked and spotted out FY. Jerix is en route. He may be the one with the detection necessary. He actually dropped the sentry over on the other side, and then they'll finally be able to get the finish.
Beyond godlike. I think Ana went, what, he was 0-3 or 0-2 at the start, and then he's gotten 12 kills since. Very impressive.
That's what people say about like Sumail games, you know, when he's playing that Spirit in the mid lane. Turning it around from the 12 kill run. Crazy. Well played by OG.
Very well executed.
All right, now they feel so good that they're beginning to creep in and start getting some tier 3 damage here. Open up more money.
They are probably just trying to force the force back the OD. That same play that we were talking about a lot yesterday. Just like show 5 heroes top. As soon as the other team shows 5, then you start backing up and farming. But No-Tail's just gonna do Naga things. You know, he's just gonna go mid, send the illusions bottom, cut all 3 creep waves.
This is when the restriction occurs. They've gotten that noose tied up and they're getting to throw it over the neck of BTJ. And BTJ trying to make sure they can prevent it from like getting so tight that they can't even breathe. They need to be able to make it out from the base. They need to be able to continue to get aggressive his farm and can't get stuck inside. But maybe OG, if they overstep, if they get caught in this precious high ground choke point.
Oh, bottom lane freeze.
Oh,
there's gonna be the black hole.
The black hole is there, and OD will be taken down. Does have a buyback, but OG happy to take that one.
Yeah.
Now
Excellent
cross
TP.
country to the top lane, and maybe they can even force on the buyback. Look at this play. Jarek shows himself from the trees with the ulti. ROTK gonna be taken down. No buyback, no RP for the defense now. Gonna be there. FY though, gonna be forced to step in. Dishes out the epicenter, looking to go for Jarek's. Jarek's in the middle of the epi, pops out the TP. Will not be getting away.
Uh-oh, Ana's got no remnants now.
Oh no, OG. Whoa. That's a pretty penny to be handing over. Oops. Overconfidence after the OD takedown in the bottom lane?
I think they just like overcommitted, and I think Ana, he tried to go for the dazzle again there rather than just trying to like use the last remnant to just get out. So I think that was a little bit of a misplay there by Ana. Jarex, however, though, with that Monkey King ult, if you saw, he, instead of using the Boundless Strike on the mag there, he looked for the dazzle in the back line. He threw the Boundless Strike, gets the stun on the dazzle, so dazzle wasn't actually allowed to grave ROTK and save him there. So it's really good perceptive play there by him. But yeah, slight misplay there probably by Ana, overstaying and being a little bit over aggressive.
You gotta give credit to that high ground ward to be able to set up that kind of a play, plus spot out that dazzle coming in too. So good stuff on Jarex. Unfortunately for OG, they do end up on the bad end of those trades, and it kind of breathes a little bit new life here for BGJ. Allows Freeze to kind of get back into action, and back to this bottom lane though. He is pursuing pretty hard here. Fly is going to be forced to fly on back, as they don't have too many OG members nearby to kind of take advantage of this. It's just BGJ kind of pushing things out and trying to give themselves any sort of breathing room.
Yep, No-Tail. No hesitation. Oh man, he gets an Arcane. Oh, he actually just pings the Arcane. I thought he was going to grab that one. I guess he's saving it for Ana. So he's just going to keep pushing the waves in constantly. Same thing that we see all the time on the Naga.
Yes.
Cutting waves, sending them in every single time, and just limiting the map control.
Can they go for the pick on Fly? Long dagger from the dark does come out. Fly is not going to be making it away from here. Can make him sweat for it by getting off the cold embrace, but eventually they will bring him down. Well, up and above, S4 and Jarex spot out little FY here. FY super elusive though, will be able to make it into a corner and out from trouble.
Placing a very the high ground ward from FY so they can watch the Monkey King's movements in that top lane.
Finish out what looks like his own Octarine next.
Yeah, he went back. He went the Maelstrom and then he went back for the Lincolns, so he can stop the Burrow Strike, and as well as the potential. I mean, Astral, I guess, for now, but majority it's just the Sand King Stun and the Euls right now that they have that are the big targeted spells.
S4 is still, not for much longer it looks like, but still top of the net worth on his Enigma.
Dude, it's the reduced cooldown on his Midas.
I guess so, right? He's like grinding away some serious farm on this map.
No, I mean, he's 5-0 and 7. He's been landing pretty good black holes in positioning.
Oh, here we go. FY again. Caught out a little bit here.
He's just committing the hole.
Wow. Okay, they'll take him out of this. Leaded from the game. Oh, the weed does fly out. RP.
Gets the RP onto Ana. Do they have follow-up?
The Linkage is there, though. And is popped from the poison. Two-man connection with the Veil. He turns it back in. Oh, the sleep actually cancels out the damage. But it does set up for maybe a re-engagement here, and a Wyvern ult. Catches between the two of them and is actually going to be on the Dazzle. Aggressive looks to move in, but he gets stunned. They will be managed to slash down and finish off the Dazzle. Aggressive trying to make it away with the BKB pop, jumping over to ROTK. They will scoot themselves back inside where it is safe. But they have no Dazzle for this defense. ROG going to keep moving in? It looks like they're content. Stepping off and just kind of getting back into, you know, pressuring all these other lanes.
FY's probably pretty happy about that. When they use Black Hole on him, he's like, I have the minus 30-second respawn talent right now, man. You Black Hole on me, I come back up in no time.
Octarine party here for OG, as Naga also finishes hers. So.
And Ember's going to be going for his soon as well. I mean, not soon, but he will have his eventually in this game as well. Triple Octarine.
Always able to kind of fight. The long-winded cooldowns aren't as much of a factor anymore to kind of play with. Go. get too excited with the advantage they have here.
Sure, once ROTK reveals himself bottom, they now know that he's gonna have a Shadow Blade. I don't know if they caught glimpse of it in the last fight because he blinked in and got the RP. He was initially Shadow Bladed, but we might see a gem purchase coming out for OG quite soon. We already see Fly carrying like Dust and Sentries, but
not very good Roche team, unfortunately either. Because I'm sure they could have just easily gotten Roche now if they wanted, but
yeah,
they just don't feel like they can do it fast enough.
Interesting. Did you see that? He went for the +2 Searing Chains this game rather than the 20% cooldown reduction on Ana. Just feeling like the chains have been doing a lot of work this game, and they have been. So it's the decision he feels like he wanted to make this game, and
pays off.
Player preference. Well, yeah, we'll see.
OG now.
It's also that he's been seeing that Aggressive's BKB is since he bought it so early, it's gonna start ticking down. Once it gets down to that 5-second point, you're just gonna get chain shackled over and over again afterwards, and you just get kited, unable to do something. So, could understand why he would be going for that, because that BKB was purchased very early from Aggressive.
Fresh high ground ward there from Jerix. The setup for the top lane.
S4 in position. Oh, he's going for a black hole. He gets it.
He's going to commit in for it. The BKB was popped, but obviously the black hole is still going to be able to pull him in. Midnight Pulse doing a serious amount of damage, brings him down to about a quarter of his life, but he looks to pop